Li Zhi's consciousness slowly returned. Two sets of images and sounds continuously merged and repelled each other in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. The Li family from the second production team is too pathetic. 2020, Huadheng Group's youngest, most hardworking workshop director. The torment of these two identities and memories was unbearable. After what seemed like an eternity, the splitting pain finally subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was lying on a hard con. Above him was a ceiling covered with a piece of colorful cloth. A blackened 15-watt tungsten light bulb hung from the ceiling by a wire. The strong smell of coal smoke filled his nostrils. The walls were covered with yellowed, old newspapers. An old, worn-out cabinet stood on the con. As he opened his eyes fully, he saw two young faces looking at him, their eyes red. Li Zhi tried to speak but found his mouth parched and his lips cracked painfully. Water, he rasped. The little girl in the floral patterned venal with two braids looked thrilled. Dad, Mom, Big Brother's awake, she announced while rushing to fetch water from the vat in the outer room. A thin layer of ice had formed on the surface. The girl broke it with effort and scooped up a ladle of water. Outside, the bitter cold of the northern winter gripped the land, the yard blanketed in thick snow. Hearing their daughter, the couple sweeping snow dropped their brooms and ran inside. Li Zhi, they pushed open the frost-covered door, not bothering to brush off the snow. The middle-aged woman rushed in, saw Li Zhi was conscious, and hugged him tightly, crying out with heart-wrenching sobs. Mom, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you. I won't do it again, Li Zhi said, his heart heavy, having fully integrated the memories and emotions of this body. He had actually returned to the pasta-surging era 1987. His father was Li Dai, his mother by Suqin. Li Zhi was the eldest son, with a younger brother, Li Jin, age 15, and a younger sister, Li Shui, age 13. Life of the family of five was not easy. A few years earlier, the production team had disbanded, allocating land to households, ending the era of communal living. Although life was better than before, Li Dai was a simple, honest farmer. No matter how hard he worked, life didn't improve much. It was still a struggle, breaking their backs to scrape a living from the soil. In the village, Li Zhi had a nickname, Uselessly. He was introverted, overly honest, not very capable, and could barely string a sentence together. The villagers looked down on him. Big Brother, water. Li Shui offered the gourd ladle filled with cold water. Bai Suqin quickly took it. Girl, do you want to make your brother sick? He's not well yet. He can't drink cold water in this freezing weather. Go heat some water for your brother, and boil an egg to help him recover. Li Shui obediently went to heat water, placing a battered, blackened aluminum kettle on the earthen stove in the room. The reason for Li Zhi's illness was himself had attempted suicide, jumping into an ice hole in the dead of winter. Survival was practically impossible. No one who jumped into an ice hole under the ice floes in the bitter cold of the third 9-day period survived. Yet he had lived. Perhaps he had to thank heaven. He had been unconscious for 3 days. Now he was awake. More precisely, the future Li Zhi had awakened. The original Uselessly was gone. His suicide attempt was also due to his perceived uselessness. He had been engaged to Wang Fengying, the second daughter of the Wang family in the village. But Fengying's father demanded a betrothal gift of 880 yuan and a new Phoenix brand 28-inch bicycle. Without these, he wouldn't allow the marriage. The 100 yuan engagement gift was not returned. Li Zhi couldn't help but kushao. Had he just finished repaying 50 million in debt in his previous life, only to come suffer in the 80s? 1987 was an era of material scarcity. Even the average urban worker's monthly salary was only 30 or 40 yuan. After basic expenses, little to nothing was left. Most people were in debt just to put food on the table. The Li family, working the land in the countryside, had no money. 880 yuan was an astronomical sum. Even scraping together 88 yuan was a struggle. So, the Wang family called off the engagement. Useless Li, in a fit of anger, jumped into the ice hole. Now, having integrated both sets of memories and emotions, Li Zhi accepted this identity. But a fire burned within him. Money? Was that all it was? With his knowledge of future developments, making money shouldn't be difficult. Big Brother, the water's ready. Have some. Your lips are bleeding from dryness. Li Shui considerately brought warm water. Li Zhi took it and drank greedily. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach protested loudly. Li Zhi's face reddened with embarrassment. Li Shui giggled. Big Brother, look at you. Ha, here's the egg. She handed him a peeled egg. Li Zhi took a bite. The free-range village egg tasted genuinely good. But he noticed Li Shui staring intently at the egg, licking her lips. Here, little sister, you eat it. Big Brother is full. He knew the family situation. They kept a few hens, but eggs were rarely eaten, they were saved to sell for money. The original Li Zhi wasn't much good at farm work either. Li Jin and Li Shui were still in school. The burden of supporting the family fell entirely on the parents. Thinking this, Li Zhi inwardly cursed the original owner of this body. Truly useless. Li Shui quickly shook her head. No, big brother, you eat it. I don't want it. Li Zhi's face darkened. Listen to me. Your brother doesn't like eggs. Suddenly stern, Li Zhi's natural authority as a leader surfaced after all. By 27, he had been a workshop director managing 600 people. His subordinates had feared him. Li Shui was startled. Her big brother's stern expression was frightening. Even Li Dai and Bai Suqin were surprised. When had their timid, reticent eldest son developed such a temper? Usually quiet, what was wrong with him today? Had the fever addled his brain? Deji Bai Suqin began, but Li Zhi cut her off with a smile. Mom, I'm fine. He stood up, a wave of weakness hitting him. He caught his reflection in the standing mirror. A young, Zhenun face, quite handsome, but dressed in shabby, outdated clothes, patched blue work pants at the knees and an old, dark blue wool sweater. Li Dai took out his tobacco pouch and rolled a cigarette, puffing away. Good that you're awake. Don't do foolish things anymore. When spring comes, you and I will go clear some wasteland. Bai Suqin nudged Li Dai's shoulder. I'm not going to clear wasteland, Li Zhi stated firmly. You, how can you be so lazy? Say that again. Li Dai stood up angrily. Dad, I'm not going to clear wasteland. Slap. Li Dai struck him. Already weak, Li Zhi stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh heavens! Husband, what are you doing? Don't hit the child. Bai Suqin shielded Li Zhi. Li Zhi stood up, remembering Li Dai's habit of resorting to physical discipline. But Li Zhi stood firm, looking directly at his father. Dad, even if you hit me, I won't go clear wasteland. How much money can you really make farming? Wouldn't it be better to do some business? Li Dai's eyes widened. What? You want to engage in speculation and profiteering? I'll beat you to death. He moved to strike again, but Li Jin and Li Shui held him back. Li Shui was crying. Dad, don't hit big brother. Chapter 2. Cultivating vegetables in this era, the prevailing attitude towards business was one of ambivalence, as the nation was undergoing a transformation from a planned economy. Although the law explicitly prohibited such endeavors, a segment of the astute populace had already begun to seek ways to engage in commerce. Meanwhile, many of the older generation remained entrenched in their traditional beliefs, viewing speculation and profit-making as criminal acts. Father, what is wrong with engaging in business? Isn't the Zhang family on Front Street in the glove trade? They have built 5 houses and are now amongst the affluent, Li Jin murmured softly. Li Dai turned around, startling Li Jin, who instinctively shrank back. However, Li Dai sensed something amiss. In the past, when he had reprimanded his eldest son, the boy would have been quick to protest, but today he exhibited an unusual composure. Father, today is the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. Have we purchased the meat for the new year? Are the new clothes for Xiao Shui and Xiao Jin ready? Do we have enough coal to last until spring? Is there sufficient medicine left for mother's back pain? The rapid-fire questions from Li Zhi left Li Dai momentarily speechless. Father, there is no shame in doing business. Those who earn will only be envied by others. Li Zhi understood that in this simple era, people were relatively innocent and had a strong sense of contentment with life. No one would mock those who worked diligently, even if they were financially struggling. Only the indolent would be ridiculed. Yet, Li Zhi found this hard to accept. He hailed from a future where the economy reigned supreme, and without wealth, one would be subject to scorn. Li Dai was at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of guilt as his face flushed and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. As the head of the family, it was his responsibility that they were not faring well, and he felt he had let his wife and children down. Seeing the redness in his father's eyes, Li Zhi felt a pang of sympathy. It was not easy for a father to bear the weight of the family, and he resolved to ensure they would lead a better life. How could he face his family otherwise? What do you propose we do? He noticed a remarkable change in his once timid elder brother, who now exuded an aura of conviction. Isn't it nearly New Year's? Every household must buy vegetables. Are you planning to trade in vegetables? Before Li Zhi could finish, he was cut off by Li Dai. No. If you want to trade in vegetables, you must go to the provincial city. It takes 2 to 3 hours by bike, and in this frigid weather, the vegetables are frozen. Who would want them? Li Zhi chuckled. Father, I never mentioned going to the provincial city. Then what are you suggesting? There are no vegetables elsewhere. Father, if there are no vegetables, we shall cultivate them ourselves. Cultivate them? Li Dai was genuinely convinced that his eldest son had lost his senses and was uttering nonsense. Father, How long has it been since we had bean sprouts? Bean sprouts? It has been quite a while. They are expensive at the year's end. Are you planning to grow bean sprouts? Suddenly, Li Zhi grasped the implication of Li Zhi's words. Exactly. Father, you are truly astute. As expected of someone who has been a team leader in the production brigade, Li Zhi deftly flattered his father, aware of his integrity and kindness, yet too inflexible at times. However, who does not enjoy a compliment? Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Li Zhi's face. He had always taken pride in being a team leader before the production brigade was dissolved. Very well, but do you know how to grow bean sprouts? He regarded Li Zhi with skepticism. Despite being his son, Li Zhi was aware of his eldest's timid nature and perceived shortcomings. I possess the ability to cultivate bean sprouts, a skill I acquired during my school days through my readings. Over the years, Li Zhi has engaged in a multitude of businesses to repay his debts, dabbling in various industries that encompass all aspects of life. Li Zhi nodded in agreement, remarking on the value of education, asserting that a scholar, without stepping outside, can grasp the affairs of the world. All right, Father, I shall heed your advice. What should we do next? Father, what is the current price of soybeans per pound? Old Zhang from the backyard mentioned a price of 13 cents. We have over 20 pounds at home. I wonder if that will suffice? 20 pounds. Li Zhi shook his head, suggesting that if they were to proceed, they should aim for a larger quantity. In the current market economy, there was no need for extensive research. The conditions of 1987's market implied that no industry would experience saturation, only substantial gaps in supply. He quickly calculated in his mind. The village, a sizable one with nearly 1,000 households, faced a harsh winter. Despite every family storing vegetables in their root cellars, they were limited to just 3 varieties: cabbage, potatoes, and radishes, which would surely grow tiresome over the winter. Moreover, with the new year approaching, the demand would rise, with each household needing at least a pound or more. Drawing from his experience running a vegetable shop, he recalled that 1 pound of soybeans yields a sprouting ratio of 1 to 3, indicating that the village's demand alone would amount to 1,000 pounds of bean sprouts. Considering the neighboring 2 villages, each with about 400 households, the total demand would reach approximately 1,800 pounds, necessitating at least 600 pounds of soybeans. Father, I require a minimum of 600 pounds of soybeans, he stated decisively. Such a large quantity. Will we be able to sell it all? Bean sprouts cannot be stored for long. They spoil within a couple of days. Li Zhi chuckled, reassuring his father. Do not worry, Father. There is only a scarcity of what we can sell, not an inability to sell. Li Zhi gazed at his eldest son in astonishment. Not for any other reason than the newfound confidence radiating from him. He sensed a genuine transformation in his son. Very well, I shall go procure the soybeans, he resolved, steeling himself to trust in Li Zhi's vision. As Li Zhi departed to purchase the soybeans, Li Zhi busied himself at home, utilizing all available tools. He understood that the cultivation of bean sprouts hinged on 2 essential factors: temperature and humidity. Ensuring these conditions were met would render the sprouting process effortless. However, Li Zhi was aware of another crucial element, a substance scientifically known as cytokinins, a type of plant growth regulator that significantly enhances the sprouting rate and improves the quality of the sprouts. While regulations in the 21st century are quite stringent, the past era presented fewer obstacles. Mother, I shall step out for a moment, he announced before venturing outside, where the frigid winter winds greeted him. His cotton jacket, though not particularly thick, sent a shiver through him. On the back street of Gaohua village stood the local supply and marketing cooperative. The sign, emblazoned with bold characters, captivated Li Zhi, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the bygone era. Upon entering, he found the establishment brimming with goods, with an abacus and several platform scales adorning the counter. Those very scales he had seen in his childhood, complete with weights. A woman in her early 30s, strikingly beautiful and dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, leaned against the counter, incessantly cracking sunflower seeds. Aunt Bai, I am here to purchase pesticides. In my recollection, this woman is named Bai Yan. A couple of years ago, she had a tumultuous separation from her husband. In this era, most women who experience divorce find it challenging to navigate life. However, Bai Yan seems to be thriving. What does losing a husband matter? In exchange, she now has suitors aplenty, and her bed is filled with admirers. Why bother with agricultural chemicals? She lifted her gaze and found it was the eldest son of the Li family. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention to him. as it was commonly said that he was a good-for-nothing. Yet, upon seeing Li Zhi enter the room, the confidence he exuded made her question those rumors. Chapter 3. Sprouting beans. The most significant distinction between modern individuals and those of the past lies in an innate sense of confidence, particularly in the 21st century, where national pride has surged, empowering everyone with a newfound self-assurance. Is there any cunning? Oh, the packaging bears 3 letters. Baiyan arched her brow, fixated on Li Zhi's youthful and handsome visage. You can even speak English? Young Zhi, I would like to learn as well. Would you come by my home and teach me sometime? Li Zhi, fully aware of Baiyan's character, chuckled. Let us discuss that later. You want to learn English? Quite ambitious, but I fear I might not be able to teach you. Wouldn't that make me a small fish in a vast pond? Although Baiyan had not received much formal education, she found Li Zhi's words peculiar. She shot him a flirtatious glance, thinking, what nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. That is, the green plastic packaging. Li Zhi quickly spotted the plant cytokinin nestled in the corner. This substance is commonly used in spring, typically for soaking seeds, and no one ever considered using it for sprouting beans. 3 dimes. I'll take 6 bags. 1 yuan 80. Li Zhi handed over several bills, saying, Aunt Bai, I'll take my leave now. I'll come by to teach you English sometime. You're quite the ambitious one. Li Zhi nearly slipped and fell as he hastily retreated. Upon returning home, he discovered that his father had already procured 300 jin of soybeans, stacked in numerous bags. Dad, how much did these cost? Oh, Zhang Laosan told me a few days ago that he was buying soybeans for 13 cents, but when I inquired at several places, they all wanted 12 cents. I insisted on 11, and they agreed. So, all in all, it only cost 33 yuan for 300 jin. Li Zhi nodded. Dad, let us purchase another 300 jin. Another 300? I think this is quite enough. We only have 50 yuan left. The family's total was 83 yuan and 4 dimes, leaving them with 50 yuan, which caused some concern for Li Dai. Trust me just this once, Dad. I assure you we will have a bountiful year. Additionally, could you lend me 10 yuan? I have plans. Li Dai looked into his eldest son's confident eyes, hesitated, and ultimately decided to support his son's endeavors. All right, here's the 10 yuan. I'll go buy more soybeans. After saying this, he left, and by evening, 600 jin of soybeans were secured. With a command from Li Zhi, the entire family sprang into action. He and Li Dai organized the sprouting equipment, while his mother, Bai Suqin, boiled water and heated the kong. Li Jin and Li Shui sorted through the soybeans, discarding the bad ones. All the pots, bowls, water jars, and buckets in the house were brought out. The temperature of the kong was rising, and Li Zhi instructed his mother not to hold back on the firewood. The coal must ensure the room remained at a temperature of 28 degrees. The subsequent process was entirely under Li Zhi's control, with the beans soaked in water exceeding 25 degrees Celsius. Simultaneously, he incorporated his secret weapon, a cell division promoter. The family busied themselves throughout the night until exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. However, Li Zhi was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The most arduous part of sprouting beans was yet to come. After 8 hours of soaking, the beans transformed into plump, luminous entities. He retrieved the beans, placed them in a container, covered them with a damp towel, and prepared a warm bedding beneath, ensuring the temperature was not too high. Li Zhi grasped a handful of beans to assess their condition. In the past, to repay debts, he had purchased a bean sprouting machine, sacrificing full nights of sleep. He had to check every 2 hours to see if water needed to be added. What? Brother, the bed is filled with beans. How can we sleep? Li Shui looked at the pots and bowls that cluttered the entire kong, a bit bewildered. Li Zhi chuckled. Shui, hold on for a few days. In a few days, I will buy you a beautiful dress. For now, we can sleep on the floor. Upon hearing about the dress, Li Shui's eyes brightened. All right, brother. I will listen to you. You must keep your word. He assured her, I will definitely buy it. In his heart, he added that he would ensure the entire family would enjoy a better life. With no machine to regulate the temperature, Li Zhi had to personally monitor it in real time. If the kong and stove were insufficiently warm, he would immediately stoke the fire. The following day, under Li Zhi's meticulous care, the yellow beans began to sprout tiny white shoots, while distant firecrackers could be heard sporadically. Li Dai rolled a cigarette and began to smoke. Reflecting on the passing year, the festive season was upon them, yet life remained challenging. Li Zhi smiled. Dad, our lives will only improve. Over the next 3 days, the family took turns watching over the soybeans. The most laborious task fell upon Li Zhi, unable to quell his worries. He would rise after brief moments of sleep to check on them. As the bean sprouts began to flourish, Li Zhi grew increasingly frail, his eyes darkened with fatigue. Bai Suqin, concerned for his well-being, urged him to rest, but Li Zhi waved her off. Today is the 26th of the 12th month. Time is of the essence. And I cannot afford to delay. With 10 yuan given by Li Zhi, Li Zhi spent 4 yuan on a pack of large cigarettes and inquired about the price of bean sprouts at the supply and marketing cooperative. Having gauged the market, he headed straight to Zhu Yunshan's home in the back street. Zhu Yunshan, of the same age as Li Zhi, had grown up alongside him. Their relationship was amicable. Though Zhu's family lived in considerably better circumstances, his father, Zhu Shiguang, served as the village committee's accountant. Zhu Yunshan's home comprised 3 rooms, considerably larger than Li Zhi's 2.5. The courtyard was spacious as well. Yunshan, he called upon entering the yard. Inside, Zhu Yunshan had just risen. In the depths of winter, there was little to do, especially with the new year approaching. Hey, Zhi, come on in. Zhu Yunshan, a sturdy young man standing just over 1.7 meters, greeted Li Zhi warmly. Once inside, he enthusiastically invited, Zhi, come sit on the kong. Li Zhi thought to himself that only in the rural north was such hospitality extended when visitors arrived. The customary invitation was, come, sit on the kong. In the 21st century, one would not find such casualness. At home, one could not say, come, quickly, get on the bed. Where are my uncle and aunt? He asked, clutching a cigarette and scanning the room. My dad and mom went to the front yard. They have some matters to attend to. Oh, there's a little issue. Could you help me call my uncle back? Zhu Yunshan was uncertain about what matter Li Zhi had. Yet he still went to summon Zhu Shiguang. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, and Zhu Shiguang, a man in his early 40s, entered. He was sharp-witted, with small, twinkling eyes that darted around. Upon seeing Li Zhi, he initially felt reluctant to engage with this seemingly ineffectual nephew. However, when Li Zhi placed the cigarette tucked under his arm on the kong, Zhu Shiguang's interest peaked. Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. Have you eaten? Come, let us share a meal. No trouble at all, uncle. I have already dined at home. Oh, Daji, I heard you fell into an ice hole recently. Yunshan was quite worried. Zhu Yunshan quickly added, indeed. I wanted to visit you, but my father wouldn't allow it. Li Zhi felt helpless. This silly boy, Zhu Shiguang, though somewhat awkward, understood that Li Zhi was not there to settle scores. He promptly addressed Zhu Yunshan, saying, Uncle is only looking out for you. Don't speak carelessly. I've caught a cold from the frost. What if I pass it on to you? I'm not afraid. Zhu Yunshan declared with righteous fervor. Li Zhi chuckled inwardly. Zhu Yunshan was a good-hearted individual, albeit overly earnest. Chapter 4. A fiery scene. He then got straight to the point. Uncle, as the new year approaches, I brought you a cigarette as a token of respect. Yunshan and I are good buddies. Ah, you're being too polite. Just come without bringing anything. Although Zhu Yunshan eyed the cigarette, he did not accept it. Instead, he remarked, You rascal, don't keep me guessing. Is there something you need from uncle? Oh, the times are indeed better. One can speak plainly without circumlocution. I do have a small favor to ask. I would like you to announce something over the loudspeaker at the brigade. Is that all? You don't need to bring anything for that. After he finished his sentence, Li Zhi noticed that the cigarettes had already found their way into Zhu Shiguang's hands, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Regardless of the era, who would decline a gift? What do you need me to announce? Please let everyone know that I have 100 pounds of bean sprouts for sale at my house for just 18 cents a pound. First come, first served. What? 18 cents? How cheap? The supply and marketing cooperative sells them for 25 cents, and everything rises in price by the year's end. Zhu Yunshan had gone to the cooperative that morning and bought a pound of bean sprouts, so he was aware of the current price. Yes, I only have 100 pounds to sell, and once it's gone, it's gone. Li Zhi was employing the concept of hunger marketing. He couldn't mention that he had over 2,000 pounds of bean sprouts ready, as that would deter buyers. He hadn't anticipated that the plant growth regulator would perform so well, yielding several hundred pounds more than expected. All right, I'll assist you with this. Zhu Shiguang agreed, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Selling 100 pounds for just a little over 10 yuan seemed too meager for Li Zhi to offer a cigarette in return. By the way, uncle, do you know anyone from the Taitu village or Beiwakan brigade? I would like to get acquainted. Seeing the value of the cigarette, Zhu Shiguang readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Once I finish with the loudspeaker, I'll take you over there. Satisfied, Li Zhi departed and returned home to inform his father, mother, younger brother, and sister that business would soon commence, instructing them to prepare accordingly. The bean sprouts inside were covered with old newspapers, with only 100 pounds set aside in the outer room. Attention, dear villagers. Attention, dear villagers. At Li Zhi's house on the main street, there are 100 pounds of bean sprouts for sale, and they are very inexpensive, just 18 cents a pound. Greetings, esteemed villagers. At the residence of Li Zhi on the front street, bean sprouts are being sold for a mere 18 cents per pound. It's a first-come, first-served opportunity. Whoever seizes the moment shall reap the rewards. After calling out several times, Li Zhi, hearing the loudspeaker, cast a puzzled glance at Li Zhi. I sought Zhu Shiguang's assistance to announce this, he remarked. Would he truly help others so readily? Li Zhi scoffed, for Zhu Shiguang was rather self-serving. Flaunting his position as the village accountant and holding an air of superiority. I had Yunshan speak on my behalf, Li Zhi replied, choosing not to mention the cigarettes he had given, lest his father utter more criticisms. Li Zhi had already opened the front door, clearing the snow away, and even sprinkled sand to prevent slips, recognizing that the 21st century populace places great importance on service. At that moment, 3 middle-aged women entered, shouting, "Day! Was that announcement about your bean sprouts?" Li Zhi promptly affirmed, "Yes, indeed. We have some bean sprouts. Come inside." Once inside, the women immediately set their sights on the bean sprouts prepared by Li Zhi, a variety they had never encountered before, plump, vibrant, and undeniably fresh. Oh, these bean sprouts are splendid, far superior to those from the supply and marketing cooperative. Indeed, the sprouts from there have a tendency to darken. I would have made them myself if time permitted. Suqin, please give me 5 pounds. Bai Suqin cheerfully replied, certainly. Let me weigh them for you. Look at this. It's over 5 pounds. The woman produced cash to pay, inquiring, when did you start selling bean sprouts? It was my son Daji's idea. We aren't aiming for profit, otherwise we wouldn't sell them so cheaply. The cooperative charges over 20 cents. The middle-aged woman gazed at Li Zhi in astonishment. She had heard tales of the Li family's son being rather ineffectual, yet now he appeared quite shrewd. Li Zhi then brought over a plate of sunflower seeds, along with some candies, all purchased by him. Aunt Ho-Hot, please enjoy some seeds. After all, there's little to do at year-end. Ho-Hot, amused, grabbed a handful of seeds and smiled at Li Zhi. This lad knows how to host. Very well, I shall sit for a while and lend a hand later. Li Zhi had his reasons for this hospitality. Before long, more people began to arrive outside, and he encouraged a portion to remain inside, requiring nothing more than to munch on sunflower seeds and enjoy some sweets. These were the straightforward folks. As for the more gossipy and frivolous women, Li Zhi cleverly persuaded them to spread the word, for he recognized they were the finest propagators of advertisement. The room soon filled with a considerable crowd, creating an appearance of bustling business. Even those who initially had no intention of purchasing felt compelled to buy, fearing they would miss out. To enhance the buyer's sense of advantage, Li Zhi discreetly advised Bai Suqin to weigh a little extra. Though it was but a minor detail, it contributed to the thriving scene. Besides the individuals attracted by the loudspeaker, the remaining crowd comprised village women with nothing to do, resulting in a bustling atmosphere at Li Zhi's home. The entrance was crowded, and a long line formed in the courtyard, spilling out beyond the door. Day, give me 3 pounds. Suqin, pack it up for me. I've already given you the money. Xiaoxue, collect the aunt's money quickly. There won't be any left soon. At the outset, Ho-Hot and others consistently lent their assistance. Most individuals from the 1980s were quite sincere. Although they felt envy, it was devoid of jealousy. They recognized that the exceptional quality of the bean sprouts, sold at such a modest price, could not yield significant profits. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Li Zhi's eye at the entrance. With a swift turn of his gaze, he filled 3 bags with 4 or 5 pounds of bean sprouts each. Mom and Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment, he exclaimed, hurrying towards the exit. Li Zhi and Bai Suqin were unaware of Li Zhi's intentions, but had no time to inquire. They were exhausted, constantly weighing and collecting money, not pausing for even a second. Despite their fatigue, their hearts brimmed with joy. Uncle, you've arrived. Let us set off. By the way, this is our family's bean sprouts. Do try some. Li Zhi offered a portion to Zhu Shiguang, who was delighted, appreciating Li Zhi's thoughtfulness. He previously perceived Li Zhi as rather timid. Subsequently, he brought Li Zhi to the home of the village's women's director, a lady in her 40s. Still possessing a certain charm, Li Zhi spent 3 yuan acquiring numerous items, in addition to a large bag of bean sprouts. Li Zhi, you must call her Aunt Gua. Interestingly, she is a distant relative of your mother. Li Zhi, hailing from a later era, had engaged in myriad business ventures, honing his persuasive skills. He sweetly addressed her as Auntie, remarking on her youthful appearance, claiming she looked merely 30. This flattered Gua Jinhua immensely. All right. I shall assist you with this matter. Shortly, I will summon someone to announce it over the loudspeaker. After all, our two villages are not far apart. In truth, Gua Jinhua was not only charmed by Li Zhi's flattery, but also by the gifts he brought, including fruit and bean sprouts, which compelled her to reciprocate kindly. Thank you, Auntie. Li Zhi discreetly observed the scene, excusing himself to step outside for a smoke, thereby allowing Zhu Shiguang and Gua Jinhua some privacy. Their exchanged glances suggested a burgeoning intimacy. Sure enough, after a brief conversation, Zhu Shiguang emerged from the house, brimming with satisfaction, as if he had just engaged in a spirited discussion. Nephew, let us go? We're heading to Beiwakan. Beiwakan was considerably smaller than Gaowakan, which had around 1,000 households, whereas Beiwakan boasted only 200 to 300. However, Li Zhi did not perceive the smaller population as a disadvantage. This was still a market, and 300 households likely represented over 1,000 individuals. The potential for market utilization was immense. Chapter 5. A New Plan. Uncle. Doesn't every household in Beiwakan possess a sewing machine? Li Zhi recalled that Beiwakan was quite distinctive. Despite its smaller population compared to Gaowakan, the residents were relatively affluent. The women of this village earned substantial income by undertaking sewing work, with diligent individuals able to make as much as 20 yuan. In 1987, when the majority of workers earned only 40 to 50 yuan monthly, earning 20 yuan in a single day was a significant achievement. Indeed, they are quite prosperous. Our family also wishes to acquire a sewing machine. I want Yunshan to learn and earn a bit more. Uncle, you think Yunshan should learn to sew? Li Zhi chuckled at the image of the short and stout Zhu Yunshan pedaling away at a sewing machine. What is so funny? If it brings in money, that is all that matters. Li Zhi was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Shiguang's discernment, yet he felt that Zhu Yunshan was quite pragmatic and industrious. If he were to merely engage in sewing at home, it would indeed be a disservice to his talents. He contemplated summoning Yunshan when the need for assistance arose. While seeking help in Taotu village yielded no unexpected results, they encountered obstacles in Beiwak village. Old Zhu, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. The broadcast about the bean sprouts has delayed everyone's opportunity to earn at home. Wouldn't you agree? Spoke Zhao Shuyang, the village secretary of Beiwak. A man in his mid-30s with slicked back hair and dressed in a gray, padded shoulder suit. Greetings, this is Li Zhi from Gaowa village. I brought a few modest items as a token of goodwill. The bean sprouts are a trivial matter. Their sale is inconsequential. My primary purpose here is to inquire how many households in our village possess sewing machines. Li Zhi expressed, his thoughts beginning to flow. The 1980s witnessed the rapid growth of the garment industry, as the market opened post-reform and the influx of Western culture transformed the aesthetic preferences of the youth. The garment sector proved to be a lucrative endeavor. Zhao Shuyang glanced at Li Zhi, recognizing him as a newcomer. However, he adhered to the etiquette of not snubbing a benefactor. Ah, you're Li, my younger brother. What brilliant ideas do you have? After over a decade of navigating various industries in the 21st century, Li Zhi spoke with confidence. A relative of mine operates a clothing factory, though it's quite large, with hundreds of employees. I was considering contracting a portion of fabric for processing, and I've heard that many households in our village possess sewing machines. I wanted to gauge the situation first. Zhao Shuyang's interest was piqued at the mention of a factory with hundreds of workers. Impressive. Our village has at least 150 sewing machines. What price can you offer? Not only was he the village secretary, but also the largest processing contractor in the area. Li Zhi understood that bypassing Zhao Shuyang would be impossible, yet he perceived the arrangement as advantageous. Although Zhao might take a cut, it would simplify management, and having the village secretary's support would ease his endeavors. He cast a glance at Zhu Shiguang, who had been attentively listening, particularly regarding Li Zhi's proposal for contracting processing work. Zhao Shuyang quickly grasped the situation and, recognizing Zhu's presence, shifted his approach. What am I even asking? With the new year approaching, there's little we can accomplish. As for the bean sprouts, I want to be able to assist with that. However, how many pounds do you have? Bring them over later. Our village has had a prosperous year, and as we approach the end of the year, we should distribute some benefits to the villagers. Forget the trivial amounts. Just bring them to me. and we'll settle at 20 cents per pound, whatever you have. I'll take. Li Zhi nodded, deciding to maintain an air of mystery, his tone becoming more subdued. All right, I'll send someone over shortly. I'm also helping my father. Otherwise, who would run around for such a small quantity of bean sprouts? Such filial piety. Young men like you, Li, who are so devoted to their parents, are quite rare. After exchanging pleasantries, the two bid farewell. As Zhao Shuliang personally saw him off at the door, he returned home with a sense of secret delight, pondering that perhaps next year he would reap substantial profits. Throughout the journey back, Zhu Shiguang maintained a constant smile. Noticing the distinct change in Li Zhi, particularly in his confident discourse with Zhao Shuliang. Such words were beyond his own capacity to utter. They felt utterly shameless. This was not the same Li, who could barely muster a word before. Could a plunge into icy waters truly sharpen one's intellect? Should Yinshan give it a try? He shook his head, dispelling the absurd thought from his mind. Upon Li Zhi's return, he found the courtyard bustling with numerous people, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, likely visitors from Taitu village. Entering the house, he discovered his parents and younger siblings were working tirelessly, their voices hoarse from exertion. He ventured into the inner room to check the remaining bean sprouts. Good heavens! It appeared there were only about 400 or 500 pounds left. Li Dai and Bai Suqin were nearly speechless, having gone the entire day without water, while Li Shui and Li Jin fared even worse, swaying on their feet. Filled with concern, he supported the two of them and glanced at the large basin before softly instructing the others. Once these are sold out, we will stop. Inform them that there are none left. Li Dai, puzzled, received no further explanation from Li Zhi. Trust me, Dad, it's the right decision. With a determined bite of his lip, Li Dai acquiesced. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but we have sold out of bean sprouts. It's unfortunate. I didn't prepare enough. If you wish, I can make more in a few days. His voice was barely a whisper. Caught off guard by the overwhelming demand for what was merely a simple bean sprout. Unaware of Li Zhi's true intentions and believing that more customers would be better, he was bewildered by the sudden halt on selling. Wouldn't it be better to sell everything? Disappointed murmurs filled the air as the crowd began to disperse. What is going on, Dai? We've been waiting for ages. Exactly, during the festive season, we can't even purchase a thing. Is there no law anymore? Didn't they announce 100 pounds? I didn't manage to get even a single ounce. Geiling, hearing the complaints, merely shrugged. Whose fault is it for arriving late? Suqin's bean sprouts haven tea diminished. Had you come earlier, you would have secured some. Those who missed out felt a tinge of resentment, yet fortunately, most from Gaowakin had successfully purchased their share. Observing this, Li Zhi's mind turned. Who would be willing to help me carry some items? I need someone to bike them over to Beiwakin shortly. I'll pay 1 yuan each. 1 yuan? Though modest, it was better than nothing. Especially in the dead of winter when work was scarce. Several men from Gaowakin expressed their interest in staying behind. Ultimately, Li Zhi selected 4 young men, including Zhu Yunshan. Once everyone had departed, Li Zhi refrained from asking Li Dai for assistance, recognizing that his parents and younger siblings were utterly exhausted. Among the family, he felt the most at ease. He pondered briefly. Yinshan, Dalong, Chenghong, Woyang, please return home and fetch your bicycles. We'll be heading to Beiwakin shortly. Oh, and change into a nicer outfit. I'll add an extra 20 cents for those who do. Chapter 6. The art of persuasion. The group was perplexed by his intentions. Yet upon hearing of the additional pay, their spirits lifted. An extra 20 cents for changing clothes? That was indeed a delightful proposition. With the new year approaching, these individuals were in slightly better financial standing than Li Zhi's family, and the prospect of a new outfit for the holiday was appealing. Li Zhi returned to rummage through the wardrobe. Mother, do I have a black Zhongshan suit? Indeed, it has been 2 years since you last wore it. And you claim it is no longer in vogue. Let us don this instead. The black Zhongshan suit fits him remarkably well. And even Li Dai and Bai Suqin are puzzled, wondering why they had never noticed how splendid the eldest looked in this attire before. The truth lies primarily in the aura he exudes. Li Da, somewhat withdrawn and plagued by self-doubt, had always slouched, making it difficult for any garment to appear appealing on him. In contrast, the current Li Zhi stands tall and straight, greeting everyone with a smile and a friendly call. Who wouldn't cherish such a spirited young man? Before long, the group returned, and upon seeing their outfits, Li Zhi burst into laughter. What a delightful throwback! They were clad in an array of bell-bottom trousers and padded shoulder blazers, all topped with green military overcoats. Quite a sight to behold. Li Zhi himself was bundled in a thick cotton coat, instructing them to load the bean sprouts onto the bicycle. After weighing them, they totaled precisely 500 pounds, with each person tasked to carry 100 pounds on their journey. On the way, Zhu Yinshan inquired, Li Zhi, didn't you say all the bean sprouts had been sold? Li Zhi nodded. Yes, these are reserved for someone. Hey, brothers, I'll need your assistance shortly. What do you need, Li Zhi? They asked. Aside from Zhu Yinshan, who had a practical mind, the other three harbored their own motives. One was driven by monetary gain, while the others were curious about Li Da's transformation. When we arrive, you must not call me Li Zhi, he instructed. What should we call you then? Big brother? Li Yi? Li Zhi frowned. Have you all turned into old-timers? It should be Li Zong. Li Zong. Huh. All right, Li Zong. They replied cheerfully. And remember, no joking around. You must heed my words. Otherwise, I won't pay you. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly agreed. Upon reaching Beiwakan, Li Zhi found Zhao Shuliang. Brother Zhao, I've brought the bean sprouts. Over 500 pounds, but let us just count it as 500. Do you need to weigh it? Zhao Shuliang chuckled. Weigh it? Come now, I trust you, Li Laodi. Just put it inside. It must be freezing riding a bicycle in this cold, huh? Not too bad. I usually don't ride this thing. It's just that my bike broke down, so I sent it for repairs. Li Zhi spoke nonchalantly, his face betraying no embarrassment. Business matters can't be called deceit. That would merely be a clever negotiation. Zhao Shuliang's eyes lit up. It appeared he had not misjudged Li Zhi. This young man was indeed formidable. Li Zong, where should we move the bean sprouts? Despite Zhu Yinshan's usual clumsiness, he spoke with clarity and respect, addressing Li Zhi with an air of authority, indicating he was indeed a subordinate. Oh, let us listen to Brother Zhao and move them inside. Seeing this, Zhao Shuliang inwardly marveled at Li Zhi's influence. His subordinates seemed to heed only him. He thought to himself that he needed to learn from this young man's methods. Little did he know that Zhu Yinshan had not even overheard their previous conversation. Zhao Shuliang handed Li Zhi 10 yuan notes and said, have some water, Li Laodi. Don't leave just yet. I'll have my sister-in-law prepare a feast for us. We won't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. If Li Zhi were alone, he would have gladly accepted Zhao Shuliang's invitation to drink, but today was different. He was accompanied by several outsiders, and among them, he could only place his trust in Zhu Yinshan. No, let us speak privately while drinking. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Shuliang, who nodded in agreement. A few younger brothers, please enjoy some tea and snacks on the table. After saying this, he and Li Zhi moved to another room. Brotherly, he began directly, I am the village secretary of Beiwo village. Anyone wishing to utilize the resources of my village must pass through me. Otherwise, you won't be able to find anyone at all. His tone bore a hint of threat, yet it resonated with Li Zhi's intentions. Li Zhi chuckled, Brother Zhao, your words may be a tad excessive. Although I am young, I understand the principle of mutual profit. Thus, I shall be straightforward. If the processing fees can yield me a profit, I am willing to collaborate with you. Well, that depends on what you can offer me. Zhao Shuliang replied, his eyes narrowing. Brother, do enlighten me on the prices others are offering. Be honest with me, as I genuinely wish to negotiate. My relative's garment factory is substantial, with a monthly output of 30,000 units. Zhao Shuliang gasped in astonishment. 30,000? In a month? How many garments does that entail? Such a grand factory. Strikingly, Li Zhi did not convey the demeanor of an inexperienced youth. Rather, he appeared to be a cunning old fox. This only reassured Zhao Shuliang, for had Li Zhi shown even a hint of naivety, he would not have engaged in discussions with him. After a moment's deliberation, he declared, for cents, regardless of the garment type. In truth, Zhao Shuliang had not lied. It was the first time he had spoken honestly to a stranger, a fact unbeknownst even to his wife. The honesty stemmed from his desperation. As Li Zhi's demeanor suggested, he was well versed in the clothing industry. He feared that a falsehood might cost him this deal. Furthermore, the recent decline in orders from his previous employer had left many villagers dissatisfied, receiving only half their usual share. He was eager to find a new collaborator. For cents? Li Zhi pondered, shaking his head inwardly. It was not a significant sum, but Zhao Shuliang's position was crucial. Typically, processing a garment ranged from 20 cents to over $1, depending on complexity. To earn $20 a day from processing was impressive. Could one truly produce 20 complex garments in a single day, toiling from dawn until midnight? For cents? Li Zhi mused, carefully observing Zhao Shuliang. Seeing Li Zhi's hesitation, Zhao Shuliang felt a flicker of panic cross his face, which Li Zhi caught with keen interest. Zhao Shuliang was indeed in a precarious situation, as the villagers were restless and eager to seek work elsewhere. He had hastily promised to find them jobs, and Li Zhi's sudden appearance ignited a glimmer of hope. How could he pass up the opportunity presented by Li Zhi, whom he perceived as a potential benefactor? Brother, allow me to clarify. That price is for others. However, we share a bond. I feel a connection with you. 4 cents sounds unappealing. Let us settle on 3 cents per garment. I shall take 3 cents for each piece. Upon uttering this, Zhao Shuliang felt his heart bleed, conceding a penny. Yet, earning even a penny was preferable to nothing at all, was it not? Otherwise, the villagers would venture out to seek work themselves, and he would be in dire straits. With hopeful eyes, he gazed at Li Zhi, having already conceded a significant portion. He believed Li Zhi would acquiesce, but to his surprise, Li Zhi shook his head, declaring, "This cannot be done. Brotherly, dear sibling, if I yield any further, there will be no profit left for me. I must find someone to mediate. For do you think everyone can allow an entire village to undertake sewing tasks? The authorities are stringent now. This could be deemed collective speculation. I must cater to those in power. It costs money every time." In his anxiety, he inadvertently jeopardized his own position. Having navigated the complexities of modern society for many years, Li Zhi had clawed his way out of the abyss over a decade. He dealt with the people of this era with the ease of a high-level player dominating a novice, slicing through challenges effortlessly. Do not be hasty, Brother Zhao. I have yet to finish my words. As I previously stated, there is ample wealth to be shared. I am not a miser, yet 3/5 is simply too little. I shall offer you 6/5. Zhao Shuliang was incredulous, believing he had misheard. What? 6/5? Brother, you jest, do you not? The cheapest garment still costs 20 cents. And with 6/5, this fellow possesses remarkable capability. The price proposed is double the market rate. Why? Do you not trust me? Li Zhi's demeanor instantly grew cold as he made to leave. Zhao Shuliang hurriedly grasped Li Zhi's arm. Wait, brother, it was my error. It is not that I do not trust you. I merely fear I might not be able to afford it. No, it is not that. What difference does it make? Although I operate on a monthly settlement, the price I offer is unmatched in the entirety of Xiaolan Town. Monthly settlement? Zhao Shuliang looked momentarily dazed. Typically, they settled accounts within a day or two, conducting daily checks on quantities, with the longest not exceeding 5 days. This was his first encounter with a monthly settlement. Yes, monthly settlement. What? It seems Brother Zhao does not believe me. What are you afraid of? I can deliver my fabrics here. This is a sign of trust towards you. Should you not extend the same trust to me? How much could the processing fees possibly amount to? Are you concerned I cannot afford it? My relative's monthly output is 30,000. Li Zhi invoked a non-existent relative, radiating a spirit of shameless determination. The figure of 30,000 bewildered Zhao Shuliang, leaving only the notion of Li Zhi's fictitious relative in his mind. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. A monthly settlement it shall be. I will consult with the others. At worst, I shall advance the funds myself. However, brotherly, let us agree on 6 cents per piece. Do not renege later. A gentleman's word is his bond." He extended his hand to Zhao Shuliang, their palms meeting in agreement. Once spoken, it is not to be retracted. A gentleman? Where in the marketplace do gentlemen exist? Brotherly, when will the processed goods be delivered? Do not rush. Let us wait until after the Lantern Festival. It is currently the new year, and the factories are closed. Excellent. By the way, brotherly, I have 10 yuan here. During this festive season, I cannot visit your uncle. Please use this to buy him 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. He extracted a 10 yuan note from his pocket. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. Though he feigned modesty, Li Zhi accepted the money without hesitation, wearing an expression that suggested it was of little consequence. He understood that the more he acted this way, the more uncertain Zhao Shuliang would feel. Zhao Shuliang pondered. Was this amount insufficient? Upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. With such wealth, the individual is hardly concerned about a mere 10 yuan. Li Zhi accepted the cigarette handed to him by Zhao Shuliang, who promptly lit it for him. Li Zhi took a puff and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "By the way, Brother Zhao, my relative has entrusted me with the responsibility of fabric procurement for the coming year. Do you happen to know any reputable wholesale fabric stores?" Fabric stores, I am acquainted with a few. In the past, whenever we faced shortages at the clothing factory we were processing for, I would assist by purchasing directly, Zhao Shuliang replied. Ah, I may need to restock as well. Would you be so kind as to provide me with an introduction letter? Li Zhi requested. Certainly, no problem at all. Zhao Shuliang felt a sense of secret delight at being able to assist Li Zhi, whom he regarded as someone extraordinary, akin to a prominent business mogul. He then took out a piece of stationery for the introduction letter, while Li Zhi observed, intrigued. This was his first encounter with such a letter. Yet he understood its paramount significance in this era. Everything relied upon these endorsements. The letter read, Comrade Feng Dihai. Hereby introduces Comrade Li Zhi to your establishment for wholesale procurement. Li Zhi interjected, Ahem, I typically purchase fabric in quantities exceeding 10,000 yuan. Zhao Shuliang, grasping the implication, continued writing, ensuring to emphasize the necessity for excellent service for orders above 10,000 yuan. The letter was duly signed by the village secretary of Beiwakan, complete with the village committee's official seal and Zhao Shuliang's personal stamp. Li, my dear brother, Feng Dihai possesses considerable influence. He has both wealth and connections, Zhao Shuliang remarked. With the introduction letter in hand, Li Zhi felt a surge of excitement. Each step had been meticulously planned, and this particular document was crucial to his anticipated success. Very well, Brother Zhao, I shall not impose further. I will come to pay my respects after the new year. Are you leaving already? Why not stay for a meal? Zhao Shuliang suggested. Li Zhi shook his head, preferring to return early and prepare. Although he himself had no concerns, the presence of the three older gentlemen made him cautious. He did not wish for any information to slip out. All right, I shall not keep you any longer, Zhao Shuliang conceded. On the way back, Li Zhi felt elated. The endeavor had been remarkably successful. The few companions accompanying him, aside from Zhu Yunsan, had their thoughts racing, wondering how Li Zhi had suddenly become connected with Zhao Shuliang. It was common knowledge throughout the 10 villages that Beiwakan was affluent, and many were aware of Zhao Shuliang's reputation. Li Zhi discreetly observed the expressions of his companions. No matter their inquiries, he remained evasive and non-committal, which only fueled their perception of his remarkable capabilities. DeLong, whose real name was Gudalong, hailed from a family that had been cultivating land for the past 2 years. With 3 brothers, they had ample labor and diligence, each now managing approximately 20 acres of land. Despite farming, their family had also accumulated some savings. Chenghong's family had purchased a tractor that had been retired from the production team, which enabled them to construct 4-tiled houses. Chenghong was considered quite perceptive. He had persuaded his father to invest all their savings in this tractor. Although it frequently broke down, it must be said that maintaining a tractor proved to be quite profitable. As for Wu Liang's family, they were rather ordinary. Though they enjoyed the advantage of having only one child, allowing the 3 of them to live comfortably, Li Zhi distributed 2 yuan to each of them, which elicited joyous laughter from the 4. In the cozy confines of their home, Li Dei, Bai Suqin, and their 2 younger children reclined on the kong, utterly exhausted after a long day's toil. Fortunately, Li Zhi had taken away the remaining 500 jin, sparing them several more hours of labor. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhi felt a twinge of guilt. This was, after all, his suggestion. Yet, to achieve prominence in the eyes of others, one must endure considerable hardship. When his elder son returned, he inquired, Are you hungry? Mother, go prepare the meal. Bai Suqin rose from the kong, a glimmer of joy illuminating her weary face. Though fatigued, the sight of the money box brimming with cash made her feel that every effort was worthwhile. Mother, please rest. Today I shall cook. I've bought several pounds of pork, Li Zhi declared, eager to showcase his culinary skills. After all, I haven't worn myself out today. Li Shui, lying in bed, groaned. Indeed, our elder brother didn't lift a finger, and we're utterly worn out. My legs can barely hold me up. Do not speak foolishly. Your brother has worked harder than us. While we toil physically, he exerts himself mentally, Li Dei chided, sitting up and lighting a cigarette. By the way, who did you sell the vegetables to, Deji? I'm quite curious about how you managed to sell 500 jin at once. Chapter 8. Profound Profits. Li Zhi produced 10 crisp 10-yuan bills and handed them over. Father, you needn't worry about this. Just count how much we made today. Upon hearing the mention of money, Li Dei couldn't help but smile broadly. Excellent. Let us tally it up together. A smile crept onto Bai Suqin's face as well, and Li Jin and Li Shui turned eagerly towards the money box, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. As Li Zhi ventured into the kitchen, he planned to prepare a sumptuous dish of braised pork along with stir-fried cabbage and potatoes. 15, 50, 100, father. I already have 10. he exclaimed. Good, good. I have 10 here as well. Perfect, let us stack them up. By the time Li Zhi's meal was nearly ready, the others had not yet finished counting. The sight of so much money was a rarity for them, and Li Dai clutched the bills with reluctance to let go. Wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Father, I bought you something special, Li Zhi called out. What special thing? Li Dai asked, puzzled. This, Li Zhi replied, revealing a green bottle of liquor as if performing a magic trick. Ah, chiffon liquor. A fine choice. My eldest son knows I have a taste for it. Li Dai exclaimed, overjoyed. He had once relished drinking, often sought out during his tenure as a team leader in the production brigade. However, after the brigade disbanded and life became more frugal, he could scarcely afford such luxuries. Bai Suqin shot him a disapproving glance, always thinking of that fiery concoction. What is so good about it? Li Zhi, what about the dishes? Let me see. Coming right up. Li Zhi replied, shortly returning with 3 large bowls. The enticing aroma wafting through the air, making everyone's mouths water in anticipation. Wow, brother, this smells absolutely divine. What is it? Li Shui asked, her gaze fixated on the centerpiece of braised pork, her mouth almost watering. It's called braised pork. I read about it in a book. It's a dish from the south. Li Zhi explained. His braised pork was remarkably authentic, with a vibrant red hue, rich yet not greasy, perfectly balanced between savory and sweet, each bite bursting with flavor. The stir-fried cabbage and potato strips also contained morsels of meat, adding to the delightful spread. Li Dai was in exceptionally high spirits, pouring a glass of wine for Bai Suqin and Li Zhi. As for Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui, you two should refrain from drinking. You still have school to attend. Let the 3 of us indulge. He paused, almost forgetting. I bought soft drinks for Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui. With that, he brought in 2 bottles of fruit-flavored soda from outside. For Li Jin and Li Shui, both children. Having soda was a rare treat. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the 2 bottles. Li Jin opened a bottle with his teeth and handed it to Li Shui. Sister, just pour a glass for our second brother. Keep the rest for yourself. Second brother, since big brother bought us each a bottle, I don't want it. If you don't drink, then neither will I. With that, she turned away, no longer looking at the soda. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhi felt a surge of emotion. Such a small detail revealed the harmony within the family. Li Jin and Li Shui were indeed good children. Any lingering desire to return to the modern world dissipated. Living in such a family was a blessing. As they savored the dishes prepared by Li Zhi, praises abounded. Li Zhi's eloquence from modern times shone through as the family shared laughter and conversation over their meal. Li Dai, having consumed a glass of wine, perhaps after a long hiatus, found his speech slightly slurred. Li Zhi chuckled and set down his glass, his capacity for alcohol well known. Having once downed 3 shots of high-proof liquor in quick succession for a business deal. Dad, do you know how much our family made this time? How much? 402 yuan. It's the easiest money your father has ever earned. He repeated, 402. 402. This moment tugged at the heartstrings. As the head of the family, Li Dai bore the weight of all responsibilities and pressures. Even if he felt deeply troubled, he dared not reveal it to his family. The recent incident of Li Zhi being jilted stirred feelings of frustration within him. He felt guilty toward his son. If only they had the means, would such a thing have occurred? The Wang family's second daughter was indeed commendable. Li Zhi had an inkling of the earnings, yet he couldn't help but marvel at the substantial profit. With 620 pounds of beans costing around 70. Excluding labor, dividing 330 by 70 yielded a staggering gross profit margin of over 470. Is it really that frightening? That's excessive. Such an extraordinary profit left Li Zhi astounded. The profit margin was nearing 500. He recalled a memorable quote from his studies of capital. When there is a suitable profit, capital becomes bold. With a 10% profit, capital can be utilized. With 20%, it becomes active. With 50%, it takes risks. For 100%, capital dares to trample all human laws. With 300%, capital will commit any crime, even risking execution. No wonder everyone aspired to be capitalists. Although this profit was enticing, Li Zhi understood that such a significant profit margin was entirely due to favorable timing, location, and circumstances. Originally, the price of bean sprouts was not so exorbitant, typically hovering around a mere dime. However, as the year drew to a close, the supply and marketing cooperative raised prices, capitalizing on the temporal advantage. Coupled with the village's loudspeaker promotions, the demand surged among those preparing for the new year. Otherwise, they would merely subsist on stored cabbage and potatoes. The crux of the matter lies with Li Zhi, for no one else could have achieved such success in this endeavor. His father had already envisioned a future where they would cease land cultivation and instead sell bean sprouts, proclaiming the venture to be exceedingly lucrative. "Money is a good thing," exclaimed Li Zhi, his tongue thickened with excitement as he spoke dreamily. Li Zhi, however, shook his head in resignation. His father's perspective was rather myopic, fixating solely on immediate profits without considering that post-New Year, the demand for bean sprouts would diminish, as would their price. He also neglected the risks of preserving them, for they could easily spoil, leading to losses. "Father, let us discuss next year's matters when the time comes. Tomorrow, we shall head to the market to buy clothes for Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui, and let us also procure some New Year goods, perhaps some firecrackers as well." Bai Suqin shot Li Zhi a disapproving glance, lamenting over her extravagant child. "What need is there for firecrackers? Shouldn't you be saving money to marry? We should wait until we have saved enough to propose to the Wang family." "Mother, I have no intention of marrying so soon. We shall discuss this matter later." He had little impression of Wang Fengying, having met her only a couple of times, and the arrangement was made by his parents, a notion he did not support. "You foolish child. Nonsense. By the time the new year passes, you will be 19. At 19, I was already crawling all over." Li Zhi chuckled, hoping to dismiss the topic, yet he was acutely aware that his parents had not given up hope. It seemed imperative to find a resolution to this predicament. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter. The following day, the family prepared to attend the Grand Market. In northern China, major markets were held on specific days, such as the 25th and 8th, but after the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the markets operated continuously until New Year's Eve. Li Zhi pushed his bicycle as the family walked towards the market in Xiaolin town. Inhaling the fresh air, he genuinely felt that life in the 1980s, despite its hardships, was accompanied by a splendid environment. Along the way, groups of people either walked or cycled, each carrying bamboo-woven baskets. The colors of the era were rather muted, with most garments falling into a similar style, predominantly in shades of green, blue, gray, and black. Men donned zhongshan suits, often favoring hats, either blue or gray liberation caps, while those seeking warmth wore the lei foam cap, its large ears flapping about. Women dressed in slightly more flamboyant attire, yet still resembling one another, with one or two braided pigtails, their hair dark and uncolored, their faces radiating a simple joy. Occasionally, ox-drawn carts and horse-drawn carriages passed by, with mischievous children leaping onto the carts. The drivers, smoking, would notice the children and, fearing for their safety, would shout and flick their long whips to dislodge them. The children, laughing merrily, showed no fear. Upon arriving at the market, Li Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment. What a crowd! It was a veritable sea of humanity. More than half of the crowd navigated the market on their bicycles, predominantly clad in dark blue and green zhongshan suits, though one could occasionally catch a glimpse of young men sporting long, curly, or voluminous hairstyles, adorned with sunglasses and bell-bottom jeans. Li Zhi smiled, recognizing this as a manifestation of Western cultural influence, as well as a sign of the reform and opening up era. "Mom and Dad, go ahead and shop for the New Year goods. Xiao Jin, Xiao Shui, come along, I'll take you to buy some clothes." With one hand grasping each of them, he led them toward a clothing stall. The market was bustling, and while Li Jin and Li Shui perceived the lively atmosphere, Li Zhi saw a vast marketplace. The current competitive landscape appeared almost non-existent. Li Shui sensed something amiss. "Big brother, why are your hands shaking?" "It's nothing. I'm just happy," Li Zhi replied, unaware that his voice trembled slightly. Fortune had smiled upon him. He had been reborn in this era. And who could rival someone with foresight into the market for the next 30 years? A grand business blueprint slowly took shape in Li Zhi's mind. He even envisioned establishing a commercial empire in this era. In his past life, he had the capability, yet fate had played cruel tricks on him, burdening him with a debt of 50 million. This time would be different. He simply wished to honor his family. "Little sister, do you think this cotton-padded jacket looks nice?" Li Jin held up a blue floral jacket, gazing at Li Shui with hopeful eyes. This jacket was unlike those made at home. The hem was adorned with lace. Li Zhi tapped him on the head. "What is this? It looks dreadful, and besides, there's too little cotton. It's too light to keep warm." "Why did you hit my head? I still need this brain to study," Li Jin protested, rubbing his head in annoyance. Li Zhi chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Jin has a point. I won't hit your head anymore. You must study hard. aim for college, and bring pride to mom and dad. Attending university was a dream for Li Zhi as well. He never imagined that in 2 lifetimes he would miss the opportunity. However, with a younger brother and sister, he placed his hopes upon them. Li Zhi, with a hint of youthful seriousness on his face, nodded earnestly. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely study hard. I'll make our parents proud. Li Zhi genuinely cherished his younger siblings. In his previous life, he had been utterly alone, and during his most destitute moments, he had no one to lean on. He didn't necessarily need assistance then. He merely longed for someone to care for him. During the darkest times of his life, he yearned for familial warmth, wishing for siblings to utter a few comforting words. Otherwise, he felt as if he were abandoned in an icy cellar by the entire world. Thus, in this life, he treasured this bond of kinship even more. Suddenly, Li Shui tugged at Li Zhi's arm. Big brother, look over there. With her keen eyes, she spotted a figure and quickly pulled him aside, pointing in another direction. What is that? Is it sugar syrup? Big brother, buy it for me later. Li Zhi observed an elderly man, around 50, squatting on the ground, dressed in a military green coat. In front of him were 6 or 7 large aluminum lunchboxes filled with golden sugar syrup. He stirred the mixture with 2 bamboo sticks, crafting a piece of sugar syrup in moments. No, I want to buy it right now. Brother, let us go, she said, playfully shaking Li Zhi's arm. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Zhi's eyes. What had Xiao Shui seen? After all, she was a sensible child and would not act coy just to buy candy. The more she behaved this way, the more curious Li Zhi became. Haha, Xiao Shui, behave, and I shall buy it for you shortly. He then turned, and a figure caught his eye, causing his body to shudder slightly. Xiao Shui's voice carried a hint of tears. Brother? Isn't that Wang Fengying and her father? Li Zhi remarked with a pout, his tone revealing his displeasure. Being a boy, he lacked the emotional delicacy of Li Shui and spoke his mind, which provoked a fierce glare from his sister. You talk too much. After a moment, Li Zhi softly said, let us go buy some syrup. Are you all right, brother? I am fine. Let us buy the candy, and you two focus on your studies. In the future, I shall find you a beautiful sister-in-law. Thank you, brother. Li Zhi replied, such a familiar conversation. 3 portions of syrup, please. He ordered 3 servings, eager to taste the syrup from the 1980s himself. Li Shui and Li Jin enjoyed their treats immensely. Such delicacies were rare for the Li family. Uncle, make me some syrup. A crisp voice rang out nearby. Humph. Li Shui glanced at the source and snorted. At the other end of the stall stood a girl, quietly observing. She had her hair tied in a ponytail. Her complexion not particularly fair, but her features were pleasant, with a lovely nose and mouth, though her eyes were somewhat small. She wore a burgundy double-breasted wool coat, which was quite fashionable for that era. However, to Li Zhi, it was less practical than a floral cotton jacket, considering how she was stamping her feet to keep warm. When the girl turned and saw Li Zhi and the others, she paused. Zhi, Fengying is also here to shop. Li Zhi greeted her nonchalantly. Wang Fengying did not expect to run into him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In those days, people cared significantly about their reputation and were aware of shame. Her father, Wang Yun, had made things difficult for the Li family, demanding an exorbitant bride price of 880 yuan, and ultimately scamming them out of 100 yuan for the engagement. Brother, let us ignore her. Her family is lost in their pursuit of money. Li Shui angrily pulled Li Zhi away. Despite her young age, she was quite perceptive, particularly in an era where children matured quickly. She understood that her brother's previous misfortune was tied to the Wang family's proposal. Li Shui's words reddened Wang Fengying's face. At just 18, being called out like that made her feel particularly guilty towards the Li family, yet she had no say in the marriage, merely following her parents' wishes. Just as they were about to leave, a sharp voice called out, "What is wrong with being obsessed with money? Your family wishes they could be as affluent, yet you still dare to shop? Huh? Do you have money for New Year goods? Unable to come up with a bride price, yet dreaming of marrying? Go back to your fantasies, you little brat. Get lost." Chapter 10. A lesson for Wang. Dating Li Shui, with her fiery personality, was immediately incensed by the remark. Without even glancing back, she knew who it was. With a defiant tilt of her head, she retorted, "Our family may not have money for New Year goods, but whether rich or poor, we live with integrity. Wang. Dating, the Li family does not sell its daughters. We live our lives with peace of mind and will not engage in any unscrupulous dealings." The middle-aged man speaking was Wang Yulai, the father of Wang Fengying. The Wang family was relatively well off, and Wang Yulai, with his generous stature, had acquired the nickname Wang the Portly, a rarity in these times. Li Zhi nearly burst into laughter at the sound of that moniker. The girl certainly had a sharp tongue. However, Li Zhi felt Wang Yulai deserved the scorn. As an elder, how could he stoop to quarreling with a child? Did he not feel it unbecoming? Moreover, the Wang family was indeed at fault during the betrothal discussion. It had been agreed that if they had the means, they would provide a dowry, but if not, it would be dismissed. Yet, after accepting 100 yuan as betrothal money, they had reneged. Enough. Xiaoxue, how can you speak of others that way? They are an elder, Li Zhi admonished, leaving Xiaoxue feeling utterly wronged, her eyes reddening. Upon hearing Li Zhi chastise Xiaoxue, Wang Yulai's lips curled in disdain, silently cursing Li Zhi as a coward for siding with an outsider instead of his own sister. Li Zhi, looking solemnly at Xiaoxue, instructed her, Xiaoxue, it is impolite to call someone Wang the portly simply because of their physique. Uft. Ha ha ha, brother. Li Jin and Li Shui erupted in laughter, with Li Shui giggling uncontrollably, nearly losing her balance. How had she never noticed her brother's wit before? Wang Yulai was nearly apoplectic, rage boiling within him as he glared at the laughing Xiaoxue, barking, "Dare you laugh?" He lunged forward, striking the nearest Xiaoxue across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving a mark on her delicate cheek, and tears sprang forth as she covered her face. Having grown up in a household where no one had ever laid a hand on her, this was a shocking betrayal. Seeing Xiaoxue struck, Li Zhi's eyes turned crimson, fury igniting within him. He vowed to cherish his family in this life. Upon awakening in this era, he was greeted by two pairs of worried eyes, those of kin, whose bonds ran deeper than blood. No one was allowed to bully his family. Yet, he maintained his composure. Xiao Jin, keep an eye on Xiaoxue. His temples throbbed as he approached Wang Yulai, who, in a moment of regret, wondered why he had acted so impulsively against a child. How would they face each other in the future? But then he thought, the Li family was impoverished. What did he have to fear? What's the matter, you little brat? Do you want to take me on? He jeered. The response came in the form of Li Zhi's fist, a resounding bang. Li Zhi's punch landed squarely on Wang Yulai's nose, causing a ringing in his ears and a sharp pain as blood gushed forth. He had been caught completely off guard, unable to dodge the blow. After all, at over 40, he was no match for Li Zhi, who struck with unrestrained fury. You little brat, I'll settle this with you, he roared. But before he could react, another slap from Li Zhi connected with his face. Perhaps the original Li Duwang had been timid and conflict-averse, never having fought in his life. But that did not mean Li Zhi was the same. During his years selling goods in the market, he had often found himself in skirmishes over positions and new arrivals. Each encounter had involved a measure of conflict. Mind your words. This slap is in retribution for Xiaoxue, and that punch was a mere concession. Wang Yunlai, if you wish to fight, I am more than willing to engage. Let us see who strikes harder. Watch as I do not split your head open. After Li Zhi's fierce declaration, he picked up a square brick from the ground. His menacing words made Wang Yunlai realize that Li Zhi was not merely boasting. Particularly the icy glint in Li Zhi's eyes was truly terrifying. Wang Yunlai took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Why you wait for me?" He pulled Wang Fengying and fled into the crowd. Li Jin and Li Shui gazed at Li Zhi, who held the brick, with admiration. They had never witnessed such valor in an elder brother. At that moment, two figures urgently parted the crowd. Li Dai and Bai Suqin were alarmed to see their child surrounded. What happened? Are you in a fight? Who hit Xiaoxue? Upon seeing the red handprint on his daughter's face, Li Dai's anger surged. It's fine, Dad. My brother avenged me. Wang Dating ran away. Although Xiaoxue's face burned, she felt little anger. Wang Dating was far worse off, with blood trickling from his nostrils. She recounted the events to her parents. I hope everything is all right. Wang Dating has a cousin at the town police station. Hearing this, Li Dai sighed, fearing that Li Zhi might be taken away because of this incident. Li Zhi, however, remained unconcerned. Even though times had changed, matters of right and wrong still prevailed. Xiaoxue was only 13, and Wang Yunlai striking a child was undoubtedly a grievous error. With the incident weighing on their minds, the group decided against further shopping, realizing they had only missed purchasing firecrackers. Li Zhi bought 5 yuan worth, and the family prepared to head home. Suddenly, the distinctive sound of a motorcycle engine echoed nearby. In the 1980s, bicycles were the primary mode of transportation, so the roar of an engine compelled everyone to turn their heads. Li Zhi spotted a sidecar motorcycle approaching them, a vehicle he had only seen in video games. The sidecar could accommodate an additional passenger. Three individuals occupied the motorcycle. The driver, clad in an old-fashioned green police uniform and a cap, appeared to be in his 30s. Wang Yunlai sat behind him, while an older policeman, likely in his 40s, occupied the sidecar. Yunlai, that's the kid who hit me. Stop. The motorcycle halted beside Li Zhi, and the men dismounted. At that moment, Wang Yunlai had tissues stuffed in his nostrils, stained with blood. Li Dai's heart sank, fearing the worst, while Li Zhi maintained an air of calm. Officer, how may I assist you? Li Dai inquired with a forced smile. The police officer, appearing stern, replied, You feign ignorance. Do you not know why I am here? Did you not just engage in a physical altercation? Who is it? Wang Yunlai pointed at Li Zhi, shouting, It was this kid. We are from the same village, and he struck me. He even threatened to split my head open with that brick. The young policeman, Wang Yunghua, who was also Wang Yunlai's cousin, immediately pulled out handcuffs, reaching for Li Zhi. Young man, you are suspected of intentionally injuring another. Come with me. Officer, do we not require an investigation first? Just now, Wang Yunlai attacked my sister, and she bears injuries on her face. She is merely 13, a child, is she not? Shouldn't the illegal harm inflicted upon children be punished? Li Zhi boldly extended his hand without the slightest hint of resistance, yet he pushed Xiao Shui forward. A vivid handprint marred her face, and her eyes were swollen from crying, glistening with tears that tugged at one's heartstrings. Wang Yunghua was taken aback. He had only heard his cousin's side of the story, unaware of this backstory. Chapter 11. Such mediation. The elderly police officer scrutinized Li Shui's face, and his expression darkened immediately. Wang Yunghua, what is the matter? Did you not claim someone assaulted you? How could you then strike a child? Let me make this clear. If this is true, you are in serious trouble. Inflicting harm upon a minor under the age of 14 is a grave offense, and it is currently being strictly prosecuted. Wang Yunghua, a simple countryman, was bewildered by these revelations. I didn't, he stammered, attempting to defend himself. However, Li Zhi let out a cold laugh, stating, Many people witnessed what transpired at the market. You cannot deny it. A crowd had gathered, and an elderly woman in her 60s stepped forward with righteous indignation, proclaiming, I saw it. This man struck that child. The people of this era were generally honest and kind-hearted, untainted by the future's disingenuous claims of support, and were willing to testify. One by one, they echoed, I saw it too. He hit that child. It was him, shameless scoundrel, striking a child. Wang Yunghua felt the sweat bead on his forehead. What had his cousin done? The crowd was incensed, nearly rousing public outrage. He quickly suggested, Director Feng, perhaps we should take this matter back for investigation? If it is indeed true, we can mediate this. After all, we are from the same village, and escalating this wouldn't be beneficial. This young brother need not be taken into custody. Comrade Deshan, please do not intimidate me. My second brother is your classmate. We have a relationship. Wang Yunghua, now flustered, looked to Director Feng for assistance. Feng Deshan understood the familial connection between Wang Yunghua and Wang Yunlai, and he too wished to avoid escalating the situation, thus he agreed. Upon hearing that Li Zhi was to be taken away, Bai Suqin and the others were rendered speechless with fear. Mom and Dad, do not worry. I will return home shortly, Li Zhi reassured them. Suddenly, a thought struck him upon hearing Feng Dishan's name. Feng Deshan. Feng Dihai? A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he could retrieve the betrothal money after all. A phrase from Zhao Shuliang lingered in Li Zhi's mind. Li, my brother, Dihai possesses influence. He has both wealth and connections, and his brother is the director of our town's police station. How fortuitous. The journey home would surely be interesting. Wang Yunlai initially intended to ride his motorcycle, but Feng Deshan interjected, You will walk alongside this young comrade to the police station. What? Oh, very well. Wang Yunlai could muster no further words, his forehead now slick with cold sweat. As Feng Deshan and his team departed, Li Zhi turned to his parents, saying, Mom and Dad, you should head back. I am fine, rest assured. Bai Suqin had been so frightened that she could hardly speak. Her complexion pale. Daji they. Li Zhi smiled. No need to worry. I will be home in no more than an hour. With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Yunlai hurriedly followed, saying, Dear nephew, wait a moment. Listen to me regarding this matter. I must have erred. Can we discuss this later? Li Zhi replied coldly, Let us talk at the police station. Feng Deshan looked at Li Zhi and asked, Comrade, please explain what happened. Director Feng, may I speak with you privately? Li Zhi glanced at Wang Yunlai and Wang Yunghua in the room. Feng Deshan sensed that it was inappropriate for both parties to remain together. Yunghua, please step into another room and inquire, he instructed. Yes, director. Wang Yunghua felt a bit anxious. He had observed Li Zhi and found this young comrade to be quite remarkable. His gaze was steady, showing no signs of panic. After all, this was a police station. How many ordinary individuals could maintain such composure in such a setting? Once the two exited, Li Zhi took out a cigarette and offered it to Feng Deshan. Just as Feng Deshan was about to refuse with a reprimand, he heard Li Zhi say, Director Feng, I am in the clothing business. I wonder how you know Feng Dihai? Oh, this young comrade knows my brother? Feng Deshan accepted the cigarette, looking at Li Zhi with curiosity. Li Zhi smiled gently and produced an introduction letter from Zhao Shuliang. I plan to procure goods from Brother Dihai after the new year. Feng Deshan took the letter and remarked, Zhao Shuliang? Oh, I have heard of him, the village secretary from Beiwakan. Ha, so we are acquaintances. Please, have a seat. Young comrade. With that, Feng Deshan warmly invited Li Zhi to sit down. Since they were familiar, there was no need for pretense. Now, what exactly happened today? Li Zhi recounted the story without mentioning the financial aspect, merely stating that Wang Yunlai had acted improperly and had even struck Li Shui. Director Feng, could you endure such an affront if this were your situation? Feng Deshan nodded repeatedly after listening. Li Zhi was quite eloquent. He could persuade even the most obstinate, leading Feng Deshan to believe Li Zhi was entirely blameless, with all fault lying with Wang Yunlai. How could one back out of a betrothal? Is that even civilized behavior? Well, you are from the same village, so let us not escalate this further. Allow me to mediate. Yunghua, please summon him. I will help you resolve this. Hearing the commotion, Wang Yunghua promptly brought his cousin over. Comrade Wang Yunlai, I must first admonish you. Upon seeing Wang Yunlai, Feng Deshan adopted a stern demeanor. Wang Yunlai broke into a cold sweat. Yes, please proceed. First and foremost, it is wrong to strike a child. How could you lay hands on such a tiny girl? Is your heart made of stone? However, since Comrade Li Zhi also struck you, we shall consider this matter settled. Wang Yunlai thought, that kid even mentioned a buy one get one free deal. I was at a loss, but he dared not voice this thought. Furthermore, Comrade Wang Yunlai, as fellow villagers, do not act so ruthlessly. There is a saying, when a deal fails, maintain goodwill. Moreover, this is more than a business transaction. This is a familial alliance. If you sever ties with someone from your own village, do you think that is acceptable? Now, tell me, should you not be criticized? I should be criticized. It is all my fault. Wang Yunlai, astute as he was, realized that Feng Deshan's tone favored Li Zhi, and he understood that he was in a precarious position today. Let us mediate then. If you agree, please sign. First, return the 100 yuan to the Li family for the betrothal. Secondly, purchase 2 fruit baskets and visit the Li family to express an apology. Thirdly, Comrade Li Zhi stated that since the engagement cannot proceed, it shall not be forced. He would provide a letter of withdrawal from the engagement. After a few succinct remarks, Wang Yunlai's face flushed with embarrassment, subtly highlighting his blunder in front of the crowd. A letter of withdrawal? What era is this? Such a thing is clearly an affront to their family. Yet, what could he possibly say in response? Very well, I concede. In that fleeting moment of acquiescence, Li Zhi felt a surge of relief wash over his chest, dissipating the lingering resentment that had once belonged to Li Da's former self. Furthermore, Li Zhi held no particular admiration for Wang Fengying. His standards were quite elevated. The 100 yuan must be returned, and an apology from Wang Yunlai was necessary. While the letter of withdrawal was merely a trivial matter, however, it was imperative for Li Zhi to assert that he did not desire the Wang family's second daughter. It was not that the Wang family looked down upon the Li family. Rather, it was the Li family that now regarded the Wang family with disdain. One strives for dignity as a human being, and in contrast to his previous life, Li Zhi exhibited a touch of individuality. In his past existence, he had often succumbed to the burdens of debt. Upon exiting the police station, the sight of 4 familiar figures struck him, evoking a wave of emotion, gratitude, and joy. This was the feeling of being cherished. Big brother, have you all been standing out here for over an hour? It's freezing, Li Zhi remarked, rubbing the cheeks of Li Shui and Li Jin, whose faces had turned pale from the cold. Big brother, I'm not cold. Can we go home now? Li Jin shivered, yet his spirit remained defiant. Let us go home. Chapter 12. A grand ambition on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month in 1986. Wang Yunlai arrived at the Li household bearing fruit baskets and an apology, returning the 100 yuan engagement deposit. Li Zhi produced the prepared letter of withdrawal. And with this, it seemed that the two families would no longer have any dealings with one another. However, how could Li Zhi concern himself with such trivial matters? His heart was filled with boundless aspirations, having already charted a commercial blueprint for the decades to come. This year, under Li Zhi's influence, Li Dai and his wife were willing to spend lavishly, ensuring that the family enjoyed a bountiful new year, feasting on meat to their heart's content. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, armed with 200 yuan obtained from his father, Li Zhi embarked on a new journey. He intended to visit the clothing wholesale market in the county town, but felt that venturing alone would be disadvantageous for negotiations. He could trust only Zhu Yunshan at this moment. Li Zhi had a keen eye for character, and he recognized Zhu Yunshan as a genuine person. Presently, he appeared somewhat naive, likely due to a lack of experience, but he would soon learn. To Li Zhi's surprise, Zhu Shiguang readily agreed without hesitation and even instructed Zhu Yunshan to heed Li Zhi's guidance in the future. Yunshan, from now on, listen to your big brother Zhi, understood? Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Zhu Yunshan was a perceptive individual. He had quietly observed Li Zhi for quite some time and sensed that this once timid Li Da was on the verge of success. Li Zhi smiled, "Uncle, that settles it. We are good brothers. Yunshan, let me take you to the city for a stroll, and you can change into a nice outfit." Zhu Yunshan's eyes lit up. To the city? Excellent. My father bought me a suit, saying it was for when I get married. Hee. As Li Zhi observed Zhu Yunshan's attire, a wry smile escaped him. The oversized shoulder-padded navy suit, paired with vibrant red socks and black leather shoes, along with a faux collar devoid of a tie, painted a rather peculiar picture. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunshan was indeed dressed better than Li Zhi, yet the disparity in their demeanor was stark. Even clad in an old Zhongshan suit, Li Zhi exuded an air of confidence reminiscent of a scion from a wealthy family. Longwan County, nestled in a remote corner of the northern west, boasted a more developed urban landscape compared to its rural surroundings. With the winds of reform sweeping through, numerous construction sites dotted the county town, albeit the pace of development was rather pedestrian, hindered by the high costs of modern equipment. In an era largely reliant on imported machinery, Li Zhi found it hard to fathom how this nation could ascend to superpower status in just 30 years. Perhaps it was the relentless perseverance of countless individuals during these 3 decades that had propelled the nation forward. On the streets, he observed office workers cycling on their 2/8 bicycles, their attire less monotonous than that of the market. While men's fashion remained relatively uniform, women's clothing showcased a delightful array of styles. As early spring warmed the air, Li Zhi noticed several women in vibrant, thick skirts, draped in assorted woolen overcoats, adorned with broad-brimmed sun hats and sunglasses. Indeed, regardless of the era, the financial allure of women and children remained unparalleled. Wearing a mask, Li Zhi perused the garment market with a discerning eye. The majority of the offerings catered to women and children, and he found the designs somewhat outdated. However, he recognized this as a reflection of contemporary aesthetics. Overly avant-garde styles might not resonate with the current consumer base. Li Zhi held firm to his beliefs. The luxury goods era had not yet arrived, and consumers were not yet brand conscious. Durability and trendiness were paramount, coupled with affordability. These seemingly simple criteria proved to be quite challenging to fulfill. The wholesale market in Longwan saw a limited number of vendors. Only about half of the stalls were operational, and those in the trade referred to the stalls as beds. After walking a few laps through the garment city, Li Zhi gained a clear understanding of the landscape. He turned to leave, and when he reappeared at the wholesale market, a remarkable transformation had taken place. Gone was the Zhongshan suit and black cloth shoes. He now sported a slicked-back hairstyle, square sunglasses, and a silver-gray suit, with a large bag tucked under his arm. Trailing behind him was Zhu Yunshan, still adhering to his usual demeanor, addressing Li Zhi as Li Zong, while Li Zhi called him Xiao Zhu. This ensemble was rented from a photo studio for 5 yuan a day, a rather steep price, but Li Zhi deemed it worthwhile. The suit, crafted from high-quality Ordos wool, felt exquisite against his skin, far surpassing the ensemble Zhu Yunshan wore. Having rehearsed their lines, Li Zhi approached a few chosen stalls. "Xiao Zhu, what do you think of this market?" he inquired. "Li Zong, I find this market rather mediocre. Our products boast excellent styles and competitive pricing. Yet this market may not be able to accommodate them," Zhu Yunshan replied. Li Zhi nodded in agreement. "I concur. Let us move on. Drive the car over." We shall head to the next county. In this era, donning garments made from pure wool is a privilege reserved for the affluent or the distinguished. Those engaged in the fashion trade possess keen eyes. Upon noticing that Li Zhi was clad in pure wool, they couldn't help but scrutinize him intently. The exchange between the two men caught the attention of the nearby bed owners. Were these two involved in the clothing industry? However, at this moment, Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan had already made their way outside. Li Zhi mentally calculated the time, murmuring to himself, 543. Sir, please wait. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence and a desire to earn would surely call out to them. Li Zhi turned his head, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. What is it? The man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, tall and slender with a shrewd expression, approached Li Zhi with a beaming smile and respectfully inquired. I hope you don't mind my asking. Are you in the clothing business, sir? I am Zhao Baoshan, and this bed space, along with the one over there, belongs to me. The bait was set. Li Zhi merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The more reticent Li Zhi became, the more uneasy Zhao Baoshan felt. Did he not find either of the bed spaces appealing? This person must be engaged in considerable trade. Is this your first visit to Longwan Wholesale Market? Our market caters to 3 neighboring counties, encompassing 37 townships and over 80 towns. Although it seems sparsely populated now, it's merely because it's the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Usually, you wouldn't have a place to settle down. I can sell a great deal in a day. Zhao Baoshan enthusiastically promoted the market. Only then did Li Zhi respond. Oh, brother Zhao, to be candid, my hometown is indeed in Longwan, Xiaolan Town. However, I conduct my clothing business in the south. I returned home for the new year and wanted to familiarize myself with the market here, as I plan to establish a branch factory. Zhu Yunshan turned his face away, pretending to inspect the nearby garments, nearly bursting into laughter. Brother Zhi, you truly dare to speak such words. We grew up together. When have you ever ventured to the south? However, Zhao Baoshan was oblivious to this, beginning to believe Li Zhi's claims. He perceived that Li Zhi's attire and demeanor were not those of an ordinary individual, especially the air of nobility that set him apart from the other bed owners. Having profited handsomely from wholesale dealings at the clothing market, Zhao Baoshan noted that even ordinary workers gazed upon them with envy, as they were among the first in the county to own motorcycles. A branch factory? That's commendable. Young brother, I didn't expect you to possess such lofty ideals. It's wonderful to contribute to the prosperity of your hometown. Li Zhi smiled faintly. It's nothing noble. I am merely a businessman seeking profit. Brother Zhao, please do not elevate me to such heights. No. A comrade once said that whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat, regardless of one's intentions. Returning to one's hometown is a positive endeavor, and the Longwan market is indeed excellent. Oh, I am all ears. Zhao Baoshan, noticing Li Zhi's growing interest, promptly invited him to a nearby vacant area, fetched a stool, and lit a cigarette for him. Subsequently, Zhao Baoshan incessantly extolled the virtues of the Longwan wholesale market. Li Zhi feigned attentiveness while contemplating his next steps. In truth, what Zhao Baoshan had to say had become inconsequential. After calculating the time, Li Zhi suddenly waved his hand. Brother Zhao, let's discuss this matter in detail over dinner tonight. 4 o'clock this afternoon at Hao Yuan. Don't be late. Zhao Baoshan was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. Had he just latched onto the leg of a southern magnate? Splendid. See you tonight at Hao Yuan. Li Zhi, accompanied by Zhu Yunshan, proceeded to secure the 10 beds he had identified, ultimately engaging in fruitful discussions with 7 of the proprietors. This probability delighted Li Zhi, who initially considered even a 50% success rate to be commendable, given his background in acting. He has now arranged to dine with these 7 bed owners. The processing aspect has already been discussed with Zhao Shuliang, alleviating any sales concerns. The next pivotal step lies ahead, procuring raw materials with finesse. Chapter 13. Premium Remnants. Upon exiting the garment city, Li Zhi furrowed his brow in contemplation before suddenly exclaiming to Zhu Yunshan, Come, let me treat you to a meal. All right, Brother Daji, I happen to be quite hungry too. Zhu Yunshan replied, patting his stomach with a cheerful grin. Li Zhi felt pleased. Zhu Yunshan was a decent fellow. He had heard that Li Zhi intended to treat someone to dinner, but had not pressed for details. His honesty and sincerity made him worthy of mentorship. What would you like to eat, Yunshan? After a moment's thought, Zhu Yunshan responded, Brother Daji, I would love some noodles. As he spoke, his stomach grumbled audibly. Li Zhi glanced at the clock. Noting it was already 2:30, he too felt a pang of hunger. Excellent. Let us go for beef pulled noodles. The beef pulled noodles, priced at 80 cents a bowl, were exceptionally affordable and generously laden with 3 substantial chunks of meat. As Li Zhi lifted a piece of meat, he mused that it could easily suffice for 2 or 3 bowls of Lanzhou pulled noodles in the 21st century. Delicious. This is far tastier than the noodles my mother makes. There's a wonderful chewiness. Zhu Yinshan exclaimed. Li Zhi chuckled. If you find it lacking, we can order another bowl. Thank you, Brother Daji. Then I shall have another bowl. In the end, Li Zhi consumed over half a bowl, while Zhu Yinshan devoured a hearty 2 bowls of beef noodles, leaving Li Zhi confident that everything would proceed smoothly. After securing their bicycles, Li Zhi and Zhu Yinshan headed to Haoyuan, where they reserved a table for 68 yuan. Although this price was not the highest at Haoyuan, it was still quite respectable. The menu offered a delightful array of dishes from both northern and southern cuisines, including 2 wild game options. As for the wine, Li Zhi deliberated before purchasing 8 bottles of porcelain bottled Lao Baijiu from the county supply store for 7 yuan each. This liquor was of commendable quality and typically reserved for festive occasions. Yinshan, follow my lead and refrain from speaking too much, Li Zhi instructed. Understood, Brother Daji, I won't utter a word. Li Zhi rented a Lada, a vehicle considered legitimate despite its private operation during that era. Fortunately, Xiaolin town was not far, and the driver charged 15 yuan for a round trip. Although this expenditure pained Li Zhi, it was a necessary investment given the importance of the task at hand. The Lada halted in front of Dehai Fabric Store, and Zhu Yinshan remained in the vehicle while Li Zhi instructed the driver to keep silent, or he would withhold payment. As he exited, he deliberately slammed the door, creating a loud thud. In Xiaolin town, vehicles were a rare sight, particularly the Soviet model, which roared with an imposing engine noise. Feng Dihai, the shop owner, stepped out to greet a young man clad in an impressive ensemble, complete with a slick hairstyle, briefcase, and tailored suit. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? He greeted warmly. Li Zhi surveyed the middle-aged man before him, recognizing a resemblance to the local police chief from their previous encounter. You must be Boss Feng. I am Li Zhi, introduced to you by Brother Zhao Shuyang. He presented the letter of introduction, which Feng Dihai accepted with surprise before breaking into a broad smile. Oh, so you are the esteemed Li Zhi. Please, come inside. Feng Dihai last heard from his brother that Feng Deshan held Li Zhi in high regard. Considering him a young man of great ambition, he possesses a calm demeanor, is neither arrogant nor impatient, and remains composed in the face of challenges, qualities worthy of forming a connection. Brother, without further ado, I am eager to see what you have here. Upon entering the store, Li Zhi observed numerous bundles of materials, including cotton and synthetic fabrics, in a variety of types. However, these were not what he sought. Oh, what exactly are you looking for, my younger brother? Do not underestimate my stock here in Xiaolin town. My goods are quite comprehensive, even catering to several prominent businesses in Longwan County that occasionally come to replenish their supplies from me. Li Zhi believed his words, given Feng Dihai's background. He could indeed deliver such a promise. Let us head to the storeroom. Excellent. Lead the way. Feng Dihai, being forthright, recognized that Li Zhi was unimpressed with the items in the store. The storeroom, located at the back, took Li Zhi by surprise with its expansive area of over 1,000 square meters. Piles of various fabrics were stacked throughout the space. As Li Zhi wandered, a particular heap caught his attention. He reached out to touch it and inquired, Brother, how much for this denim fabric? Ah, you have a discerning eye. I just brought this back from customs last month. I've invested $2, so I must earn a little profit from you. How about $5? $2? Li Zhi was aware that quality denim is primarily imported. However, $2 still seemed high. Given the current exchange rate, it should retail around 18 yuan, possibly 23. That feels a tad excessive. I just returned from the south, planning to establish a branch here in my hometown. And this price is comparatively higher than what I encountered down south. From the south? Feng Dihai regarded Li Zhi with suspicion, uncertain of his background. Though Li Zhi indeed bore the demeanor of a southern businessman. Ah, my younger brother, you must understand that transportation is much more convenient down south compared to our area. Naturally, there are associated shipping costs. It's normal for prices to be a bit elevated. How much do you intend to utilize? The last question was intended to gauge Li Zhi's capabilities. How much you have is how much I can use. Li Zhi replied with a smirk. This little amount wouldn't suffice for even a few days of my sales. If we strike a deal, You will need to procure more stock immediately. Upon hearing this, Feng Dihai felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, have I encountered a major player? He quickly added, indeed, my younger brother, you clearly possess strength. However, I can only lower the price to 21, no lower than 20. I sincerely wish to negotiate with you. As Li Zhi's gaze roamed the storeroom, he suddenly noticed a pile of materials shrouded in black fabric. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why goods were concealed from customers. He pointed to the pile and asked, "What is that?" Upon mentioning the concealed goods, a faint smile of frustration crossed Feng Dihai's face. "Don't even get me started. I was deceived by someone." "Oh, what happened?" Feng Dihai did not respond directly, instead guiding Li Zhi to follow him. He swiftly pulled away the black cloth, revealing bundles of denim fabric hidden beneath. "The quality appears quite good, but how did you fall for a trick?" Li Zhi remarked as he examined the fabric, noting its tight weave, soft texture, and characteristic qualities of denim. "Yes, the quality is indeed commendable, but look at this leftover fabric." He proceeded to unwrap a bundle, and as he did, Li Zhi discovered the issue. Every half meter was riddled with a line of holes. The entire bundle was compromised in the same manner. Despite being made from top-quality material, it remains utterly useless. This is merely scrap. It's unfit even for children's clothing. A meter of this fabric is suitable only for adult trousers, while the fabric from 2008 is hardly commendable. Just look at this shoddy piece. Li Zhi measured it with his hand, and it barely reached 0 meters before revealing a row of holes. Clearly, this is a manufacturing defect, and those holes are anything but uniform. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, reminiscent of the iconic denim brand's blockbuster from the 1980s. Alas, what a pity. Such fine material can only serve as supplementary fabric. Indeed, I had heard he offered inexpensive materials, and I foolishly believed him. Who could have imagined he was a fraud? To use it as supplementary fabric? It's hardly worth 2 or 3 yuan, I suppose. Li Zhi nodded, acknowledging the lesson learned. A small desire for savings can lead to significant losses. As he pondered how to acquire such a fitting material, he turned to Dihai. "Brother Dihai, I wonder if you are free later? I've arranged to dine with a few friends in the county." Li Zhi decided it would be best to eat first. A drink would facilitate their discussions. Chapter 14. The Great Undertaking Dining? "Oh, how embarrassing. It should be you treating me, dear brother." Feng Dihai, who usually enjoys a drink, found himself intrigued by the prospect of indulging. "Let us not stand on ceremony. We are brothers after all." Li Zhi skillfully forged connections, adept at navigating social interactions, even with strangers, transforming them into allies with just a few words. Moreover, people in this era are genuinely sincere. As they exited, Li Zhi invited Feng Dihai into the car, fortunate that they hadn't wasted any time. Otherwise, the driver might have protested. Nonetheless, Li Zhi kept his words minimal. He commanded in an authoritative tone, "To Hao Yuan." The clever phrasing demonstrated his familiarity with the driver, akin to that of a subordinate, while also suggesting to Feng Dihai that this was Li Zhi's personal driver. Seeing my younger brother so accomplished at such a young age is truly remarkable. Li Zhi smiled in silence, wary that excessive chatter might reveal too much to the driver. Several times along the journey, Feng Dihai attempted to engage Li Zhi in conversation, but Li Zhi deftly sidestepped each inquiry. Upon arriving at Hao Yuan, Li Zhi and Feng Dihai disembarked, and only after they had walked a distance did Zhu Yunshan reveal the 15 yuan Li Zhi had given him for the settlement. By this time, it was already past 3:30. As Li Zhi and Feng Dihai entered the private room, they estimated it was nearly time. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed his mind, the waiter ushered in a familiar figure, the stall owner, Zhou Zhaohan, whom they had encountered earlier that afternoon. Upon entering, Zhou Zhaohan immediately spotted Li Zhi and greeted him with a broad smile. "Brotherly, you've gone to great lengths." "Nonsense, we are friends," Li Zhi replied amiably. "Allow me to introduce you." Before he could finish, Zhou Zhaohan's expression shifted in surprise as he looked at Feng Dihai. "Oh, Dihai? You know Boss Li as well?" Feng Dihai clearly recognized Zhou Zhaohan as well. "Of course, he is my own brother." They both laughed heartily. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, a middle-aged man exclaiming, "Old Zhou, what is so coincidental about this? Did you stumble upon an acquaintance, perhaps?" TSK. One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Chung the big guy is nothing but cunning. Feng Dihai instantly recognized that familiar voice. It belonged to another prominent figure from the garment city, Chung the big guy. Indeed, a man approximately 185 meters tall entered, sporting a small mustache and an abundance of hair gel, to the extent that even a fly would struggle to land upon it. Moments later, the incessant roar of motorcycles filled the air as Zhao Baoshan and others arrived one after another. Feng Dihai was taken aback to find that they were all acquaintances, prompting him to elevate his esteem for Li Zhi in his mind, especially since this group was aware that Li Zhi was a southern businessman who generously provided them with free goods. Their flattery towards him was boundless. After all, individuals who offered free supplies were a rarity in this era. Thus, they referred to him as Boss Li and inquired about his southern business. The more they praised him, the more trust Feng Dihai placed in Li Zhi. Did he truly possess substantial business interests in the south? It seemed everyone was quite familiar with him. Unbeknownst to them, Li Zhi had only just met this group. Once everyone had gathered, Li Zhi instructed Zhu Yuansan to signal the waitstaff to bring forth the dishes. For cold dishes, 12 hot dishes and 3 bowls of soup were soon presented. Li Zhi promptly opened 3 bottles of baijiu, pouring them out before standing to proclaim, "Today, we shall not discuss business. We are brothers. We won't return until we are intoxicated. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he downed a glass of over 50-degree liquor in one swift motion. The others, witnessing Li Zhi's generosity, found their impression of him further enhanced. Indeed, Boss Li was right. Cheers. Alcohol is a fine elixir, serving as the key to unlocking conversation. Even though Li Zhi and the others were not well acquainted, a single toast invigorated their spirits. Li Zhi, adept at engaging in conversation, shared humorous anecdotes that bridged the distance between them, eliciting peals of laughter from the private room. At that moment, Zhao Baoshan suddenly turned to Zhu Yuansan, who had only taken a few bites before setting down his chopsticks, and asked, "Why hasn't this young brother had a drink?" Li Zhi smiled faintly, explaining that he would be driving later, hence could not indulge. Feng Dihai was taken aback. He had just mentioned driving. Before he could finish his thought, Li Zhi, with a gentle smile, replied, "The driver is resting. I have no shortage of help here." This statement left Feng Dihai astonished. What a grand businessman, to have 2 drivers at his disposal. Those who had previously doubted Li Zhi's ownership of a vehicle now regarded him with newfound respect. In this era, possessing a car and a driver denoted a person of significance, individuals they could only aspire to be like. They had not anticipated encountering such a figure. This group of individuals from the clothing wholesale market became acutely aware of their surroundings, understanding that they must seize the opportunity to collaborate with such a prominent businessman. They could not afford to disappoint him and should strive to sell his goods, even if it meant earning slightly less. Li Zhi possessed an impressive tolerance for alcohol, and being young, he had already consumed 6 out of 8 bottles of baijiu, with each bottle containing over 1.2 kilograms of liquor, resulting in an average of 0.85 kilograms of potent spirit per person. This era still favored pure grain alcohol. Although it did not induce immediate intoxication, it certainly led to a state of delightful inebriation, with conversation becoming increasingly uninhibited. Noticing the opportune moment, Li Zhi suddenly turned to Feng Dihai, seated beside him, and said, "Brother Dihai, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I noticed that the batch of leftover material you purchased seems quite burdensome. How about I assist you in handling it?" Although Feng Dihai had consumed a fair amount, this suggestion brought him to a state of clarity, his face lighting up with surprise. "What? You would help me handle it? Oh, brother, you are indeed my benefactor. I've been fretting over this batch. It consists of 1,500 meters of material, and with a selling price of 3 yuan per unit, I might incur a loss of nearly 10,000 yuan. The others, unaware of the specifics of their conversation, directed their attention towards Li Zhi. "No. How can I compel my elder brother to reimburse me? Is this not a slap in my face? How much is it? Just 9 yuan, alas. Very well, I shall accept the 9 yuan. Really?" In an instant, Feng Dihai was jolted out of his stupor. "However, what do you mean by however? You are aware that I intend to use it as an ingredient, and that it will require a longer duration for that purpose? First, transport it to me, and I shall settle the account with you monthly, paying for what I utilize." This was indeed Li Zhi's objective. At this moment, Feng Dihai hesitated. "Does my elder brother not trust me? Haha, that is of no consequence." Although Li Zhi felt an urgency within, he maintained an exterior of calmness. The wholesalers nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, began to comprehend the situation and voice their support for Li Zhi. "Dihai, how can you refuse such a favorable proposition? Indeed, Dihai, I am aware of your batch of materials. Even if you stored them for a century, no one would offer you 9 yuan for them. Mr. Li is presenting you with a golden opportunity. Precisely. Dahai, having someone assist you in managing those goods is already a stroke of fortune. Yet you are being so picky. Mr. Li is showing you true friendship. Exactly, Dahai, do not be so rigid in your dealings. The chorus of voices stirred something within Feng Dihai, yet he proposed a compromise. How about this? I 1T handle this batch myself. You can directly send it to Zhao Shuliang, and I'll have him process it for me. Does that sound agreeable? The name Zhao Shuliang was known only to Feng Dihai, and upon hearing it, Li Zhi's eyes sparkled. To Zhao Shuliang, you say? Very well. He gritted his teeth. However, brotherly, we must agree that it will be at 9 yuan. There is inherent risk involved. Agreed. Li Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief. This time he had exerted considerable effort, and at last, he had streamlined the production and sales process. Rest assured, brother Dihai, when it comes to my dealings, I am a man of my word. A promise is as solid as a nail. Excellent. Let us continue to drink. Once the meal concluded, the group was in a state of disarray from the alcohol. Feng Dihai went directly to stay with a relative in the county, alleviating Li Zhi of considerable responsibility, and they arranged to meet at his store the following day. Meanwhile, Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan rode their bicycles back to Gaohua village. Chapter 15. A prosperous start. Zhu Yunshan performed commendably during the day. Li Zhi was aware of his hard work. Previously, he had taken him out for noodles primarily to ensure he didn't get too distracted by the delicacies, fearing he might indulge in the dishes and expose their ruse. While Li Zhi's actions may have appeared calculated, they were born from necessity. In the early stages of development, he had no capital and could only rely on persuasion. Moreover, he refrained from allowing Zhu Yunshan to drink, concerned about his youth and limited tolerance. What if he were to speak the truth after drinking too much? Li Zhi, it must be said, had quite the capacity for alcohol. He managed to consume 8 bottles, averaging a pound of baijiu per person, while others could barely stand. He still managed to ride his bicycle home from the county, accomplishing 2 significant tasks in one day. Upon returning home, when Li Dei and the others inquired, Li Zhi simply stated he had been handling matters. There were some things he could not disclose to his parents. How could they not harbor doubts when a child who had grown up before their eyes suddenly seemed so worldly? The following day, Li Zhi awoke past 9 o'clock, with no one to rouse him. After all, it was winter, and there was little to occupy one's time. However, he noticed several bags of beans had appeared in the room. He sighed. His father would never understand the lessons that come from failure. After dining at home and observing Li Jin and Li Shui practice, Li Zhi decided to venture out, this time without summoning Zhu Yunshan, opting instead to walk to the town. He pondered that Feng Dihai would likely have returned, and indeed, upon arriving in the town, he found Feng Dihai already there. However, Feng had returned earlier in the morning, lost in thought, enduring the discomfort of a hangover to make his way home. It was not until the afternoon that he encountered Li Zhi. Brotherly, Feng Dihai exclaimed. How was last night? Oh, don't mention it. It's not like you youngsters. Even after drinking, I found it hard to sleep comfortably. All right, I shall take that batch of goods away. Look at what my brother says. You've given me such a substantial advantage. Delivering the goods can still be your responsibility. I shall arrange for a vehicle. Li Zhi suppressed a chuckle, knowing Feng would say just that. Very well. Wait for me a moment. I'll find a truck. Feng Dihai soon returned in a small cargo truck, driven by a robust man in his 30s. Brotherly, shortly, let Gongzi deliver the goods to you. He led Gongzi and 2 shop assistants to the storage room to load the cargo. Once completed, he pulled Gongzi aside. Gongzi, do you know Zhao Shuliang's family? I do. I've delivered goods there twice. Good. He will accompany you in the truck. If he instructs you to deliver the goods elsewhere, turn back immediately and retrieve the cargo. Remember, you can only deliver to Zhao Shuliang, and you must ensure he receives it. Understood. Don't worry, brother Dezai. Even at that moment, Feng Dihai retained a hint of skepticism towards Li Zhi, unless Zhao Shuliang was indeed receiving the goods. Li Zhi followed Gongzi's truck straight to Beiwo village. During the spring festival, Zhao Shuliang had little to occupy him, spending his days either playing cards or drinking. Yet he was still anticipating Li Zhi's visit to discuss business on the 15th of the month. The sound of an engine approached, growing louder as it neared the village entrance, and Zhao Shuliang was returning home from a card game just in time to see Li Zhi leap from the truck. Happy New Year, brother Zhao. Oh, my dear brother has arrived. Happy New Year. Gongzi approached as well. Happy New Year, brother Zhao. Happy New Year to you too, Gongzi. Upon seeing Zhao Shuliang, Gongzi felt a wave of relief. The matter was now out of his hands. I've brought the fabric, shortly. I will provide you with the samples. How many sewing machines can the village spare at the moment? Li Zhi got straight to the point, wanting to reassure Gongzi that all was well. Currently, over 50 machines are available. Brother, you have solved a significant problem for me. Haha. I shall find someone to unload the goods. Zhao Shuyang was in high spirits, as the village was not lacking in manpower. Before long, the cargo was unloaded into Zhao Shuyang's warehouse, and Gongzi drove back to Dazai's fabric shop. Upon entering, before Feng Dihai could utter a word, Gongzi declared, Brother Dazai, I've delivered it. Zhao Shuyang has received the goods. They are quite familiar with each other. Rest assured. Hearing Gongzi's words, Feng Dihai smiled with relief. Zhao Shuyang invited Li Zhi into his home, urging his wife to quickly prepare a meal as he wished to share a drink with Li Zhi. Brother, the drinking can wait. Let us attend to business first. Please gather all the families in the village that can spare sewing machines and have them bring newspapers. Understood. Not long after, the voice of Zhao Shuyang resonated from the loudspeaker, and Li Zhi was escorted to the collective of Beiwakan, where a considerable number of village women soon gathered. Observing that the crowd had gathered, Zhao Shuyang stood at the table and proclaimed, Silence, please. Allow me to introduce to you. This is Boss Li, here to discuss the new styles we intend to produce. Li Zhi presented the sketches he had drawn earlier that morning on newspaper. His background in workshop technology made the creation of a clothing pattern a trivial task. The design featured a simple pair of straight-cut jeans, distinguished by a unique characteristic. The fabric I procured at a great expense has intentional rips. When you cut, feel free to place the rips randomly, but be sure to avoid the front and back crotch areas. Furthermore, the holes must be reinforced with the silver satin fabric I provided. The process may be somewhat intricate. However, the processing fee will be set at 2 yuan. This announcement ignited a fervor among the women, as 2 yuan was considered a substantial amount for labor. With such a processing fee, I must produce more. I want in. Give me extra. They encircled Li Zhi and Zhao Shuyang. Witnessing Li Zhi's increasing discomfort, quickly shouted, Quiet down. His authoritative voice commanded immediate silence in the village. Brother Li will not shortchange you. The prerequisite is that the quality must be impeccable. Waste of materials is not permissible. Now let us replicate the pattern. Only then did the crowd diligently begin to reproduce the newspaper design from Li Zhi's hands. The silver satin was something Li Zhi had insisted on obtaining from Feng Dihai. The concept of distressed jeans was quite avant-garde, yet with a piece of satin underneath. It became acceptable and even stylish. Once everyone had received their patterns, they proceeded to Zhao Shuyang to collect the fabric. At that moment, Li Zhi finally exhaled in relief. Knowing that they would commence work immediately, and that he could expect to see the finished products by the following day, Zhao Shuyang invited Li Zhi to sit down. As his wife had prepared a delightful meal, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, a sign of a modestly prosperous household. Sister-in-law, no need to fuss, let us eat together, Li Zhi courteously suggested. Zhao Shuyang's wife, Li Chui, around 28 or 29 years of age and strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure, caught Li Zhi's eye. Though he refrained from gazing too long, Zhao Shuyang, observing discreetly, mused that this brother Li was no ordinary man. After all, he had wed Li Chui not merely by virtue of wealth, but also through genuine compatibility. He pondered how men in the village often lost their composure at the sight of her beauty, yet this brother Li seemed unfazed. Little did he know that Li Zhi held high standards. Mere physical beauty was not enough, as true connection lay in the harmony of souls. Please enjoy your meal. I shall dine in the outer room, Li Chui offered with a smile, aware that during this era, many women were not permitted to join the table when guests arrived. Let us not mind her, just the 2 of us, let us eat and drink. Chapter 16. The Revelation when Li Zhi returned home. It was already 9 in the evening. His parents, Li Dei and his wife, had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. In this era, without even a telephone, they could only wait. Are you still awake, Mom and Dad? Li Zhi entered with a hint of, realizing they were waiting for him, which warmed his heart. Zhi, where have you been? Why have you been drinking every day these past few days? It's nothing, Mom. I've just been at a friend's house, preparing to embark on a business venture. Sighing, Li Dei remarked, business requires capital. Don't worry, Dad. There are ways to manage even without money. With that, he went to freshen up. At the break of dawn, Li Zhi was awakened by the loud revving of a motorcycle. Rising, he spotted Zhao Shu Liang riding a Happiness 125 motorcycle into the yard. "Is this Li Zhi's brother's home?" Zhao called out, having sought directions from several people to find Li Zhi's residence. Li Zhi was already awake, a true embodiment of the hard-working, kind-hearted older generation of farmers. "Yes, yes. And you are?" Zhao Shu Liang's face broke into a smile as he responded, "You must be the uncle of the Li family. I'm a friend of Li Zhi. I brought him some goods." With that, he struggled to lift a large parcel from his motorcycle. "Goods?" Though curious, Li Zhi hurried over to lend a hand. By the time Li Zhi had dressed, they had already entered the house. "Zhao, you certainly arrived early." "Ah, don't even mention it. That group of women knocked on my door before dawn, asking if everything was all right. I was worried about making mistakes, so I rushed over." Li Zhi nodded and opened the parcel for inspection. Inside were straight-leg jeans, designed by Li Zhi as unisex. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but the pant legs featured 2 or 3 deliberate rips, backed by a layer of silver satin, imparting a unique flair. "Xiao Shui, why don't you try these on?" Li Zhi selected a small size for her. Moments earlier, Xiao Shui and Li Jin had been curiously observing the stranger and the jeans. In this era, jeans were not typically affordable for ordinary families. The fabric was largely imported, resulting in high costs. A decent pair could approach 30 yuan, far beyond the Li family's means. "Great." Xiao Shui cheerfully accepted the jeans, while Li Jin looked on eagerly. Noticing his anticipation, Li Zhi picked another size for him as well. "What are you waiting for? You should try them on too. Let your elder brother take a look." Li Jin happily went to change. When they emerged, Li Zhi noticed that both pairs fit perfectly. Bum jeans. Huh. The 1986 Levi's sensation. They should be trending in the South, and I've gotten ahead of the curve. "Brother, they look good, but why the rips?" Li Jin questioned, poking at one of the holes. "Go on. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. This isn't damage. It's a technique." Li Zhi was thoroughly pleased with the jeans. "How many pairs are there?" Zhao Shuliang quickly replied, "Exactly 100. Would you like to count them?" "No need." "Haven't you already counted them?" Li Zhi's trust moved Zhao deeply, especially in contrast to others who came to process goods, counting 2 or 3 times as if fearing discrepancies. "Am I that kind of person? I'd only turn my back on someone." "All right. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Li Zhi didn't insist on keeping him longer. As he saw Zhao to the door, he quietly said, "Zhao, I need to ask a favor. Could you lend me your motorcycle? You know mine is in for repairs, and I need to head to the wholesale market to test the samples." "Ah, all right. Here are the keys for you to use for the next few days. I'll head back now." "Sure, come over tonight for a drink." "Sounds good." Zhao Shuliang noticed that Li Zhi was quite busy, so he refrained from disturbing him and walked back to Beiwakan, which was not far away. "Brother, these pants look really nice," Li Shui remarked, though she refrained from claiming them for herself and neatly folded them back into her bag. "Do you like them?" "I do." "Then wear them. It's our own family's belongings. Why hesitate? Xiao Jin, stop folding them and just wear them." "Wow, really? Thank you, big brother." Li Shui joyfully kissed Li Zhi on the cheek. Li Dai opened his mouth to speak, but Li Zhi, noticing, stated, "Dad, I'll explain everything to you later. I need to rush to deliver goods now." After saying this, with Li Jin's assistance, he hoisted a large bundle and rode off on his motorcycle to find Zhu Yunshan. "Beep beep. Yunshan, let us take a stroll in the county." Zhu Shiguang was astonished to see Li Zhi riding the motorcycle. Zhi, did you just buy this?" "No. I'm borrowing it from a friend." "Oh, Yunshan, hurry up. Your brother Zhi is waiting." Upon arriving at the county's wholesale market, Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan promptly delivered the goods upstairs, ensuring that all 7 shops received their share, averaging more than 10 items each, and informed them that deliveries would occur daily at a set price of 22 yuan, with a strict stipulation that they could not sell for more than 25 yuan, or else they would run out of stock in the future. The owners of the 7 shops, fearing they might offend this southern boss, were eager to sell more at lower profits in hopes of continuing their partnership. "Everyone, I will deliver goods daily from now on, but let me state this up front. All payments must be made within a week. I will gradually deliver goods within 5 days. Today is Monday, so I expect to see payments by Sunday. For what you sell, you pay. For what remains unsold, you either return them or pay me directly. This time it's a trial order. Future orders will be cash only." "Cash on delivery?" Li Zhi shook his head. "No, it's a prepayment." In our market, we usually pay manufacturers 50. Li Zhi interrupted. "That is your practice. I have mine. However, don't rush to negotiate this with me now. After a few days of selling, you'll see things differently. Seeing Li Zhi's confidence, they could only agree. In the following days, deliveries continued daily, with each shop receiving over 100 items. During this time, Li Zhi did not contact Feng Dihai, mainly because he was unsure what to discuss. Feng Dihai sensed something was amiss. That Saturday night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "What are you doing? You're tossing around like a big bug, making all that noise." His wife, Li Zhi, was abruptly awakened and began to scold him. "What am I doing? Li Zhi, why do I feel like something's off? That guy taking our denim scraps seems a bit strange. It's been days, and he hasn't brought any proper goods. Can scraps make clothes? Now that you mention it, it is a bit odd. Hey, why don't you ask Zhao Shuyang? You two can meet, and he knows him well. If he is a southern boss, Zhao Shuyang can tell you." "Right. I'll ask him first thing tomorrow morning." On Sunday morning, Feng Dihai rose early to seek out Zhao Shuyang. Zhao Shuyang, meanwhile, was delighted, calculating that his collaboration with Li Zhi would only increase, leading to greater profits for himself. The motorcycle horn sounded at the entrance, and Zhao Shuyang realized that Feng Dihai had arrived. "Brother Hai, what brings you here?" Feng Dihai chuckled. "I simply missed you." He handed over the items he had brought. "Why bring something?" "Oh, what is wrong with you?" Zhao keenly noticed Feng Dihai's unusual complexion. "All right, I'll be straightforward. I want to ask how large the factory owned by this boss Li in the south is." "What? What southern factory? Isn't he just processing for his relatives?" Upon hearing this, Feng Dihai's expression shifted dramatically. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've been deceived." He then gritted his teeth and muttered, "How dare he trick me? This little brat has no idea who the second master of the Feng family is." Chapter 17. A bad premonition. Zhao Shuyang was bewildered by his words. "Brother Hai, what on earth is going on? I don't understand anything about this southern boss. He was processing here, right? Did he pay?" "No. He said it was a monthly settlement, and I advanced the payment for the villagers." Feng Dihai frowned and forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Does your village have a phone? I need to call my brother and inquire about this kid's background, just to ascertain the situation. If he turns out to be nothing, I will show him what. Yes, the brigade has a phone. We're the only ones in the village with a line." Feng Dihai waved his hand impatiently. "Stop boasting. We might have been deceived." Li Zhi delivered today's goods to the Longwan clothing wholesale city and then departed. He calculated that he had produced a total of 1,200 pairs of pants, with each pair of jeans requiring approximately 0.91 meters of fabric. He estimated he could still yield around 300 more. Moreover, Li Zhi noticed that this batch of leftover material was quite peculiar. The holes in the jeans were remarkably uniform, as if they had been intentionally designed for distressed jeans, which left him perplexed, ultimately attributing it to sheer luck. Not long after Li Zhi left, 4 or 5 people surged towards Zhao Baoshan's bed. "Baoshan, do you still have those distressed jeans from last time?" "Yes, why? In such a rush?" This was one of Zhao Baoshan's clients, who had taken a few pairs back on Monday to sell and was now providing feedback on the first batch. "I need 3 sets. Also, add 5 pairs each for sizes 1, 8, 1, 9, 2, 2 and 2, 4. Let us keep the price the same as last time, all right?" Zhao Baoshan was taken aback. 3 sets? That's 21 pairs, plus an additional 20 pairs? Zhao Baoshan was a shrewd individual. This old chap usually struggled to sell even a few pairs, so why the sudden demand for so many? His eyes darted, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Su. I do have the pants, but I can't do 25 anymore. It's not that I want to raise the price. The supplier has increased their prices. You know how the market for jeans is. What quality like this is worth at least 30, right? But since you're a loyal customer, I want to profit much. How about I offer them to you for 28? Although Li Zhi had requested a price not exceeding 25, the clients decided how to sell them. "What? 28? All right. Hurry and pack them up. I have customers waiting. I've already sold 17 or 18 pairs. The youngsters are crazy for these jeans. Do you have any similar styles?" "None. Good luck finding them in the market. I'm the only one with them. I'm already losing money at 28. Zhao Baoshan regretted his hasty agreement. He suspected he had just committed to selling at a significantly higher price. Yet he found himself in a predicament, having uttered those words. He could only hope for others to return orders at a higher price. This scenario was not exclusive to Zhao Baoshan's family. The initial feedback from clients had sent tremors through the clothing wholesale market. Upon returning home, Li Zhi casually consumed a few bites of his meal, feeling the relentless twitch of his right eyelid. Before long, his left eyelid joined in the dance. The twitching of the left eyelid was often considered a harbinger of good fortune, while the right could signify a promotion or impending wealth. Li Zhi even hummed a few lyrics, eliciting laughter from Li Jin beside him. Indeed, he was the elder brother. The twitching of both eyelids suggested auspicious tidings. Although Li Zhi was not superstitious, this sensation felt unsettling. At that moment, a cacophony of motorcycle engines echoed outside, led by Zhao Shuliang, followed closely by 7 or 8 burly men, each bearing a menacing countenance. Zhao Shuliang's expression was one of ire, and the aggressive demeanor of this group made Li Zhi uneasy. Had he been discovered? Chapter 18. He was unyielding despite the uncertainty swirling within him. Li Zhi's exterior remained unperturbed, his countenance as serene as ever. Zhao Shuliang, upon perceiving Li Zhi's demeanor, was enraged, his nostrils flaring as he practically spat. "Are you still pretending? Ah, brother Zhao. What brings you here so early?" Li Zhi stepped outside, attempting to obstruct their approach, fearing that any conflict might endanger his parents and siblings. Zhao Shuliang let out a cold chuckle. "I have matters to discuss with you." "What matters?" Li Zhi scrutinized the 7 or 8 men opposite him, contemplating the implications. These individuals were robust. Even if he were capable of fighting, he could manage only 2 or 3 at most. Today seemed dire indeed. Yet, any delay was better than none. "What matters? We're here for processing fees. 1,200 pairs of trousers, 2 yuan each, totaling 2,400. Pay up. 2 yuan. Li Zhi's gaze sharpened. Was Zhao Shuliang truly prepared to confront him so brazenly? It appeared this fellow had unearthed some information. What is the big deal? It's merely processing fees, just a few thousand yuan. Why the need for such a commotion, brother Zhao? Seeing that Li Zhi was still evading the issue, Zhao Shuliang signaled his subordinates, who promptly encircled Li Zhi. It turned out Zhao Shuliang was a rogue himself. He had seized an opportunity to amass wealth. Otherwise, he would merely be another petty thug. "Stop the nonsense. Hand over the money. Not a single cent less today." Li Zhi recognized that resolution was unattainable, his expression turning steely. "Zhao Shuliang, do you think I'm easily intimidated? Let me make this clear. The money is yours, every cent owed to you. But 2 yuan for processing? When did I ever agree to that? And the monthly settlement stands. If you're here for money, you'll get none today. You want my life instead? Try me." His final words were delivered with a fierce bravado, yet deep down, Li Zhi remained the relentless fighter he had always been. Those familiar with him from his previous life knew well that he was not to be trifled with. He was ruthless towards others, but even more so towards himself. It was no wonder he had achieved such heights. As the workshop director at Huaten, he was no ordinary individual. Long before joining Huaten, he had already amassed a significant fortune. Had it not been for his cold-hearted father burdening him with 50 million in debts, he would have soared to the pinnacle of success. The bloodthirsty, beast-like gaze startled Zhao Shuliang. Having emerged from a life of delinquency and engaged in numerous brawls, he had tempered his ways significantly in recent years as the village secretary. Yet, he had never encountered a demeanor quite like Li Zhi's. He instinctively took a step back, then glanced at the throng he had brought with him, snorting disdainfully. "You little rascal, playing tricks? Do you think you can intimidate me? You'll soon learn who I am. Take him down." As his group prepared to act, a figure suddenly charged forward, bellowing, "What do you think you're doing? Who dares to lay a finger on him? I'll skewer you." Li Dei's neck muscles bulged as he clutched a wooden farming pitchfork, racing towards the scene. The group parted instantly. They were mere ruffians, not desperate men, and fear of death held them in check. Li Dei stood resolutely before Li Zhi. And though he was neither tall nor robust, even somewhat gaunt, Li Zhi perceived an overwhelming sense of strength emanating from his silhouette. A pang of emotion struck him, reflecting on the stark contrast between their fathers. In his previous life, his father nearly led him to ruin, leaving him burdened with a staggering debt of 50 million before he turned 20. Had it not been for his resilient nature, he might have succumbed to the pressures of those creditors. Earlier, upon witnessing the troubling situation outside, Li Dei had rushed out. Although he recognized Zhao Shuliang, his concern for his child rendered him vigilant. At that moment, Li Jin also emerged from the house. Though he had never engaged in a fight and trembled with fear, he brandished a kitchen knife. "Who dares to bully my elder brother?" His voice quivered, and his hand shook, yet an unknown courage surged within him. Li Zhi's eyes welled with tears. This was familial love, the kind he had never experienced in his former life. In battle, brothers fight together, and fathers stand with their sons. Why this bond? because such ties compel one to fight fiercely and never betray. Hey, why are you all running away? Cowards. They have weapons, don't we? Zhao Shuliang fumed, incensed by the sight of this motley crew, driven off by an old man and a child. The group quickly regained their composure, feeling their waistbands for weapons, drawing forth daggers, butterfly knives, and iron rods. Li Zhi's gaze hardened. They had come prepared? Bending down, he picked up a brick from the ground, casting a glance at Li Dai and Li Jin. He vowed that under no circumstances would he allow his father and younger brother to be harmed. Fight back. If trouble arises, I'll take the blame. I'm not afraid of you thugs. 100 each. Zhao Shuliang shouted defiantly. The gang hesitated, but the mention of 100 sparked their ferocity anew. With a roar, they charged forward. Li Zhi, experienced from past altercations, understood the importance of preventing them from throwing the first punch. Once emotions boiled over, rationality fled. Especially since these were all young men. Filled with fervor, he remained concerned for Li Dai and Li Jin. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Stop right now? Seeking death, are we? Come on. Anyone who dares to strike, we won't rest until one of us lies dead." With that, the crowd gazed at Li Zhi in terror. Li Zhi seized a brick and brought it crashing down, but instead struck his own head with a violent force. The aged blue brick shattered into 2 pieces, causing his body to sway slightly as blood streamed down his face. The grotesque expression on his visage, now smeared with crimson, blurred his vision, rendering him akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. Brother, Li Zhi, Li Dai and Li Jin rushed forward to assist him, only to be rebuffed by Li Zhi. His face, largely stained with blood, accentuated his pallid complexion. The corners of his mouth twitched, leaving one uncertain whether it was a sinister smile. Today, I shall uphold my word. Once we engage, it shall be to the bitter end. With that declaration, Li Zhi staggered forward a step, his frail form seemingly susceptible to a mere gust of wind, yet none among the gathered dared to move. Terrifying. Was he still human? Clang. A young man, who had sprinted to the front, dropped his iron crutch, but fear immobilized him from retrieving it as he retreated, his legs trembling uncontrollably. No one doubted the veracity of Li Zhi's words. The resolute fear of the fierce, and the fierce fear of those who are reckless. Li Zhi was indeed reckless. As he advanced a step, the group retreated in unison. Eventually, one young man, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, discarded his knife and fled, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Liang, I cannot take this job." He deemed Li Zhi a madman. Fighting relies on momentum and spirit. Once the spirit falters, who can maintain their ground? They all fled in disarray. Zhao Shuliang, though somewhat older, was equally intimidated by Li Zhi. He swallowed hard, retreating while uttering harsh words. "Fine, you're fierce." Li Zhi's bloodshot eyes seemed ready to burst. "Get lost." This time, even Zhao Shuliang could not withstand the pressure. He turned and ran, stumbling at the entrance before hurriedly scrambling to his feet and leaping onto his motorcycle to escape. The roar of the engine intensified as he sped away. Li Zhi, swaying twice, observed the retreating figures and, unable to hold himself up any longer, collapsed onto the ground. Li Zhi, Li Dai rushed to support him, swiftly hoisting him onto his back and heading towards the village clinic. Bai Suqin and Li Shui emerged in tears, their innate timidity evident as they had been paralyzed with fear moments before, now rushing towards the clinic. Chapter 19. Family ties. Lu Xiuwen, the village clinic's doctor, was a year or 2 younger than Li Dai. "Dai, what happened?" "Xiuwen, please help. He was hit by a brick." Bai Suqin and Li Shui wept profusely. "Aunt Lu, is my brother all right? He won't die, will he?" Li Shui's voice cracked as she cried. Lu Xiuwen, experienced in her craft, disinfected the wound and reassured them. "It's nothing serious, just a small cut on his head. I will stitch it up and bandage it." "What? You all fled because you were scared?" Feng Dihai, upon hearing Zhao Shuliang recount the events, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Brother Hai, it's not that the brothers couldn't handle it. It's that the kid was too ruthless, smashing a big brick onto his head. If someone were truly killed, we would be in deep trouble," Zhao Shuliang retorted. Casting a sidelong glance, "You, Feng Dihai, are formidable, with an older brother at the town police station, but what do we have?" He mentioned that his maximum loss would be a little over 1,000 in processing fees, not as anxious as Feng Dihai, who had genuinely put forth over 10,000 worth of fabric. With a furrowed brow, Feng Dihai paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Was that young man truly so brazen? Very well, if he wishes to be audacious, Let us head to the commune. I shall call my brother. Upon returning from the village commune, Zhao Shuliang and Feng Dihai bore smiles on their faces. Although Feng Deshan did not say he would come immediately, he indicated that he would bring people over in the afternoon. Let that brat revel in his arrogance for a while. Once my brother arrives, we shall deal with him. Feng Dihai harbored a bubbling frustration, feeling that, at his age of over 40, it was absurd to be outwitted by a mere boy who had not yet fully matured. Indeed, we shall deal with him later. Oh, and what about the remaining fabric? Are we still going to use it? Zhao Shuliang pondered that there were still 300 meters of fabric untouched. Use it? What nonsense. Li Zhi had bandaged his head, with 2 stitches in place, and now felt dizzy. On the way back, Li Dai had offered to carry him, but Li Zhi had declined, feeling guilty for causing concern to his parents. Mom and Dad, please do not worry. At most, in a day or two, Zhao Shuliang and the others will have to apologize to me. Sitting on the Kong, he gazed at his parents, who were still boiling water and cooking eggs for him, feeling an indescribable happiness. He could not forget the bravery his father had shown earlier while wielding a fork, a stark contrast to the quiet demeanor he had always known. Li Zhi, tell your father the truth. What exactly happened with Zhao Shuliang today? It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding, Dad. I need to discuss something with you. Later, could you take Mom and Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui to my grandfather's house for a couple of days? I can handle this matter at home by myself. No way. Li Dai and Bai Suqin replied in unison. Although Bai Suqin was adding firewood to the stove, she was attentively listening to the conversation between the 2 men. Mom, Li Zhi pleaded, looking earnestly at Bai Suqin. Yet, the usually soft-hearted mother outright refused, saying, Li Zhi, I do not know what exactly you have done, but I know you are not a bad boy and wouldn't engage in unlawful activities. Whatever difficulties arise, we shall face them together as a family. Otherwise, what does it mean to be a family? Dad, let your 5 brothers come over shortly. The Li family has always been numerous and prosperous. Even if we have our spats and disagreements, it does not affect you. Li Dai nodded, his brows raised. It is reassuring that you think this way, my dear. I will have them come over. Li Zhi was well aware of his uncles at home. His 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles were all married, while the 5th and 6th were still single, though their living conditions were modest. They would all visit during the new year for greetings. And Li Zhi did not wish to involve his uncles in this matter, yet he understood that his father was resolute in his decision to intervene. Li Dai stepped outside, and it was not long before voices could be heard from outside. There seemed to be quite a few people. Let me see, where is Li Zhi? The speaker is Li Zhi's 2nd uncle, who is 2 years younger than Li Dai. Among the brothers, they bear the closest resemblance to each other, both nearly the same height. In contrast, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th uncles are significantly taller. Li Zhi understands why his father stands around 1.70 meters, while he himself has surpassed 1.80 meters. Observing the stature of his uncles reveals that his father simply did not grow as tall. The 6th uncle is only 3 years older than Li Zhi, yet he is an unusual character. In Li Dai's words, the 6th uncle is unambitious, spending his days tinkering with inconsequential gadgets. Although he has never attended school, he possesses an exceptional interest in electronics and has taught himself to repair various devices. Whenever someone in the village has a broken radio, he can fix it effortlessly. Li Zhi believes his 6th uncle is truly talented. Such innate skill is not commonplace. 2nd uncle, I'm fine, Li Zhi said, rising with a smile. However, upon noticing the bandage on Li Zhi's head, Li Ren's smile vanished. Who did this? Where are they? How dare they bully a member of the Li family? De Jian, fetch something. He shouted at his son, Li Jian. The 3rd and 4th uncles also wore displeased expressions and hurried to the storeroom for tools. Li Dai snorted, enough. Why all the fuss? It was no one else. De Zhi did this to himself. Everyone paused, turning their attention to Li Zhi. De Zhi, what led you to such despair? Didn't you recently call off your engagement with Wang Diding's daughter? We can introduce someone else for you. Li Zhi forced a smile, bemused by their concern. Yet, these uncles are genuinely caring. This is what family means, blood ties. The 2nd uncle brought Li Jian, the 3rd uncle brought Li Yong, while the 4th uncle's child was still too young. Both Li Jian and Li Yong are 18, on the cusp of adulthood. There's really nothing to worry about. My father just insisted you come over because he was anxious, Li Zhi reassured them. Please, have a seat. Xiao Jin, Xiao Shui, go fetch some apples, brew some tea, and grab some candy for your 2nd and 3rd uncles. Li Jian and Li Yong rank as the 2nd and 3rd among the younger Li family members, while Li Jin ranks 4th. The cohesion of a large family, aside from kinship, often hinges on a leader. Yet, the Li family currently lacks a prominent figure. Li Zhi, having not been born into such a large family in his previous life, understands that as long as there is a leader, like him in the future, these relatives can be of great use when he establishes himself. Brother, regardless of the situation, we must not allow outsiders to bully the Li family. Li Jian and Li Yong, both youthful and spirited, exuded a fierce determination. Li Jian is somewhat slender and not very tall, whereas Li Yong stands impressively at 1.85 meters, possessing striking looks that even remind Li Zhi of a movie star from his past life. All right, we are all members of the Li family. With the entire family gathered at Li Zhi's home, he recognized their concern for him, fearing potential bullying. However, as the afternoon wore on, tranquility prevailed until around 3 or 4 o'clock, when Bai Suqin began preparing dinner with Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui. Li Zhi had also asked Li Jin to buy a few bottles of wine, but unexpectedly encountered Zhu Yunshan and his son along the way. Remembering the relationship between his elder brother and Zhu Yunshan, Li Jin warmly invited them to join for dinner. Ultimately, Zhu Shiguang did not attend, but Zhu Yunshan did. And Li Zhi felt pleased to see him. Just as everyone settled down to eat, the sound of motorcycles echoed from outside. Li Deyi's expression darkened. They ve come again. Uncle Li Durun and Uncle Li Daguang rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Arm yourselves. Who dares to bully us at our doorstep?" In the rural landscape of the 1980s, familial bonds held immense significance. Those who stood alone often became targets of oppression. With the prevailing policies in mind, many individuals preferred to raise larger families. A group armed with shovels, rakes, pitchforks, and kitchen knives surged out of the door. Although Zhu Yunshan was unaware of the unfolding situation, the injury on Li Zhi's head ignited his anger, and he seized a pair of scissors, following suit. Li Zhi, fearing for their safety, hurried outside as well. The group, brimming with bravado, halted abruptly. Several motorcycles were parked at the entrance, including 2 sidecar motorcycles and 3 standard ones. The sidecar motorcycles bore the insignia of the Public Security Bureau, and 6 policemen clad in green uniforms strode forward, followed by Zhao Shuliang, Feng Dihai, and 4 middle-aged women. Leading the group was Feng Deshan, who, upon noticing the Li family members wielding farming tools, furrowed his brow and barked, "What are you doing? Are you staging a rebellion? Put down your weapons." The Li family members stood in stunned silence, their faces paling as they lowered their implements, casting pleading glances at Li Dei. They were simple farmers, unfamiliar with dealings of the authorities. Although they had committed no unlawful acts, the sight of police instilled trepidation within them. What on earth is happening? Why are there police officers here? Li Dei too was at a loss. The entirety of this situation was known only to Li Zhi, who suspected that Feng Dishan's appearance was linked to Feng Dihai, who wore a smug expression. In a hushed tone, Li Zhi urged his family, "Uncle, place your tools down and do not provoke the police. I will handle this." Upon hearing Li Zhi's words, the family members complied, setting their tools on the ground. Despite their fear, none retreated, including Zhu Yunshan. Though apprehensive, they stood firm, a fact that brought Li Zhi some comfort. Seeing this, Feng Deshan felt a sense of relief. Aware of the context, he approached Li Zhi, his demeanor stern. "Li Zhi, you are in serious trouble. You are suspected of fraud involving a substantial amount. We are here to take you in for questioning." He lamented the situation. Despite having only met Li Zhi once, he recognized the young man's potential. It was a pity that he had turned out to be a fraudster. "Ah, you think you can fight? Come on, continue." Zhao Shuliang, frustrated after a long day, finally vented his anger. Feng Dihai scoffed, "You dare to swindle my goods? You won't know the consequences until you face them." He suddenly stepped forward and struck Li Zhi across the face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound left the onlookers momentarily stunned, but it ignited fury among the Li family. Li Jian and Li Yong rushed out, shouting, "What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike a man? Who are you to lay hands on him?" Zhu Yunshan discreetly gripped the scissors, ready to defend if Feng Dihai attempted further aggression. The police swiftly intervened, separating the 2 factions. Feng Deshan glared at Feng Dihai, admonishing, "You fool! What are you doing? Do you wish to have me imprisoned as well?" Feng Dihai exclaimed indignantly, "Brother, he has swindled me out of my money. Are you a police officer?" Feng Deshan retorted angrily, "It is precisely because I am a police officer that I cannot permit your outrageous behavior. Fraud is one matter, but assault is quite another." Li Zhi touched his bruised face, taking note of the situation. Comrade Chief, your words elude my comprehension. How have I deceived anyone? Is there any evidence? Feng Deshan furrowed his brow. We have received a report alleging that you are suspected of defrauding 500 meters of denim, valued at over 13,500 yuan, as well as processing fees exceeding 500 yuan. Both complainants are present. Comrade Chief, everything must be substantiated by evidence. Since they are here, I would like to pose a few questions to them. While Feng Deshan remained silent, Zhao Shuyang interjected, I know what you wish to inquire about. It concerns the monthly processing fees, does it not? I must inform you, I have changed my mind, and this matter is not solely my assertion. The villagers of Beiwakan demand the settlement of processing fees immediately. What now? A promise is a promise, and our trust in you has dissipated. Pay us. Indeed, indeed. Hand over our hard-earned money. You cannot deceive us out of the fruits of our labor. We toiled late into the night to process for you. It is unacceptable to withhold payment now. Give us the money. If you do not, we shall demolish your house. The group of middle-aged women stood with their arms akimbo, casting sharp, disdainful glances at Li Zhi. They were clearly not of reputable character, unmistakably the source of much discord in the village. Li Zhi realized that discussing agreements at this juncture would be futile. He turned to glance at his parents, a look of remorse in his eyes, regretting that they were once again embroiled in distress. Parents, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point and cause you worry. Li Zhi, did you truly deceive someone out of money? Bai Suqin gazed at Li Zhi in disbelief. Father, mother, Li Zhi's voice trembled with emotion. He understood that nothing he said would sway their belief. He had faced hostility from a crowd with far greater composure than he felt now. Seeing his distress, Li Dai sensed something was amiss. Li Zhi, tell me, have you been deceived by someone else? He knew the character of his child, having raised him himself. Zhao Shuyang and Feng Dihai scoffed from the side. What a charade. If you raised such a child, you are not without fault yourselves. Bah, a family of fraudsters. Indeed, none of you are virtuous. The Li family glared furiously at the two men. Li Zhi's gaze turned icy as he faced Zhao Shuyang and Feng Dihai. You two, silence yourselves. Zhao Shuyang chuckled derisively. What is the matter? Are we not allowed to speak? You are nothing but a fraud. Look at you. Your dilapidated house isn't worth 2,000 yuan, yet you pretend to be a big shot. How can you claim to be a southern businessman? Have you ever ventured beyond the county? You look so pitiful. Can you even be called a person? A mere pauper. Your entire family is destitute. He looked down upon the tattered group with disdain. Before Zhao Shuyang and Feng Dihai could retort further, the sound of motorcycles echoed from outside, and not just one. Is this the place? It seems so. Did they not mention that Boss Li is just ahead, in the 2.5 tiled roof house? Look how bright this little courtyard is. Indeed, Boss Li remains grounded and leads a simple life. Indeed, great leaders teach us the values of frugality. Truly, Boss Li operates on an entirely different plane than us. As a group of 7 or 8 individuals disembarked from their motorcycles, they began to flatter even before entering the courtyard. However, once inside, they were taken aback, exclaiming, What is going on? So many people? Where's Boss Li? I spotted him. He's right over there. Those few. I will go ahead. You all take your time. The speaker was Cheng, the tall one, who swiftly approached Li Zhi, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Boss Li, it's been a few days. I've missed you dearly. The others behind him silently cursed Cheng for his shamelessness in being the first to seek out Boss Li, yet they were undeterred. Boss Li, I brought you a bottle of Matai. A brother of mine gifted it to me last time, and I couldn't bear to drink it. Is it all right if I shamelessly enjoy a meal at your place today? Upon hearing this, the others gasped. You actually expect to dine here? That's quite presumptuous. Ahem. Boss Li, I brought 2 ginseng roots from Changbai Mountain. They are perfect for infusing in liquor. This group fervently surrounded Li Zhi, showering him with compliments while presenting an array of gifts. Zhao Shuyang whispered to Feng Deshan, Director Feng, are we going to apprehend anyone? Before Feng Deshan could respond, Feng Dihai scolded, silence. He turned his gaze, grinning widely, towards the group. Why have you all come here? Zhao Baoshan and his companions were oblivious to the situation unfolding and unaware of the conflict between Feng Dihai and Li Zhi. Thus they explained, We're here for the settlement. Feng Dihai was taken aback. Do I owe you money too? Upon hearing this, Zhao Baoshan looked at Feng Dihai as if he were a fool. Dihai, have you had too much of that fake liquor? We owe Boss Li money. Chapter 21. A happy conclusion. What? A settlement? Yes, indeed. Last time, Boss Li supplied us with a batch of goods, and now we are here to settle. Boss Li truly exemplifies the acumen of a southern businessman. Remarkable. My inventory has been completely sold out. He marveled, continuously expressing his astonishment. Who could have imagined that a uniquely designed pair of jeans would turn into a bestseller? He had been busy all day, as the first batch of feedback had arrived. A bestseller. The order volume for this particular item from clients was 5 times greater than usual. What does that imply? The Zhao family's distressed denim orders had surpassed 300. Previously, they couldn't sell 300 in an entire month. Now, within just 7 days, they had already reached 300. Oh, is that so? Feng Dihai's eyes darted, suddenly shifting his gaze to Feng Deshan. Brother, you all should head back for now. Feng Deshan shot him a glare. You asked me to come. And now you want me to leave? Brother, it's not like that. This might be a misunderstanding. Little Li is likely experiencing cash flow issues. And now, Feng Dihai found himself at a loss for words. But having already offended Li Zhi, he could only devise ways to mend the relationship. I have told you to investigate thoroughly. How could I misjudge someone? Dihai, take my advice. This young man is quite extraordinary. If you can collaborate well with him, you will surely achieve great success in the future. Feng Deshan observed the group as Cheng Dage and his comrades entered the courtyard, quickly grasping the situation. Though he still felt compelled to assist Feng Dihai, contemplating how to smooth over the matter, he pulled Li Zhi aside, saying, Young comrade, I regret the trouble this misunderstanding has caused you. It is entirely my irresponsible brother's fault. Could you find it in your heart to forgive him this once? For my sake? Upon seeing Zhao Baoshan and others arrive in the courtyard, Li Zhi realized the issue would be resolved today. Feng, I should honor your request. But given that he slapped me in front of so many witnesses, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Feng Dishan's expression stiffened. Observing Zhao Baoshan and the others adorned with ostentatious jewelry, he gritted his teeth, acknowledging, You are right. He was indeed in the wrong today. Dihai, come here. Feng Dihai sensed his brother was interceding on his behalf, believing he was out of trouble now. He approached with a conciliatory smile, but before he could utter a word, Feng Deshan delivered 2 resounding slaps, causing an immediate hush in the previously boisterous courtyard. Young comrade, are you satisfied now? If not, come forward. Feng Deshan gestured invitingly. Feng Dihai stood in shock. His brother's blows had left him seeing stars. Li Zhi was taken aback by Feng Dishan's decisiveness, regarding him with newfound respect. Realizing that Feng Dihai was indeed inferior compared to his elder brother. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. Li Zhi proposed. However, Dihai, I must impose a penalty upon you. Your lack of trust has led to today's troubles. I shall deduct a mere 100 from you. Do you have any objections? Feng Dihai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as cooperation was maintained, he could endure the sting, smiling through the discomfort. No objections, none at all. He replied, inwardly cursing his impulsiveness. That slap had cost him 1,500. The irony was that he had also received 2 from his elder brother. Li Zhi proclaimed, Everyone, let us not disperse. Let us drink to our heart's content. Yet, Feng Deshan insisted on leaving, despite Li Zhi's repeated entreaties to stay. What is going on? Why is no one being compensated? The middle-aged women clamored. Yes, we are awaiting our settlement. Hey, that Li fellow, hurry up and settle up. The 3 women continued their incessant chatter, driving Zhao Shuyang to the brink of exasperation. Silence, he bellowed, causing them to fall mute instantly. The members of the Li family, along with Feng Dihai and Zhao Baoshan, engaged in lively conversation, while Zhao Shuyang found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to leave or stay. He awkwardly lingered with the trio of middle-aged women, feeling dejected. Zhao Shuyang was reluctant to depart, not wishing to miss this splendid opportunity, yet he felt overwhelmingly awkward and could not conjure an excuse to speak with Li Zhi. As Li Zhi ushered everyone into the house, Zhao Shuyang sighed, watching longingly as the group entered, including Feng Dihai, who had come with him. A twinge of envy struck him. After all, what were 2 slaps compared to the substantial profit? It seemed worth it. Just as he was about to leave in despair, a figure emerged from the house. Stop! Zhao Shuyang's body stiffened as he recognized Li Zhi's voice. He quickly turned around and saw Li Zhi approaching. When Li Zhi stood before him, he suddenly raised his hand, causing Zhao Shuyang to close his eyes in fright. Yet, he dared not evade or resist. With a sharp clap, Li Zhi's hand landed heavily on his shoulder, but the pain he anticipated in his face never came. Confused, Zhao Shuyang looked at Li Zhi, who patted his shoulder and gazed meaningfully at the sky, saying, "Brother Zhao, why don't you come inside for a drink?" Initially taken aback, Zhao Shuliang's expression shifted to one of delight. "Brotherly, I am truly impressed. I, Zhao Shuliang, am in awe." In that fleeting moment, Zhao Shuliang contemplated much. The person who had just moments ago been adversarial was now engaging in light-hearted banter. Was this individual a heartless fool or an extraordinary person? Was Li Zhi truly a fool? Zhao Shuliang felt his intellect pale in comparison to Li Zhi's brilliance. Such a character was indeed deserving of respect. Li Zhi produced money and instructed Li Jin to procure more liquor and prepared foods from the supply store, also moving 2 tables. A large group gathered indoors to drink, feast, and converse. The Li family, unaccustomed to socializing, remained silent, yet Zhao Baoshan and his companions were lively and engaging, aided by Li Zhi's adeptness at navigating conversation, ensuring that even the Li family felt at ease. After the meal, Li Zhi's second uncle departed, leaving Cheng Dage and Zhao Baoshan to accompany Li Zhi to another room. Zhao Baoshan cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, Boss Li, for your hospitality. Today's drinks were thoroughly enjoyable. Regarding the jeans from last time, I'd like to settle the account. You have 180 pairs at my place, which amounts to 4,000 yuan. Additionally, I'm ordering over 300 more, as detailed in this list. The total comes to 10,800 yuan. Please confirm, Boss Li." Cheng Dage smirked. "Oh, ordering so many? You must have sold quite a bit. As for me, I've ordered 280 pairs, bringing my total to 8,760 yuan. They all held a wad of newly issued 100 yuan bills, requesting to place orders. Li Zhi mused internally. He was indeed fortunate to be in a prosperous era, as the 100 yuan bill had just emerged in 1987, alleviating the burden of dealing with too many 10 yuan notes. Li Zhi approached business with utmost seriousness, jotting down the amounts in his notebook before collecting the payments. After counting the money, he casually spread it across the table, scarcely glancing at it a second time. Observing Li Zhi's nonchalant demeanor towards the cash, the others were taken aback. Indeed, he was a prominent businessman from the south, seemingly indifferent to such sums. Their collective amount had reached 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, a considerable sum in that era, where possessing 10,000 yuan deemed one a 10,000 household. Yet, Li Zhi appeared to regard this money with indifference. They were oblivious to his past grandeur. 6 or 7 million would not have stirred him either. Having received the funds, Li Zhi's associates sighed in relief, feeling for the first time that sending money outward was a burden, anxious that this esteemed Boss Li might withhold their goods. "Gentlemen, I have received the payment, but I will notify you of the specific shipping time separately." Why is that?" they inquired, growing anxious. After all, the goods were ordered by them, and any shortage would lead to complaints from their clients. Chapter 22. The shipper behind the scenes. Li Zhi shook his head and addressed the gathering. "Gentlemen, I assure you that within a week, I will deliver the first batch of goods, just as I did last time, with shipments going out daily." Although the group felt a sense of urgency, they were at a loss. They had contemplated replicating Li Zhi's designs, yet were unprepared for the reality that they could not produce items that mirrored his style due to a lack of raw materials. Initially, they had underestimated the tattered denim fabric, attempting to create holes in ordinary jeans, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. The pants were easily damaged, with unsightly frayed edges, resulting in a rather discordant appearance. In contrast, Li Zhi's jeans appeared deliberately distressed rather than genuinely ruined. Their efforts yielded authentic damaged garments. Upon realizing this, the group decided to take their leave and rode their motorcycles back to the county town. After bidding farewell to them, Li Zhi returned to his residence, only to find Zhao Shuliang and Feng Dihai still present. He turned to Zhao and said, "Brother Zhao, we will continue shipping today. Please bring the next batch as usual tomorrow. I will settle your processing fees." Zhao, thinking Li Zhi was jesting, blushed and replied, "Brother, please do not tease me. Let us stick to our monthly settlement." "Very well," Li Zhi replied with a light laugh, surprised that he was refused even when offering to pay up front. "Brother, I will head home now and inform them to commence work." Upon seeing Zhao Shuliang prepare to leave, Feng Dihai also stood up, saying, No, Boss Li. I shall take my leave as well. Dihai, if you consider us friends, just call me brother. Zhao, you may go ahead and notify them. Dihai, please stay. I have something to discuss with you." After Zhao left, Feng Dihai was curious about why Li Zhi had retained him. "Brother Li, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Li Zhi led him to another room, which was typically used by Li Zhi and Li Shui for their studies. It contained a weathered wooden table, usually cluttered with books, but was now covered with a neat stack of cash. The majority consisted of 100 yuan bills, laid out to appear as though there were over 100,000, though in reality, it totaled just over 69,000. Feng Dihai gazed at the substantial amount of cash, internally astonished, yet he maintained a composed exterior, as he was no stranger to the world, having run a sizable fabric store. For the 1,500 meters of fabric, we agreed on 9 yuan per meter, but since a mistake was made, I will deduct 1 yuan, resulting in a total of 12,000. Understood, Feng Dihai nodded. Li Zhi counted out 12,000 yuan and handed it to Feng Dihai. As Feng counted the money, his hands trembled slightly. Witnessing the amount was a different experience from holding it. The speed at which they counted was notably disparate. Li Zhi's hands moved with the efficiency of a counting machine, while Feng Dihai was considerably slower. Exactly 12,000, brotherly. You have been an immense help. Li Zhi offered him a cigarette, saying, no need for formality. We are mutually beneficial here. Dihai, I would like to inquire about something. Feng Dihai carefully tucked the money into his waist pouch, a look of relief washing over his face. Brotherly, speak freely. I will share everything I know. Are you still able to contact the foreign supplier of the fabric? Li Zhi fixed his gaze upon Feng Dihai, inquiring earnestly. It seems that has become elusive. Feng Dihai's eyes darted about, his expression wavering. Li Zhi chuckled softly, remaining silent as he sat at the edge of the Kong, flicking the ash off his cigarette while occasionally glancing at Feng Dihai. The latter was now sweating profusely, utterly perplexed as to how a mere youth of not yet 20 could exert such an overwhelming pressure. I require that batch of fabric. I trust that Brother Dihai has not deceived me. You acquired it for $1, a price I can manage for the time being. Beyond that, it becomes unnecessary. Moreover, it appears you have incurred a loss of 1,500. However, if I am not mistaken, Brother Dihai, your shipping costs have also been absorbed, haven't they? Transporting such a substantial quantity of fabric from the nearest port to Xiaolin town must set you back at least 1,200 to 1,300. Thus, you are likely facing a total loss nearing 3,000. Am I correct? Feng Dihai gazed at Li Zhi in astonishment, realizing the accuracy of the estimate. Li Zhi continued, I suspect you might not fully grasp the intricacies of foreign trade. Instead, why not introduce me to that foreigner, the principal behind the goods? In the future, should I require other styles of fabric, I shall procure them from you. What do you say? Feng Dihai hesitated, for it was indeed unusual to introduce one's own supplier to another buyer. Such a practice was deemed improper in business. Yet, the thought of losing a significant client like Li Zhi weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him torn. Observing Feng Dihai's demeanor, Li Zhi noted the stark contrast between him and Feng Dejian, despite their brotherly bond. Were it Feng Dejian in this situation, he would have readily made the introduction without a second thought, disregarding any potential gains or losses. Very well, I shall reach out. If I cannot make contact, do not hold it against me, Li Zhi concluded, expressing his gratitude to Brother Dihai. Upon returning to the town, Feng Dihai wore a troubled expression, uncertain whether to assist Li Zhi in making the connection. After some contemplation, he decided to consult his elder brother at the police station. Zhou Xiaomi, casually snacking on seeds, noticed Feng Dihai's return as he sat at the counter, muttering to himself. Her irritation flared. Are you unwell? Don't bother me. I'm already vexed. What's the matter? Speak up. Didn't that lad give you money? What's there to be troubled about? Although you're incurring losses, that worthless stuff in the warehouse isn't sought after by anyone. Feng Dihai cast a glance at Zhou Xiaomi. Mizi, let me share something with you. How should I proceed? He recounted the matter concerning Li Zhi, prompting Zhou Xiaomi to widen her eyes and toss a sunflower seed shell at his head. Have you lost your mind? What a foolish thing to do. Feng Dihai removed the shell from his head, bewildered. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaomi, with an alluring glance, softly advised, just tell him. Feng Dihai pondered, nodding repeatedly in agreement. That evening, Li Dai and Bai Suqin stared blankly at the over 50,000 yuan displayed on the table. Deji, is all this money ours? Li Dai exclaimed, having never seen such wealth in his lifetime. Bai Suqin, more timid, felt tears welling up. Deji, please assure me this money is legitimate. The police visited us today. Li Zhi, feeling somewhat exasperated, reassured her, the origins of this money are entirely legitimate, though a portion does constitute payment for goods. That night, the Li family was so overwhelmed with excitement that they could hardly sleep. However, Li Zhi found this reaction quite natural, as their lives would undoubtedly improve from this point onward. Earlier that day, he had observed the behavior of the Li family and Zhu Yunshan, which deeply moved him. True relatives and friends in this era are those who remain close regardless of fame or fortune. This realization also allowed him to feel more at ease in employing others. The following day, Feng Dihai came to see Li Zhi. "Brother, I sincerely apologize, but I've been unable to reach that foreigner." "Well, if you can't get in touch, then so be it. Perhaps it is simply not meant to be," Li Zhi replied, recognizing from Feng Dihai's demeanor that he had something to say. Suddenly, Feng Dihai shifted his tone. "However, I have contacted another supplier, a gentleman from the East. He currently has goods available, albeit at a higher price of $12. I doubt this price will suit your needs." Li Zhi maintained a calm demeanor as he listened. Without lifting his gaze, he responded, "Just get me 500 meters. I want to inspect the goods. Payment upon delivery." Feng Dihai's face lit up with joy. "All right. I'll inform him right away." In his heart, he thought, "What a clever strategy from my wife. I didn't expect this fellow truly needed supplies. With a profit of $2, 500 meters means I'll pocket $900 this time." As soon as Feng Dihai left, Li Zhi summoned Li Jian, and after conveying his instructions, Li Jian rode off on Zhao Shuliang's motorcycle. Li Zhi snorted softly, "If you are ungrateful, do not blame me for my actions. I had intended to collaborate with you." He recalled a detail and briefly informed Li Dai and his wife before heading out. Cycling directly to Zhao Shuliang's house, this time without any need for disguise. "Li Zhi, what brings you here?" Zhao Shuliang asked, counting and recording the deliveries. "I was just about to send you your goods. Are you in a hurry?" Li Zhi waved his hand. "No rush. Do you still have the fabric I delivered last time?" "None left. It was all distributed yesterday." Li Zhi nodded. "Understood. Do you have any leftover roll cores?" "Yes. 5 of them. Are you interested?" "I was planning to sell them for scrap." Li Zhi frowned. "From now on, none of my roll cores are to be sold. They must not be shown to anyone, even if they are to be destroyed. I need to take a look at those cores." There were 5 remaining roll cores, each 3 meters long, with a rich, royal blue color. Li Zhi bent down to examine them meticulously, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed." Zhao Shuliang inquired, "What is going on?" "Brother, what do you mean?" Li Zhi waved dismissively. "It's nothing. Just help me take these to my house. My father might need them for building a pig pen." Zhao Shuliang readily agreed, though he found Li Zhi's excuse rather implausible. Who would believe that his family was raising pigs? Not long after Li Zhi returned home, Zhao Shuliang sent someone to deliver the 5 roll cores. As Li Zhi ran his fingers over the braille on the cores, he mused in astonishment. "I never expected these to truly be Levi's products." In fact, he had suspected this since the first batch of pants was produced. All the fabric was cut so perfectly, and the holes were almost identical. What did this indicate? These holes were custom-made. This is certainly not mere remnants of a malfunctioning machine. It seems that neither the consignor behind this matter nor Feng Dihai is aware of the truth. Li Zhi calculated that excluding the cost of the orders, the first batch of 300 pairs of jeans yielded a profit of around 15,000. Earning 15,000 in just 7 days may not be particularly challenging in the 21st century. Seizing opportunities can lead to profit. However, this is 1,987. The purchasing power of 15,000 is equivalent to approximately 200,000 in the 21st century. Naturally, with newfound wealth, aside from investments, one must also show filial piety to one's parents. Li Zhi set aside 3,000 yuan for his parents and subsequently guaranteed that he would be responsible for Li Jin and Li Shui's schooling expenses from now on. It would be impossible for Li Dai and his wife to feign discontent. Their son had truly made something of himself. With such a generous sum, that evening, Li Dai took it upon himself to purchase a bottle of 5 yuan liquor from the supply and marketing cooperative, something he had never done before. Insisting on sharing a drink with Li Zhi, "Zhi, tell your father what's really going on. Did you profit from those jeans?" Li Dai was aware of Li Zhi's venture into jeans production, yet the specifics eluded him. When questioned, Li Zhi spoke vaguely. "Dad, it's simply jeans manufacturing, albeit with some clever methods. Worry not. Your son has engaged in legitimate business, and I assure you, our family's circumstances will only improve." Li Zhi clinked glasses with Li Dai, feeling a twinge of emotion, grateful for the fortunate era they lived in. Otherwise, how could one so effortlessly accumulate wealth? "All right. Dad believes you." Li Zhi drained his glass, looking at Li Zhi with pride. He felt a surge of joy, relieved that he had not led his son into a dire situation, nor forced him into marriage with the Wang family's daughter. While she may have been admirable, she no longer seemed a suitable match for his son. Parents share similar sentiments, including by Su Qin, who also believed that Li Zhi deserved better options. After expressing this thought to him, Li Zhi merely laughed. Marriage? I am in no hurry. I have yet to encounter someone who stirs my heart. Why rush into the grave of love? At this moment, Bai Suqin interjected. All right, you two have had enough to drink. It's time for dinner. Xiao Shui, please serve your father and brother some rice. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. Li Zhi had grown familiar with this sound lately. He hastily instructed Xiao Shui, fetch another bowl. Your second brother, De Jian, is back. Serve him a bowl of rice. Indeed, moments later, Li Jian entered. Clad in a school coat, his hands tucked into his pockets, his face reddened from the cold. Brother, I'm back. Li Zhi helped him remove his coat and encouraged him to sit by the Kong to warm up and have a sip of liquor. A chill swept in from outside. Although it was spring after the new year, the weather remained brisk, and Li Jian had certainly endured his share of discomfort that day. After a brief moment of respite on the Kong, as he was about to speak, Li Zhi interrupted. First, let us eat. We can talk after the meal. All right. I'm hungry too. Li Jian felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had been dispatched by Li Zhi for errands, upon his return, he was not hurried along, but instead invited to dine. Such kindness from his elder brother. He consumed 4 bowls of rice before slowing down, savoring the delightful dishes prepared for dinner, which he could seldom enjoy at home. Concerned that he might overindulge and become unwell, Li Zhi quickly advised him to pause. Drink some water. Li Jian held a deep admiration for Li Zhi, who had transformed into a remarkably different person from the reticent elder brother he once knew. Previously, Li Zhi's lack of assertiveness had rendered him somewhat contemptible in the eyes of Li Jian and their cousins. However, the tides had turned. During their dinner the previous evening, they watched in awe as Li Zhi engaged in lively conversation with numerous esteemed business figures, leaving them unable to interject. How could they not feel a sense of admiration? Even the occasional authoritative aura that Li Zhi exuded instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Brother, come outside with me, Li Zhi gestured. Given the dubious nature of the matter at hand, he preferred to keep their parents uninformed. In the adjacent room, Li Jin was still studying, but was promptly sent out by Li Zhi. What is the situation? Have you tracked him down? A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Li Jian's eyes. Rest assured, brother, everything you asked me to do has been accomplished. I followed Feng Dihai since yesterday morning. He didn't notice me. He returned to the town for about an hour before heading out again on his motorcycle, this time to the city. Li Zhi paused. Longwan. No, he has headed to Liaoxiang City. Chapter 24. Journey to Liaoxiang. Liaoxiang? Longwan is the county seat, which falls under the jurisdiction of Liaoxiang City. He vaguely recalled visiting Liaoxiang once, perhaps to visit someone in the hospital. Did you take note of the location? I remember, it's at 39, Minju Street. Guqing International Guest House. Guqing Guest House. Understood. You should return home and rest well. Here is 20 yuan. Buy a few bottles of wine for my second uncle. Li Zhi produced 2 10 yuan notes and handed them over. Li Jian hesitated. Brother, I don't want it. Take it. What are you hesitating for? It's not for you. It's for my second uncle. When Li Zhi wore a stern expression, he could be quite intimidating. Even though Li Jian was merely a year younger, and he accepted the money obediently. The following day, Zhao Shuliang made a special trip. Brother, when will our fabric return? The village has run out, and everyone is waiting. Li Zhi smiled. There is no need to rush. If I'm not anxious, why should you be? It depends on when Feng Dihai's goods arrive. I've already informed him of my substantial order, yet he still failed to prepare in advance. Zhao Shuliang chewed on his words, noticing the change in Li Zhi's tone towards Feng Dihai, and wisely chose not to delve deeper. All right, brother. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will handle it with clarity. Li Zhi was startled by Zhao Shuliang's previous remarks, fearing he might jokingly offer to send his wife over with the promise. Thank you, brother Zhao. I'll take my leave now. As Li Zhi watched Zhao Shuliang's receding figure, he stroked the slightly prickly stubble on his chin. Although Zhao Shuliang had made his intentions clear, trust was something that had to be cultivated gradually. Even among the blood relatives of the Li family, Li Zhi was cautious about placing his full trust in anyone too swiftly. Mother, where's my father? He has gone to Cheng Laosan's house. Your father said he couldn't just resigned to age. He needs to earn money and not hold you back. He wants to inquire about the current price of a plowing tractor. Li Zhi couldn't help but laugh at this. That's fine, tractors are good. At least they keep busy in spring and autumn. I support the idea, but we'll wait a bit. Let us go to the city and buy a new one. By the way, Mother, I am heading out today and may not return until tomorrow or even stay in the city for 2 days. I wanted to let you know so you won't worry. Bai Suqin wiped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, going to the city? Long one. Liao Xiang. Very well then, Daji. Be cautious while you are out. Last night, I sewed this for you. Keep it and your money close to you. When traveling, one must not display their wealth." Bai Suqin then retrieved a denim waist pouch from the cupboard, its simplicity adorned with even stitching. Li Zhi was taken aback. How did his mother know he was going far? Denim in this era was quite sturdy, likely difficult to sew. A glance revealed a wound on Bai Suqin's thumb. Ah, the weight of maternal love is profound and heartwarming. A mother worries for her child, even at a distance of mere miles. Mother, your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable. I wouldn't have known where to keep my money otherwise. Even though Li Zhi had better methods in mind, he placed his money into the waist pouch before her. Bai Suqin smiled. Go on, Daji. Be careful in all your endeavors. Li Zhi donned the woolen Zhongshan suit tailored by Cheng Dage, a design he had crafted himself, featuring a simple, fashionable stand-up collar made from high-quality fabric that lent an air of nobility. He draped a coat over his shoulders and rode his motorcycle to Zhu Yunshan's home. Uncle, are you busy? Zhu Shiguang was in the yard sorting seeds. As spring had arrived, and every household in the countryside was preparing to sow grain. Moreover, in the vast black soil of the northeast, not only was local support needed, but assistance was also required for other regions. People of this era did not dwell on personal gains or losses. They willingly contributed. Daji, are you looking for Yunshan? That lad just stepped out. I sent him to buy cigarettes. Uncle, have a smoke. Li Zhi offered him a cigarette. Zhu Shiguang accepted it with a chuckle. Hey, what a fine smoke. He ushered Li Zhi inside, where his wife greeted him warmly. Once inside, Li Zhi addressed Zhu Shiguang directly. Uncle, Yunshan has been quite busy running around with me lately, and hasn't he had the chance to show filial piety to you both? Here is 200 yuan. Please accept it as my modest gesture. He produced 20 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Zhu Shiguang was taken aback. Ah? Daji, no, I cannot accept this. Li Zhi anticipated this refusal, yet he had prepared his words. Please accept it, uncle. Yunshan and I have grown up together, and I will not shortchange him for all his hard work. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to send Yunshan home. Well then, let us say I am being greedy. Zhu Shiguang conceded as he accepted the money, his demeanor becoming even warmer towards Li Zhi. Li Zhi understood the nature of people. Even with a close friend like Zhu Yunshan, one must recognize the underlying motivations for their efforts. The world is bustling with people pursuing their interests. Emotions are one thing, while compensation is another. These should not be conflated. Uncle, Yunshan and I plan to head to the city soon for business, and we may not return for a couple of days. Zhu Shiguang nodded. Very well, go ahead. You are young. It's time to explore. But remember, Daji, I have watched you grow, and I trust your character. Not long after, Zhu Yunshan returned, promptly greeting Li Zhi. Brother Daji, you're here. Change your clothes and come with me to the city. All right. Zhu Yunshan didn't even inquire further before heading off to change, which was precisely why Li Zhi held him in high regard. If there truly existed a wisdom that appeared foolish, it would undoubtedly describe someone like Zhu Yunshan. Zhu Shiguang stood at the gate, watching the two depart, a sense of pride washing over him as he patted his pocket. The person he believed in was indeed remarkable. Look, it hasn't been long before he has already seen a return on his investment. Li Zhi rode his motorcycle, carrying Zhu Yunshan. Brother Daji, where are we going? Liao Xiang, don't ask too much. Once we arrive, it'll be the same old routine. Xiaozhu. Zhu Yunshan nodded, understanding. Yes, Li Zong. Liao Xiang was not particularly close to Gaohua village, approximately 100 miles away. The two embarked on their new journey in the brisk weather of early 1987. Oh my. Brother Daji, is this the city? Wow. Those buildings are incredibly tall. Oh, look at that girl. She's dressed so little yet looks so good. Brother Daji, a car. Why does it only have 2 doors? The construction in Liaoxiang City was indeed much improved, and upon hearing Zhu Yunshan's exaggerated remarks, Li Zhi couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. If he were to witness high-speed trains crisscrossing the nation or private jets becoming commonplace, this lad would surely be astounded. What is this? A country bumpkin entering the city? Yunshan, be a bit more composed. You should now refer to me as Li Zong. Oh, Li Zhi. Li Zhi recognized that due to his youth and lack of experience, Zhu Yunshan would soon grow accustomed to such sights. Excuse me, comrade. Could you tell me how to get to number 39, Democracy Street? Li Zhi stopped a man riding a bicycle. The man assessed Li Zhi, noting his refined attire, and smiled. At the intersection ahead, turn left, then after 4 intersections, turn right to reach Democracy Road. However, I can't say where number 39 is. You might need to ask again later. Li Zhi understood that to gain respect, one must first present oneself well. Had they been dressed in rags, the man would not have responded with such amiability. Thank you. Following the man's directions, Li Zhi arrived at Democracy Road and inquired of passers-by, making his way directly to the ancient city guest house. In Li Zhi's recollections from his previous life, he had seen such establishments in his childhood, though they gradually faded from view, generally characterized by their dilapidated state and cramped rooms devoid of air conditioning, hot water, or private bathrooms. However, the guest house before him truly shattered his preconceived notions. It was a 5-story building, adorned with the words Ancient City Guest House at the top, accompanied by a line of English indicating it was an international guest house. The exterior was opulently decorated, with glossy ceramic tiles that were quite expensive, covering the entire structure, which certainly commanded a hefty price. The individuals entering and exiting were dressed in formal suits, far removed from the loose, padded shoulder suits typical of the Hong Kong style. After Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan dismounted the motorcycle, they straightened their clothes and stepped inside. The lavishly decorated lobby imparted to Li Zhi a sensation akin to that of the 21st century, were it not for the somewhat overzealous slogans. He might have believed he had indeed returned to that era. At the front desk, 4 beautiful receptionists clad in traditional kipayos greeted them, causing Zhu Yunshan to gaze in awe. Ahem. Li Zhi furrowed his brow and coughed lightly to prompt him. Upon receiving this subtle nudge from Li Zhi, he suddenly became aware of the situation and his face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Li, spring has arrived, ushering in the season of animal mating. Alas, Yunshan, you are quite the curious one. Should this matter be resolved, I shall treat you to a foot bath. Zhu Yunshan, puzzled, inquired, a foot bath? Why a foot bath? What does that mean? You shall understand in due time. Excuse me, I wish to inquire if there is a foreign fabric merchant residing here. I have business with him. Li Zhi approached the front desk, contemplating how best to phrase his request. The woman at the front desk hesitated. Sir, do you know his name? What name? Li Zhi thought to himself. How would I know what he is called? Without a name, we cannot assist you in your search. How many foreign guests do you currently have? There are a total of 270 foreign individuals. Which nationality is the person you seek? The front desk attendant regarded Li Zhi with a smile, aware that he intended to employ a process of elimination to find his contact. However, the ancient city international hostel typically hosted foreign guests, many of whom resided here long-term. Li Zhi, handsome and well-dressed, appeared youthful. The front desk staff was inclined to assist him, yet without a name, they found themselves at an impasse. As they conversed, a man nearby, carrying a briefcase, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Hello, are you looking for Howard? He had been observing Li Zhi intently. Li Zhi turned to see a slender man with glasses, somewhat slick and polished. I do not know his name. I only know he sells fabric. Oh, by the way, I am acquainted with someone named Feng Dihai. The man's eyes brightened, and he extended his hand enthusiastically. Oh, introduced by Feng Dihai? Then you have come to the right person. I am the translator for Mr. Howard. My name is Guming Rui. Li Zhi was taken aback by this coincidence, though he sensed an overly eager demeanor from the man. He shook Guming Rui's hand and introduced himself. I am Li Qiao. Zhu Yunshan immediately lowered his head, fearing he might burst into laughter. Now, even his name was a fabrication. He, of course, was unaware of Li Zhi's true intentions. Qiao. Yes, indeed, to pry into Feng Dihai's sources. Mr. Li, may I inquire what business you have with Mr. Howard? Guming Rui scrutinized Li Zhi, having assessed his attire and deduced that this gentleman was likely quite affluent. I wish to discuss business with him. Li Zhi, in turn, discreetly observed Guming Rui. Although his expression remained neutral, there was a glint of arrogance in his eyes, suggesting a disdain for those engaged in commerce. Oh, is that so? Very well, I can introduce you to Mr. Howard. By the way, Mr. Li, what is your educational background? This unexpected question caused Li Zhi to raise an eyebrow in suspicion. However, after a brief contemplation, he proudly lifted his chin and declared, Education? What use is that? I barely graduated from elementary school. Yet, I still make a fortune. Li Zhi smirked, exuding an air of arrogance. This sudden shift in demeanor piqued Zhu Yunshan's curiosity. Since his illness, Li Zhi had undergone a personality transformation, maintaining an air of nonchalance. But today he seemed particularly irksome, reminiscent of the ostentatious brothers from the Zhang family who made gloves in their village. However, upon hearing this, Guming suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with a sense of reassurance. He was surprised that Mr. Li Qiao, at such a young age, possessed such thoughts. Indeed, schooling is of little use. It is far better to earn money. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he inwardly cursed yet another nouveau riche. Let us proceed upstairs. I shall introduce you to Mr. Howard. Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan followed Guming to the third floor, to room 308. A clang resonated from within, and Li Zhi noted the distinctly American accent. As Guming led Li Zhi inside, he was struck by the sheer size of the room. Lavishly decorated with a pure wool patterned carpet, an en-suite bathroom, and a 49-inch color television. Such opulence was exceedingly rare in this era. Li Zhi observed a foreigner seated on a mahogany sofa. Upon their entrance, the man rose, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, with golden hair, blue eyes, and a prominent nose. He appeared robust, not much older than 30, albeit slightly portly. For some reason, Li Zhi was reminded of the saying, a big head and thick neck suggest either wealth or a chef. Mr. Howard, this is Mr. Li Qiao. He is interested in purchasing fabric. Mr. Li, this is Mr. Howard. Li Zhi extended his hand, and Howard regarded him briefly before responding, pleasure to meet you. What type of fabric are you seeking? Li Zhi blinked and turned to Guming saying, you tell him, the same type of fabric that Feng Dihai bought last time. Guming translated, but Li Zhi suddenly sensed something amiss. Guming was problematic. Li Zhi's command of English was excellent, having managed the entire workshop in his previous life. Huiding was an international conglomerate with high standards for its employees. Although Li Zhi had never attended university, he had diligently studied English, achieving a proficiency level surpassing that of professional level 8. Guming addressed Howard. It is the same batch of very inexpensive fabric, the kind with holes. Howard nodded, understood. Ask him how much he needs. We can offer a discount for bulk orders. If it's over 2,000 meters, the price is 35 cents. Li Zhi was taken aback. Over 2,000 meters for 35 cents? Why did Feng Dihai pay $1 then? Chapter 26. Putting on a performance, Guming turned to Li Zhi, saying, Mr. Li, the fabric is priced at $11 per meter, which is quite reasonable, equivalent to about 10 yuan. Most suppliers charge over $2. $11? In an instant. Li Zhi comprehended everything. It was all Guming machinations. Pretending not to understand their conversation, he remarked, this price is too high for me to bear. Alas, shaking his head as if to depart. Howard, previously indifferent, hurriedly addressed Guming upon seeing Li Zhi's intent to leave. Is he dissatisfied with the price? Negotiations are possible. Guming, eager to finalize the deal, urged, well, Mr. Li, surely we can come to an agreement? I find the disparity between my expectations and your price rather significant. Perhaps it is best if I take my leave. With that, Li Zhi exited directly. Howard and Guming exchanged glances, bewildered. They had never encountered a businessman who would depart at the slightest disagreement, without even a hint of bargaining. Upon arriving downstairs, Zhu Yunshan looked at Li Zhi, perplexed. Brother Zhi, weren't we supposed to buy fabric? Why have we not proceeded? Buy? Who said we wouldn't? I merely seek a more favorable price. Li Zhi's gaze was deep as he stared ahead, and suddenly he chuckled lightly. Approaching the front desk, he confirmed that Guming had not descended. Please prepare room 309 for me. The receptionist recognized Li Zhi. After all, such a handsome young man was hard to forget. Certainly, sir. May I have your ID, please? After completing the registration, Li Zhi had acclimated to the prices of this era. Yet 100 yuan for a night at a guest house still pained him somewhat. Once they had moved their belongings into the room, to their surprise, Guming emerged from Howard's room, although he resided elsewhere at a more affordable lodging. Mr. Li is staying here? Guming appeared somewhat astonished. Li Zhi nodded, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of Guming. He was truly no good. In this era, it was hardly unusual for translators to profit from their work. Yet encountering someone as brazen as Guming was indeed a first. I have a meeting with another fabric supplier. Guming, sensing Li Zhi's indifference, quickly shifted tactics. I am well aware of the current fabric market. It's rare to find prices as low as Howard's. The going rate for denim is over $2. And the domestic quality is subpar, as I'm sure you know. That may be so, but I cannot accept that price. I obtained mine from Feng Dihai for merely 9 yuan. Gu Mingrui's eyes brightened. If you truly wish to negotiate, I can assist. I'll discuss with Howard and offer you $1, equating to 9 yuan. How does that sound? No need. The person I am meeting is also a foreign merchant, and the price is at most 7 or 8 yuan. With this response, Gu Mingrui realized negotiations would not be fruitful. He sneered. Li, are you certain it's that cheap? It must not be legitimate. It's definitely counterfeit. Such dealings are illegal. You would do well to negotiate with me, or I shall report you and have you sent to jail. Having exhausted polite discourse, he resorted to threats. Li Zhi narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flashing within his narrow gaze, causing Gu Mingrui to take a step back, though he scoffed. What do you intend to do? Humph. Do you dare to strike me? Before Li Zhi could respond, Zhu Yunshan stepped forward and raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the corridor. Zhu Yunshan's powerful palm struck Gu Mingrui's face, eliciting a cry of pain and sending his glasses flying. Brother Zhi, this is the first time I've encountered someone making such demands. Li Zhi chuckled coldly. In a big world, there are all kinds of people. Come on, Yunshan. Let's go out for a meal. Despite having been slapped, Gu Mingrui trembled with rage, yet he dared not retaliate. Although Zhu Yunshan was not tall, he was robust, his years of labor having endowed him with a muscular physique, making him certainly no match for Gu Mingrui. As Li Zhi gazed upon the retreating figures of Gu Mingrui and his companions, a sinister smile crept across his face. The dining establishments in Liaoxiang far surpassed those in Longwan, both in quantity and quality. Li Zhi had intended to cultivate Zhu Yunshan, exposing him to the vibrant world of Liaoxiang, where he could experience the diverse array of restaurants, shopping malls, video halls, and even disco clubs. Afterward, Li Zhi procured several bottles of foreign liquor, returning to the guest house only at 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Yunshan, returning from outside, was taken aback to discover such a dazzling world. Yunshan, keep an eye on the door. Inform me when that fellow appears. Do you remember what I taught you? I do, Brother Zhi. Seated on the sofa, Li Zhi leisurely uncorked a bottle of whiskey, savoring a taste he had not indulged in for quite some time. After an indeterminate period, Zhu Yunshan whispered, Brother Zhi, that fellow has exited Howard's room. Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he boomed. No problem. Our fabric is the finest in Liaoxiang, priced at only 75 cents. That price is quite reasonable, isn't it? Just 80 cents. Li Zhi reverted to his normal tone. Yes. That price is quite agreeable, but a slight reduction would be preferable. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaozhu? Zhu Yunshan called out from within. The price is quite favorable, Mr. Li. Much cheaper than that fellow surnamed Gu. The duo enacted a performance within the room, with Li Zhi portraying 3 characters, a fictitious foreign merchant, a translator, and himself. Meanwhile, Gu Mingrui seethed outside, his teeth grinding in frustration, his face still stinging from earlier. Just wait. I'll be back, he exclaimed, dashing downstairs to call the police. Zhu Yunshan had been observing Gu Mingrui, and the sight of him pressing his ear against the door nearly provoked him to strike, wishing to teach the young man a lesson. However, under Li Zhi's orders, he restrained his anger. Brother Zhi, he has left. Li Zhi nodded. Very well, let us wait. Come, let us share a drink. Zhu Yunshan accepted a glass of whiskey and took a sip, his face contorting in distaste. What is this? It's as if ash has been flicked into the drink. Li Zhi erupted in laughter, whiskey spilling from his mouth. Yunshan, refrain from such remarks, they will draw ridicule. This is whiskey, a type of foreign liquor, distinct from baijiu. Under different circumstances, you might try it with ice. As Li Zhi imparted his knowledge to Zhu Yunshan, they awaited developments. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by a multitude of voices. Open up. Li Zhi rose to answer, only to find Gu Mingrui standing at the rear, flanked by 4 or 5 police officers. As the door swung open, the officers surged inside. Get down. Li Zhi, prepared for the encounter, immediately complied. The police searched the room, finding no one. Where are they? One officer barked. Li Zhi feigned confusion. Officer, what person are you referring to? Don't play dumb. Someone reported that contraband is being smuggled here. There are foreigners. Where are they? Chapter 27. Our cooperation. Li Zhi quickly shook his head. That's impossible. This room contains only myself and my subordinate. You can verify with the security and cleaning staff on this floor. They have been present the entire time. Guming Rue shouted from outside. Impossible. I heard someone speaking English. There must be someone. Speaking English makes one a foreigner? Li Zhi let out a cold laugh, regarding Guming Rue with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool. The others were baffled by Li Zhi's words, save for Guming Rue, whose complexion drained of color in an instant. You can speak English? Li Zhi fixed his gaze upon Guming Rue and suddenly spoke in English. Fraud and smuggling are serious matters. I trust you will remain silent. Especially when we reach the police station. What are you saying? The police, growing alert, were unable to comprehend Li Zhi's utterance. Li Zhi merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, while Guming Rue's expression fluctuated between various emotions. After a prolonged internal struggle, he sighed, realizing just how formidable this young man was. It was evident he had been meticulously calculating his moves, likely plotting against him from the very beginning. This person had immediately recognized the flaws in his translation, yet chose to remain silent, instead suggesting they discuss smuggled goods, which would prompt him to call the authorities and subsequently entrap him. Such tactics were far beyond Guming Rue's capability to counter. Terrifying. He couldn't help but glance at the door to the room opposite Li Zhi's, wondering if Howard was also ensnared by this young man's machinations. In a contest of misfortune, it seemed Howard was faring worse than him. The police conducted an investigation and confirmed that no one had entered Li Zhi's room. They promptly took Guming Rue into custody, as filing a false report was a serious offense. Once they departed, Li Zhi, accompanied by Zhu Yunshan, knocked on Howard's door. Mr. Howard, I am Li Qiao. We met earlier today, and now we can have a conversation. Howard opened the door, astonished to see Li Zhi. You can speak English? Indeed. Mr. Howard, I must say, your judgment of character leaves much to be desired. Guming Rue is not a good person. He offered me a price of $11. And if I am not mistaken, your quote was 35 cents. I am curious, how much did you sell to Feng Dihai previously? Howard, momentarily taken aback by Li Zhi's words, quickly regained composure and exclaimed in anger, that scoundrel. How foolish of me to trust him. The price I quoted, Mr. Feng Dihai, was 40 cents, but given the small quantity he requested, anything lower would not be profitable for me. Li Zhi had not diverted his gaze from Howard's expressions and demeanor. He discerned something intriguing. Howard seemed to have known about Guming Rue's dubious nature all along. Yet, why had he not exposed it? Unless, of course, he had something incriminating against Guming Rue. Incriminating evidence? Li Zhi smirked inwardly, realizing that whatever Guming Rue possessed, Howard likely had as well. Li Zhi instructed Zhu Yunshan to fetch the alcohol from the room, opening a new bottle of whiskey. Now, it is time for us to converse properly. Howard observed Li Zhi with a hint of surprise, sensing an unexpected maturity and composure in this young man that belied his age. May I be so bold as to inquire, Mr. Li, how old are you? Me? 19 years old, Li Zhi replied without a hint of embarrassment, as his identification indeed stated he was 19. Oh my God, Mr. Li, you are remarkably young. You are the most exceptional young person of Eastern descent I have ever encountered. Mr. Howard, you are also quite impressive. May I ask how old you are? Li Zhi inquired, eyeing Howard's full beard, estimating he must be at least 35 or 36. I am 23. Li Zhi's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that Howard had aged rather prematurely. Your fabric is quite remarkable, perfectly suited for denim. But how many meters do you have? Howard sighed, estimating around 20,000 meters, though it is riddled with holes, making it rather difficult to work with. The folks here are not particularly fond of it. Indeed, Howard. It seems you find it challenging to return home now, don't you? Howard paused, maintaining a neutral expression as he gazed at Li Zhi, though his eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. What does Mr. Li mean by that? Why can't I go home? In an effort to mask his unease, he straightened his posture, aware that such body language signifies guilt. Li Zhi let out a cold laugh, swirling the golden whiskey in his glass before downing it. Why? Because you are a thief. Returning home would likely lead to your arrest, wouldn't it? What did you say? Li Zhi stood up and circled around to pat Howard on the back. I said you are a thief. The expressions on Howard's face were a spectacle, shifting dramatically. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. Go on. Li Zhi, standing behind him, replied coolly. You have been rather careless. You took Levi's goods without a second thought, yet you didn't even bother to switch out the fabric roll core. I discovered that the core bears the Levi's imprint. I made a call. Levi's Texas factory reported the theft of a new weaving machine and 30,000 meters of fabric. The Texas police are currently pursuing the perpetrator, Howard Albert. Am I correct? Initially, Howard harbored doubts about Li Zhi's claims, thinking it improbable that news of his misdeeds abroad would have reached home. He believed this young man could not possibly know about him. However, when Li Zhi mentioned his name in Texas, it dawned on him that the young man was well informed. Defeated, he asked, "What do you intend to do? Will you turn me over to the police?" Before Li Zhi could respond, Howard suddenly chuckled. "I believe Mr. Li wouldn't resort to such actions." Li Zhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, why do you say that? I suspect you wouldn't be so dull. If you intended to report me, you would have done so when Guoming was taken away. So what is it that you desire?" Li Zhi was taken aback by Howard's cleverness, though upon reflection, it made sense. To have stolen an advanced machine and 30,000 meters of fabric from a tightly regulated factory, one must possess considerable intellect. Yet, ultimately, they belonged to different eras. And Westerners could not rival the Easterners in the art of subterfuge. After all, the East is their ancestral home. Cooperation, comprehensive cooperation. Li Zhi was interested in Howard's advanced machine. Fabric is, after all, a consumable. A numerically controlled perforating loom is a rarity in the domestic market. Thus, its value is substantial. Cooperation? Pray tell, what can I gain from this? Howard regarded Li Zhi, suddenly realizing that meeting him had been a grave mistake. Even Guoming was merely a petty fraudster. Yet this Li Zhi was nothing short of a demon, a young demon. Had he not encountered him today, he would not be in such dire straits. He felt exceedingly passive, yet he would not easily capitulate. "I will provide you with a legitimate identity. We shall establish a joint stock company. You will supply the machine and the remaining fabric. What will the share distribution be?" Chapter 28. How to Converse with the Boss. "I shall hold 80%. Howard suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "This is unjust. You possess nothing yet demand 80%. You must be dreaming." He strode towards Li Zhi like an agitated bear. Zhu Yunsan, ever vigilant, immediately positioned himself in front of Li Zhi, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Although Howard could not comprehend Zhu Yunsan's words, Li Zhi gestured for him to remain calm, saying, "Yunsan, step aside." Zhu Yunsan complied but clutched a bottle nearby, ready to use it if the situation turned dire. "Mr. Howard, you have no choice," Li Zhi stated, tilting his head slightly to meet Howard's gaze. Unflinching in the face of his intimidating stare, after what felt like an eternity, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Howard's eyes. I need to consider," he stammered. Li Zhi's lips curled into a slight smile. "That is acceptable, but you have only one night to decide. If you choose to cooperate with me, in the future, you, Howard, will take pride in your choice." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Yunsan, and the two departed, leaving Howard's expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he hesitated before retrieving his mobile phone and dialing a number. Li Zhi did not relax. Individuals like Howard, with such intellect, would not easily agree to a partnership, especially one that offered him no apparent benefit. Keeping someone like Howard close could prove to be a double-edged sword. If utilized wisely, he could be an invaluable asset. If mishandled, he could become a formidable threat. The following day, Howard arrived early, rapping on Li Zhi's door. "Ah, my dear Mr. Li Zhi," he began, after much contemplation, "I have decided to collaborate with you, though I believe we should revisit the equity distribution." Li Zhi anticipated that Howard would propose his own terms, and was prepared. "My friend, we are entering into a partnership. Feel free to voice your conditions. Additionally, as a gesture of friendship, I must reveal my true name, a symbol of our mutual trust. Listen closely, my name is Li Zhi." "What a shameless act," Howard exclaimed. Despite having braced himself for Li Zhi's cunning, he was still incensed by such audacity. "Is this truly how you intend to conduct our partnership? My goodness." Li Zhi chuckled. "It's not too late to negotiate. What do you desire?" "I require 50% of the shares," Howard declared. Li Zhi stroked his chin, continuing, "Furthermore, I will invest as a foreign investor. You must also provide me with a legitimate identity. My visa expires in 2 months. Additionally, I need to witness your capabilities." Li Zhi replied coolly, 50% is out of the question. You may have at most 30%. I demand absolute control. As for your status as a foreign investor, even without your request, I would have arranged that. I will assist you in securing your legal identity. As for my capabilities, they need no demonstration." He understood profoundly the significance of possessing a foreign investment identity in the new era of reform and opening up, as it would facilitate dealings with relevant authorities. Howard pondered briefly, shaking his head. That is far too low. 30%? That is simply insufficient. I provide the equipment and the fabric, while it seems you only handle processing and sales. Confounded fool. How should I address your superior? I shall grant you a moment to rephrase that statement. Li Zhi cast a cold glance at Howard, sensing that the man was becoming rather audacious. His penetrating gaze bored down on Howard. In his past life, Li Zhi had been a workshop director, effortlessly managing his subordinates. He had mastered the nuances of management psychology to perfection. This oppressive look instilled a sense of familiarity in Howard. What I meant was, could we negotiate to 30%? That would be fairer. For I am indeed a wretched fool. Howard, unable to withstand the intensity of Li Zhi's gaze, one that seemed to pierce through to his very soul, felt an overwhelming sense of madness emanating from him. It was a madness that suggested mutual destruction, a willingness to risk everything. Such a person is indeed a lunatic. He cares not for the consequences and will exert every ounce of his strength to annihilate his opponent, if provoked. Precisely, conditions are negotiable, but you must maintain decorum, especially in the presence of your superior. Li Zhi rose, dusting off his clothing, relishing the sensation of victory. Old boss. Howard was still processing the implications, yet the sharpness in Li Zhi's gaze left him feeling somewhat uneasy. What shall we do next? Howard, being an astute individual, understood the dynamics at play. It was evident that this young man had him completely under control, seemingly predicting his every thought. What do you think of this name? Li Huada? Howard was confused by Li Zhi's statement, but after a moment of contemplation, he was filled with excitement. Boss, are you suggesting we use the Li Huada trademark? Indeed. Our next step is to register the trademark. A hint of amusement flickered across Li Zhi's face, yet it sent a chill down Howard's spine, as he couldn't shake the feeling that the boss was plotting against him. What do you intend to do? He asked, instinctively crossing his arms protectively over his chest, resembling a timid woman confronted by a rogue. What nonsense is this? I merely intend to establish a company and sign you into it, thereby officially making you my employee. Fear not. I shall offer you a very generous compensation. Li Zhi's mind raced. It was imperative that he retain control of the trademark registration, though it would be considerably simpler if it were under a foreign company. With this in mind, he led Zhu Yunshan and Howard outside. When Howard beheld Li Zhi clad in a thick cotton coat riding a motorcycle, his expression was quite telling. Boss, is this your mode of transportation? Howard clearly had reservations about the motorcycle. Howard, you must understand that those embarking on entrepreneurial ventures often embrace simplicity and frugality. By the way, since you disdain my mode of transport, do you possess a vehicle? Li Zhi's keen eyes noticed a rather sizable black key at Howard's waist. Could it be for a car? I do not. The boss is correct. Entrepreneurship indeed requires simplicity. I shall ride the motorcycle. He turned away, unwilling to let Li Zhi see his face, noticing that the new boss's gaze held a glint of mischief. His eyes inadvertently wandered to the rear courtyard of the guest house. Li Zhi, observing this, thought to himself, this is an opportunity. Howard, you must understand that while simplicity and hard work are essential, the most crucial aspect of a company is its cohesion. Both employees and employers must unite to create a grand enterprise. Come, let us venture to the backyard. I have yet to explore the inn's rear. Zhu Yunshan was puzzled as to why Li Zhi suddenly halted his departure. Had he not just mentioned a visit to the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Of course. He could not fathom Li Zhi's intentions. Chapter 29. An instant turnaround. Zhu Yunshan's ignorance did not imply that Howard was equally uninformed. He observed as Li Zhi indeed walked towards the backyard and felt a wave of urgency. Boss, are we not registering the company? He inquired, filled with apprehension. Not yet, replied Li Zhi as he navigated to the rear, discovering a parking lot with 3 vehicles, a Nissan Bluebird and 2 older model Santana cars, all in remarkably pristine condition. Howard, nearly in tears, understood that Li Zhi had unearthed something significant as Li Zhi approached the Bluebird. With a grimace, he opened the car door, internally cursing Li Zhi as a vampire, a capitalist. Zhu Yunshan took his place in the front passenger seat, while Li Zhi settled in the rear, crossing his legs with a smile. Howard, you have exquisite taste. Why not opt for a Santana? At this time, the Bluebird's price would hover around $270,000 to $80,000, marking it as a luxury vehicle. As the saying goes, a man who owned a Bluebird in '87 would be deemed fallen if he did not own a Rolls-Royce 30 years later. Upon hearing this, Howard proudly raised his neck. Indeed, The Santana cannot compare in comfort to this car. Although I spent an additional 20,000, it was worth it. At that moment, Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Despite Howard's cleverness, he seemed unable to handle compliments, becoming flustered with mere praise. And who was Li Zhi? A master of eloquence. His subtle flattery nearly sent Howard's ego soaring, almost causing him to reveal his true colors. Yet Howard, being shrewd, managed to hold his tongue at the critical moment. Upon arriving at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Li Zhi exited the vehicle alone, instructing Zhu Yunshan and Howard to wait. The two remained in the car, unable to comprehend each other's words, succumbing to silence. However, Howard observed with keen interest as Li Zhi entered the bureau, convinced that Li Zhi would face challenges. After all, he had dealt with the bureaucracy before and found the personnel to be rather unfriendly, making the process quite cumbersome. I wager it will take the boss at least 3 days to finalize the company registration. What do you think, lad? He murmured to Zhu Yunshan, who merely rolled his eyes, oblivious to the chubby fellow's musings. Howard, undeterred by any awkwardness, continued conversing with Zhu Yunshan. The boss is indeed a remarkable individual. While I perceive him as intelligent and capable, success is not guaranteed in such matters. I have witnessed the work ethic of the people around here. He surmised that Li Zhi would take a considerable amount of time to emerge. After waiting nearly an hour, he estimated it might take half a day more. Just as he prepared to step out for a stroll, he spotted Li Zhi exiting the Industry and Commerce Bureau, a file folder in hand, something he had not possessed before. Howard gazed at Li Zhi in astonishment. Boss, have you completed the process? Indeed, the personal investment company has been established. Congratulations, Howard. You shall become my inaugural employee. With this position, you will be able to reside here legally. I keep my promises. Now I bestow upon you a legitimate identity. Howard's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that Li Zhi would truly grant him a lawful status. His mind began to race with possibilities. Initially, he thought that once he received this legal identity, he could live freely, merely waiting for the opportune moment to cast Li Zhi aside, allowing him to thrive with the loom he had brought along. With a lawful identity, whom he partnered with would be inconsequential. Possessing machinery meant wielding power. Cooperating with this leech, he feared that he might be drained to the last remnant of his being. Howard prided himself on his intelligence, yet in Li Zhi's presence, he felt like a monkey being toyed with. How could he not feel elated at the prospect of leaving Li Zhi behind? However, Howard ultimately underestimated Li Zhi. The company Li Zhi established was named Huatin Investment Company, a privately controlled entity, devoid of shares. The name Huatin held sentimental value for Li Zhi, as it represented a pivotal figure in his past. Howard, please wait for me in the car. I will print an employment contract. All right, boss. Understood, brother Li Zhi. There was a printing shop adjacent to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, which was fortunate, as Li Zhi would otherwise have been at a loss for where to find a place to print contracts. Though it was merely 3 pages long, the printing cost him 10 yuan. What did 10 yuan signify in 87? It was indeed exorbitant. Upon Li Zhi's return, he held an employment contract along with a signature stamp. Hey, kid, congratulations. You will soon acquire a green card from our nation. You should feel proud, for obtaining a green card is quite a formidable challenge here. Li Zhi handed over the contract, densely filled with Chinese characters, which appeared as an enigma to Howard. This is just a simple employment contract. You only need to sign and affix your thumbprint, and then I shall assist you in obtaining a long-term residence permit. Li Zhi swiftly passed the contract, signature pen, and ink pad to him. Oh my God, my boss, you truly are a benevolent soul. The sparkle returned to Howard's eyes, and his previous apprehensions vanished. Upon hearing that he could apply for a long-term residence permit, he forgot everything else. In the past, Howard had contemplated obtaining a residence permit, but had found no one willing to collaborate with him. He remained wary of Guming Rue, knowing he was not a trustworthy individual. However, when he attempted to apply on his own, he faced numerous obstacles due to the language barrier. Now, encountering someone as capable as Li Zhi, he naturally overlooked many concerns. After Howard signed his name, Li Zhi had him affix his thumbprint and then tucked the contract away. All right, Howard, congratulations on becoming the first employee of Huatin Company. Now, let us proceed to the immigration office to secure your green card. Howard's face lit up with joy. Thank you, boss. He thought to himself. Once the green card was secured, he would undoubtedly leave this scheming vampire of a boss behind, unwilling to part with a single cent while demanding 70% of the shares. Howard looked on in astonishment as Li Zhi effortlessly completed a myriad of procedures at the immigration office. What perplexed him the most was Li's unwavering composure throughout the process, as if the lengthy immigration protocols were etched in his memory. Little did he know how swiftly Li's mind operated. Moreover, as a foreigner, Howard was entirely unfamiliar with the nuances of this nation's thought processes, which were starkly different from those of the West. "You may come back in 7 days to collect your permanent residency card," the staff member announced, handing Howard the final document for his signature. At last, they had reached the end of the ordeal. Both Howard and Li let out a sigh of relief. "Congratulations, Howard, on obtaining your permanent residency. You will thrive here, and our collaboration can commence with the next step of registering the joint venture." However, at that moment, Howard's expression suddenly shifted, and he turned hostile. He regarded Li with a blank stare and coldly remarked, "What collaboration? When did I ever agree to work with you?" Chapter 30. The blood-sucking contract. With those words, Howard felt a sense of triumph as he gazed at Li. Finally, he had vented his frustrations. Since their first encounter, Li had relentlessly suppressed him. Howard, a clever individual in his own right abroad, felt like a fool after several skirmishes with Li. Following a phone call yesterday, he had received a piece of advice that prompted him to endure, and now he finally felt vindicated as he sneered at Li, eager to witness his shock and fury. Zhu Yunshan sensed something amiss and looked at Li. "Brother Zhi, what is this oaf saying?" Li replied calmly. "He claims he never intended to collaborate with us and wishes to dismantle our bridge after crossing it." Zhu Yunshan's eyes flared with anger as he yanked Howard's arm. "You deceitful scoundrel! How can you lack integrity?" To Zhu Yunshan, business was built on trust, and this era placed great importance on credibility. In contrast to Zhu Yunshan's fury, it was Li's nonchalance that sent chills down Howard's spine. Li smiled gently at Howard and turned to Zhu Yunshan. "Yunshan, pay him no mind." The more composed Li appeared, the more incensed Howard became. "How dare you remain so calm? You should be furious. What gives you the audacity? What do you rely on?" Howard, looking at Li's serene smile, felt an unexplainable rage well up within him. He was a proud man, once hailed as a genius by those around him. Yet, the sense of defeat Li instilled in him was driving Howard to the brink of madness. In this turmoil, he forgot whether his initial goal was to break away from Li or to vanquish him. All he desired now was to witness Li's anger and disbelief, which never materialized. Li tossed the copy of the employment contract that Howard had just signed and suggested, "Find a translator and inquire about the terms you just agreed to." With that, he turned and walked away with Zhu Yunshan, leaving a bewildered Howard in his wake. After a moment, Howard regained his composure and furiously hurled the contract to the ground, muttering, "Who do you think you are? I don't believe you can write anything of substance." Meanwhile, Li and Zhu Yunshan found a restaurant near the guest house to enjoy a meal. During a meal, Zhu Yunshan, puzzled, asked after taking a bite of food, "Brother Li Zhi, what exactly is happening with Howard? Now that he's having second thoughts, what should we do?" Li Zhi took a sip of beer and responded, "Second thoughts? Indeed, he seems to have changed his mind. Who would have thought I would also sign a predatory contract for someone else?" Howard, having engaged a translator, felt dizzy as the entire content was translated. He nearly toppled over, exclaiming, "No, it can't be. Why is this happening?" The hired translator looked at him with a peculiar expression, saying, "Mr. Howard, according to the contract, it seems you are not considered a free man at this moment." Howard, in a daze, turned his head and caught the mocking glint in the translator's eyes. Was it indeed a mockery of his foolishness? The parties involved were Party A, Hooting Investment Company; Party B, employee Howard Albert. The employment term for Party B was 20 years, with an annual salary of 300 RMB. Party B was employed by Party A, which provided domestic conveniences for Party B's benefit. If Party B breached the contract, he would owe Party A 20 times his annual income as a penalty. Furthermore, Party B was aware of Party A's commercial secrets, and, should he breach the contract, he could not engage in any investment sectors owned by Party A. Due to the company's commercial confidentiality agreement, this contract was valid for life. After reading several clauses, Howard felt as if his life was over. 300 RMB a year? He had essentially sold himself. While others might be unaware, Howard was not. Although 1988 had yet to arrive, he had witnessed Li Zhi's capabilities. How could he possibly afford a penalty of 20 times his annual income? Moreover, the non-compete clause he had previously reviewed regarding the nature of Li Zhi's established company revealed it to be a comprehensive investment firm, effectively encompassing all industries. This non-compete agreement virtually restricted him from participating in any domestic sector. He felt as if survival was an insurmountable challenge, for he could not engage in any industry whatsoever. Overcome with despair, he longed to cry out to the heavens. He was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. He had believed he could outsmart Li Zhi this time. But now, with the signing of this employment contract, he recognized his utter defeat. After a considerable time, Howard gradually regained his composure. He drove directly back to the ancient city guest house and knocked on Li Zhi's door. When Zhu Yinshan opened the door, Howard immediately spotted the young man he regarded as a devil, comfortably seated on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigarette. That devil had one hand tucked into his clothing, grinning at him as if greeting an old friend. "Oh, my dear Howard, have you eaten?" Not feeling hungry, Howard replied despondently, standing before Li Zhi, and managed to utter, "Boss, my dear boss, your contract is truly advantageous for me. I am grateful." Li Zhi offered him a cigarette, saying, "What are you talking about? You are my employee. Caring for and nurturing my employees is my responsibility." Howard looked at Li Zhi's cheerful demeanor, and that seemingly harmless face made him want to punch it with all his might. Yet, he dared not. As he accepted the cigarette, Li Zhi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He withdrew his hand, which clutched a pair of scissors, from his pocket, uncertain whether Howard might resort to desperate measures. After all, that contract was exceedingly detrimental. Li Zhi pondered that if he were deceived into signing such a document, he too might struggle to contain his emotions. "Howard, tomorrow you will transport your equipment to Gaohua Village and deliver the fabric to Zhao Shuliang's home in Beiwakan. We will discuss the remaining matters in due course." "Understood, boss," Howard replied listlessly. Suddenly, Li Zhi stood up, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Howard, I admit I employed certain methods to exert control over you, but it was necessary. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Nevertheless, I will honor our original agreement and grant you 30% of the shares. You must trust me. This profit will be substantial. Furthermore, collaborating with me is far wiser than partnering with anyone else. Howard Albert, your name will resonate throughout Liaoxiang, Tianliao, the entire nation, and even the world." Li Zhi's gaze was intense, his eyes seemingly radiating light, dazzling Howard to the point where he could hardly keep his eyes open. In that moment, Howard sensed Li Zhi's formidable confidence. He could feel that Li Zhi was not speaking idly. Even if he had to resort to deception to acquire fabric, even if he possessed nothing, Howard believed in Li Zhi's eventual success. He felt that every word spoken was genuine. Unbeknownst to Howard, he would later reflect on this moment with a sense of pride and satisfaction. Years later, at a global economic magnates conference, Howard would proclaim, "My boss is the guiding morning star that illuminates my path, my mentor in life. My achievements are entirely due to the support I received from him back in those days. Boss, Feng Dihai took 500 meters of fabric from me. What is your connection with him?" Howard suddenly recalled this matter. Chapter 31. Instruction of Yinshan. Li Zhi felt a twinge of resentment regarding Feng Dihai. He believed he had been fair to him. After all, the fabric Feng had stockpiled was a significant loss, and he had helped resolve a major issue without bargaining for a lower price. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, Feng seemed intent on exploiting him. "Do not blame me for being unkind, Feng Dihai. I am still in the nascent stages, and you have profited considerably over the years." Contemplating this, Li Zhi devised a plan. "Howard, boss, hold off on the fabric delivery for now. Wait until I instruct you to proceed. First, get the machines to Gaohua Village. Additionally, do you have any reliable suppliers in the country? We need to address the raw material issue." Howard pondered for a few moments before reluctantly nodding. "I do, but they are not in Liaoxiang. They are in Hebei province." Now aboard Li Zhi's proverbial ship of enterprise, Howard realized that even if he wished to conceal information, Li Zhi would inevitably uncover it. It was wiser to extend Li Zhi a favor. "Hebei province? Not too far. How about you accompany me to check it out?" Li Zhi leisurely smoked, discovering a deeper understanding of smoking in this life. It was originally a means to withstand pressure, but now it was an act of contemplation. Enjoying a cigarette while strategizing amidst swirling clouds of smoke was a sensation he found intoxicating. Observing the bewildered Zhu Yunshan beside him, Li Zhi translated the conversation for him. "Brother De Zhi, should we not be in a hurry to commence production? Are we not providing the fabric to Zhao Shuliang?" Li Zhi furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Zhu Yunshan, you must always remember one thing. Never question the decisions of your superior. The abrupt change in Li Zhi's demeanor left Zhu Yunshan somewhat bewildered. Memories of Brother De Zhi were filled with warmth, and he had never encountered such severity before. Seeing Zhu Yunshan's confusion, Li Zhi sighed inwardly. Yunshan is a fine individual, yet he lacks an understanding of the hierarchical dynamics of the workplace. His behavior is rather inappropriate. Brothers are brothers, and work is work. Questioning one's boss in the professional realm can provoke displeasure, challenging the authority of a superior. Nonetheless, Li Zhi felt a twinge of compassion. He gently guided Zhu Yunshan to sit down, softening his expression. Zhu Yunshan, however, appeared quite aggrieved. Yunshan, Brother De Zhi has watched you grow and believes in your potential. Today's sternness is for your benefit. Zhu Yunshan gazed at Li Zhi in confusion, unable to grasp the depth of his words at this stage. In the future, you will be the one to bear the responsibilities for Brother De Zhi. There are many nuances in the workplace you must gradually navigate. Before speaking or making decisions, you must think carefully. Always remember to deliberate before you voice your thoughts or make choices. He gave Zhu Yunshan's shoulder a meaningful pat. Zhu Yunshan stood in thoughtful silence, and Li Zhi, observing his contemplation, knew his words had resonated. He smiled. After a while, Zhu Yunshan looked at Li Zhi with admiration. Brother De Zhi, I understand now. That is good to hear. I shall return to Xiaolan town. Li Zhi's lips curled into a smile. Yunshan is sincere yet quite astute. He has grasped the essence. Do you know how to articulate this? Yes. Our garment factory requires a substantial quantity of fabric. The price is not an issue. Instruct Feng Dihai to procure as much as possible. Li Zhi nodded. It is commendable that you have reached this conclusion, but upon hearing the initial affirmation, Zhu Yunshan's eyes brightened, only to feel a twinge of anxiety at the ensuing but, fearing he had misspoken. Is Brother De Zhi implying that this is not acceptable? Li Zhi chuckled lightly. Yunshan, your ability to contemplate this step is commendable, but what is the next step in your reasoning? What is the next step? Brother De Zhi, did you not say that one must think before making decisions or speaking? I have already thought it through. Zhu Yunshan was genuinely perplexed. It was Brother De Zhi who had suggested this course of action, so why was it deemed incorrect? Yunshan, let me impart another lesson today. You must consider your opponent's perspective. Envision yourself in Feng Dihai's position. If someone suddenly instructed you to procure an abundance of materials, what would you think? Zhu Yunshan fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he furrowed his brow. I would doubt it. I would certainly have my suspicions, and potentially even conduct a personal investigation into the matter. Very well articulated. Yunshan, you have not disappointed me. Under Li Zhi's guidance, Zhu Yunshan seemed to experience a moment of clarity. Brother De Zhi, I shall return immediately. Excellent. I trust you will handle this matter appropriately. Li Zhi cautioned Zhu Yunshan to ride his motorcycle safely before returning to the guest house, where he and Howard had matters to attend to. Zhu Yunshan rode his motorcycle directly from Liaoxiang to Feng Dihai's fabric shop in Xiaolan town. Upon dismounting, he was instantly recognized by Feng Dihai, who knew Zhu Yunshan was a subordinate of Li Zhi. Ah, is that not little brother Zhu? What brings you here? Did Boss Li send you? As Zhu Yunshan stepped inside, Feng Dihai warmly received him, offering cigarettes and tea. From the back room emerged a voluptuous woman, whose movements were captivating, reminiscent of willowy branches swaying gently in the breeze. She was fair-skinned and quite attractive, albeit slightly plump. The heat of the room was palpable, and she wore little, clad in a red autumn top that made her appear like a distant mountain veiled in crimson mist. Who is this? Dihai? At that moment, Zhou Xiaomi appeared and caught sight of Zhu Yunshan. Feng Dihai shot her a glare, perplexed as to why she had come out, yet he felt obliged to respond. This is little brother Zhu, an associate of Boss Li. I am Li's assistant, Zhu Yunshan interjected. Upon hearing Li Zhi's name, Zhou Xiaomi's eyes lit up with visions of wealth. Oh, little brother Zhu, please have a seat. Did Boss Li send any instructions? She eagerly reached for Zhu Yunshan's arm, her enthusiasm overwhelming. Zhu Yunshan withdrew his arm, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Thankfully, after Li Zhi had taken him for a foot bath previously, he was better prepared for Zhou Xiaomi's exuberance. However, he found it curious that his esteemed brother had only arranged for him to meet a foot bath attendant, while he himself merely soaked his feet. Feng Dihai, irritated by Zhou Xiaomi's behavior, chose to disregard it, knowing her nature well. Fortunately, she had not crossed any significant lines. Otherwise, he would have been unable to maintain his standing in Xiaolan town. Zhu Yunshan glanced around before quietly saying, Brother Feng, sister-in-law. I have come for personal matters. I have long perceived that you are no ordinary individual, and I wish to have a proper conversation. Feng Dihai, intrigued by Zhu Yunshan's secretive demeanor, felt a surge of curiosity. What is it, little brother Zhu? Is it not related to Boss Li? Zhu Yunshan cast a glance outside and whispered, "Close the door. Let us discuss this in detail." Zhou Xiaomi, her eyes glinting with intrigue, urged, "Dihai, go. Close the door." Chapter 32, Zhu Yunshan and Feng Dihai, equally curious about Zhu Yunshan's purpose, complied and shut the door. With the entrance secured, only the three remained inside, and the couple felt a growing tension stemming from Zhu Yunshan's enigmatic presence. "Little brother Zhu, what exactly is the matter? I feel rather uncertain," Feng Dihai remarked, his eyes darting as he studied Zhu Yunshan's face for clues. "Ah, brother Feng, why fret? It is good news." Zhu Yunshan observed the shrewd glint in Feng Dihai's eyes, realizing he was indeed a sharp individual. Had it not been for brother Zhi's reminder today, he might have inadvertently revealed too much. He found himself increasingly admiring Li Zhi. "Good news? Indeed. Our last batch of trousers sold exceedingly well. This time, people from the provincial wholesale market have come, placing orders for this quantity." Zhu Yunshan spread his arms wide. 500? Zhou Xiaomi, though uncertain, recognized that 500 was a considerable amount. Zhu Yunshan curled his lips in disbelief. "What? 500? Sister-in-law, are you looking down on us? It's 5,000 pieces." Our general manager Li is overjoyed. He has asked me to scour for sources everywhere. Right now, Zhao Shuliang and the others in Beiwakan are all set, just waiting for the materials to arrive. Zhu Yunshan's words momentarily stunned Feng Dihai. While he absorbed little else, he caught the urgency in the phrase about seeking sources, which made him a bit anxious. However, as one of the first to engage in business post-reform, he was not a simple character. Despite the inner turmoil, he did not reveal it. Yet, his composed demeanor did not deter Zhou Xiaomi from her agitation. "Huh, what does Boss Li mean? Does he no longer wish to use our goods? Little brother Zhu, you must help." Zhou Xiaomi pressed closer to Zhu Yunshan, causing him to retreat in alarm until his back hit the wall. Feng Dihai, incensed, reprimanded Zhou Xiaomi. "What are you doing? Come over here. Look at how you've squeezed little brother Zhu with nowhere to go." "Little brother Zhu, I understood what you said about tea. Does Boss Li think my abilities are lacking? Or is the price too high?" Although Feng Dihai's tone betrayed no hint of anxiety, Zhu Yunshan sensed the gravity Feng placed on the matter. "Well," Zhu Yunshan dragged out the word, hesitating to continue. "If there's anything you need from me, Feng Dihai, just say it. I certainly want tea refuse." Feng Dihai was a man of the occasion, his words pleasant to hear. "Brother Feng, let me be frank. I am solely responsible for the fabric procurement now. General Manager Li has entrusted this matter entirely to me. It's my discretion whose goods we use." He paused momentarily, then continued, "Of course, I grew up with Li, so I wouldn't deceive him. I will definitely seek out materials that are both economical and of high quality. I estimate we will need at least 8 to 9,000 meters this time." This revelation left Feng Dihai astounded. 8 to 9,000 meters. What a concept. Back in '87, although many ventured into business, few were audacious enough. His annual sales volume was merely 5 to 6,000 meters. Yet here was Zhu with a single order of such magnitude. If he could secure this batch, he could conservatively pocket around 20,000 yuan. Moreover, such substantial orders would surely come with discounts. The translator surnamed Gu had mentioned that bulk orders enjoy price reductions. Now, he could no longer remain passive. "Little brother Zhu, have you found other suppliers for the fabric?" "What?" Zhu Yunshan feigned ignorance. "Have you gone to seek others?" Feng Dihai was genuinely anxious. "To be honest, brother Feng, before coming to you, I indeed sought out others. I visited Longwan and the surrounding towns, but..." Feng Dihai's eyes lit up as he smiled. "But they don't carry that torn fabric, do they?" "Alas, indeed. This has put me in a bind. Our general manager Li said we must compare prices from 3 sources. Whoever offers the best quality and price will be chosen. I told them that only foreign merchants have such fabric. These folks need to use their brains and look around to see where they can find foreign suppliers." Originally pleased, Feng Dihai's heart sank upon hearing this. The local fabric wholesalers, including those in Longwan, were well known to him. Some had even dined together. Everyone was aware of what goods each family possessed. Although others might not recognize Howard, it was not particularly difficult to locate a foreign fabric merchant in Liaoxiang. Feng Dihai wondered if someone with quick wits had already begun searching for him. After all, There was only one place for hosting foreign merchants, the Liaoxiang Ancient City Guest House. If someone else found Howard first, the consequences would be dire. No, he had to devise a way for Zhu Yunshan to rely solely on his goods. He would employ both soft and hard tactics. However, the first step was to ascertain Howard's bottom line. Suddenly, he turned to Zhu Yunshan and said, "Brother Zhu, please don't leave just yet. I need to buy some vegetables. Let us have a drink tonight." No, Brother Feng. I still have to visit a few more shops. I must fulfill the tasks assigned by Mr. Li. Feng Dihai gritted his teeth and gave Zhou Xiaomi a knowing glance. Understanding, Zhou Xiaomi leaned in closer. "Brother Zhu, how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? I know quite a few young ladies in Xiaolan town. Tonight, let us drink with your brother and chat." Zhu Yunshan had no intention of actually leaving, but he was aware that drinking was out of the question. De Zhi had instructed him not to drink under any circumstances. "All right then, but let us skip the drinks and have a meal." Feng Dihai quickly agreed and then stepped outside. Inside, Zhou Xiaomi glanced at Zhu Yunshan. She wasn't particularly attracted to him, but a fleeting image crossed her mind. She had only seen him once in the room, that young boss Li. Although he wore a Zhongshan suit, he managed to exude elegance in an otherwise unfashionable outfit. His tall stature and confident demeanor left a lasting impression on Zhou Xiaomi. The two engaged in casual conversation, while Feng Dihai stepped outside to make a phone call. Li Zhi and Howard had just returned from their outing, having successfully secured a company. Although it was a joint stock company with Howard as the legal representative, the actual controlling party was the Huatin Investment Company, led by Li Zhi. At that moment, Howard's expression was less grim than before. Instead, he displayed a hint of delight. "Boss, the name Li Huata sounds wonderful. This trademark is fantastic. I love it." Li Zhi smiled faintly, internally acknowledging that if it weren't for the rising popularity of English brands in the near future, he would not have registered it. Still, a company with foreign investment indeed had its advantages. Li Zhi noted that many departments had given the green light, streamlining the process significantly. Just as they were about to enjoy a drink, Howard's mobile phone rang. After answering, Howard listened for a moment and then awkwardly informed Li Zhi, "Boss, I don't understand." Li Zhi took the phone but said nothing, opting instead to clear his throat. Ahem. Immediately, a voice came through, though distorted and not very clear. "Hello? Is this translator Go? This is Feng Dihai." Chapter 33. Li Zhi sets a trap. Li Zhi smiled subtly, having anticipated this development. It was precisely why he had refrained from speaking right away and instead chose to clear his throat. He said to Howard, "Speak freely, say whatever you wish. If all else fails, recite a poem by Tagore." Howard, upon noticing the glimmer of cunning in Li Zhi's eyes, thought to himself that another unfortunate soul was about to meet their fate. "Indeed, boss," he replied. Li Zhi spoke into the microphone. "Hello, I am Mr. Howard's new translator. Please feel free to communicate your concerns with me." Feng Dihai could not discern Li Zhi's voice on the other end. After all, the transmission quality in this era was not particularly clear. "Hello, may I ask your surname?" "No need for formality. I am Hu. You may call me Hu Yu. May I inquire as to your identity?" "Ah, translator Hu. I am Feng Dihai, who had previously collaborated with Mr. Howard. I wish to inquire if that tattered fabric is still available for purchase." He mentioned that bulk orders would receive a discount. Li Zhi pretended to converse in English, causing Howard considerable discomfort, as Li Zhi was merely reciting lyrics from a 21st century song. He then addressed the phone. "I just spoke with Mr. Howard, and he mentioned that a discount is possible, though it is contingent upon a substantial order." Feng Dihai's eyes brightened. "What kind of discount are we discussing?" "I am looking to procure 10,000 meters. This time, Li Zhi was taken aback. What had Yunshan said to elicit such enthusiasm from Feng Dihai? "Interesting, let me check." After adopting a pretense again, Li Zhi continued, "If you are ordering 10,000 meters, we can offer you a price of 90 cents per meter, which translates to approximately 8 yuan at the current exchange rate." Feng Dihai was instantly intrigued by the price of 90 cents. However, for a 10,000 meter order, it would amount to 80,000 yuan. Although he had the funds, he feared being left with excess inventory, causing him to hesitate. "Is it possible to receive a further discount?" "Impossible," Li Zhi stated firmly. After much contemplation, Feng Dihai concluded that there was significant profit to be made, provided he managed things well with Zhu Yunshan. "All right then, I will visit Mr. Howard tomorrow." Once the call ended, Feng Dihai hurried to purchase some prepared dishes and liquor before returning to his shop. Upon seeing Zhu Yunshan, he smiled apologetically. "Brother Zhu, I appreciate your patience. Let us have a drink. Zhu Yinshan promptly responded, let us skip the drinks. I am fine with a meal. This was Li Zhi's explicit instruction, as Zhu Yinshan was young and might inadvertently reveal too much after drinking. Not everyone possessed the same capacity for alcohol as he did. Zhu Yinshan could gradually build up his tolerance over time. All right, you must be famished. Li Zhi, please prepare some rice. Feng Dihai planned to persuade Zhu Yinshan to drink during the meal, but to his surprise, after devouring 4 bowls of rice, Zhu Yinshan patted his belly and said, Brother Feng, I'm full now. I must take my leave. Let's gather again sometime. What? Leaving so soon? Don't rush off. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhu Yinshan, having eaten his fill, was too stuffed to bend over. Brother Zhu, here is the situation. You are currently in charge of procurement. I would like you to handle this order for me. Of course, I will not forget your kindness. If all goes well, I will give you 1,000. In 1987, a sum of 1,000 yuan was not insignificant. Feng Dihai was indeed making quite a sacrifice. However, he was calculating that with the previous quotation from Li Zhi at $12, he would net a profit of 30 cents, resulting in nearly 30,000 yuan from 10,000 meters. Thus, investing 1,000 did not seem excessive. Oh dear, Brother Feng, is this truly wise? After all, I am working for General Li, and I have heard that this is illegal, tantamount to accepting a bribe. Nonsense. You're not a government official. How could this be considered bribery? Zhu Yinshan vehemently declined. Feng Dihai, mistaking Zhu's reluctance for a desire for more, finally gritted his teeth and said, 2,000. Brother, let us not prolong this discussion. Is that not agreeable? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaomi shot an incredulous look at Feng Dihai, her concern evident as she whispered, Have you lost your mind? How much do you even stand to gain? Unbeknownst to her, the current quotation was 90 cents, similar to the previous one. Feng Dihai furrowed his brow and snapped, Don't say too much. I know what I'm doing. Stay out of this, woman. Yet, the twitching muscles on his face revealed to Zhu Yinshan that Feng Dihai was genuinely distressed. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhu Yinshan, with a hint of mischief, asked, So, will you pay in advance or afterward? Feng Dihai nearly choked on his own words, finally managing to breathe out, I will give you 1,000 now, and the other 1,000 upon successful completion. How does that sound? Thank you, Brother Feng. Zhu Yinshan took the 1,000 yuan and returned to Gaohua village. The next morning, he went back to Liaoxiang and recounted the previous day's events to Li Zhi. Upon hearing the tale, Li Zhi chuckled. Well done, my boy. You've got quite the knack. Zhu Yinshan handed over the 1,000 yuan. Brother De Zhi, before he could finish, Li Zhi waved his hand. Take it. This is what you deserve. Yinshan, there will be many opportunities like this in the future. Consider this an experience gained. Li Zhi certainly did not regard the 1,000 yuan as significant. After all, can one truly put a price on winning hearts and minds? Despite growing up alongside Zhu Yinshan, Li Zhi understood the necessity of living and advancing beyond mere sentiment. Zhu Yinshan, scratching his head, felt a wave of embarrassment as he accepted the money, deeply touched. Had Li Zhi not offered it, he would not have dwelled on it. Yet it would have left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Li Zhi playfully tapped Zhu Yinshan on the head. From now on, refrain from scratching your head like that. It's unbecoming. Zhu Yinshan immediately dropped his hand. All right, Brother De Zhi, I understand. But what about Feng Dihai? Li Zhi stroked his chin, newly sprouted stubble prickling under his fingers. What to do? You'll find out soon enough, Yinshan. Go and check with the front desk. See if there's an English translator available. Hire one. He knew that Feng Dihai would be coming today, but the two must not cross paths. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. Zhu Yinshan returned shortly after, accompanied by a man in his 30s, wearing rectangular glasses, with a square face, monolid eyes, a flat nose, and thick lips. He exuded an air of practicality. Brother De Zhi, this is translator Qi Guodong. Zhu Yinshan introduced him. Li Zhi extended his hand. Hello, translator Qi. Qi Guodong promptly shook hands with Li Zhi. Hello. Are you in need of a translator? Yes, translator Qi, please follow me. Qi Guodong followed Li Zhi into Howard's room. Upon seeing Li Zhi, Howard immediately rose to his feet, greeting him with utmost respect. Li Zhi scrutinized Howard once more, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He mused silently. Could it be that his employer harbored a penchant for discreet affections? Alas, Howard, with your appearance, you truly ought to be a chef. What a pity indeed. Howard, feeling helpless, lowered his head and asked, Boss, are you certain you want a Yale graduate like me to be a chef? Li Zhi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Yes, Yale University, but do you truly have the audacity to call yourself a Yale graduate when you dropped out?" Upon hearing Li Zhi's words, Howard chuckled awkwardly, though a deeper sense of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Had his dropout status been discovered? Their conversation unfolded in English, leaving Qi Guidong astonished. Li Zhi spoke with remarkable fluency, almost making Qi perceive him as a foreigner. He admired Li Zhi greatly, recognizing that such eloquence could only stem from having studied abroad. How else could one possess such command of the language? You. Li Zhi anticipated what he was about to say, prompting Qi to translate. In a moment, you. Li Zhi instructed. Although Qi Guidong was somewhat puzzled, he felt it was of no concern to him. He would simply relay whatever was directed. Before 10 o'clock that morning, Feng Dihai arrived at the ancient city guest house. Li Zhi and Zhu Yunshan returned to room 309, unaware that this was a setup orchestrated for Feng Dihai. Chapter 34. A lucrative deal. Upon entering the room, Feng Dihai encountered Howard and an unfamiliar translator, whom he surmised was the individual he had spoken to on the phone the previous day. "Mr. Howard, I have arrived." Feng Dihai offered a somewhat ingratiating smile. In this era, people's perceptions of foreign businessmen were rather unique. They were wealthy and not to be trifled with, thus eliciting a degree of flattery. Howard and Qi Guidong had just memorized Li Zhi's lines. Howard was indifferent, knowing that whatever he said would be incomprehensible to Feng Dihai, leaving Qi Guidong responsible for the dialogue on both sides. Fortunately, no issues arose during the conversation. Eventually, Feng Dihai produced a wad of cash wrapped in newspaper from his backpack. Having already negotiated the price, he settled the total at 80,000, rounding off the amount. "Mr. Howard, I will now arrange for a vehicle to transport the fabric." "Very well," Howard replied. Feng Dihai then proceeded to Howard's warehouse in Liaoxiang, hiring a truck to haul away the fabric. Meanwhile, in the guest house room, Li Zhi, Zhu Yunshan, and Howard were celebrating. "Oh, my boss, you are simply a genius. Feng Dihai is willing to pay 90 cents for 10,000 meters. My God, I have made a significant profit this time." Li Zhi retrieved the money from the table, extracting 24,000, and casually remarked, "Howard, we have discussed this. You are investing in Li Huada Clothing Company with your equipment and fabric, and you only hold 30%. Boss, does the fabric also account for just 30%? Then this 10,000 meters seems to sell for merely 26 cents? Oh heavens, what a losing venture." Li Zhi chuckled. "Spare me the theatrics, Howard. You know these materials hold no real value. This is merely the beginning. Once our equipment is operational, you'll claim 30% of all profits. Do you still perceive this as a losing venture?" Howard, momentarily bewildered by Li Zhi's words, soon realized the validity of his claims. Yet, he pondered why the boss had accrued over 50,000 in profits without any initial investment. Noticing the time, Li Zhi addressed Howard. "All right. I shall take my leave for now. Await my updates while I retrieve the materials." He instructed Zhu Yunshan to arrange for a truck while he rode off on his motorcycle, with Zhu following closely to transport the fabrics to Zhaoshuliang. "Boss, when will my equipment be delivered?" Li Zhi frowned at the warehouse, contemplating the primary machine, which measured 13 meters in length and 3 meters in width, with the auxiliary equipment extending the total to over 20 meters. Based on the fabric specifications, the 24-hour production capacity was around 200 meters, which seemed rather insufficient. He needed to ensure not only his production capacity, but also control over the fabric supply to swiftly grasp market trends, even with foresight regarding future developments. Meticulous attention to detail was paramount. "There's no need to rush. I will prepare at home first and notify you if anything arises. By the way, Howard, are you certain you won't take on the role of chef? Your image is simply too perfect for it." With a chuckle, Li Zhi recalled that in 1987, the entry of a certain restaurant brand into the domestic market had dominated for decades without any competitors. Since he possessed foresight, he could not allow this brand to operate unchecked. "Boss, please respect me. Although I dropped out, I am still a Yale University student," Howard asserted. Though his confidence waned as he spoke, Li Zhi smiled enigmatically. "You'll understand soon enough." With that cryptic remark, he departed, leaving Howard feeling both perplexed and awed by Li Zhi's mysterious intentions. Upon returning home, Li Zhi was greeted by his family, eagerly waiting by the fence made of branches. The mixture of joy and concern in their expressions brought a lump to his throat. Such was the essence of family. "Mom, Dad, Xiao Jin, Xiao Shui, I'm back." he exclaimed as he dismounted his motorcycle, a smile gracing his face as he retrieved gifts for them from the back seat. Li Zhi grinned, offering Li Zhi a cigarette. Son, why were you gone for so long? I had matters to attend to, Dad. But this time, I truly accomplished something significant. Let us discuss it inside. Li Zhi understood his parents' worries, but he felt a sense of obligation to thrive in this era, a gift from fate. As they entered the house, he entertained Li Shui and Li Jin with a doll and a collection of world-renowned literary works, leaving only his parents and himself in the living room. Bai Suqin and Li Zhi were aware that Li Zhi had something to express, ever since their son had awakened from his illness. The numerous changes in him had brought them joy, yet also a sense of unease. It felt as though he was no longer the child they had raised, though they could not bring themselves to doubt him. Father, isn't it spring now? The fields need to be sown, don't they? Indeed, the fields must be planted. Have you purchased seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides? Yes, your father completed the purchases yesterday. Li Zhi sat in contemplation, pondering how to broach his request. He understood that his parents were steadfast farmers, and he was uncertain if they would acquiesce to his proposal. Father, how large is our vegetable garden? Li Zhi raised his smoke-stained fingers. Our yard is quite spacious. Do you remember when you were around 10 years old, your mother and I cleared the surrounding land? Our vegetable garden is among the finest in the village. 8 acres. 8 acres. Li Zhi calculated in his mind. That was more than sufficient. How much produce can we yield in a year? What can the garden earn? Li Zhi's question was tinged with a hint of resignation, for he knew that the issue was not merely financial. How much? Last year, your mother grew 2 batches of mung beans, which covered our vegetable expenses for the entire year. A year's worth of vegetable expenses? Li Zhi mused that, by previous familial standards, it amounted to merely 1 or 200 yuan. Father, I recently struck a business deal in Liaoxiang and earned some money. Here is 10,000 yuan for your living expenses, as well as for Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui's tuition. Li Zhi retrieved 10,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. This, Bai Suqin and Li Zhi exchanged glances. Zhi, may I ask, do you currently possess over 50,000 yuan? 50,000. Li Zhi chuckled inwardly, knowing it was far more than that. After the last settlement with Zhao Baoshan and the advance payment, he had received a total of 57,000 yuan, though he had spent nearly 2,000 recently. Including the money from selling fabric to Feng Dihai, he was now close to having 110,000 yuan. Mother, why do you ask? I have more than enough money. This 10,000 yuan is all my earnings. I vowed to ensure our family lives well. As he spoke, his voice grew resolute. His promise was gradually coming to fruition. All right, I won't pry any further, but I cannot accept this money. If you wish to engage in business, you will need capital. Your father and I can still earn a little from farming. You need not worry about Xiao Jin and Xiao Shui. That should not be your burden. Bai Suqin, who had received some education, was understanding and would never overstep her bounds. Mother, you must accept this money. It sounds as if I am not part of this family. We are all one family. There is no burden to speak of. Since arriving in this home, whether due to the memories of this body or the warmth it provided, Li Zhi felt an immense sense of gratitude. Father, since our garden is so vast, it would be a shame not to utilize it effectively. I wish to build a factory here. What do you think? This sentence had been bottled up for a long time before it finally emerged. Chapter 35. The factory commences construction. Li Zhi and Bai Suqin exchanged glances, both betraying a hint of concern. Li Zhi forced a smile. What a grand endeavor, building a factory. This is a good thing. Your father may not be well educated, yet he understands little. However, pursue whatever you desire. I certainly have no objections. Their concerns are not rooted in fear of being exploited, but rather in the realization of Li Zhi's demeanor. At this moment, they comprehend why Li Zhi initially produced 10,000 yuan. Could this be considered a form of transaction? Once, although the eldest son at home was somewhat ineffectual, he would never have acted in such a manner. He was heavily reliant on his parents, without any sense of estrangement. Yet now, Li Zhi emanates an unfamiliar distance, leaving Li Zhi and Bai Suqin with a feeling of unease. Li Zhi suddenly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Father, could you do me a favor? We've gathered all the available masons in the village. I will instruct them on how to construct. Additionally, I recall that Xiao Yong seems to be working at the brick factory in town. Yes, Li Yong is indeed employed at the brick factory. The owner of that factory is quite formidable. It is said that the brick factory is merely one of their ventures, as they are also building skyscrapers in the city. Real estate." Li Zhi noted this matter discreetly. All right, I shall visit my third uncle's house to see if Xiao Yong is there. If you are unwilling to search door to door, have Zhu Shiguang assist. He will surely help since he understands it pertains to my affairs. Also, you can inform him that Yunshan will be home shortly. After speaking, Li Zhi exited, leaving behind Li Dai and Bai Suqin, who both sighed deeply. Bai Suqin tucked away the 10,000 yuan, yet she had no intention of using it, planning instead to reserve it for Li Zhi's future marriage. Ah, your father, De Zhi? Li Dai sighed and shook his head. I truly do not know. Alas, please prepare some food. Refrain from cooking potatoes and cabbage, as the eldest does not enjoy them. Go to the supply and marketing cooperative and purchase some prepared dishes. I will visit Zhu Shiguang. Third uncle, is Xiao Yong at home? Li Zhi typically demanded perfection in his endeavors, leaving no room for error. He purposely purchased a pack of cigarettes to present to Li Diguang. Li Diguang accepted the cigarette with a smile. Who would have thought I would be able to smoke a cigarette gifted by my eldest nephew? Haha, Xiao Yong will return later. Nephew, do not leave just yet. Your third aunt is preparing some dishes. Let us enjoy some drinks together. Li Zhi shook his head. No, third uncle, when Xiao Yong returns, please have him come find me. My mother is cooking at home. Do not burden your third aunt. Upon learning that Li Yong was absent, Li Zhi felt no desire to linger. While his impressions of his uncles were favorable, stemming from their previous assistance during his visit, he often found himself at a loss for words. Look at you rushing off. Your third uncle wanted to share a drink with you. Li Diguang pulled Li Zhi back. But ultimately, Li Zhi's resolve prevailed. Finally, he jested, be off, you rascal. Is the food at your third uncle's house not to your liking? Li Zhi chuckled. The food at third uncle's house is delightful. We shall discuss it another time. On his way home, Li Zhi overheard Zhu Shiguang shouting something, but he surmised it pertained to his own family, given the mention of Masons. De Zhi, hurry and eat. Li Zhi and Li Dai entered their home in quick succession. Just as Bai Suqin had finished preparing the meal, which included 2 stir-fried dishes and a platter of prepared food. Li Jin and Li Shui exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the meal. Wow, there's meat. Li Zhi smiled as he used chopsticks to serve his younger siblings, encouraging them to eat more to support their growth. In a few days, I will go to the city to buy you some milk. Li Shui, taking a large piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth, asked, why drink milk? Well, to grow taller. Li Zhi replied. The benefits of milk are immense, especially in this era, where milk is pure and unadulterated. Li Jin, savoring his meal, added, there's a boy in our class whose family raises fish. He seems to drink milk every day and is quite tall. The family enjoyed their meal harmoniously when suddenly Li Zhi heard some commotion outside. Li Dai peered out the door and then stood up to step outside. You all continue eating. It seems the village's tilers have arrived. Li Zhi immediately set down his chopsticks. Dad, I'll go out with you. As they reached the entrance, they noticed 5 or 6 young men, all under 30 and in good shape, entering through the main door. Uncle Dai, one of them exclaimed. Oh, Lao Hua, De Zhong, Xiao Baizi, you are all at home? Not out working? Come on, sit on the con. De Zhi, this is Chun Hua, Wang Zhong, and Bai Jianmen. They are all older than you, so you should call them brother. Being from the same village, Li Dai recognized them all. Li Zhi quickly stepped forward to greet them, his sweet demeanor reflecting the effort he had put into learning how to communicate effectively, exuding sincerity through his eye contact and body language. Chun Hua and Wang Zhong were taken aback, having heard that the eldest son of the Li family was inept, yet his eloquence contradicted that notion. Who could be deemed inept while speaking so articulately? Especially with such a refined demeanor, he seemed no different from city folk. They were among the first from the village to work in the city, and their exposure allowed them to recognize Li Zhi's exceptional qualities. Once inside, Li Zhi noticed that his mother had moved the table to another room and had brought out cigarettes and tea. The older men lit up their cigarettes, and Li Zhi swiftly got to the point, knowing they were there to earn money. Discussing personal matters would not yield any benefits. It was better to adhere to market prices. In the event of issues arising, it would be easier to address them without worrying about appearances. I appreciate your presence here. I will be brief. I wish to construct a factory building, approximately 1,000 square meters on a single floor. Please help me assess the time required, the materials needed, and the estimated costs. Chun Hua and the others were momentarily startled, not expecting Li Zhi to be so adept and concise in his dealings. They quietly admired him as someone capable of handling substantial matters. These men typically work together, and Chun Hua, taking the lead, responded, brotherly. Since you've put it that way, I won't waste time. What kind of design do you want? I have constructed a factory in the city before. But there are many types of factory buildings. A large equipment factory requires ample space, ideally divided into two main rooms. A rectangular shape would suffice. It's relatively straightforward. Chenhua, being a professional, understood immediately. Rectangular? High ceilings? Simple. Uncle, do you have a pen and paper? Let me calculate. Li Dai hurriedly retrieved his pen and paper. Li Zhi engaged in conversation with them for nearly an hour when a person entered from outside. It was Li Yong. Li Zhi briefed Li Yong on the situation, and Li Yong assured him with a pat on his chest that there would be no issues with the bricks. As a small group leader at the factory, he would ensure that only the finest bricks were selected. Ultimately, they confirmed that construction would commence in 2 days. During this time, Li Zhi made ample preparations. And Zhao Shuliang's side also began urgent work, with the number of workers reaching 100 machine stations. With 100 sewing machines in operation, the production speed doubled. However, on the day of commencement, they were unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. Chapter 36. The Rogue's Extortion on the day of the factory opening. Li Zhi heeded Chenhua's advice and specially purchased red cloth and firecrackers. Brotherly, the auspicious hour has arrived. Shall we commence? Chenhua, accustomed to this practice while working in the city, believed in starting at an auspicious time to bring good fortune. Over the past 2 days, through discussions with Li Zhi regarding the construction of the factory, Chenhua had realized that within the Li family, the eldest son was in charge. Li Zhi's clear and logical approach made Chenhua feel that this eldest son was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. All right, Xiao Jin, go set off the firecrackers at the entrance. Besides Chenhua and a few skilled workers, relatives from the Li family had come to lend a hand. However, Li Zhi was puzzled by the absence of his sixth uncle, Li Dequan. Upon inquiry, he learned that the sixth uncle had recently discovered a rare curiosity and was engrossed in research, likely lost in his obsession once again. Li Zhi had always been curious about this legendary sixth uncle. It was said that he possessed considerable talent not only in electronics, but also in mechanical manufacturing. The most astonishing tale was that while researching electronic products without safety measures, he remained unscathed even under a 220-volt current. Was it possible that his sixth uncle was endowed with extraordinary abilities? The crackling of firecrackers interrupted Li Zhi's thoughts, and he smiled faintly. A smooth journey in his endeavors was indeed a good omen, undoubtedly owing to his diligence and foresight. The establishment of the factory was a significant affair. Li Zhi had purchased numerous firecrackers and other explosives, the sounds of which enlivened the tranquil mountain village. However, at that moment, the previously vibrant sounds of firecrackers abruptly ceased. Li Zhi furrowed his brow, and Chenhua and the others were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. Suddenly, a figure staggered into the courtyard, slouching with a derisive smirk, his shirt unbuttoned and flapping loosely, with long, disheveled hair and a water bucket in hand. He was likely the one who had extinguished the firecrackers moments ago. He occasionally tossed his hair, exclaiming, "What the hell, Li Dai, what are you up to? Building a house? Why didn't you inform your Uncle Kuei?" Li Zhi's gaze sharpened. He recognized this individual, Fan de Kuei, a notorious scoundrel of the village. Unlike other ruffians, he was in his mid-30s and not formidable in strength or combat. Rather, he was frail and sickly, someone who could not be touched without the risk of extortion. With a foul mouth, he relished making baseless accusations and extorting others, and even the police could do little about him due to his health issues. Yet, for reasons unknown, fate had allowed him to continue causing trouble for others. De Kuei, do not stir trouble. Today, we are constructing our house. Here are 5 yuan for you. Go buy some cigarettes and liquor. Li Dai understood the nature of this troublemaker and was reluctant to provoke him, resorting to finding a way to send him away. Fan de Kuei accepted the 5 yuan, pocketing it, then confidently perched himself upon the low wall in the courtyard. Is this all I get? Do you think I am a beggar? I heard your eldest son has struck it rich. I wish to share in your good fortune. With that, he reclined against the earthen wall. Li Zhi frowned. This fellow seemed intent on causing trouble. However, the situation was rather delicate. If he were truly formidable, Li Zhi would not be intimidated, as there were those who could fight harder. Yet, with such disruption, how could they commence their work? Suppressing his anger, Li Zhi approached. Fan de Kuei, state your demands, provided they are reasonable. Were it not the first day of construction, Li Zhi had countless methods to deal with him, but now, time was of the essence. Fan de Kuei cast a glance at Li Zhi, extending a finger resembling a withered twig. You little brat, do you dare call my name? You must be the eldest son of the Li family, but you shall address me as Lord Kuei. Suqin, your son lacks proper upbringing. Did you not inform him that I am his biological father? His words dripped with venomous insults, igniting Li Zhi's temper. He held immense respect for his parents, and witnessing Fan de Kuei's blatant disrespect, he could no longer contain his rage. With a resounding slap, Li Zhi struck, sending Fan de Kuei tumbling off the wall. How dare you hit me? I warn you, your end is nigh. Fan de Kuei wailed in agony, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground. His cries shattered the work atmosphere, and the Li family, seething with anger, contemplated retaliating, yet feared the consequences of causing him serious harm, which could lead to legal troubles. Moreover, Fan de Kuei's physical state might not withstand a severe beating. Li Dai, anxious, stomped his foot. Oh dear, Li Zhi, you acted impulsively. This man is a leech. If he extorts you, it will cost you dearly. At that moment, a rotund figure approached from outside. Standing around 6 feet tall with a bushy beard, he appeared heroic. Though his beady eyes betrayed a shifty character, Li Zhi recognized him as He Jin, an accomplice of Fan de Kuei, known for his nefarious deeds. Feigning surprise, He Jin rushed over. Brother, what happened to you? He quickly reached Fan de Kuei's side. Who has done this to you? Fan de Kuei, now in a pitiful state with a swollen face and blood streaming from his nose, resembled a beggar after rolling in the dirt. He Jin whispered, I heard that the eldest son of the Li family made quite a fortune recently, several thousand. We are set to profit. Let us extort him. All right, watch me. Fan de Kuei lamented. Oh no, I am done for. The eldest son of the Li family has assaulted me. He has killed me. I feel terrible all over. He Jin then rose and confronted Li Zhi, glaring fiercely. On what grounds do you strike him? I warn you, if anything happens to my brother, I will surely take you to court. You will find yourself in prison. The sound of firecrackers had attracted a considerable crowd in the village. In this era, the occasion for setting off firecrackers was rare. Surrounding the Li family's home were onlookers, with several children climbing trees for a better view. Li Zhi glanced around, realizing that if he did not address the situation promptly, it could lead to complications. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am the one who struck him. My family is not involved. What do you intend to do? If he is ill, I shall provide treatment. If he has died, I will take the blame and offer compensation. His resolute statement took He Jin aback. In previous extortions, the approach had always been to seek a peaceful resolution, often by proactively offering money. Why was this Li family so unorthodox? Many eyes were upon them, and He Jin understood that he could not be the first to demand money, or it would appear that they had no justification for their actions. Should he suggest a monetary settlement, it was likely that the Li family would retaliate, accusing them of extortion. With this thought, He Jin let out a cold laugh. Very well, you are ruthless. The man lies on the ground. We must attend to his injuries. Treatment requires payment, does it not? He anticipated that Li Zhi would grasp his insinuation, and then he would directly extort a sum before escorting Fan de Kuei to safety. Did Li Zhi comprehend He Jin's insinuation? Indeed, he understood perfectly. Li Dai whispered, Li Zhi, these two are here to extort us. Why not just pay them off? However, Li Zhi shook his head. He could not acquiesce. If he did, countless troubles would follow. Those two would see him as a mere cash dispenser, returning for more whenever they were in need. Although Li Zhi was not lacking in wealth, he recognized human greed. Offering 100 would lead them to desire 1,000, and giving 1,000 would only encourage them to seek 10,000. Father, I have my methods. You need not concern yourself with this. I assure you that these two will take a detour whenever they see me in the future. Chapter 37. A severe reckoning. Li Dai did not expect such a response from his son. He initially intended to persuade him to seek a peaceful resolution. But considering his eldest son's strong-willed nature, he resigned himself to inaction. I give you an opportunity, now leave. Li Zhi's gaze turned icy. He Jin scoffed. Do you think I fear you? We must seek treatment today. Li Zhi nodded. Just then, the sound of a tractor echoed from outside, signaling that Li Yong had arrived with a load of bricks. He jumped down from the vehicle, urging the men to unload quickly. Li Zhi had inspected the bricks brought by Li Yong. Their quality was excellent, and the young man had proven himself reliable for future endeavors. Hurry and unload the truck. Xiao Yong, in a moment, help me lift this man onto the vehicle. We are heading to the hospital in town. Li Zhi cast a cold glance at Fan de Kuei. Lying on the ground, his principle in life was, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall not show mercy. To obstruct another's path to wealth is akin to slaying their parents. Today, as he was establishing his factory, they had come to create trouble, directly impeding his livelihood. In Li Zhi's mind, both Fan Dek and He Jin had been marked as enemies. All right, big brother. Li Yong quickly agreed, joining others to unload the bricks. Being astute, he recognized the situation upon seeing Fan Dek. Living in the same village, it was impossible not to know the character of these two. Observing Li Zhi's actions, He Jin sneered, "Little brother, why go through all this? There are far better solutions, and a trip to the hospital will cost a fortune." This is He Jin's reflection on hospitals. A few days ago, his father fell ill, depleting nearly all the money he had acquired over the years through dubious means. Consequently, He Jin harbors a deep-seated fear of hospitals, perceiving them as money pits. He muses that spending 10 days in a luxurious hotel, engaging the services of 10 courtesans each day, would not cost as much. Li Zhi remarked indifferently, "You still have time to regret. Once we arrive at the hospital, there will be no room for remorse. Why not let me accompany you? I can deliver you there." Annoyed by Li Zhi's lack of sensitivity, He Jin retorted, "You truly lack appreciation. Come on, hand me a brick, and I'll join you in the hospital for some amusement." With that, he lowered his head, thrusting it toward Li Zhi. Just as his head was about to collide with Li Zhi's, he abruptly lifted it, intending to mock Li Zhi for his cowardice. However, what loomed larger in his vision was a brick. "As you wish." Crash. "Ah!" He Jin screamed as he fell to the ground, his head ringing. For the next 2 seconds, he was rendered unconscious, only to be jolted back to awareness by a searing pain in his scalp. Li Zhi tossed the brick aside and said, "Well, you should accompany us to the hospital." His strike was well measured, merely breaking the skin of He Jin's scalp without inflicting severe injury. The sight of He Jin bleeding profusely was indeed alarming. Yet it was not dissimilar to the blow Li Zhi had previously received, which healed in a few days, leaving only a scar. Li Zhi's sudden act of aggression startled those around them. They had not anticipated him to actually strike. Li Dai was left speechless, astonished that his eldest son dared to resort to violence. Chen Hua and others recoiled in fear, thinking to themselves that Li Zhi was ruthlessly intense. The villagers watching were also frightened and began to disperse. This Li is truly formidable. Indeed, they thought, we should keep our distance from him in the future. He seems reckless. Alas, Li Dai's family had landed in serious trouble. The younger generation's impulsiveness might lead to Li Dai having to sell his house to compensate Fan Dek and He Jin. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Li Zhi paid little heed. "Lift them onto the tractor," he commanded. "Xiaoyong, you drive the tractor to the town hospital." "Sure, brother." He Jin and Fan Dek were hoisted onto the back of the tractor, while Li Yong steered it toward the town. Li Zhi followed closely on his motorcycle. At this moment, the rural roads were rough, riddled with potholes, making the journey quite jarring. Li Zhi smiled as he observed the 2 men bouncing around in the tractor bed like ping-pong balls. Though He Jin bore an injury on his head, the wound was superficial, and the blood had already congealed on his face, lending him a rather pitiful appearance, yet he was largely unscathed, his portly frame absorbing the jolts with ease. Conversely, Fan Dek was suffering greatly, being slender and clad in spring attire, which was not as thick as winter clothing. Each jarring bump sent him crashing down, making him feel as though his entire skeletal structure might disintegrate. "Ouch! Ouch! Damn it! Li Yong, slow down. It hurts." Even the typically soft-spoken Fan Dek couldn't help but shout in anguish. The journey was quite exhausting for him. And just as Vanderquai felt he was on the verge of collapse, they finally arrived at the town's central hospital. "Xiaoyong, you head back to the brick factory to fetch some bricks. I will handle things here," Li Yong urged. "But, brother, let me stay? It would be better for us to look out for each other." Li Zhi shook his head, dismissing the concern. "There's no need. I will take care of them." Xiaoyong, our town's hospital is quite substantial." Indeed, the Xiaolan Town Central Hospital was impressive, standing 4 stories tall. Although it could not compare to a county hospital, its size was still surprising. Li Zhi observed the walls, which were particularly unique, made of poured concrete and designed in a cylindrical structure. "Brother, you may not know this, but I do. This was originally a fort, later transformed into a hospital. It's remarkably sturdy, with walls over half a meter thick." Li Zhi nodded. "Yongzi, let me ask you something. Do you have any acquaintances in the hospital?" To his surprise, Li Yong's face flushed. He was of similar height to Li Zhi, yet his features were somewhat more refined, albeit with a darker complexion. His charisma paled in comparison to Li Zhi's. However, in pure aesthetics, he was certainly above average. Noticing Li Yong's demeanor, Li Zhi chuckled softly. Congratulations, brother. It seems you have a confidant here? Embarrassed by his brother's teasing, Li Yong managed a smile. Oh, she's a nurse here. We've been seeing each other for over a month. I'll call her now. Li Zhi nodded, glad to hear there was an acquaintance. In truth, even without one, it mattered little, as he had brought a substantial amount of money with him. Shortly after, Li Yong emerged from within, followed by a young woman in a white nurse's uniform. She was petite, with fair skin and large eyes, appearing somewhat bashful as she trailed behind Li Yong. Brother, this is Wu Min. You can just call her Xiaomin. Xiaomin, this is my elder brother. Although Xiaomin felt shy, she looked up and greeted warmly. Hello, brother. Li Zhi nodded approvingly. Indeed, she is a fine young lady. Xiaoyong, you must treat her well, or else I shall have to deal with you. Xiaomin, if he dares to mistreat you, do not hesitate to tell me. Despite the fact that Li Zhi was only a year older than Li Yong, his words carried a maturity that impressed Xiaomin, causing her to blush and nod. Xiaomin, I need your assistance with something. Li Zhi explained the situation, and Wu Min, who harbored feelings for Li Yong, held a favorable first impression of Li Zhi. After hearing the details, she became slightly indignant and asked, So, what do you intend to do, brother? How should we proceed? How to proceed? They are patients, and of course, they need treatment. Intensive treatment. As he spoke, a cold smile crept across Li Zhi's face. If the circumstances were different, both Li Yong and Xiaomin would have burst into laughter at the absurdity of needing to emphasize the severity of treatment. Chapter 38. Quite devious brother. I will take my leave now. Xiaomin, just do as my brother instructs. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Li Zhi chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the Li family had a touch of machismo, especially when in public, they felt the need to maintain their dignity, even if it meant serving up foot baths at home. Don't worry, drive safely. Wu Min knew that Li Yong was helping to fetch bricks for the factory today. All right. After Li Yong's departure, Wu Min escorted Fan Dek and He Jin to the emergency room. He Jin's injuries were not severe, requiring only a simple bandage. However, both individuals lay moaning in the emergency room, alternately complaining of headaches and abdominal pain. The doctor on duty approached and inquired about their discomfort, suspecting a possible altercation. He Jin's visible injuries suggested external trauma, prompting the need for police involvement if it were indeed a fight. No, it's not that. This fellow injured me while working at his family's factory. He Jin's eyes darted, aware of his ulterior motive, merely seeking compensation. If the matter escalated to a fight, his chances of acquiring funds would diminish. So, where exactly do you feel unwell? Externally, both appeared relatively fine. Fan Dek looked somewhat feeble due to pre-existing conditions, while He Jin was robust and imposing. Oh, doctor, I feel unwell all over. Headache, stomachache, backache, leg pain. Can't you see I've become this thin? That scoundrel Li has left us in dire straits. The doctor furrowed his brow, perplexed by their manner of speaking, which resembled that of ruffians. At that moment, Wu Min leaned closer to the doctor and whispered, Dr. Chun, these two are attempting to extort money. We know them well. They make a living by swindling in the village. Understanding the situation, Chun Rahai relaxed his brow. All right, Xiao Wu. Wu Min then stepped outside the emergency room. Summoning Li Zhi. Elder brother, please discuss this with Dr. Chen. Despite Li Zhi's youthful appearance, Wu Min felt a deep respect towards him, as if in the presence of an elder. Observing Dr. Chen, who appeared to be in his late 30s and sported large black-rimmed glasses with a receding hairline, Li Zhi stated, Dr. Chen, the situation is straightforward. These two intend to extort money. However, since this incident occurred in my family's domain, I must take responsibility. I merely wish to curb their arrogance and would appreciate your assistance shortly. With that, Li Zhi presented an envelope containing 200 yuan as a gesture of gratitude. There is no ulterior motive. I understand from Xiao Min that you have been particularly helpful to her, and as her older brother, I wanted to express my appreciation. The envelope, thick with 10 yuan notes, was substantial. Chun Rahai initially declined, stating that it was only natural to care for Xiao Min, who is diligent and earnest. Li Zhi further complimented Chun Rahai's exceptional medical skills and integrity, sweet-talking him until the doctor could not help but smile and accept the red envelope. It should be noted that Chun Rahai was not easily swayed by flattery, but Li Zhi's demeanor was exceptional, displaying a willingness to facilitate mutual benefit. He preferred not to offend someone as promising as Li Zhi. I shall not decline. But what do you intend to do, Xiao Min's elder brother? Li Zhi smiled, then guided Chun Rahai to the payment window, placing 5,000 yuan on the counter in front of him. Can our hospital conduct blood tests? Certainly, in fact. Only our Xiaolin town possesses such capabilities among the surrounding regions. What is the maximum number of bottles of glucose and saline that can be administered daily? A single individual can tolerate up to 10 bottles. Can we test for bone marrow? Upon hearing Li Zhi's words, Chun Rahai's eyes widened in astonishment. Comrade, you are a doctor as well? No, I am not. I merely stumbled upon this information in the newspaper, Li Zhi replied. Chun Rahai breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt increasingly convinced that Li Zhi was no ordinary individual, possessing an elegant demeanor and a wealth of knowledge. Such a person was undoubtedly exceptional. Bone marrow transplants cannot be performed here. It is likely that only the capital can manage such procedures. After pondering for a moment and noticing that Wu Min was absent, Li Zhi lowered his voice and asked, Cough. Dr. Chun, the gastric lavage won't be fatal, will it? Chun Rahai nodded. It won't kill you. How could it? But undergoing a gastric lavage is quite torturous. Li Zhi's eyes lit up. That was precisely what he sought, suffering. If I have hemorrhoids or something of that nature, it seems that I would require a minor surgery or perhaps a digital examination. Upon hearing this, Chun Rahai cast a peculiar glance at Li Zhi, a chill creeping down his spine. How cunning, how insidious. Did he inadvertently offend this young man with his previous remarks? What could possibly be going on in this person's mind? Such bizarre and tormenting notions. He anxiously regarded Li Zhi, thinking, little Min's elder brother. You are incurring quite the expenses, sufficient to cause considerable distress, enough to treat them. Li Zhi, with a smile, grasped Chun Rahai's hand and said, I shall trouble you greatly. Dr. Chun, turning his gaze, he noticed two faces peering through the emergency room window, He Jin and Fan Dequay. All right, I will escort them upstairs for blood tests. By the way, let us schedule 4 tests for each and prepare 4 drips as well. Calculating 4 blood tests and 4 drips, that totals 8 needle punctures. Quite reasonable. After Chun Rahai agreed, he and Li Zhi returned to the emergency room, where they found the 2 individuals back on their beds. He Jin clutched his abdomen, lamenting a headache, while Fan Dequay covered his belly, complaining of pain in his rear. If you are feeling unwell, you must undergo examinations. I will issue the orders. And you will accompany this comrade for the tests, Chun Rahai remarked coldly, for regardless of the era, individuals like Fan Dequay were seldom regarded highly. Exchanging glances, He Jin declared, let us go? If we must, we will go. After all, I feel dreadful and require an examination. Meanwhile, Li Zhi wore a cheerful expression. Excellent. If one is unwell, they ought to be examined. Dr. Chun, which floor is the blood test on? The 4th floor. Li Zhi walked ahead, addressing the 2 patients. Come along, gentlemen. Chun Rahai added, after the blood tests, you will go to the 1st floor for the 4 drips. Li Zhi observed the rotund He Jin and the emaciated Fan Dequay, and a realization struck him. Ascending to the 4th floor was trivial for Li Zhi, but the combination of the stout and the frail posed a challenge. Fan Dequay, already in poor health, would feel utterly drained after climbing even a single flight of stairs, while He Jin, with his excess weight, would find it equally taxing. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Li Zhi handed the order to the nurse at the blood draw station. Hello, nurse, these 2 require blood tests. The young nurse accepted the form, instructing He Jin to sit, and securing the blood pressure cuff. The nurse frowned. Where are your veins? The thick layer of fat on He Jin's arm obscured any visible veins. Li Zhi chimed in, no worries, just insert the needle and search for the vein inside. The nurse, upon hearing this, seemed to find it quite reasonable. Ouch. Chapter 39. The troublesome rogue. As the nurse inserted the needle, stirring within the vein, He Jin involuntarily gasped at the sharp pain. Li Zhi, observing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Fan Dequay swallowed hard in fear, wondering, why do I feel more alert now? Perhaps I should reconsider this examination. After what seemed like an eternity of the nurse's probing, He Jin finally found his vein. Following the withdrawal of a vial of blood, he felt as though his arm had swollen considerably. Meanwhile, Li Zhi firmly pressed Fan Dequay back into his seat. No way. You just mentioned feeling unwell. What if there's an issue? Fan Dequay, already lacking strength, was easily subdued by Li Zhi. Fortunately, his slender frame allowed the nurse to locate his vein with minimal effort. Ouch, that hurt. Why didn't you warn me, old he? Fan Dequay complained, mainly blaming Li Zhi, as the suggestion had originated from He Jin. Did you not hear me calling out earlier? After the blood draw, Li Zhi calmly stated, let's head to the first floor for an infusion. Upon reaching the first floor, each received a bottle of glucose without any medication. Initially puzzled by the orders, the nurse ceased her inquiries after a discreet glance from Wu Min. Li Zhi increased the infusion rate to its maximum, finishing a bottle in merely 20 minutes. Let us go. Time for blood tests upstairs. Fan Dequay and He Jin exchanged bewildered glances. We're going again? Li Zhi sneered. What's the matter? My money is being spent without complaint, yet you two have reservations? Hurry up. With no choice but to comply, the duo followed Li Zhi to the fourth floor. Back and forth, they made a total of 8 trips that morning, accumulating 8 needle marks on their arms. Fan Dequay fared slightly better, but He Jin was in a worse state. The nurse, having gained experience, would first insert the needle and then stir it, leaving He Jin's arms in agony and nearly immobile. The expressions exchanged between He Jin and Fan Dequay toward Li Zhi were tinged with trepidation. They speculated whether Li Zhi was deliberately toying with them, yet the substantial medical fees listed cast doubt on that notion. Was he simply a wealthy individual with too much money to spend? Li Zhi led them to Chun Rohai, who, upon observing the needle marks on their arms and hands, stifled a chuckle and inquired, how are you two feeling? They glanced at Li Zhi and then at the 8 needle marks, their frustration reigniting. They silently cursed, having suffered. They were determined not to let this young man escape unscathed. Unwell, dizziness, nausea. I fear there is something wrong with my head. Please treat me immediately. Chun Rahai mused to himself. Indeed, there seems to be a mental lapse. Opposing this troublesome fellow is no mark of sanity. Oh, feeling dizzy are we? And nauseous? These symptoms suggest some signs of food poisoning. Very well, I'll prepare a prescription for you. Let us begin with a gastric lavage. A gastric lavage? He Jin and Fan Dequay were aware of the procedure, having heard of instances in the village where individuals had to undergo it after consuming pesticides. Though they were unclear on the specifics of the process, Fan Dequay's eyes darted about. Doctor, how much does a gastric lavage cost? 300. So much. I'll do it. I want all the bad things I've eaten over the years washed out. He believed a gastric lavage merely entailed cleaning the stomach. Noticing the smirk at the corner of Li Zhi's mouth, He Jin was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Doctor, perhaps we should hold off on that. I don't think I have food poisoning. I only had porridge this morning, and that is all I consumed. That is unacceptable. In your condition, gastric lavage is imperative. Enough talk. Nurse, bring the bed and take them for the procedure. For nurses wheeled in 2 hospital beds and swiftly transported He Jin and Fan Dequay to the operating room before they could fully comprehend the situation. They were then restrained, and the gastric lavage machine was activated, with the tube coated in lubricant. The excruciating process ensued, with the lavage solution repeatedly infused and extracted. An hour later, both Fan Dequay and He Jin emerged from the operating room, their faces ashen, voices hoarse, utterly drained of strength. This brat from the Li family is ruthless. My throat feels swollen. Li Zhi awaited their return by Chun Rohai, and upon seeing them pushed back in, he approached them. The gastric lavage will benefit you. You both ought to express your gratitude to me. Your intestines and stomach have darkened. Cleansing them will prevent further misdeeds. He then turned to Chun Rohai, suggesting, Dr. Chun, they still appear unwell. Perhaps further examinations are warranted? By the way, didn't they mention discomfort in their lower backs and buttocks? Let us continue with the checks. Exchanging glances, Fan Dequay and He Jin hesitated. More? Slow down. Doctor, please hold off. I wish to speak with this fellow. He Jin, having endured considerable torment, felt as though he had lost several pounds. However, Fan Dequay fared worse. His frail frame felt as if it were splintering apart. Chun Rohai glanced at Li Zhi, who nodded in acknowledgement. He approached He Jin, urging, speak quickly, time is of the essence. He Jin gritted his teeth and said, Brother, let us be honest. We're merely seeking some financial relief. You've already spent a considerable sum at the hospital today. This path leads to no good for anyone. How about you part with a meager sum for us 3? We wouldn't require much, just 1,000 each. To you, that is but a trivial amount. It wouldn't even compare to a single hair on your body, right? Noticing Li Zhi's silence, He Jin continued coldly, otherwise, none of us will benefit. If you refuse, I'll remain here in the hospital. You've already spent quite a bit today. My stay will cost you far more than just 2,000. Li Zhi crossed his arms, looking at He Jin with a mocking smile. I possess wealth and am unafraid of expenditure. I can afford your stay for as long as needed. Doctor, issue a requisition for a full examination. Chen Rahai, already present, responded affirmatively. Frustrated, He Jin nearly rolled his eyes at the obstinacy displayed. Fine, I'll confront you on this. Doctor, how will the full examination be conducted? Chen Rahai chuckled. As a healer, you will understand in due course. Upon re-entering the operating room, an hour later, they emerged once more, their pallor even more pronounced. This time, their discomfort was compounded by the humiliation inflicted upon them. This was Li Zhi's nefarious scheme, orchestrating for Chen Rahai to summon numerous young nurses to observe their plight. The shame of being entirely unclothed and scrutinized left them feeling utterly exposed. These two harrowing experiences nearly drove them to madness. Returning to Chen Rahai, Fan De Kuei lay face down on the bed, his shoulders trembling slightly. Li Zhi furrowed his brow, concerned that matters had escalated too far. While tormenting others was one thing, risking a life was entirely another. A dire situation indeed. He hurried over to raise Fan De Kuei. However, the scene before Li Zhi left him both amused and exasperated. Van Der Kuei, a man in his 30s, was blushing profusely, tears streaming down his face in a veritable cascade. His lips trembled, and it seemed he was murmuring something softly. Upon closer inspection, Li Zhi nearly erupted in laughter. Please, don't take it lightly. I want to be able to face anyone again. Help. He Jin, witnessing Van Der Kuei's state, erupted in furious rebuke. Have some dignity. What kind of behavior is this? Van Der Kuei appeared oblivious to the chastisement, incessantly muttering under his breath. At that moment, Li Zhi turned to Chen Rahai and remarked, Dr. Chen, I suspect they are not in a good condition yet. We should prepare to extract bone marrow from them tonight. Chapter 40. Terrified to the core, Van Der Kuei shuddered at Li Zhi's words. Even the sound of Li Zhi's voice filled him with dread. He stammered, what is bone marrow extraction? Li Zhi regarded him with a stoic expression, explaining, it simply involves inserting a needle into the spine on your back. It's nothing serious. Just be sure not to move around, or you might risk paralysis. Chen Rahai, standing nearby, produced an oversized syringe with a needle of considerable girth, measuring nearly a foot in length. He gestured with it, saying, with this, a quick jab into your back, and it will be over in no time. Just a minute, really. Don't be afraid. In sheer terror, Van Der Kuei leapt from the bed, exclaiming, I want to do it. Like a madman. He cast fearful glances at Zhua Shiyan and Chen Rahai, disregarding his hospital gown as he hastily donned his clothes and shoes before fleeing. He Jin felt a pang of anxiety himself, having overheard the conversation and seen the imposing syringe in Chen Rahai's hand. However, he endeavored to maintain his composure, casting furtive glances at Li Zhi, hoping to catch a glimpse of a flaw in Li Zhi's intimidation tactics, but was met with disappointment. Li Zhi's demeanor revealed no cracks. Stop trying to scare me. I'm not afraid. Li Zhi shot a cold smile at He Jin. No one is trying to frighten you. Your discomfort stems from my actions, and as long as I possess wealth, I shall continue your treatment. With that, Li Zhi and Chen Rahai exited the ward. In the afternoon, Li Zhi invited Chen Rahai out for a meal, and over the course of their repast, they shared jovial banter, leading Chen Rahai to develop a better impression of Li Zhi. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, and by the end of the meal, they regarded each other as brothers. Brotherly. How do you plan to deal with that, He Jin? The lad has quite the resilience. Despite all this turmoil, he hasn't fled. Li Zhi furrowed his brows in contemplation, replying, Tonight, I need you to assist me. I refuse to believe he possesses such audacity. At 9 o'clock that evening, He Jin lay in a solitary hospital room, the lighting in disarray, flickering ominously. He felt an unsettling atmosphere, compounded by the incessant echo of footsteps reverberating down the corridor. After all, this was a hospital, and the ambience was far from comforting, being a place where death often lingered, and the oppressive aura weighed heavily. Moreover, Li Zhi had gone to the expense of ensuring he occupied a large room meant for 5. As He Jin stared at the ceiling, the flickering light only heightened his anxiety. Yet, driven by the prospect of financial gain, he resolved to confront Li Zhi. Suddenly, an eerie knocking sound echoed throughout the silent room. Abruptly, the door swung open with a crash. Clang. He Jin recoiled in fright, curling up tightly as a chilling breeze swept through, raising goosebumps along his skin. Who is there? He whimpered, hiding beneath the covers, too frightened to emerge. He Jin. A voice devoid of emotion called out his name. "Who dares to frighten me? I am unafraid," he proclaimed, though his body trembled uncontrollably. Stealthily, he peeled back the covers and peered into the dimly lit doorway. At that moment, he beheld two spectral figures standing at the entrance, a chilling breeze emanating from their ghostly forms. As their white garments fluttered slightly, his complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. A guttural sound escaped his throat, followed by a piercing scream. Ghosts. In that instant, He-Jin felt a warmth spreading in his trousers. What is all this racket? The other patients are trying to rest. Yet at that moment, one of the white-clad apparitions shone a flashlight in his direction. He-Jin finally discerned the figures at the door. The first was Dr. Chun, and trailing behind was another physician clad in a white coat and mask, his face obscured. "You nearly frightened me to death, Dr. Chun. What brings you here?" "To extract your bone marrow," came the indifferent voice of Chun Rahai. He-Jin quivered in fear, momentarily forgetting his dampened trousers. "Are you truly going to extract my bone marrow? What about that fellow Li? Mr. Li has returned home. He deposited 10,000 yuan, instructing us to extract your bone marrow and then remove your rib cartilage for testing. Mr. Li is quite generous, spending such a sum. The cartilage examination will require a surgical procedure, but fret not. It is merely a minor operation. A small incision in your chest, and we shall retrieve a segment of bone." Chun Rahai spoke with an unsettling confidence, yet his words were merely a reflection of what Li Zhi had taught him. "What? A bone test? An incision in my chest?" He-Jin gaped, on the verge of tears, his mind unraveling. Who could have anticipated that a mere extortion attempt would be taken so seriously? The Li family's young master was indeed ruthless. Did they intend to torment him to death? He recalled the cowardice of Fan Dequay, who had fled earlier, cursing his lack of loyalty. Fuming, he rose, donned his shoes, and stormed out. Chun Rahai contemplated intervening, but was halted by a gentle nudge from a companion behind him, prompting him to remain still. "Damn it. All right, young Master Li. You are formidable. If I cannot confront you, I shall simply evade you," he grumbled as he made his way through the darkness back to his home in Gawa village. Yet, he had not ventured far when Chun Rahai exchanged amused glances with his companion and burst into laughter. "Brother Li, your scheme is truly ingenious. I suspect He-Jin is terrified and will not dare to trouble you again." The person in the white coat removed his mask, revealing a handsome face, none other than Li Zhi. With a resigned smile, Li Zhi remarked, "I had no alternative. Dealing with such individuals requires a touch of cunning. Brother Chun, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance today. Do not mention it. If you consider me a friend, such formalities are unnecessary." Noticing the time, Li Zhi realized it was quite late. After escorting Chun Rahai home, he departed from Xiaolin town on his motorcycle. Upon arriving home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Yet the lights within were still aglow. With a sigh, he surmised his parents must be worried. The familiar sound of his motorcycle prompted Li Dai and Bai Suqin to step outside. Hearing the engine, they rushed out, relieved to see Li Zhi safe and sound. "Zhi, what about those two?" Li Zhi chuckled. "From now on, they will avoid me. Come inside quickly, it's cold out here." Bai Suqin, feeling a pang of concern for her son, quickly ushered Li Zhi into the house. Glancing out into the courtyard, Li Zhi noticed that a section of the foundation had already been excavated in the vegetable garden, albeit a rather short stretch. He furrowed his brow, deeming the progress rather lackluster. However, upon reflection, considering that there were only 5 of Chun Hua's crew alongside 7 or 8 from the Li family, amounting to a mere 10 people laboring, he concluded that accomplishing this much in a day was commendable. "Mom, what time did you wrap up work last night?" he inquired. 5 o'clock, she replied with a smile. "I had your second and third aunts come over to help with dinner. There were about 20 of us, and the meal was quite satisfactory, so you needn't worry." Bai Suqin beamed, increasingly proud of her son. What does it mean to be successful? This is what it means. Despite her underlying worries, she felt joy in her son's development. "You and Dad have worked hard. It's all my doing that has caused you both so much toil," Li Zhi said dryly, though he didn't genuinely wish to express such sentiments, feeling it was merely polite to do so. Li Dai waved his hand dismissively. Why speak so formally among family? After a moment's thought, Li Zhi continued, "By the way, Dad, the project is progressing slowly. Could you visit Zhu Shiwang's home tomorrow? Ask him to announce over the loudspeaker for 10 diligent laborers to come and help expedite the factory's construction." Chun Hua and the others mentioned that it typically takes a month and a half to finish. "We should aim to complete it within a month, otherwise My equipment won't have a place to go. All right, I will go to Zhu Shiguang's tomorrow. At that moment, Li Zhi recalled a flash of inspiration from his earlier meal with Chun Rohai, where they had ordered several dishes, one of which was a particularly well-made mapo tofu. Suddenly, he turned to Li Dai and said, "Dad, perhaps a tractor isn't the best path forward. You might be better off continuing with soybeans." Li Dai, taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical statement, asked, "What are you talking about? Did you encounter something strange on your way back?" Li Zhi sighed, "What strange thing? Remember after the new year when you planned to make bean sprouts? I initially disagreed, but today I realized that might not be such a bad idea." After the new year, Li Dai had attempted to produce several hundred pounds of bean sprouts, but after some complications, he nearly lost his investment, and the family had to forego several days of rest. He felt somewhat guilty for not heeding Li Zhi's advice. "I'm done with that. Bean sprouts are tough work, exhausting, and not profitable." Li Dai pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Li Zhi, and the two of them began to smoke together. "Dad, you've misunderstood. I wasn't suggesting bean sprouts." Li Dai looked even more perplexed. "Then what are you suggesting?" "Soy products. Everything related to soy, which includes bean sprouts, tofu, dried tofu, soy milk, and even okara, which can be integrated with the livestock industry." On the way back, Li Zhi pondered this matter. The sense of pride in his parents' acknowledgement of his success was tinged with a bittersweet feeling, as he wished to shield them from the burdens of his endeavors. He considered prompting them to embark on some business venture. Originally, Bai Suqin had expressed a desire for Li Zhi to help purchase a tractor for tilling the land, which would be a decent endeavor in the village. However, Li Zhi now felt that a tractor might not be the wisest choice. After all, operating a tractor still left one exposed to the elements, tethered to the life of a farmer. In his recollections, he remembered that during this era, tractors were of poor quality, frequently resulting in accidents where limbs were often severed. The thought of such misfortunes befalling his own household, whether injuring a family member or an outsider, was unsettling. After listening to Li Zhi's words, Li Dai felt a spark of curiosity. What? A single soybean can yield such a multitude of products? Indeed, father, it is a lucrative venture. Each cycle of the soybean must be meticulously timed. The sprouting of bean sprouts encompasses several stages: swelling, initial sprout, half sprout, and full sprout. We can collaborate with local markets at each phase, ensuring we do not miss the opportune moment. Moreover, if we delve into soybean products, we can commence production of tofu and soy milk as soon as the swelling phase begins. However, I do not intend to produce fresh tofu, as its shelf life is limited. Rather, I aim to create packaged varieties. Li Zhi spoke with conviction, revealing that his primary focus was on dried tofu, the beloved spicy strips that had captivated consumers for decades. He was aware of a company in the 21st century that had risen to prominence in the industry through these humble spicy strips, achieving global distribution after going public. Though he had little experience in this field, having only produced bean sprouts previously, he believed that creating soybean products would not be more challenging than sprout cultivation, which had nearly overwhelmed him during his earlier endeavors. Li Dai listened intently, impressed by his eldest son's breadth of knowledge. "And what are the specifics?" Li Zhi pondered for a moment. "Well, I need to conduct some research out of town. By the way, there is something I need to tell you both. I must embark on a journey in 2 days, and I anticipate being away for about 10 days. Please do not worry. The construction of the factory will continue. I will leave 20,000 yuan behind for any necessary materials." "What? You're leaving again so soon after returning? Where are you heading?" "Mother, this time I will be going to northern Hebei. It's a bit far, but there is no cause for concern. It's for research purposes." Bai Suqin felt a pang of reluctance for her son, primarily out of worry. She was aware that northern Hebei, being within proximity to the capital, was indeed quite distant. "Are you going alone?" Li Zhi hesitated, contemplating whether to bring Zhu Yunshan along. He realized that as the business expanded, managing it alone would be overwhelming. Given Zhu Yunshan's adeptness in navigating negotiations, as evidenced by how he had skillfully outmaneuvered Feng Dihai, Li Zhi recognized him as a valuable asset. "I will bring Yunshan with me. De Zhi, I know you are resolute, and I shall not impose my concerns. Just ensure you both exercise caution during your travels. Remain vigilant, and keep your money well hidden from prying eyes." Li Zhi smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, mother. I am well aware." He understood that this era faced certain security challenges, with the unfortunate reality of individuals clandestinely possessing firearms. However, given the inadequacies of the legal system and the lack of law enforcement, Such issues were regrettably prevalent. Enough of your chatter, both of you. Hurry and get some rest. Bai Suqin urged. Li Dai, however, appeared lost in thought, as if contemplating something significant. Bai Suqin nudged him. What are you pondering? Li Dai snapped back to the present. Oh, it's nothing. Let us just sleep. The following morning, Li Dai went to summon 10 diligent workers from Zhu Yunshan using a loudspeaker. Li Zhi felt satisfaction at this arrangement, but recognized the need to make further detailed preparations for the upcoming 10-day absence, lest they encounter issues similar to those with He Jin and Fan de Kuei the previous day. Uncle, I'm quite busy. Li Zhi arrived at Zhu Yunshan's residence and saw Zhu Shiguang carrying a bucket of water outside. Ah, De Zhi, are you looking for Yunshan? Yes. I plan to take Yunshan out tomorrow, and we intend to be away for about 10 days. This time, Li Zhi's tone was no longer one of inquiry, but rather a declaration. Zhu Shiguang sensed the shift in Li Zhi's demeanor, and then recalled the 1,000 yuan his son had brought home a few days prior. He understood much more in that moment. De Zhi, I have a favor to ask of you. Li Zhi chuckled. What favor? Just speak your mind, uncle. You and Yunshan have grown up together. I have seen it all. Logically, being 3 years older, I should have a better understanding of you, yet I find you inscrutable. Therefore, I entrust Yunshan to you. He is sincere-hearted, and I hope you can teach him a few things. Just as Li Zhi was about to be modest, he noticed Zhu Shiguang's serious expression. However you take Yunshan out, you must ensure you bring him back. The last sentence carried a weighty tone, but Li Zhi understood this was a manifestation of paternal love. Looking into Zhu Shiguang's eyes, he reassured, Uncle, rest assured, Yunshan is like a brother to me. His well-being is my responsibility. I will ensure he does not suffer. But regarding Aunt, that's good. You needn't worry about Aunt. I will speak with her. Young people should venture out and explore. Li Zhi smiled, appreciating how straightforward communication with an astute person can be. No need for excessive explanations. Zhu Yunshan was also preparing to visit Li Zhi's home, but hesitated, fearing to trouble them with another meal. De Zhi go. Yunshan, do not go today. Stay home and pack some clean clothes. We shall set out together tomorrow. Zhu Yunshan held absolute trust in Li Zhi, and after the lessons learned from their last encounter, he dared not question any of Li Zhi's decisions. All right, I will tidy up. Just bring some undergarments. We can buy some outer clothes tomorrow to make a good impression. Respect must be shown through attire. One must not forget this principle, for without displaying wealth or strength, who would know your true capabilities? Understood. After informing Zhu Yunshan, Li Zhi proceeded to Beiwo village to seek out Zhao Shuyang. Chapter 42. Journey to Jibei. Since arriving in this era, Li Zhi had been cautious, treading carefully at every step, meticulously calculating to avoid the pitfall of a single misstep leading to total ruin. Zhao Shuyang was among the first individuals he had engaged with, and through both overt and subtle observations, Li Zhi felt reassured about Zhao's character. Although Zhao Shuyang was a village secretary, he possessed a certain streetwise flair. To deal with such individuals, one must employ the ways of the street, namely, loyalty. Previously, Zhao Shuyang had brought people to confront Li Zhi at his doorstep. But after clearing the misunderstanding, Li Zhi demonstrated loyalty. He did not hold grudges and continued collaborating with Zhao Shuyang, who was deeply impressed. What defines a person capable of great accomplishments? This is the essence of a person destined for greatness, unconcerned with trifles. During this period, Li Zhi had been riding Zhao Shuyang's motorcycle. As long as Zhao did not demand it back, Li Zhi would not return it voluntarily. However, upon arriving at Zhao Shuyang's home, Li Zhi found only the alluring presence of Zhao Shuyang's wife, Li Chui. Li Chui sat at the edge of the Kong, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Her household boasted a color television set, a luxury worth over 1,000 yuan, a considerable sum given the prices in 1987. Marrying Zhao Shuyang had indeed brought her a life of comfort. Sister-in-law, where's Zhao Dage? Li Zhi stole a glance at Li Chui, feeling a flutter in his heart. He secretly acknowledged her beauty. Li Chui possessed a delicate oval face, alluringly elongated phoenix eyes, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure. Such a woman would undoubtedly attract countless admirers in later times. Yet, apart from his critical observations, Li Zhi harbored no romantic inclinations. Despite his parents' urging, he believed that one should not force fate. Hastily entering marriage would be an irresponsible act. Oh dear, my brother has arrived. Come, take a seat. Your elder brother is inspecting the quality of denim in the backyard. I'll fetch him. Li Chui noticed Li Zhi's involuntary blush. her fair complexion turning a charming shade of crimson, enticing enough to make one yearn for a kiss. Li Zhi quickly turned his head, inwardly acknowledging her undeniable allure. Apologies for the trouble, sister-in-law, he thought, marveling at her captivating presence. Just a moment ago, her blush had nearly rendered him saluting her. At 19, in the throes of youthful vigor and without a girlfriend, his reaction to such a charismatic woman was entirely natural. As Li Chui stepped out, Li Zhi focused on his breathing, clearing his mind of distractions. Soon, Zhao Shuliang's excited voice echoed from outside. "Where's my brother?" Li Zhi stood and smiled. "Elder brother. Big brother, don't just stand there. Come, sit down. Xiao Chui, please wash some apples." Li Zhi waved his hand. "No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law. I'll just speak a few words and be on my way." "Why the rush? We're having lunch here. Let your sister-in-law prepare some pickled cabbage with pork ribs." Zhao Shuliang was genuinely warm-hearted, eager to retain Li Zhi's company. "I need to discuss a few matters with you." Li Zhi's tone shifted to a more serious note. Zhao Shuliang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. "All right, brother, speak on. Concerning this batch of fabric, you must remember, do not let Feng Dihai know. Even if he comes by to inspect, do not disclose that it is my fabric. Also, arrange for someone to extract the cores and send them all to me." Zhao Shuliang nodded, understanding. "I will have them sent to your house shortly. Production must continue. Although the current pace is manageable, demand will surely increase in the future. And we want to be able to keep up. Are most of the sewing machines in the village still foot-operated?" "Yes, for the most part. A few households seem to have acquired electric machines, but they are not cheap. An electric motor costs around 200 yuan. Moreover, they tend to malfunction after prolonged use. They burn out." Li Zhi shook his head. "This won't do. The efficiency of electric motors can increase output by 2 to 3 times. Encourage the villagers to switch to electric machines. Inform them that we'll increase their wages by a dime for each motor purchased." "All right, I will convey the message." Zhao Shuliang thought to himself that Li Zhi was quite the visionary, unaware that Li Zhi's strategy was to seize market advantage early, as profit margins would diminish for those who joined later. "Just carry out your instructions, and there is one more matter I need your assistance with." "Brother, tell me. What do you need from me?" "I will be away for a while, and I need you to look after my family. Please ensure their safety. I fear they might be bullied." Zhao Shuliang was taken aback. "Away for how long?" "Approximately half a month. I appreciate your help with this." Zhao Shuliang quickly shook his head. "What are you saying? With our relationship, there's no need for such formalities." Li Zhi smiled, then added, "By the way, let me settle your payment for these days." He produced a thick stack of cash, amounting to several thousand yuan, which included not only his wages, but also Zhao Shuliang's commission. Anyone would feel a sense of joy upon seeing the fruits of their labor after a period of hard work, and Zhao Shuliang was no exception. His heart swelled with happiness upon seeing the money. "Great. Brother, you can rest assured. I'll take care of everything." At this moment, Zhao Shuliang began to suspect that Li Zhi had no relatives in the clothing business. He recalled how, when he saw people from Longwan Wholesale Market referring to Li Zhi as boss, he realized the situation was not as simple as he had thought. That night, he found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning, pondering the implications. So this fellow was a clever schemer, and had managed to achieve such scale? However, his admiration for Li Zhi deepened. The meticulous planning involved was such that any misstep could lead to ruin. Daring, astute, and meticulous, such a person would be bound for success. Subsequently, Li Zhi, accompanied by Zhu Yunshan, hurried towards Liaoxiang, not forgetting Howard. The trio planned to catch the train early the following morning. Transportation in 1987 was quite rudimentary. Most people relied on two-wheeled bicycles, with motorcycles being a luxury for a select few. Long-distance travel typically involved trains. Upon seeing the locomotive, Li Zhi was genuinely astonished to find it was an ancient steam engine, its green carriages topped with a large chimney, puffing out black smoke. The noise was deafening. At that moment, coal was being transported to the front carriages, while coal ash was being unloaded. The most arduous part was squeezing onto the train amidst the crowd. Despite the early hour, many travelers were present, and given the scarcity of train services, each train was packed to capacity. Fortunately, they had sleeper tickets. Those with only seats faced a grim fate. The green carriages featured old wooden benches, and sitting for 7 to 8 hours could leave one feeling utterly broken. A cacophony of odors, foot odor, body odor, and sweat, assaulted the nostrils as Li Zhi boarded, nearly making him retch. Thankfully, he managed to hold it in, though Howard behind him was gagging uncontrollably. Li Zhi shot him a glare. His foreign appearance already drew attention, and the sounds he was making only attracted more eyes. Around them, people wore similar attire, dark blue or black graduation gowns, topped with hats, and carrying bags filled with their belongings. Hold it together, Li Zhi urged. Howard looked at him with a pitiful expression, his eyes resembling that of a kicked puppy. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Zhi softened. All right, stop looking at me like that. Just hang in there. I promise you'll ride a train that travels at 300 to 400 kilometers per hour in the future. What? God, the train is barely reaching 50 kilometers per hour, and you expect 300 or 400. Oh, my dear boss, how fanciful you are. My country is not even that developed, let alone such a backward nation. Li Zhi understood his meaning, and he straightened his back, declaring boldly, Howard, I believe that in the future, this country will be extraordinarily glorious and powerful. There is nothing this nation cannot achieve, only what you cannot imagine. He refrained from saying more, for in this era, no one would envision that this underdeveloped country could rise to become one of the world's foremost nations in 30 years. As they moved from the cramped hard-seat carriage to the sleeper carriage, the experience was excruciating for the three of them, even with Howard's presence. Many curious onlookers would part ways, yet it still took them 20 minutes to reach the carriage for which they had purchased tickets. Inside, the stifling heat was suffocating. Li Zhi felt the sweat trickling into his eyes, causing them to sting. However, a glance at Howard brought him some solace, for the man's suit was drenched. Howard, I think your meals are quite lavish, don't you? Look at you, so plump. My goodness, you're sweating profusely. The sarcasm felt delightful to Li Zhi, at least easing his discomfort. Enough, boss. Please, spare me your mockery. Howard retorted, flustered, as he found his designated bunk. Upon entering the sleeper carriage, Li Zhi sighed in relief. Fortunately, the sleeper train was not as overcrowded as the previous carriage. The compartments were modestly filled, with 2 rows of beds stacked in 3 tiers, and the 3 of them had tickets on the same side. However, when it came to the allocation of beds, Li Zhi faced a dilemma. Howard's ticket was for the top tier, while Li Zhi was assigned the bottom tier, and Zhu Yunshan was in the middle. Observing Howard's towering height of nearly 2 meters and his weight exceeding 200 pounds, Li Zhi thought, how can he possibly sleep on the top? He might squash someone if he falls. I can't sleep below, he insisted. Howard, you take the bottom, let us switch. Howard, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Oh, my boss, you are more merciful than God. He stared at the narrow bed and the small ladder, struggling for a moment, but Li Zhi's words were a great relief to him. At that moment, although the train was heavy and outdated, it had one advantage. The windows could be opened. Earlier, Li Zhi had even seen several people climbing through the windows, anxious not to miss their ride. Chapter 43. Encountering thieves after they had stowed their luggage. Li Zhi settled onto Howard's bunk, realizing they had over 30 hours ahead of them on this train, which felt utterly tedious. Suddenly, he sensed an intentional gaze directed his way. Pretending not to notice, he discreetly glanced in that direction and spotted a gaunt man in his 20s with shifty eyes. Dressed in denim, sporting a buzz cut, and possessing a pair of beady, glinting eyes. Could I be the target of a thief? Li Zhi pondered inwardly. For the security in this era was not particularly reassuring, and there were many professional pickpockets around. Moreover, with the presence of Howard, a foreigner, the thieves' objectives were undoubtedly more pronounced, for it is commonly perceived that foreigners possess considerable wealth. Li Zhi beamed at Howard and inquired, Howard, did you learn any martial arts before coming here? Boss, how did you know I practice combat? Howard replied, I learned Makachkala while serving in the military. Though I haven't trained in recent years, otherwise, I wouldn't be gaining weight. It's all your fault for having such delicious food here. I could devour 2 kilograms of those beef dumplings. Makachkala, one of the most practical military fighting techniques in the world. Second only to the Black Dragon 18 kills. Li Zhi was surprised to discover that the portly Howard possessed such skills. He silently rejoiced at not having engaged in a scuffle with him earlier. Otherwise, they would have been no match for the professionally trained Howard. Howard, I reckon your Makachkala skills will come in handy tonight, he chuckled. Subsequently, Li Zhi and Howard discussed the situation and devised a plan, conversing in a foreign language, unperturbed by the possibility of eavesdroppers. All right, boss. Li Zhi then summoned Zhu Yunshan to the ends of the carriage, where they shared a cigarette as Li Zhi recounted the events to him. During the day, there had been little of note, except for a shifty-eyed man who had been watching them intently. After dinner, as Howard sipped his beer, he asked, Boss, are you certain that man will make a move? Ever since you mentioned it, I've been itching for action. His tone bore a hint of excitement. Rest assured, I doubt I am mistaken, Li Zhi replied. Recalling that in the 1980s and even into the 1990s, train thieves were quite numerous and brazen, emboldened by the Chinese tendency to avoid conflict, which only served to inflate their audacity. Very well then. As night fell, the long-distance train dimmed its lights, and most passengers succumbed to slumber, though a few remained awake, reading by flashlight. Li Zhi, indifferent to the others, claimed the upper bunk and quickly drifted into sleep. Following Li Zhi's example, Howard refrained from turning on the light upon climbing into bed, but instead feigned sleep. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to overindulgence at dinner, he soon fell into a deep slumber despite his intentions to catch the thief. In his dream, Howard felt a sharp pain in his thigh, abruptly awakening to see a shadowy figure crouching beside his bunk. With a swift motion, he kicked out with his size 45 foot, eliciting a muffled grunt from the intruder, who then collapsed to the floor. Howard sprang to his feet, but the figure attempted to flee. However, being tall and robust, Howard reacted quickly, seizing the collar of the fleeing shadow. "Don't run," his voice boomed, rousing Li Zhi from his sleep. At that moment, Zhu Yunshan had already leaped down and joined Howard in subduing the intruder. Li Zhi also descended from his bunk and commanded the shadowy figure, "Silence." They proceeded to move towards the ends of the carriage, where dim lighting revealed the very man with the shifty eyes from earlier in the day. "Ah, it's you. Such audacity to dare steal from us," Li Zhi exclaimed. Yet, the man showed no sign of fear. Instead, he threatened in a blustering manner, "Let me go? You should know, I am part of the pickpocket gang on this line. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing limbs." His arrogance left Li Zhi stunned. Is this really a thief? Such an audacious thief? A pickpocket brigade? However, he turned to Howard and said, "Did I not instruct you to keep your voice down? Thankfully, no one followed us just now. Why are you so loud?" Howard, with a bitter smile, replied, "Boss, it's not that I wanted to shout. It's just that this person's skills are lacking, and I couldn't help myself. He even slashed my leg. It hurts terribly." Upon saying this, he showed Li Zhi his trousers. And only then did Li Zhi notice a gaping tear at Howard's waistband, revealing a shallow wound from which blood was seeping. TSK, you truly are useless," Li Zhi remarked as he glanced at the thief. The thief, struggling incessantly, muttered under his breath, "You dare to capture me, Chun San? If I don't eliminate you plump sheep, I shall not bear the name Chun." With that, he abruptly lowered his head. Li Zhi could have intervened, but chose instead to observe what he intended to do. Chun San bent down and bit onto an object hanging from his neck. The string around his neck was evidently well measured, allowing him to reach the round item with his mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A peculiar sound emanated from Chun San's mouth. Though not loud, it was remarkably high-pitched and penetrating, carrying far and wide. Li Zhi watched with keen interest as he discerned that the object in Chun San's mouth was a finely crafted whistle shaped like a bird. Chun San produced 2 long and 1 short blasts, and Li Zhi surmised it was some sort of signal. After emitting the signal, Chun San glared fiercely at Li Zhi and his companions, warning, "If you seek death, do not blame San Yi." Chun San's brazen demeanor ignited a fire within Li Zhi. They had encountered him today, but what if Chun San had stolen from someone else? What about their life-saving money? Thieves are universally despised. "San Yi, who exactly are you?" "San Yi, Yunshan. This fellow has a filthy mouth. Silence him." Zhu Yunshan, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, acted upon Li Zhi's command without hesitation. Slap, slap. Each resounding smack landed on Chun San's mouth, causing it to swell instantly, blood oozing from the corners. Rather than pleading for mercy, he incoherently cursed. "You'll regret this. Soon, San Yi will break your legs." He struggled, but it was of no avail. Howard's iron-like arms pinned him back, rendering him immobile. Just then, footsteps echoed, suggesting the approach of several individuals. "Well, your tongue is quite resilient." Li Zhi stepped forward, grasping Chun San's shoulders and yanking him into his embrace, driving his knee forcefully into Chun San's solar plexus. With a thud, Chun San fell silent, rolling his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Li Zhi stretched his joints and instructed Howard and Zhu Yunshan, "Prepare yourselves. Let us play the heroes for once." A group of 6 young men, all in their 20s, came rushing from the left side of the carriage. Upon seeing the unconscious Chun San on the ground, their expressions were not those of benevolence. Some bore brutish features, while others, like Chun San, had shifty eyes. The audacious young man, with a shaved head, stood defiantly, measuring around 1.8 meters. Comparable to Li Zhi, if not slightly shorter. Is this all your pickpocket crew? Li Zhi silently prepared himself, wary of the possibility that they might be armed. For security checks on the train were not particularly stringent, allowing many to board with knives. What's wrong? Do you think there are too few of us? We can easily handle you lot. The leader almost laughed at Li Zhi's words. Handle us? Li Zhi suddenly chuckled, but then abruptly commanded, attack. Prepared for the moment. Zhu Yinshan and Howard lunged forward like two ferocious tigers. Their sudden assault caught the opposition off guard, especially given their numerical disadvantage. Who would have thought Li Zhi's group would dare to strike? With a steely expression, Howard targeted the leader, believing him to be the tallest and thus the most formidable. However, the young man was no novice. Robust and vigorous, he felt confident despite Howard's imposing physique. He stealthily reached for a weapon concealed at his lower back. Li Zhi, with keen eyes, quickly warned in English, "Watch out, weapon." Just as the warning left his lips, the young man's blade glinted as he slashed towards Howard's neck. He understood the gravity of his actions. Taking down a foreigner could have dire repercussions, yet he was beyond caring at that moment. Nonetheless, Howard, having undergone professional training, despite his bulk, displayed remarkable agility and evaded the dagger with ease. He swiftly grasped the assailant's wrist, yanking it down forcefully and pushing him back. With a sharp crack, the young man cried out in agony as the dagger clattered to the ground. Howard then delivered a precise strike to the carotid artery, rendering the assailant dizzy and powerless. Collapsing to the ground. Despicable. Resorting to knives. Howard lamented, feeling a chill of fear. Had it not been for his boss's warning, the situation could have turned dire. Zhu Yinshan was entangled with a wiry thief with shifty eyes. Neither was particularly skilled in combat, yet Zhu's superior stamina overwhelmed his opponent. With the thief pinned beneath him, Zhu unleashed a barrage of heavy blows to the man's face, leaving him wailing in distress. Li Zhi, however, found himself in a more precarious position. Perhaps due to his slender build, 3 individuals encircled him. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. Possessing experience in brawls, he understood the importance of protecting his back. Given the constraints of his physique, he realized that a maximum of 3 could attack him simultaneously. He pressed himself against the carriage wall, employing a variety of aggressive tactics, kicks to the groin, eye gouges, and strikes in vulnerable areas. As Howard subdued the last assailant, he hurried to assist Li Zhi, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Oh God! Poor children! 2 of the trio clutched their groins, howling in pain, while the last staggered backward, his face ashen with fear. He was genuinely terrified, having never encountered such an unrestrained and ruthless fighting style, even from adversaries. He witnessed a companion on his knees, pleading for mercy while being held by Li Zhi, who seemed unperturbed. The commotion of the altercation lasted no longer than 3 to 5 minutes. Yet it was enough to attract the attention of the train guards at both ends of the carriage. When the guards arrived, they swiftly intervened, and reinforcements from other carriages soon followed. Li Zhi, with eloquence, recounted the events in an orderly fashion, leading to a detailed record being made. Ultimately, the gang of pickpockets was apprehended. Upon returning to his own carriage, Li Zhi glanced at his torn clothing and couldn't help but smile wryly at the misfortune he encountered upon stepping outside. He understood that such incidents were inevitable when one became a target. Howard's perception of Li Zhi underwent a profound transformation. It became clear to him that one should never provoke the boss, for the boss would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Li Zhi was unaware that his seemingly casual actions instilled a lasting fear in Howard. After disembarking from the train, Li Zhi and his companions found a guest house where they freshened up and had a light meal. Howard, you have contact information for the factory, right? Howard pondered for a moment. I have the phone number for the director of the second workshop at the 807 factory in Mo Prefecture, Hebei. However, my translator used to communicate with him, and that fellow Guming Rui seems to have a closer rapport. I recall that this director Zhu Shanhai is quite difficult to deal with. He is notoriously uncooperative. Hearing this, Li Zhi furrowed his brow slightly. Howard was astute and emotionally intelligent. If he found this person challenging, it was likely that the individual was not easy to communicate with. However, Howard's inability to handle the situation did not preclude Li Zhi from succeeding. After all, the unique essence of socialism with Chinese characteristics might elude Howard's grasp. Please give me the number, Li Zhi requested, taking Howard's mobile phone to make the call. After several rings, a deep, impatient voice answered, sounding as if the individual had just awakened. Hello? Who's calling? It's the middle of the day. Can't a person get some rest? The tone was decidedly irritable, fitting the archetype often found in state-owned enterprises. Li Zhi maintained a pleasant demeanor, infusing his voice with a tone of deference. Hello, is this Director Zhu? The voice on the other end remained impatient. Yes. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Feigning surprise, Li Zhi replied, Director Zhu, it's truly an honor. I've heard much about you. Although we've never met, I've been informed of your fondness for mitai. Our boss has specifically asked me to bring you a case of mitai. Would it be convenient for us to discuss this over a meal at a restaurant? Oh, mitai? Who is your boss? The tone of Director Zhu softened slightly, though his mood remained indiscernible. Li Zhi knew that anyone in a leadership position at a city factory was not to be underestimated, having never encountered this individual. He was cautious in his assessment. Notably, the mention of a gift had elicited no visible reaction from the other side. Our boss is Howard. You've met him before. Remember? He is a foreigner. Zhu Yunshan gazed at Li Zhi in astonishment, perplexed by the latter's assertion that Howard was the boss. However, he presumed that De Zhi's words were laden with significance. Through Li Zhi's several instructive sessions, Zhu Yunshan had acquired a wealth of knowledge, and his approach to problem-solving had become markedly more sophisticated. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the call, the voice finally broke through. Oh, Howard. I remember him. That hefty fellow. I know him well. Is he looking for me again? Didn't I make it clear last time not to contact me? The tone had noticeably soured. Li Zhi cast a surprised glance at Howard, pondering how he had managed to provoke such a reaction. It seemed as though the call was about to be terminated. Wait, Director Zhu, please don't hang up just yet. Our boss sincerely regrets the previous incident and has come to extend a heartfelt apology. With a sharp click, the line went dead, and Li Zhi's countenance darkened significantly. Chapter 45. The factory workers. Howard wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Boss, I've warned you before. Communication with these people is exceedingly challenging. They are unworthy of being called businessmen. They remain unmoved even in the face of profit. What a vile society. Yet, it seems your communication skills are not superior to mine, huh? Li Zhi shot a grim look at Howard. You appear rather pleased, don't you? Feeling the icy glare from Li Zhi, Howard felt a chill run down his spine, questioning why the boss was in such a furious state. Line 807 Factory, Workshop 2. Director Zhu Shanhai. You two head back to the hotel. I have matters to attend to. Both Howard and Zhu Yunshan were bewildered by Li Zhi's sudden directive for them to return. Although they subconsciously obeyed Li Zhi, they were still apprehensive. For Mo Zhou was not Liao Xiang. Boss, allow me to accompany you. You are unfamiliar with this area. De Zhigu, take me along. It would be prudent for us to support one another in any situation. Let this big oaf return first. Howard glanced at Zhu Yunshan, realizing that the term big oaf referred to him. Li Zhi had translated it as giant, which led Howard to embrace the moniker rather fondly. Very well, Li Zhi contemplated. After all, I cannot manage every task personally. While I may execute them flawlessly, what of the future? They must learn to stand on their own. His vision for the future was expansive. Seeing Li Zhi nod, both Zhu Yunshan and Howard breathed a sigh of relief. The three then hired a vehicle, with Li Zhi effortlessly waving his hand to secure a Lada for convenience. At that time, automobiles were a rarity, even a fuel-guzzling. Troublesome Lada commanded a rental fee of 80 yuan per day, equivalent to nearly 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Yet, Li Zhi prioritized convenience, as being in an unfamiliar place made practicality paramount. The driver was a rugged man in his 40s, with a weathered face and sharp, intelligent eyes. Clearly someone of astute nature, as only those of considerable means could afford to operate a taxi in that era. He was a local of Mo Zhou, well-versed in the routes and quite conversational. Where do you gentlemen hail from? From beyond the border, Brother Jing. I'd like to inquire about something. Are there not numerous wire factories in Mo Zhou? Through casual conversation, Li Zhi learned that the driver was named Jing Hongqing. A few years ago, he had made a profit selling ready-made garments in the capital. In light of the promising prospects in the taxi industry and his desire to settle down rather than roam away from home, he purchased a Lada and returned to his hometown to operate a taxi, which proved to be quite lucrative. Jing Hongqing, focused on driving, glanced over at Howard in the passenger seat several times. Although he frequently encountered many people in his taxi, it was his first time transporting a foreigner. Ah, Mo Zhou. We have quite a few textile factories here, around 10 in total. However, the most renowned ones are 807 and 809. Both factories are thriving and offer excellent benefits to their workers. Suddenly, he paused, a smile illuminating his dark face as he revealed a set of white teeth. Hey, boss. To be honest, my wife works at 807 as a textile worker. Their monthly salary exceeds 90, which is more than double what other factories pay. That is not all. During holidays, we receive ample provisions, so we don't even need to buy groceries. Li Zhi's eyes brightened. What a coincidence. He had been intending to connect with someone from the 807 factory and had not expected to encounter this opportunity. He had explored various factories, even touring some, and although many were state-owned enterprises, they still required business. Noticing that it was about time, he decided that his final stop would be the 807 factory. Brother Jing, let us head to the 807 factory. Are there any restaurants nearby? It's getting late, and we should have a meal together. Li Zhi had been meandering all afternoon with the intention of building rapport with Jing Hongqing. Otherwise, the dinner would seem rather abrupt. Oh dear. I can't let the boss bear the expense. Jing Hongqing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Observing this, Li Zhi guessed that he might be someone who enjoyed a good drink. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so delighted earlier. Enjoying wine is a fine thing. But one must also have hobbies. Brother Jing, you're too courteous. If you don't mind, just call me little brother. Let us find a nice restaurant and enjoy a hearty meal. Through their interactions, Jing Hongqing realized that Li Zhi was quite generous and exuded a sincere demeanor. He had a favorable impression of him, especially with the prospect of food and drink. How could he refuse? All right then. There's a cafeteria inside 807 that's actually better than most restaurants outside. The food is delicious and the prices are reasonable. Most importantly, we wouldn't even be able to enter if we weren't family members of the factory staff. After saying this, he pressed the accelerator and drove straight towards the 807 line factory. Established over 30 years ago, the 807 line factory was one of the earliest founded after the establishment of the nation. Its early inception and large scale meant it employed around 3,000 to 4,000 workers, divided into 8 workshops. The factory had many cafeterias, as it needed to serve thousands of meals each day. Interestingly, these cafeterias not only catered to factory employees, but also opened to their family members, benefiting from subsidies that kept prices low while offering excellent cuisine. Sitting in the car, Li Zhi observed the factory workers walking along the road in their standardized gray uniforms, embroidered with 807 line on the front and the workshop code on the back. Jing Hongqing parked the car in front of one of the smaller cafeterias, which, despite its size, could still accommodate 200 to 300 diners. Li Zhi and his companions disembarked and entered the cafeteria, discovering an immaculate environment, with someone diligently cleaning and the floor spotless. Brotherly, this is the 807 cafeteria. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Li Zhi nodded in agreement, thinking that, if nothing else, the cleanliness alone warranted high praise. Indeed, Brother Jing, where shall we order? It's on me. Let us indulge in something delightful. By the way, your wife hasn't eaten yet, has she? Let us invite her to join us. Li Zhi had barely eaten at noon, and the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafting through the cafeteria was making him increasingly hungry. Oh no, she's fine. She's eating in the main cafeteria? Jing Hongqing replied politely. Li Zhi thought to himself, why the formality? I'm precisely looking for your wife. With a serious expression, he insisted. Are you looking down on me, brother? It's just a meal, nothing grand. Seeing this, Jing Hongqing conceded, that's not what I meant. All right, I'll go find her. Li Zhi smiled, that is more like it. Now, let us order some exquisite dishes and fine wine. Do you have that premium Lao Baigan? Bring me a few bottles. He intentionally mentioned the wine to catch Jing Hongqing's attention, and indeed, Jing Hongqing quickened his pace. Comrade, let's go with these 10 dishes. Hurry up, we're all quite hungry. Li Zhi ordered 10 dishes, 8 of which were meat. As in this era, meat represented luxury and wealth. When treating others, one ought to be generous. Before long, Jing Hongqing returned, accompanied by a woman in her 40s. Slightly plump yet with a gentle demeanor that suggested a pleasant character. Brother Jing, is this your wife? My, Brother Jing, you must be significantly older than her, right? She can't be yet 30. Li Zhi's remark elicited a chuckle from Jing Hongqing's wife. This young man certainly knows how to flatter. I'm already 40. Not yet 30? Jing Hongqing laughed heartily. Brother Li says you're youthful. As they took their seats, the dishes began to arrive. with delightful flavors and the premium Lao Baigan proving to be quite enjoyable, all well-aged. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Zhi subtly inquired about the factory situation from Li Suyun, Jing Hongqing's wife. With a gentle and straightforward nature, she had no reservations and shared some details about the factory. She worked as a general worker in the 6th workshop, responsible for monitoring machines, adding raw materials, and sorting threads. I see, sister-in-law. May I ask, is the head of the 2nd workshop named Zhu Shanhai? What is he like? While Li Zhi had contemplated asking Li Suyun to introduce him to the head of the 6th workshop, he knew that Zhu Shanhai was the only one responsible for external sales among the workshop heads. Sister, is all external sales at the 807-line factory handled by Director Zhu? Li Zhi furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhu Shanhai indeed possessed some capability, or he wouldn't be entrusted with such a significant responsibility. Jing Hongqing, having had a few drinks, began to slur his words. Brotherly, how old are you this year? 19. 19? No wonder you're so young. This little brother is the same age as our daughter. Li Suyun, who hadn't been drinking as she had to work later, was taken aback upon hearing that Li Zhi was only 19, and she couldn't help but scrutinize him with newfound interest. Li Zhi felt a bit bewildered, realizing that he was of the same age as the daughter of the person before him. Jing Hongqing, with a slightly dazed gaze, was momentarily taken aback before turning to Li Suyun, exclaiming, "Not bad, brotherly. He could be a good son-in-law for us." Li Zhi promptly spat out his drink, nearly choking on the unexpected remark. Zhu Yinshan couldn't help but turn away, stifling a laugh, while Howard remained oblivious to their banter. Casting a puzzled look at Li Zhi and the others, Li Suyun shot a glare at her husband, admonishing, "You shouldn't speak so recklessly after a few drinks." She continued, "What's wrong? Our young brother Li is quite admirable, handsome and cultured, indeed. Brotherly, do not be deceived by my appearance. My daughter is exceptionally beautiful." Li Suqin cast an apologetic glance at Li Zhi, saying, "I'm sorry, brotherly. He tends to act foolishly when he's had a bit to drink. Please don't take offense." Just as Li Zhi was about to respond that it was nothing, Li Suqin changed the subject, inquiring, "Are you married?" "Not yet," he replied. "That's wonderful." He thought to himself, bewildered by her enthusiasm. "Sister-in-law, is Zhu Shanhai a local? Where does he live? I would like to pay a visit to Director Zhu." Zhu Shanhai is indeed a local. He resides in the staff quarters of the factory, though I'm not certain of the exact building. However, I can find out for you. Just wait a moment. Despite not understanding the reason for Li Suyun's eagerness, Li Zhi felt it was due to his good character. If Howard were aware of Li Zhi's thoughts, he would surely scoff, thinking, "You? Good character? Huh. A vampire. A capitalist." Before long, Li Suyun returned with a small note in hand. "Brotherly, here is Director Zhu's home address. However, I've heard that he rarely returns home and his relationship with his spouse is quite strained." Li Zhi contemplated for a moment and smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Actually, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention. If we were unaware of your age, it would be one thing, but there is quite an age gap between us. How about I take the lead and you call me Annie?" Li Suqin said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Li Zhi quickly caught on. "What you say makes sense. It's entirely my fault for being so presumptuous. It's just that, Auntie Li, you appear far too youthful." His words brought further joy to Li Suyun. "Good child. Such sweet words. Auntie Li, let us leave it at that for today. I have matters to attend to in the coming days, but I'll visit in a few days." "All right, it's settled then." Seeing that Jing Hongqing had indulged too much, Li Zhi found himself unable to drive, leaving Howard to take Jing Hongqing home. "Brotherly, I apologize for the trouble. I appreciate your kindness in bringing me back," Jing Hongqing mumbled as they reached his building, his eyes glazed over. Li Suyun playfully stepped on his foot, laughing, "Child, don't hold it against your uncle. He is just intoxicated. No worries, just have my uncle pick us up at the Fox Rabbit Hotel at 8 tomorrow." Li Zhi replied before departing with his companions. Upon returning to the hotel, Howard asked, "Boss, what was the story with those two earlier today?" Although he couldn't comprehend the conversation, he had gleaned some understanding. After Li Zhi explained the situation regarding the 807-line factory, Howard finally grasped the context. "But even if we know Director Zhu's address, what does it matter? You're not planning to kidnap him, are you?" Howard exclaimed in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Li Zhi. "Your words are absurd. Kidnapping is a crime, and I have no intention of engaging in illegal activities. However, the coming days will undoubtedly be arduous, as I shall resort to tracking him instead." With that, Li Zhi proceeded to freshen up. leaving Howard in a state of utter bewilderment. The following morning at 7:30, Jing Hongqing arrived. Having indulged in excessive drinking the previous night, he awoke to find Li Zhi conversing with him for an extended period, which prompted his early arrival. "My dear nephew, I apologize for yesterday. My tolerance for alcohol is lacking, and I failed to make amends." Li Zhi chuckled at Jing Hongqing's address. "It's nothing. Has Uncle Jing had breakfast? Shall we dine together?" "Actually, I haven't eaten yet. Your Aunt Li mentioned that I had too much to drink and spoke nonsense, so she refused to make breakfast for me this morning." Jing Hongqing replied, a look of indignation on his face. "Come on, let us have a meal together." Adjacent to the inn was a breakfast shop serving fried dough sticks and soy milk, where they casually consumed a few bites. At noon, under the guidance of Li Zhi, Li Zhi encountered Zhu Shanhai, a man in his mid-40s, of short stature, balding, and wearing black-rimmed glasses. His broad mouth resembled that of a frog, leading many workers to refer to him as Zhu the Frog. Observing him discreetly, Li Zhi noted the gloom etched on Zhu Shanhai's brow and the upward tilt of his eyes, indicative of a man who was undoubtedly opportunistic and cunning. In the subsequent days, Li Zhi and his companions covertly trailed Zhu Shanhai without taking any significant actions. Even during the nights when Zhu Shanhai returned home, Li Zhi would linger outside to observe for a while. However, these activities were conducted without Jing Hongqing's knowledge. Over these few days, Li Zhi discerned that Zhu Shanhai's life revolved around a monotonous routine, traveling solely between the factory and his home. His relationship with his wife was evidently strained, as Li Zhi noted that nearly every evening resulted in arguments. On the sixth day, Li Zhi resolved to take action. It was imperative to probe further. That evening, as Zhu Shanhai returned home from work, he had barely crossed the threshold when a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find 3 individuals standing outside, the foremost being a tall foreigner with golden hair. A moment of recognition flashed across his face. "Howard." "Indeed. Director Zhu, I am pleasantly surprised by your remarkable memory. I am Mr. Howard, and we have come to pay you a visit, a small token of our appreciation." Li Zhi grinned, holding a box of Maotai liquor. Zhu Shanhai frowned. "What is the meaning of this? A gift?" He showed no intention of allowing Li Zhi and the others inside, instead blocking the entrance. No, it is not a gift. How could you say such a thing? It is merely a few bottles of liquor. We are well aware of your integrity. Director Zhu, you would never accept gifts. These are simply local specialties we brought along. Not gifts at all. Take it away. I do not want it. Leave." With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving the 3 men staring at each other in disbelief. Li Zhi furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhu Shanhai was indeed impervious to persuasion. Were it not for the necessity of utilizing the denim line at Factory 807, he would have preferred to avoid dealings with such a man. "What shall we do, boss?" one of them inquired. "We will wait and observe. I am certain that Zhu Shanhai is not as innocent as he appears. I refuse to believe he lacks any incriminating evidence." After waiting another day, the group kept watch at the factory gate. As night fell and the workers left, Li Zhi feigned sleep in the car while Zhu Yunshan gazed outside. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "He's coming." Li Zhi immediately roused himself and peered out, spotting Zhu Shanhai approaching the factory gate, pushing his bicycle before riding off. "Jing Shu, follow him closely," Li Zhi instructed. "Understood." Jing Hongqing, well acquainted with the area, trailed behind Zhu Shanhai from a distance. "Wait a moment, this is not right. This isn't the way home," Jing Hongqing quickly realized, noting that Zhu Shanhai was heading in the opposite direction of his residence. "Jing Shu, stay close. Don't lose him." Li Zhi sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, a premonition stirring within him that tonight's events would be significant. Chapter 47. An abundance of information. Zhu Shanhai rode his bicycle for nearly an hour, traversing almost the entire city of Mozhou. Li Zhi, following closely, was filled with curiosity. Such a long journey. Where could he be going? He also observed that Zhu Shanhai frequently glanced back, behaving rather suspiciously. Li Zhi concluded that the destination mattered little. It was likely the meeting of someone important that held the key. Zhu Shanhai resided in the 807 line factory dormitory, located in the northern part of the city, but he was now on the outskirts of the southern district. This area was not as developed as the north, characterized by modest residences rather than towering buildings. At that moment, Zhu Shanhai entered a narrow alley on his bicycle. Unable to follow by vehicle, Li Zhi instructed Jing Hongqing to wait at the spot while he and Zhu Yunshan, along with Howard, disembarked to proceed on foot. The terrain of the southern city was quite convoluted, and upon entering the alley, Li Zhi found himself bewildered. It resembled a labyrinth. The alley branched out in multiple directions, flanked by walls over 2 meters high, and Zhu Shanhai's presence was nowhere to be found. Ahead lay a fork in the road, a crossroads. Li Zhi frowned and examined the ground, hoping to find tire tracks from a bicycle, but was met with disappointment. Countless impressions marred the surface, and he could not discern which belonged to Zhu Shanhai. Let's split up. Yinshan, you take the left. Howard, go right. I'll head forward. Let us regroup here in 10 minutes. With that, Li Zhi advanced. Ahead were houses on either side, their doors barred, yet shadows danced behind the cracks. After inspecting several homes, Li Zhi felt they were not promising leads. There was one last house, and as he approached, he sensed something unusual. Unlike the others with wooden doors, this one boasted a red-painted iron gate adorned with brass studs, indicating wealth. He peered through the gap, catching a glimpse of a shadow wall depicting the rising sun. However, his view was obstructed, and yet Li Zhi refused to relent. He stepped back a few paces, then took a running leap, using his foot to propel himself against the wall, straining as he climbed. Indeed, there it was. Upon reaching the top, he beheld the courtyard below. Although Zhu Shanhai was not in sight, his bicycle stood prominently within. After a moment's thought, Li Zhi leapt down and returned to the agreed-upon crossroads, where he soon reconvened with the others. Both Zhu Yinshan and Howard shook their heads in disappointment. Li Zhi pondered for a moment, then declared, I found it, just ahead at that establishment. You two wait outside the door. I will first venture inside to investigate. Yinshan, you both remain at the entrance. Upon hearing me announce that I have brought company, you are to pound on the door with all your might. Use every ounce of strength you possess. If possible, employ stones to batter it down. Understood, Brother Daji, rest assured. Li Zhi instructed Zhu Yunshan and Hua Huada to wait outside, then once again climbed the wall, this time leaping directly into the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, the occupants within seemed overly confident regarding the iron gate, as they failed to notice his entry. Upon landing inside, Li Zhi truly perceived the courtyard. Its ground meticulously hardened with concrete, impeccably clean, and featuring 4 bright rooms that appeared to be newly constructed. Rather than approach the front, Li Zhi opted to circle around to the back of the house, where a small patch of land was adorned with several hawthorn trees. He crouched by the wall's base, hearing the sound of a television emanating from within, and thought to himself, this household seems to be quite prosperous. They even possess a television. How come there's so little cotton thread this time? A man's voice grumbled from inside, his tone far from amiable. Do you think I wish for this? Came the resigned response from a voice identified as Zhu Shanhai. Though I am responsible for external sales, the price I am offering you is already too low and has caused considerable trouble. I have to allocate some to others to maintain appearances, you know? Nonsense. Zhu Hama. I do not care what excuses you have. Mark my words, if next month's supply remains this scant, I shall report you to your factory director. What's this? Have you even the gall to sleep with another man's wife? My wife's bed is not so easily accessed. Li Zhi crouched in silence, baffled by the magnitude of revelations unfolding before him. Such significant implications. Not only did this pertain to the shady dealings of the thread factory, but it also involved threats against Zhu Shanhai, and even infidelity, with the husband of the wronged party present and seemingly complicit. What a bizarre turn of events. Zhu Shanhai gritted his teeth, suppressing his ire. Observing this, the man's eyes glinted with mischief as he chuckled. Director Zhu, dear director, do not take offense. After all, we are somewhat connected, particularly through our spouses. It is said that we are brothers of a sort. Xiaoyan has been thinking of you these past few days. Why, just this morning she bathed and is now waiting for you in the West Room. Go on, exert yourself a bit. Li Zhi, eavesdropping on this astonishing exchange, nearly burst into laughter. Was the husband peddling his wife to Zhu Shanhai? No wonder Zhu Shanhai was so pliable. He had been caught in a compromising position, and contrary to his image of integrity, he was revealed to be of such character. Xiaoyan is in that room. I have been missing her too, so I suppose I shall endeavor to procure more thread for you next month. I shall go now, though his heart brimmed with resentment. The leverage held by the man before him left Zhu Shanhai with little choice but to appease him by offering his wife as a means of alleviating his own unease. Li Zhi, listening to Zhu Shanhai's voice laden with lewdness and recalling the rejection he faced regarding his Matai liquor, mused on the adage that one should not judge by appearances, nor should the ocean be measured in mere pints. Shortly thereafter, laughter and various other sounds emerged from the West Room, accompanied by a woman's voice, intermingled with playful giggles. However, Li Zhi glanced at his watch, calculating the time. Nearly 3 minutes had elapsed. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the window of the Western Room. Crash! The tremendous noise startled the 2 occupants on the bed, prompting a gasp, followed by a woman's dissatisfied complaint. "Who is it?" The man who had previously conversed with Zhu Shanhai shouted as he stepped outside, only to find a young man in a Zhongshan suit grinning at him. Li Zhi surveyed the man before him, estimating him to be in his late 20s, around 1.7 meters tall, donning a cap. His features were rather peculiar, with small eyes, a prominent nose, thick lips, and large ears that made him resemble an animated monkey. "Who are you?" He glared at Li Zhi with an unfriendly demeanor, wielding a wooden stick in his hand. "I am looking for Director Zhu," Li Zhi replied, unfazed by the stick, for he had never been intimidated by anyone in a fight. Back in the days of smuggling goods, he had engaged in brawls daily. "What Director Zhu? What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are? This is my home. Get out," he bellowed, his voice trembling with false bravado. Yet, who was Li Zhi to be cowed? He narrowed his eyes at the man, an aura of danger emanating from him, a quality forged through years of navigating various industries, marked by countless ups and downs. He lifted his gaze slightly, coldly regarding the man before him. "Speak to me with courtesy. I have witnessed the most bizarre of occurrences. Men who would sell their wives for a mere profit are indeed a rarity. Now, summon Zhu Shanhai." The man recoiled slightly, taken aback by Li Zhi's imposing presence. Although the young man appeared youthful, he exuded an air reminiscent of a wild beast, capable of tearing someone apart at any moment. He was inherently cowardly, after all. Otherwise, he would not have felt emboldened to propose terms to Zhu Shanhai simply because his wife had been unfaithful, hoping to exploit the situation for his gain. Zhu Shanhai, fearing a potential report to the factory, had agreed to provide him cotton thread at a discounted rate. He resold it for a profit, amassing considerable wealth over the past year, even managing to build a house. Chapter 48. A small gift for you, though he clutched the wooden stick, facing Li Zhi. He lacked the courage to strike. "Zhu Shanhai, I know you are inside. Come out. What is this? Your conduct is hardly befitting of a workshop director. Should I pay a visit to Factory 807's manager? Xiaolian, huh? You were quite arrogant, weren't you? I offered you wine out of respect. How dare you reject me at the door? Who gave you the audacity?" Each word pierced Zhu Shanhai's heart like a dagger. Inside the room, Zhu Shanhai could hear the exchange clearly, realizing who was outside. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he seized a pair of scissors from the table before stepping outside. After all, he had been a leader for many years and possessed a certain boldness. Moreover, even a cornered rabbit will bite. "Stop shouting, I'm coming out." Zhu Shanhai emerged from the room, his face contorted in rage, his eyes bloodshot. He kicked the husband of Xiao Yan as he passed, sending him tumbling to the ground. Useless. The frenzied and menacing gaze may indeed terrify an average person, yet Li Zhi embodies the spirit of a relentless warrior. "What is it, Zhu Shanhai? Are you wielding scissors with the intent to confront me? Did you think I came alone? I have brought others with me." With a resounding crash, the imposing iron gate trembled under the onslaught of a boulder, producing a sound far more startling than that of a wooden door. The thunderous noise startled Zhu Shanhai and the man beside him, causing them to flinch, while even Xiao Yan within the room let out a terrified scream. Howard, robust and brawny, and Zhu Yunshan, equally muscular, possessed an astonishing strength, capable of denting the formidable iron gate with mere stones. Although Zhu Shanhai had initially exuded confidence, the sudden clamor of the gate deflated his bravado. Seizing the moment, Li Zhi unlocked the door, and outside, Howard and Zhu Yunshan entered with an imposing demeanor, each grasping a stone. Howard, towering over most at over 6 feet and weighing in at over 200 pounds, instilled a palpable fear. The two stood behind Li Zhi like sentinels. A subtle smile graced Li Zhi's face, contrasting sharply with the pallor and cold sweat that adorned Zhu Shanhai and his companions' faces. "Xiao Wu, what on earth is going on? Did you forget to lock the door?" With his confidence waning, Zhu Shanhai lost the courage to confront Li Zhi, especially upon witnessing the imposing figures of Howard and Zhu Yunshan. He had no means to contend with them and resorted to scolding Xiao Wu in a bid to save face. Li Zhi, discerning his ploy, chose not to expose it. recognizing the necessity of collaboration and the importance of not cornering someone into despair. Director Zhu, I apologize for encroaching upon your interests, but might we engage in a conversation now? Li Zhi, hands tucked into his pockets, gazed curiously into the room, intrigued by Xiaolian. By the way, it would be prudent to discard whatever you hold in your hands. I am sincerely interested in discussing matters with you. The adage that a wise man does not stand beneath a precarious wall held true, although Li Zhi recognized Zhu Shanhai's diminished courage. He would not gamble with his own safety. With a sharp toss, Zhu Shanhai cast aside the scissors, his expression darkening. Who are you really? Are you truly an underling of that foreigner? Zhu Shanhai was no fool. The presence of Howard and Zhu Yunshan behind Li Zhi indicated that this situation was far more complex than it seemed. Does it truly matter? Not particularly. You only need to understand that I will be your collaborator moving forward. However, let me first address a certain inconvenience. What is your name? He suddenly pointed at the trembling figure of the monkey-like man. Wu Zhirong, he stammered, fear evident in his voice. Wu Zhirong, is it? Come with me. I have a few words to share with you. Li Zhi beckoned Wu Zhirong into the room, which turned out to be the west chamber. Upon entering, Li Zhi noticed a woman on the bed, wrapped in a quilt, her face pale and trembling in terror. A brief glance revealed that while her features were unremarkable, her physique appeared commendable, the quilt prominently accentuating her form. Li Zhi chose not to linger on the woman, instead turning his attention to Wu Zhirong. Outside, Zhu Yunshan and Howard were fixated on Zhu Shanhai, who dared not make a move. The three stood in a tense standoff as time ticked away. After 10 minutes, Li Zhi emerged with a smile, followed by Wu Zhirong, who hung his head low, his complexion ashen, clearly having heard unsettling news. Li Zhi casually remarked, Wu Zhirong, you understood what I said, didn't you? Wu Zhirong nodded in affirmation. Good, go and speak with Director Zhu. With despair in his eyes, Wu Zhirong took hesitant steps towards Zhu Shanhai, who remained on guard, uncertain of what had transpired between Li Zhi and Wu Zhirong. Stop, Wu Zhirong. What do you intend to do? He barked, fearing for his safety. To his astonishment, Wu Zhirong performed an unexpected act. He knelt before Zhu Shanhai. Director, I was wrong. Please spare me. I didn't realize this was illegal. I beg you, don't let them take me away. As he spoke, fear overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his face. Zhu Shanhai was taken aback, unsure of what had come over Wu Zhirong, but he suspected it was related to the young man. Casting a wary glance at Li Zhi, he pondered what could have been said to frighten Wu Zhirong so thoroughly. Zhu Shanhai's expression shifted unpredictably. At that moment, Li Zhi interjected, All right, Wu Zhirong, since Director Zhu has said nothing further, consider this a reprieve. Live well with your wife, and should you trouble Director Zhu again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Thank you, Director Zhu, Wu Zhirong exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a new lease on life. Gazing at Zhu Shanhai with gratitude. Enough, Director Zhu. Stop lingering here. Come with me, Li Zhi said, signaling to Zhu Yunshan and Howard, who understood and flanked the still-dazed Zhu Shanhai, escorting him away from Wu Zhirong's residence. Once outside the alley, Zhu Shanhai observed Li Zhi, who rode his bicycle with a cheerful demeanor. It dawned on him that the moment had come for answers. Now, you must reveal your true identity. Despite the earlier shock, he regained his composure, being the capable workshop director at Factory 807. Under my persuasion, Wu Zhirong will no longer be a nuisance to you. Consider this a gift from me. So, shall we converse now? Very well, Zhu Shanhai replied. Li Zhi smiled slightly. Let us find a suitable place for a detailed discussion. The group boarded Jing Hongqing's vehicle and returned to the Hutu guest house, where they located a nearby restaurant and settled in a private dining room. However, this time, Li Zhi chose not to summon Jing Hongqing, recognizing that some matters were not suitable for his knowledge. Chapter 49, Successful Negotiations. Director Zhu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Zhi, the general manager of Li Warda Clothing Company. This is Mr. Howard, the owner of Li Warda, and this is Zhu Yunshan, the deputy general manager of the company. We have traveled all the way from Liaoxiang to seek a partnership, but regrettably, our first encounter has been rather unpleasant. I had no idea that Director Zhu was entangled in such trivial matters. At this revelation, Zhu Shanhai finally grasped the identities of Li Zhi and his associates. Though Li Zhi's final words caused his face to flush with embarrassment, realizing he had been caught in a predicament due to Wu Zhirong's threats. Initially, he took advantage of his position as the workshop director to seduce Xiao Lian, reveling in his triumph. However, unbeknownst to him, he fell into the grasp of Wu Zhirong, leaving him in a precarious situation. Wu Zhirong held leverage over him, subjecting him to intimidation for over a year, during which he lived in constant fear, with his wife growing increasingly suspicious, leading to frequent quarrels. Ah, I see now. I am Zhu Shanhai, the workshop director of the 807 line, responsible for the sales of the factory. You must have come to seek me for this reason, correct? Zhu Shanhai, not one to be easily fooled, articulated his assumptions directly. Li Zhi smiled. Dealing with an astute individual was indeed more manageable. It seemed the prior troubles stemmed from Wu Zhirong's incessant harassment, which had left Zhu Shanhai in a state of distraction. Now that Wu Zhirong was under his control, Zhu Shanhai appeared less apprehensive. Nevertheless, Li Zhi felt compelled to remind him, Wu Zhirong is now compliant with my directives and will no longer trouble you. Li Zhi was subtly advising Zhu Shanhai to collaborate with him amicably. Otherwise, Wu Zhirong alone would be sufficient to bring him considerable distress. So, Mr. Li, what do you desire? Zhu Shanhai recognized that Li Zhi was the true orchestrator here, and that the figure of Howard was merely a faade. Let me be straightforward. Li Zhi stated, I require the denim thread currently produced by the 807 line, and I demand a price that is 18% below the market value. Zhu Shanhai's expression shifted dramatically. What? 18%? That's... Before he could complete his sentence, Li Zhi's countenance darkened. Director Zhu, it is impolite to interrupt others. Indeed. While I am unaware of your methods, if Wu Zhirong can procure cotton thread at a 15% discount, then surely an 18% reduction should not be insurmountable for you. But fret not, Director Zhu. I adhere to the principle that wealth should be shared. I will offer you a 5% kickback. In other words, Director Zhu, you can effortlessly earn hundreds, even thousands, in profit without lifting a finger. Why should we not seize this opportunity? Li Zhi was keenly aware of the adage that no one rises early without the prospect of profit. Any collaboration must afford the partner a margin of gain. Only then would they diligently labor on your behalf. Upon hearing Li Zhi's proposition, Zhu Shanhai was taken aback. 1. That Wu Zhirong had divulged everything to Li Zhi, and 2. The prospect of a 5% rebate was staggering. The denim thread was still in its experimental phase. With limited output, the 807 line had primarily dealt with cotton thread, and the composite denim thread was relatively scarce. Nevertheless, it could still be controlled to yield between 500 to 1,000 kilograms, at the prevailing market price of 22 yuan per kilogram. If this individual could indeed utilize such a quantity, even 500 kilograms would mean a daily intake of 550 yuan. As a workshop director earning less than 200 a month, he was being offered over 500 each day. In less than a month, he could become a household with 10,000 yuan. Zhu Shanhai was intrigued. It was not solely the allure of wealth, but also the unspoken threat from Li Zhi, collaborating with whom was not simply a matter of choice. He had received gifts from others before, yet none had been as grand as this young man's proposal. His expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, shifting rapidly akin to the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. Li Zhi, unhurried, leisurely sipped his tea, patiently awaiting Zhu Shanhai's decision. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Zhi noticed that the teacup before him had grown cold. Zhu Shanhai, biting his teeth, finally solidified his expression, although the handkerchief in his grasp had become damp with perspiration. Very well. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. Li Zhi remained silent, aware that Zhu Shanhai had more to convey. Indeed, after a deep breath, Zhu Shanhai stated, the rebate must be returned to me on the same day. Li Zhi exchanged glances with Zhu Yunsan and Howard. Although Howard was unaware of Zhu Shanhai's words, he could read the atmosphere and understood that matters had been settled. The three shared a smile, and Li Zhi stood to shake hands with Zhu Shanhai. An agreement had been reached. Li Zhi instructed Jing Hongcheng to escort Zhu Shanhai home. The evening sky had darkened, and he even sent a box of Maotai liquor from Jing Hongcheng's car to Zhu Shanhai's residence, which brought some balance to Zhu Shanhai's heart. Otherwise, enduring Li Zhi's persistent pressure and threats would have weighed heavily on him. Uncle Jing, please take me back to the guest house. By the way, here's the payment for the car service over the past few days. Li Zhi produced 500 yuan and handed it over. He had previously given Jing Hongcheng 200 as a deposit, which left Jing Hongcheng momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief hesitation, he accepted the money, thinking himself greedy. But my dear nephew, are you finished with your business? Are you preparing to leave? Yes, I have taken care of most matters here. Tomorrow, I will visit your home, and then I shall return home. Jing Hongsheng was surprised by Li Zhi's eagerness to depart. So soon? Oh, I haven't had enough time with you yet. When will you return? Li Zhi smiled. I will come often in the future. We have plenty of time to spend together. By the way, don't you have a landline at home? Please leave me your number so we can stay in touch. Upon returning to the guest house, Li Zhi reflected on the past few days. Although most of his time had been spent discreetly tracking Zhu Shanhai, overall, he felt it had been a fruitful endeavor. Brother Dodgy, shall we go buy tickets? Certainly, let us go. The train station was not far, and they purchased 3 sleeper tickets for a train scheduled for the following afternoon around 5 o'clock. They then decided to visit a department store. The department stores of the 1980s were akin to the future shopping malls, offering a plethora of goods to satisfy the shopping needs of urban residents. Li Zhi selected several local specialties to bring back, considering his relatives and clients. He believed that if interactions with clients felt akin to friendships, the relationship would strengthen. While most clients currently relied on him, it did not prevent Li Zhi from offering gifts. Having accumulated numerous items, he arrived with only a change of clothes, but returned with 5 large woven bags, each roughly 1.5 meters in size. Oh, my boss. Are you planning to take these back for wholesale? Howard remarked, finding Li Zhi's behavior reminiscent of others he had encountered. Could his boss truly possess such a mundane persona? Wholesale? No, these are all for my use. However, we do not need to carry them ourselves. Tomorrow, we will send them to Zhu Shanhai, allowing him to deliver everything together when he ships out. Given the underdeveloped logistics of the time, Li Zhi could not rely on express delivery. Yet he remained attentive to the burgeoning courier industry, as it was destined to become a lucrative venture in the future. Chapter 50. Shuya, having hired a rickshaw, returned her belongings to the guest house. The following day, she arranged for someone to deliver them to Zhu Shanhai's factory warehouse. Zhu Shanhai confidently assured that today he would dispatch 1,000 kilograms of denim thread. Brother Dizhi, shall we return to the guest house? Li Zhi pondered for a moment before replying. No, I shall grant you a day of leisure. Let us explore today. I intend to visit Jing Hongcheng, after all. He has been of tremendous assistance to us these past few days. Reflecting upon this matter, Li Zhi realized that without the support of Jing Hongcheng and his wife, he might have returned empty-handed from this endeavor. It was imperative that he expressed his gratitude to the couple. However, Zhu Yunshan appeared a bit perplexed by his sentiment. Understanding Zhu Yunshan's confusion, Li Zhi gently patted his shoulder. Yunshan, in this life, the friends we choose are not solely those from whom we seek assistance. Beyond mere interests, there exists pure friendship. Just as you and I grew up together, even if you choose to tend to the fields or pursue your own business. Would I not still regard you as a friend? Zhu Yunshan blushed at Li Zhi's words, yet he held deep admiration for his older brother. It was as if De Zhi could read his thoughts before he even spoke. He was indeed curious. After all, Jing Hongcheng was merely a driver. Why did De Zhi hold him in such high esteem? Li Zhi had a favorable impression of Jing Hongcheng and his wife. They were genuine individuals leading a humble life. In this world, one should have friends from all walks of life. A day off sounds splendid. I wish to explore. I heard there is a trade market here during the summer. Li Zhi chuckled. Just be cautious. If no one translates for you, you might find it difficult to return. With that, Li Zhi departed alone, following the address until he arrived at Jing Hongcheng's home, where a white Lada was parked below. This must be the place. Holding the gifts he had purchased, Li Zhi knocked on the door. It was quickly opened by Li Suyun. Auntie Li. Ah, welcome. De Zhi, come in. This is a gift I brought for you. Li Zhi handed over the present, not anticipating that Li Suyun would be at home. You needn't have bothered. Come in. She exclaimed, calling out, Hongcheng, De Zhi has arrived. Soon, Jing Hongcheng emerged from the living room, equally delighted to see Li Zhi. De Zhi, you've come. Please, take a seat. Upon entering, Li Zhi noted that the apartment was approximately 120 square meters, a luxury in this era. Although the decor seemed somewhat outdated to him, it was considered quite opulent for the time. Jing Hongcheng, beaming with joy, led Li Zhi to the living room. To his surprise, there was another person present. Upon seeing a guest, the young lady stood up, slightly embarrassed, nervously tugging at her clothing. Who is this? Li Zhi inquired, observing the bashful girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. She possessed fair skin and large, sparkling eyes, exuding an aura of innocence. Clad in jeans and a white lace-trimmed t-shirt, with a ponytail, she stood at approximately 1.65 meters. Ah, I forgot to introduce you. This is my daughter, Shuya. Which of you is older? Li Zhi, you are 19, correct? Shuya is also 19. When is your birthday? Jing Hongqing's daughter? Shuya? As Li Zhi recalled, Li Zhiyun had mentioned a few days prior that she had a daughter who was of the same age as himself, born in January. Jing Hongqing chuckled and remarked, you are a bit older than Shuya. She was born in August. Come, Shuya, this is Li Zhi. You must address him as Brother Zhi. Shuya's cheeks flushed as she softly greeted. Hello, Brother Zhi. Greetings, young lady Shuya. Please have a seat, urged Jing Hongqing, inviting Li Zhi to the sofa while engaging him in conversation. After preparing tea, Shuya took a seat beside her father. Jing Hongqing cast a glance at his daughter before discreetly assessing Li Zhi, nodding with approval. From the kitchen, Li Zhiyun's voice emerged. Brother Zhi, please stay a while longer. I heard from your uncle that you may be returning today, and we don't know when you will visit again. Auntie has prepared delicious food for you. Auntie Li, please don't trouble yourself too much. Anything you make will be delightful, he replied. Although he had reassured her, Li Zhiyun had indeed prepared an array of dishes. Oh dear, I just remembered, we might not have enough wine at home. Shuya, accompany your brother Zhi while I go buy some. Li Zhi smiled and interjected, no need. Uncle Jing, I've brought some. Jing Hongqing's smile faltered slightly. Well, perhaps we are short on cigarettes. I'll go buy some. Uncle, I have cigarettes, Li Zhi stated, producing 3 unopened packs from his pocket. Jing Hongqing's expression froze, silently marveling at the boy's unexpected resourcefulness. Jing Hongqing, bring me a bottle of vinegar. Li Zhiyun's voice called from the kitchen, providing a timely distraction for him. Certainly. Shuya, entertain your brother Zhi. With that, he departed. And Shuya cast a playful glare at her father's retreating figure, her face reddening as she pushed a fruit platter towards Li Zhi, saying, Brother Zhi, please enjoy some fruit. Having lived 2 lives, Li Zhi was quite inexperienced in matters of the heart. In his previous life, burdened by the pressures of existence and his own ambition, he devoted all his spare time to work, remaining a blank slate in emotional affairs. However, he was not entirely unversed in social interactions, having frequented various romantic venues with clients in the past. Yet, this moment was not merely a performance. All right, Li Zhi said, picking up an orange and beginning to eat. Shuya, awarding him a 9 for his appearance, felt he deserved only a 1 for his understanding of girls. Perhaps even that was too generous. Brother Zhi, you're not in school anymore, are you? She inquired. No. I stopped after junior high. Junior high? But my father mentioned that your English is excellent. I study English too, though it's trade English. Trade English? It must involve more specialized vocabulary, he replied. Shuya was currently a sophomore at Mo Zhou Foreign Language College, and as they discussed English, the conversation flowed more freely. In Li Zhi's eyes, Shuya's current English level barely qualified as a college student taking the CET, while he believed his own proficiency could easily surpass the CTA, despite never having been formally tested. The two exchanged thoughts on the relationship between quantity and scores, exemplified by the sentence, 2 out of 3 sheep were captured for barbecue. Li Zhi wrote this on paper while Shuya listened intently, feeling that this boy, her age, spoke more eloquently than her own teacher. His wealth of knowledge broadened her horizons, stirring within her a sense of unfamiliar emotions. 2 individuals leaned closely together, and Jing Shuya could even sense the vibrant masculine energy emanating from Li Zhi. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. A girl can find herself enamored with a boy in the blink of an eye. Li Zhi, with both his appearance and intellect far surpassing his peers, instilled in Jing Shuya a sense of admiration and affectionate fondness. Her youthful heart raced fervently. What are those 2 chattering about? Shu, keep it down. Jing Hongqing had returned. Yet he and his wife discreetly observed the young couple from the kitchen. Do you think there's potential? He whispered. I'm not sure. But Li Zhi is a fine young man. It's just that he lives too far away. As parents, their thoughts tended to be more forward-looking. And if Li Zhi were to discover their concerns, he would undoubtedly feel helpless. Chapter 51. A glass of sentiment. A waft of jasmine fragrance gently invaded Li Zhi's senses. He recognized it was not the smell of perfume, but rather the delicate scent of Jing Shuya's natural essence. This fragrance was subtle, yet profoundly elegant. However, at that moment, the delicate aroma transformed into an intoxicating elixir of emotions. Li Zhi felt his face grow slightly warm as he secretly glanced at Jing Shuya's countenance. At first glance, she might appear ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would find her remarkably attractive, with sparkling eyes, a refined nose, and a charming smile that captivated the heart. Her figure was equally commendable, embodying youthful vitality, with smooth, taut skin and a well-proportioned silhouette. Jing Shuya listened intently, unconsciously leaning closer. The jasmine's subtle fragrance igniting a fervor within Li Zhi. Their heads inched closer together until they almost touched. In that fleeting instant, they recoiled as if struck by an electric surge. Their youthful faces instantly blushed, turning as crimson as a vibrant cloth. Li Zhi fared somewhat better, but Jing Shuya, being merely 18 or 19, blushed deeply. Even her neck tinged with red, her heart racing as her anxious little hands clutched her clothing, fingers nearly entangled. Li Zhi, equally flustered, found himself momentarily at a loss. Despite his prowess in the business realm, where he deftly outmaneuvered opponents with ease, he was, in matters of the heart, quite inexperienced. "I'm so sorry, Shuya, did I hurt you?" His nervous demeanor inadvertently eased the tension for Jing Shuya, making her laugh with his stammering. Although their acquaintance was fresh, she recognized that this elder brother, Li Zhi, was cultured, intelligent, and mature, yet she was surprised to see such an endearing side to him. "It's nothing, really, it was just a light touch. How could it hurt, Li Zhi? Your explanations are wonderful, even better than our teachers. There's so much knowledge I've never encountered before." Li Zhi chuckled. Discussing English alleviated his embarrassment. English isn't particularly difficult, it just requires effort. The grammar is straightforward, and the rest is merely a matter of vocabulary accumulation. The scene of their initial contact did not escape the notice of Jing Hongqing and Li Zhi, who were peering from the kitchen. They exchanged a glance, their expressions a complex tapestry of joy, resignation, concern, and an unspoken reluctance, their hearts a swirling mix of emotions. At this moment, Jing Hongqing entered, casting a complex glance at Li Zhi. "Li Zhi, how many members are there in your family? Is it in the countryside or the city?" "There are 5 of us. I have a younger brother and sister. My family is in the countryside, and my parents are farmers." Although Li Zhi was uncertain why Jing Hongqing suddenly inquired about these matters, he paid little mind. Assuming it was merely the concern of an elder. "Ah, from the countryside? That is quite nice." Jing Hongqing mused, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Jing Shuya. The depth of his eyes made Jing Shuya blush, prompting her to exclaim, "Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" as she stamped her foot, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue. In the kitchen, Li Zhi was bustling about, having noticed the interaction between Li Zhi and Jing Shuya. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she understood perfectly well what was happening. At the very least, both had made a favorable first impression on each other. "Dad, please treat Li Zhi to dinner. The last dish will be ready shortly." "All right. Li Zhi, Shuya, come, let us eat." Jing Hongqing hurriedly ushered Li Zhi to the dining table, to which Li Zhi readily obliged. The dining area, seamlessly connected to the kitchen, featured a rectangular table with a polished wooden surface, laden with an array of dishes. "Such a generous spread. Uncle Jing, you are too kind." "Aunt Li, please. Don't fuss, come join us." "Don't mind your Aunt Li, just sit down." He motioned for Li Zhi to take a seat beside him. At this moment, Li Zhi brought forth the final dish, removing her colorful apron before sitting across from Jing Hongqing, placing Li Zhi directly opposite Jing Shuya. Their eyes briefly met, leading both to quickly avert their gazes elsewhere. Having dined with Li Zhi previously, Jing Hongqing was well aware of his capacity for alcohol and filled Li Zhi's glass to the brim. Li Zhi, not working that day, poured a small cup for herself, while Jing Shuya opted for soda. Jing Hongqing raised his glass, stating, "Li Zhi, this toast carries 2 meanings. One, to welcome you to our home for the first time, and the other, to bid you farewell, as I hear you will be heading home today. Do make sure to visit us again in Mazhou, without fail. Thank you, Uncle Jing, for your hospitality, and my gratitude to Aunt Li for preparing such a splendid meal. No need for such formality, it's the least we could do." Li Zhi replied, smiling warmly at Li Zhi, her gaze reminiscent of a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law. Jing Shuya also raised her glass, smiling at Li Zhi, saying, "Li Zhi, it's a pleasure to meet you, truly a stroke of luck." The 4 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. The meal lasted over 2 hours, with Li Zhi being exceptionally talkative at the table, sharing stories that Jing Hongqing and the others had never heard before, making the dinner enjoyable for all. After the meal, Li Zhi sipped tea for a while, realizing he needed to prepare to catch his train. "Uncle Jing, I must head back shortly to catch my train. You have a phone at home, so we can keep in touch. This mobile number belongs to Howard, but you can reach me through it as well." Jing Hongqing's family reluctantly escorted Li Zhi downstairs. Jing Shuya bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sadness, pondering, have I developed feelings for Dejigu already? But this is our first meeting. Could this be love at first sight? Jing Shuya was unsure of her feelings, but certainly did not want Li Zhi to leave. Unbeknownst to her, the notion of love at first sight often begins with attraction to one's appearance and deepens through intellect and charm. Li Zhi, both in appearance and talent, is truly exceptional. As he prepared to hail a taxi to leave, Jing Shuya, emboldened by an unknown courage, stepped forward, her cheeks flushed, and softly inquired, Deji, when will you come again? Li Zhi pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps in a month or two. I have some matters at home that require my attention. All right then, here, this is for you, a token of our meeting. She removed a delicate butterfly ornament made of glass from her wrist, strung on a red cord that could be adjusted to size. Oh, thank you, Shuya, he said, rummaging through his pockets, feeling a bit awkward as he had nothing to offer in return. Jing Shuya chuckled lightly, don't worry about it. There will be another opportunity. Here, let me put it on for you. She, too, was unsure where her sudden boldness stemmed from as she carefully adorned Li Zhi's wrist with the butterfly. Her heart raced as her slender, fair fingers brushed against his skin, causing both their hearts to flutter slightly. Observing Jing Shuya's exquisite face, Li Zhi sighed. Although he mentioned a month or two, he was uncertain when he would actually return. As he departed, he remained unaware that his leaving had also taken a piece of a girl's heart with him. The journey back was uneventful, devoid of the earlier mischief brought by thieves like Chen San, with Howard driving Li Zhi and Zhu Yunsen back to Gaohua village. Approaching home, Li Zhi noticed the silhouette of a tall structure in his yard. He realized that after more than 10 days in Jibei, the factory was likely nearing completion. Wow, boss, is this your home? Quite impressive. Is this the factory? Li Zhi alighted from the car and instructed Zhu Yunsan, please go home and let everyone know you're back. Come over for dinner later. The villagers gathered in the yard, curious to see who had arrived in a car. A rarity even in the cities, let alone in the countryside. The workers, too, paused their tasks. Deji is back, Li Dei exclaimed upon spotting Li Zhi, promptly calling over by Su Qin and the others. Li Shui was the first to dash out, like a little cannonball, launching herself into Li Zhi's embrace. Big brother. Li Jin followed suit. Though he lacked the boldness of his sister, he was equally thrilled. Big brother. You've returned. Li Zhi hugged Li Shui affectionately. Good girl. Dad. Mom. Li Dei and Bai Suqin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Zhi, in an era with limited communication. Even a brief absence of 10 days could induce worry. It's great that you're back. My eldest son has lost weight. Li Dei joyfully patted Li Zhi's shoulder. I just missed Mom's cooking. I haven't eaten well, Li Zhi quipped. However, Bai Suqin took it to heart. Oh? You miss Mom's cooking? What do you want? I'll make it for you. The care parents have for their children is always selfless and meticulous. Mom, could you go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy some prepared food? I'd like to treat everyone. By the way, this is Howard. It was only then that Li Dei and the rest noticed Howard standing by the car. Their joy had momentarily distracted them. A foreigner? They exclaimed, surprised that amidst the rarity of cars, there was now also a foreign guest. Not only were Li Dei and his companions curious, but even the 2 or 3 dozen laborers in the courtyard could not help but peek outside, leaving Howard utterly speechless. Boss, why is everyone staring at me? In the countryside, there exists a notable distinction compared to the city. While one might occasionally encounter foreigners in urban areas, such occurrences are rare in rural settings. Thus, Howard's arrival captivated the attention of the onlookers. Some even hurried home to inform their families to come and witness this novelty. Soon, a considerable crowd had gathered outside the Li family courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of the foreign visitor. Oh my, how does the Li family have a foreigner? It seems the eldest son brought him. Goodness, the Li family's eldest truly has achieved something. Who would have thought he knows a foreigner? The murmurs and curious gazes from the crowd made Howard feel quite uncomfortable. Boss, Li Zhi chuckled and quickly retreated indoors. Once inside, Li Zhi made a casual introduction, mentioning that Bai Suqin had gone to buy groceries, leaving only Li Dei and himself. Deji, how is the factory coming along? Not bad. It seems it will be completed in just a few days, right? Li Dei nodded, noting that Chunhua had mentioned it would take about 3 more days. Faster than anticipated. Excellent. By the way, Feng Dihai has visited several times. He seems to have something urgent to discuss with you. Li Zhi's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking to himself, finally, he has come. All right, Dad, I understand. When he comes again, I shall have a proper chat with him. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed outside. Li Zhi sighed, knowing it was undoubtedly Feng Dihai, who seemed to arrive at this hour daily. He glanced towards the entrance, and indeed, Feng Dihai's figure appeared. Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with mischief. All right, I have an idea. Howard, why don't you wait in that room for a moment while I entertain Feng Dihai? Observing Li Zhi's mischievous grin, Howard knew he was up to no good. Poor Feng Dihai was about to encounter a corporate vampire in the form of his boss. Chapter 52. Confrontation with Feng Dihai. Uncle. Uncle, is my brother back? Feng Dihai shouted excitedly as he entered the courtyard, his voice brimming with anticipation, almost as if he were awaiting his long-lost father rather than a mere brother's return. During this time, Feng Dihai had been quite distressed, with a few strands of hair turning white. Ever since he purchased 10,000 meters of fabric from Howard, he had been eagerly hoping to turn a profit from Li Zhi. He had quoted a price of 12, while the fabric cost him only 90 cents, allowing for a profit of 30 cents per meter, which amounted to a staggering 27,000 for the entire order. However, while his dreams were grand, reality proved to be starkly different. He had been waiting at home for Li Zhi to approach him, aware that taking the initiative would lead to price reductions. To his dismay, he waited for 4 or 5 days without a visit from Li Zhi. Finally, unable to withstand the anxiety any longer, he sought out Li Zhi, only to discover that he was not at home. Li Zhi stepped out with a beaming smile. Brother Feng, long time no see. Feng Dihai was overjoyed upon seeing Li Zhi. Where have you been, brother? I've missed you terribly. Li Zhi observed his eagerness, thinking, you miss my money, do you? I just returned from a trip. Brother Feng, please take a seat. Once inside, Li Zhi offered him a cigarette. Oh, a trip. Was it smooth? Indeed. It went exceedingly well. Oh, I see. Is the merchandise selling well now? Indeed. Recently, a number of new clients have come to place orders. Li Zhi spoke no falsehood. During this period, the individuals from the Longwan County wholesale market have been arriving to collect goods, and they have provided ample orders. Additionally, some astute individuals have sought out Li Zhi's residence, but unfortunately, as he was not present, they could only obtain a few samples. Currently, the long-standing clients of Longwan's wholesale market visit every few days. Each day, Zhao Shuliang delivers the goods, and Li Dei and his wife distribute them. All thanks to Li Zhi's prior arrangements. Truly, Li Zhi's business is thriving. There are orders every day. By the way, is there enough fabric? Feng Dihai noticed that Li Zhi was not conversing about the fabric at all, and feeling anxious, he finally expressed his thoughts. Fabric? It appears we might be running short. Running short? Feng Dihai's eyes brightened. The daily shipment volume is substantial. You've reminded me. I shall place an order for some fabric with the supplier shortly. Li Zhi maintained a smile, though his gaze was fixed on Feng Dihai. What? Supplier? Where did that come from? Feng Dihai stood frozen in place. Suddenly, he sprang up, excitedly looking at Li Zhi. Brotherly, didn't you say you would source from me? Upon witnessing this, Li Zhi's smile vanished. When did I ever state that I would use your supplies? His abrupt change in demeanor caught Feng Dihai off guard, but he suddenly recalled that Li Zhi had indeed mentioned such a thing before. Brotherly, didn't you say to send over 500 meters of fabric? Oh, that 500 meters. Yes, I did say that. Very well, you may deliver it. I shall use it. After saying this, he took out the money for 500 meters of fabric, calculated at $12 per meter, totaling over $5,000, and placed it before him. Brother Feng, Li Zhi, am a man of my word. When I said I would use your 500 meters, I will not go back on my word. This reflects Li Zhi's attitude in business. He believes in honoring his commitments and conducting himself with integrity. Yet, integrity aside, he also knows how to maneuver. He is calculating with Feng Dihai while still fulfilling his promise. Feng Dihai did not accept the money. He was not currently interested in the payment for 500 meters. There was still 10,000 meters on the line. Right. I know you are not an ordinary person, but are you only going to use 500 meters? Without fabric, how will you produce? How will you explain to your clients? In the end, he found his voice, surmising that this lad must be trying to negotiate a lower price. This is all a ruse. What supplier? He is merely deceiving himself. My dear brother, without fabric, you cannot produce. Delays will cost you profits. At this moment, Feng Dihai felt quite composed, believing that Li Zhi was negotiating terms with him. Brother Feng, That statement is rather excessive, don't you think? Li Zhi's expression grew cold. How have I been excessive? Li Zhi stood up and lit a cigarette. It sounds as if you think I, Li Zhi, cannot produce without your supplies. Do you believe I was fabricating the notion of a supplier? As for why I do not use your goods, are you truly unaware? Feng Dihai's heart sank. He realized that Li Zhi did not appear to be lying. He steeled himself, feeling a bead of sweat form in his palm, eager to learn more. I genuinely do not know. Li Zhi chuckled softly. I am a businessman. Brother Feng. Naturally, I am concerned about profit. To put it simply, your price is too high. $12? I cannot afford that. Upon hearing this, Feng Dihai broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Li Zhi's confidence was genuine and not feigned. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Brother, this business is all about negotiation. If you think the price is too steep, why not propose a figure, right? It's too far apart. I fear that even if I state my price, you wouldn't agree. Brother Feng, let's leave it for now and perhaps collaborate in the future, Li Zhi replied, casting a glance towards the door, clearly signaling the end of their discussion. Feng Dihai, sweating profusely, pleaded, Come on, brother, how will you know if you don't say anything? Listening to his words, Li Zhi thought to himself that Feng seemed to be someone who wouldn't shed tears until faced with a grave situation. He calculated in his mind that the price offered by his supplier was exceedingly low, $4 per meter. What do you think? If that works for you, please send it over, he suggested. How much? $4. Feng Dihai sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Feng, do you not believe me? There is nothing I can do about that, Li Zhi replied calmly. Feng Dihai was drenched in cold sweat, utterly astounded by this outcome. $4? Wouldn't that mean he would incur immense losses? He was bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Li Zhi had slashed the price to such an extent. Earlier, when he heard about other suppliers, he had thought he might still make a few cents profit, but this was an entirely different matter, one he could not bear. Brother, this price is far too low. My cost is still $9. He blurted out in a panic. Oh, $9? Are you certain? You quoted me $12. Did you not claim to be making no profit? Li Zhi inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Feng Dihai awkwardly chuckled, but internally, he was in disarray. Moreover, how do I recall it being $8? He added. Upon uttering these words, Feng Dihai looked at Li Zhi in terror. Only he knew about the $8 price. How did this young man find out? Brother Feng, I have treated you fairly, have I not? Li Zhi remarked. Feng Dihai, uncertain of why Li Zhi said this, nodded hesitantly. Do you remember when you brought people to apprehend me, struck me, and halted my production? How did I respond? Feng Dihai forced a smile. It was nothing. Brother, you are magnanimous. Well then, since I have treated you in such a manner, how have you reciprocated? I asked you for the contact information of your supplier, yet you did not provide it, did you? I did not, he admitted. Exactly. You acted unjustly. Thus, you cannot blame me, Howard. Come out and meet Brother Feng. Chapter 53. Just wait and see. At that moment, a figure emerged from the adjacent room. A tall silhouette that approached with the gait of a bear. Upon seeing this person, Feng Dihai's face turned pale. Mr. Howard, what are you doing here? Oh, boss, look at his pitiful state. He has been toyed with like this, and I genuinely feel sympathy for him, Howard said, feigning tears while a smirk played on his lips. Howard, spare me the pretense. You were present when he was deceived, and you were one of the main actors in this charade. Let us not forget, Li Zhi remarked, somewhat exasperated by Howard's antics. Hearing Li Zhi's fluent English and observing Howard's demeanor towards him, Feng Dihai felt as though the world was spinning around him. Li Zhi surprisingly knows Howard? Does Li Zhi speak English? Brother Feng, this is Howard. You should be familiar with him. He is now my partner. Have you noticed the factory being constructed outside? My production scale will expand significantly. As for your fabric, I could consider using it, but the price must be set at 4 yuan. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Feng Dihai swayed slightly, nearly fainting. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and Zhu Yunshan stepped in. Upon seeing Feng Dihai, Zhu Yunshan smiled. Boss Feng, long time no see. Feng Dihai rushed over and grasped Zhu Yunshan's shoulders, exclaiming, It's you. It's you. Didn't you say Li Zhi would definitely use my goods? Zhu Yunshan shrugged off Feng Dihai's grasp. When did I ever say that? Has Boss Feng lost his memory? Feng Dihai's eyes reddened with excitement. You even took 1,000 yuan from me. Didn't you say you were in charge of procurement? Zhu Yunshan patted the spot where Feng Dihai had grabbed him. Indeed, I did say that, but what was the condition? Has Boss Feng forgotten? The condition was that your prices could not exceed those of others, and currently, the price per meter is 4 yuan. Suddenly, Feng Dihai noticed the smug expressions on the faces of those around him, and he realized everything. You set me up. Li Zhi shook his finger and said, Brother Feng, please don't say such things. What scheme have we devised? Yes, it's you who deceived me. He shouted hoarsely. What have we deceived you about? Feng Dihai insisted on evidence. Howard and I are now partners, which means I am not only in the clothing business, but also in the fabric trade. Am I deceiving you by selling fabric? Do I need low-cost materials for clothing to deceive you? How absurd. Pausing, Li Zhi sat down, looking at the visibly agitated Feng Dihai, and calmly remarked, I do not appreciate others playing tricks on me, especially in business. You have forgotten that you unilaterally raised prices? Well then, Brother Feng, since we cannot reach an agreement, let us drop the matter. Yunshan, see him out. Zhu Yunshan, having learned much during his time with Li Zhi, particularly in reading people and handling relationships, added, Boss Feng, please leave. Today, President Li will not be hosting you for dinner. Let's gather another day. Feng Dihai seethed with anger, his eyes blazing as he glared at Li Zhi, then shot a fierce look at Zhu Yunshan and Howard. Fine, I concede, but do not be too pleased. The outcome is yet to be determined. You, Li, we shall see. With that, he stormed out. Li Zhi and the others did not spare him a glance. Brother De Zhi, I reckon Feng is furious now. Zhu Yunshan chuckled as he watched Feng Dihai's retreating figure. Yes, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that Feng, Li Zhi said, frowning as he gazed outside. Feng Dihai's behavior today seemed entirely normal, angry, furious, and explosive, but Li Zhi sensed something was off. Severing one's financial prospects is akin to killing one's parents. Could Feng Dihai truly be so nonchalant? He has an older brother in the town police station, and he is accustomed to being arrogant. How could he leave so easily today? Could he have some hidden backup? Upon returning home, Feng Dihai's countenance was grim. Usually playful with Zhou Xiaomi, he was not in the mood for her antics this time, prompting her to stealthily retreat to a distance, reluctant to approach. This little rascal is truly mischievous. Feng Dihai stroked his chin, his face etched with resentment. Suddenly, he glared at Zhou Xiaomi, blaming her for the predicament. Zhou Xiaomi, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, You come home in a foul mood after facing trouble outside? Is there anyone as cowardly as you? I have no idea what is happening. Why am I being scolded? What scheme have I concocted? And let me tell you, if you hadn't prevented me from giving Li Zhi that kid Howard's contact information, we wouldn't be in this mess. If he refuses the fabric this time, we'll be facing significant losses. Zhou Xiaomi frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet after a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with a new idea. Old Feng, I believe we might not incur losses after all. We could even turn a profit. Feng Dihai, aware of his wife's keen insight in business dealings, probed further. What do you mean? I recall our cousin wholesale deals in denim jeans, right? In Longta City, isn't it? And they seem to be doing quite well. Feng Dihai was puzzled. What does that matter to us? We aren't in the denim business, and besides, my cousin hardly pays me any mind. He gets along better with my brother, while our relationship is rather mediocre. Zhou Xiaomi rolled her eyes at him. Then why not ask our elder brother for assistance? You're being foolish. Feng Dihai remained perplexed. Ask him for what? He slapped me in front of so many people the last time. I have my pride. Oh, I see now. It seems you haven't spoken to your brother in ages because you were upset. Enough of your stubbornness. That is your own brother. Siblings don't hold grudges like that. I assure you, asking our elder brother to reach out to our cousin would be beneficial. Think about it. If our cousin is wholesaling denim jeans, then this style has to sell well. Otherwise, how could that Li kid sell so many? You should talk to him. And if that doesn't work, we can always produce it ourselves. Initially dismissive of her suggestion, Feng Dihai's eyes gradually lit up with excitement at the prospect. He chuckled. It seems we are indeed on the same wavelength. I was thinking the same thing. Zhou Xiaomi smirked. I know you well. After nearly a decade together, I can tell your thoughts just by the way you fidget. You had this in mind all along, didn't you? Enough chatter. Hurry and find our brother. I'll go buy groceries, and let us invite him and his wife over for dinner tonight. All right. The factory was finally completed, and on the day of its inauguration, the Li family hosted a grand banquet with 10 tables to thank all those who had worked hard over the years. Friends and relatives gathered, filling the Li courtyard with lively chatter. Just after the meal, Howard delivered the equipment, and everyone rushed to unload it. Soon, however, they encountered a dilemma. What did you say, Howard? You lost the crucial manual? You idiot. Li Zhi, exasperated, scolded the visibly distressed Howard. I didn't intend to. I searched through all the documents, but I couldn't find it anywhere. All that remains is a single photograph that can be utilized. After speaking, he handed over a black and white photograph, which depicted the entire apparatus. Li Zhi took it, furrowing his brow for a long while. What is the purpose of this? Tell me, what use is this wretched photograph? Are you expecting me to assemble this device based solely on a picture? Chapter 54. The genius sixth uncle Li Zhi, accompanied by a group of villagers, pondered for a considerable time, ultimately hesitating to take action. Although the loom was not an exceedingly intricate machine, they knew that a haphazard assembly would undoubtedly lead to failure. If they recklessly pieced it together only to find it incapable of production, it would be nothing short of a grand folly. How do we put together this massive iron contraption with all these loose parts? Li Zhi scratched his head, feeling perplexed. He was considerably more adept than Li Zhi. Having once served as a small team leader in the production brigade, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of agricultural machinery. However, when faced with the advanced Levi's whole weaving loom, he felt utterly helpless. Li Zhi squatted beside the equipment, frowning as he smoked, occasionally casting a glare at Howard. Aware of his prior misstep, Howard kept his distance, avoiding any further confrontation. Right. Durun, go fetch sixth brother. He'll surely figure it out. He relishes tinkering with these contraptions. Li Zhi suddenly recalled his younger brother, Li Dekong. Li Zhi's eyes gleamed with interest. He had long been curious about this legendary sixth uncle, but had yet to meet him since arriving in this era. Second uncle, there's no need. I shall seek out sixth uncle myself. Both fifth and sixth uncles resided in the ancestral home, which belonged to Li Zhi's grandfather, who had passed away 2 years prior. The house was left to the unmarried fifth and sixth uncles, and the many siblings had no objections. The ancestral home was not far, merely 5 streets away within the village. The entrance was surrounded by a fence woven from bamboo strips, with wooden planks forming the door. The small courtyard was impeccably tidy, a testament to the efforts of fifth uncle Li Deguang, as sixth uncle rarely ventured outside. Fifth uncle had been helping at Li Zhi's home these past few days. While sixth uncle's whereabouts were a mystery, no one knew what he was preoccupied with, but it was common knowledge that he was an eccentric, and no one minded. Upon entering the house, Li Zhi couldn't help but smile. The contrast was stark. Fifth uncle's side was immaculate, while sixth uncle's was a chaotic jumble of tools, along with a collection of small electronic components, wires, and radio speakers that one could only wonder where he had scavenged them from. Is sixth uncle home? He called out as he opened the door to the west room. To his astonishment, Li Zhi found the interior devoid of any space to step. His eyes were immediately drawn to a wooden workbench cluttered with various screwdrivers, soldering tools, electronic boards, resistors, wires, and a desk lamp. On the opposite side of the expansive workbench were makeshift mechanical devices, pliers, saws, knives, hammers, and so forth. This was nothing short of a miniature laboratory. Who? Came a low, gruff voice from the Kong. Startled, Li Zhi turned to see a figure on the Kong, with unkempt long hair, a substantial beard, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes glazed over. Sixth uncle? Li Zhi had scant memories of him. Previously, Li Dewang and sixth uncle had been much alike, both looking down on one another. De Zhi, what brings you here? What is the matter? Li Dekong glanced at Li Zhi, a flicker of disdain evident in his gaze. Li Zhi detected a hint of disdain and chuckled inwardly, fully aware of the underlying reason. With a tone of feigned admiration, he remarked, Uncle Six, your place is quite impressive. I dare say it surpasses the appliance repair shops in the city. Li Dekong, brimming with satisfaction and confidence in his abode, displayed a proud expression upon hearing Li Zhi's words. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, retorting, But what? Li Zhi interjected. These tools are rather outdated, alas. Some of them are relics from decades past. Li Dekong fell silent for a moment before murmuring, quality tools and equipment come at a steep price. Li Zhi found his uncle's demeanor quite intriguing. He was nothing like the warm and hospitable members of the Li family, exuding a strong, almost frosty persona that kept others at bay. All right then, what is it you need? Li Dekong huffed. Li Zhi shrugged off the coldness, thinking that since this was his uncle, every personality trait was acceptable. Uncle Six, are you familiar with machine tools? Li Dekong's brows shot up in surprise. Machine tools? Of course, I know them. The mother of industry. A complete set of equipment. Why do you ask? His response astonished Li Zhi, He had not anticipated that his uncle, despite lacking formal education, possessed such knowledge. A glance around revealed numerous books scattered on the Kong, the majority of which, though somewhat antiquated, were primarily focused on electronics and mechanics. It appeared that Uncle Six was indeed a prodigy, having self-educated himself in these fields. Quite an impressive feat, never mind that. By the way, Uncle Six, take a look at this photo, Li Zhi said, handing over a picture of a weaving machine. Li Dekong accepted it, and, after a cursory glance, exclaimed in astonishment, "This equipment is remarkably advanced. It has modified the traditional weaving machine's design. But what is this apparatus beside it? I've seen the blueprints for weaving machines, and they usually consist of a single large unit. What is this contraption?" His curiosity was palpable, though it seemed he was mostly speaking to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his words left Li Zhi astounded. Could there truly be such a genius in the world? To glean so much information from a mere photograph? He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, a new type of weaving machine. As for the additional equipment you mentioned, it should be a punch machine, used to create holes in the finished fabric, Li Dekong stated, his brow furrowing in contemplation, before coldly adding, "That's just nonsense." "What? Nothing," Li Zhi replied. "Oh, Uncle Six, if the equipment is disassembled, are you able to install it properly?" he inquired, gazing at his uncle with hopeful anticipation. "What can't be assembled? This belongs to the category of simple machinery, though it does require frequent calibration." "Excellent. Uncle Six, let's go," Li Zhi exclaimed, pulling Li Dekong towards the exit. "What is going on? Where are we going?" "I don't enjoy going out. To set up the equipment. If you help me, I'll procure a set of second-hand machine tools for you." Li Dekong's face lit up with unbridled joy, though he soon regarded Li Zhi with skepticism. "You? Huh? Do you realize that even second-hand machine tools come at a considerable cost?" "I keep my promises," Li Zhi replied, his voice soft yet resolute. Once Li Dekong laid eyes on the Levi's hole-punched weaving machine, he began to believe Li Zhi's words. He usually remained indoors, oblivious to the changes occurring in the village, and was unaware that the nephew he had once looked down upon had soared to new heights within a matter of months. "Give me the photo." Li Dekong's gaze was entirely fixated on the loom, oblivious to those around him, including Li Dai. Since arriving in the courtyard, he had not greeted anyone. Yet his temperament was well understood by the others, who chose to remain silent. Li Zhi promptly handed over the photograph. Howard, observing the disheveled and unkempt Li Dekong, scoffed. "Boss, do you really believe this beggar can assemble a loom?" Li Zhi's facial muscles twitched slightly as he retorted, "My dear Mr. Howard, the beggar of whom you speak is my uncle." Howard's face stiffened, and he merely stuck out his tongue without further comment. However, Li Dekong's subsequent actions greatly impressed Howard. The entire apparatus had been disassembled by Howard for transport to the mainland, rendering it into parts. Nevertheless, in a remarkably brief period, Li Dekong sorted all the screws and nuts, arranging them meticulously around the loom. He suddenly called out to those present, "Come lend a hand." Everyone gathered around. And under Li Dekong's guidance, within an hour, Li Zhi beheld the entire apparatus perfectly reassembled, appearing identical to the photograph, with every screw accounted for. "Uncle, is it all installed?" Li Zhi exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the loom. Li Dekong shook his head, stating that the most crucial aspect was fine-tuning the equipment for successful operation. After all, this was a loom, and improper settings for the warp and weft could lead to complications. What if the fabric produced is unusable? He added, "Moreover, I have never dealt with this perforating machine before, but having installed it once, I now grasp its workings. Do we have any wire?" "No. It's likely to take another 2 days for the wire to arrive." "All right. When can you bring me the machine tools?" Li Zhi inquired. Uncle Li Dekong continued speaking in his usual cool demeanor, yet Li Zhi sensed a fervent passion and yearning for machinery and electronics within him. It would be a waste not to nurture such a genius, as Li Zhi was confident that this talented uncle, with a little guidance, would undoubtedly yield surprises beyond his imagination. The machine tools? Simple. "Uncle Lu, your nephew is a man of his word. The machine tools will arrive today." Howard. Drive to the provincial capital, Fengjing. Chapter 55-56. Cowboy King Shin Jiahao Feng Dihai filled a cup with liquor for Feng Desan and poured another for his sister-in-law, Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun softly inquired, "All right, second brother, what is it that you need to discuss?" "Xiaomi, you needn't busy yourself any longer. Come over for dinner." Zhou Xiaomi responded, "Okay, I'll be right there." "You all eat first. Don't wait for me." "What exactly is the matter?" Feng Desan. well aware of his brother's character, somewhat clever yet lacking in courage, and a tad petty, pressed him. Brother, sigh, it is indeed a matter, and I have fallen victim. Feng Dihai's voice choked, his eyes reddening with tears welling up. What? What happened? Feng Deshan exclaimed, his voice booming, causing Feng Dihai's eardrums to ache. I am almost embarrassed to admit it, but it was that little rascal again, Li Zhi from Gaohua village. That little brat tricked me out of 80,000 yuan. Li Zhi? Which Li Zhi? How could you forget? You slapped that kid several times because of him, and he still feels wronged about it. Oh, what happened with that young comrade? How did he swindle you out of 80,000? Feng Deshan suddenly recalled the young man, who was bold, resolute, and remarkably intelligent. It was exactly as Feng Dihai recounted the entire situation without daring to fabricate anything. Knowing full well that his elder brother was not easily deceived and that he needed his brother's support today, angering him would jeopardize the matter at hand. After listening, Feng Deshan fell into contemplation. Feng Dihai, not daring to speak, secretly observed his brother's expression. I understand the situation now. Initially, you didn't provide him with that Howard's contact information, so he sought Howard out himself. You bought more fabric, hoping to make a profit, am I correct? Yes, but if it weren't for the misleading advice from his subordinate, I wouldn't have bought so much at once. Feng Dihai felt genuinely aggrieved. Besides harboring resentment towards Li Zhi, he also held a deep-seated animosity towards Zhu Yunshan, who appeared honest but was, like Li Zhi, full of ulterior motives. Enough. I comprehend everything. What further explanations do you have? Clearly, you were the one who acted thoughtlessly. Brother, I have long advised you to maintain a good relationship with Li Zhi. He is no ordinary individual. One day he will achieve great success. You refuse to heed my warnings. What good would it have done to simply give him that foreigner's contact information? Though I have had little interaction with Li Zhi, I am aware that he is a man who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. Upon hearing Feng Dishan's words, Feng Dihai's nose flared with indignation. Is there such a person? I am your brother. Why should I be reprimanded by you like an outsider? Feng Dihai's temper flared, and he exclaimed, Is it wrong for me to want to earn some money? Why should I be obligated to provide him with contact information? Am I indebted to him? You are not in business, so you do not understand the intricacies involved. Feng Deshan slammed the table in frustration, letting out a cold huff. Indeed, I do not comprehend. But I must tell you that your approach to matters is lacking, and your insight is poor. Had you introduced Li Zhi to Howard at that time, I assure you, Li Zhi would have reciprocated even more generously. Fine, I may not understand. Jiang Yun, let us go home. Feng Deshan concluded, his anger escalating. Hey, why do you brothers have such fiery tempers? Sit down, Jiang Yun urged, pulling Feng Deshan back into his seat. Zhou Xiaomi, anxious, interjected, Elder brother, it's all his fault. Please don't be angry. However, the situation has already transpired, and we are still burdened with 80,000 worth of goods. This is all we have. You must help us. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, prompting Jiang Yun to comfort her. All right, stop crying, Xiaomi. You wish for your elder brother to assist you, but how can he help? We both earn meager salaries, and there is no money in our hands. Your niece is still in school. No, sister-in-law, you misunderstand. We're not asking for money. Our cousin, Shun Jiahao, is in the denim business at Long Tower. We were hoping to ask elder brother to connect with him and see if he could make use of this fabric. Understanding now the true intent behind his younger brother's invitation to dinner, Feng Deshan felt a sense of obligation to assist. After all, he was his own brother. Can Shun Jiahao use this fabric? Absolutely. You are unaware, but that young man, Li Zhi, manages to sell several hundred items each day. Feng Dihai exclaimed anxiously. All right, I will assist you in contacting him, but when you meet your cousin, ensure you converse with him appropriately, without even having a meal. Feng Deshan hurried back to his workplace to call Shun Jiahao. Hello, Jiahao, it is your cousin Deshan. On the other end of the line, Shun Jiahao chuckled. I recognized your voice. How have you been, Deshan? Things going well? Quite well, and you? Your business must be thriving? Oh, it's decent. After all, your brother is the largest wholesaler of jeans in Longta Wholesale City. Haha, good lad. Brother, what brings you to call? Before the reform and opening up, Shun Jiahao had already been discreetly engaging in business. Over the years, he had steadily progressed, amassing considerable wealth, particularly in the denim sector. Earning the title of jeans king among the Longta locals, holding a prominent position in the clothing wholesale market. In fact, His wealth ranked among the top 10 in Longta. With substantial influence, he wielded considerable power. This Jin's king was quite astute, fully aware that Feng Dishan's call indicated a matter of importance. It is not about me. Your brother Dihai has recently encountered some troubles and seeks your assistance. There was a moment of silence on the line. All right, brother, since it is you asking, I will help. Had he called me directly, I would have undoubtedly declined. Tell him to reach out to me. Although Shen Jiahao had little regard for Feng Dihai, he held great respect for his cousin Feng Deshan, recognizing the truth in his words. If it had been Feng Dihai making the request, he would have surely refused. All right, I will have him call you later. Thank you. Brother, don't mention it. We are family. After hanging up, Feng Deshan furrowed his brow, uncertain if this course of action was indeed the right one. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, not extending help seemed inappropriate. It would all depend on Dihai's fortune. Brother, are you serious? Jiahao wants me to come over? Be mindful when speaking to your cousin. He does not tolerate nonsense. Understood. The following morning, Feng Dihai prepared his belongings early and rode his motorcycle straight to Longta. Longta is somewhat larger than Longwan and is classified as a county-level city, boasting significantly better development than Longwan, albeit being over 80 kilometers away. Feng Dihai brought along a pair of jeans and fabric samples purchased from Longwan Wholesale City, heading directly to Longta Wholesale City. Goodness, how is it so vast? Feng Dihai gazed at the towering multi-story building before him, feeling slightly dizzy. Having never encountered such high structures in Longwan, are all 26 stalls on the 7th floor owned by Jiahao? Although Feng Dihai was aware of Shen Jiahao's wealth, seeing 26 stalls left him momentarily stunned. These stalls were considerably larger than those in Longwan Wholesale City, each spanning 50 square meters and overflowing with a diverse array of goods. Dihai. As he reached the 7th floor, he was spotted by Shen Jiahao, who awaited him at the entrance. Upon turning around, Feng Dihai was met with the sight of Shen Jiahao clad in a suit, sporting brown-tinted sunglasses. He rubbed his eyes, initially hesitant to recognize him due to the significant transformation. Shen Jiahao exuded affluence, holding a large mobile phone in one hand, adorned with 3 hefty gold rings on his left hand and 2 on his right, while a gold chain of a thickness comparable to a pinky finger rested around his neck, featuring a golden pendant of guanine. Jiahao, what is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Come, let us sit inside the store. Feng Dihai felt that compared to others, his own possessions were utterly insignificant. While envy stirred within him, he resolutely vowed to earn more money. The two casually sought a stall to sit down, as the numerous vendors on the 3rd floor all belonged to Shen Jiahao. What was the situation? Our elder brother did not clarify it over the phone. Don't mention it, brother Jiahao. I was outsmarted by a young brat. As he spoke, he recounted yesterday's tale, but this time, it was all about Li Zhi, whom he accused of being ungrateful and deceitful. Is this scoundrel truly so despicable? Shen Jiahao exclaimed vehemently. Despite his disdain for Feng Dihai, he could not tolerate the bullying of his cousin by outsiders, especially after amassing considerable wealth over the years, which had inflated his arrogance. Indeed, brother, you must assist me. Shen Jiahao pondered for a moment. Feng Dihai immediately interjected. Brother, before you speak, take a look at this. Chapter 57. A guiding light. Feng Dihai pulled out a pair of jeans purchased from Longwan Wholesale Market. Shen Jiahao was perplexed. What was Feng Dihai attempting to do? Presenting jeans before the king of denim? Was this not akin to showcasing a sword before Guan Yu? What is this? Initially dismissive, Shen Jiahao's expression shifted as Feng Dihai unfolded the jeans. Oh, quite novel indeed. Intriguing. He examined the jeans from various angles, approvingly. Where did you acquire these? Feng Dihai remained silent, lowering his gaze. Shen Jiahao quickly grasped the implication, fixing his eyes on Feng Dihai. Your trivial matters are inconsequential. I will comply. Feng Dihai's eyes lit up. Brother, you said it. Do not underestimate this style. It is selling like hotcakes in Longwan. This very design, with hundreds sold daily. Hundreds? That's not much. My peak sales reach 2,000 to 3,000 daily. Of course, brother Jiahao possesses greater prowess. How many styles does he have? What styles? Just these jeans. This one design. Shen Jiahao sprang to his feet, his eyes widening behind his tinted glasses. What did you say? He sells hundreds of pairs of this single design daily? Feng Dihai was startled by Shen Jiahao's abrupt outburst. Yes, just this one design. Shen Jiahao's mind raced. How much fabric of this kind is available? What is the cost per meter? What is his wholesale price? Brother Jiahao, I managed to uncover the details. Others would not have been able to ascertain the low price. This kid sells them for 22 yuan each. What? Before Feng Dihai could finish, Shun Jiahao interrupted, disbelief etched across his face. 22 yuan each? What is the matter? Impossible. Such quality fabric costs at least 18 yuan per meter for raw materials, plus labor and accessories. The cost must exceed 21 yuan. He only profits 1 yuan. Is this individual out of his mind? Shun Jiahao, the king of denim, could immediately deduce costs upon handling fabric. Feng Dihai lowered his head, his mind racing, suddenly seizing upon a business opportunity. Brother Jiahao, how did you not grasp my intentions? This is what I wish to convey. This fabric is quite inexpensive. It is not as costly as you imagine. Just look at this. After speaking, he took out a sample of fabric from his bag. Oh. Shun Jiahao took it and glanced at it, but immediately frowned and said, what nonsense is this? This is inferior material. How can I use it? Brother Jiahao, take a closer look. Aren't the positions of these few holes exactly where the rips of jeans are usually located? This time, Shun Jiahao examined it carefully, and his eyes brightened. Oh, I see. So this type of fabric is specifically produced for such pants. I initially thought it was crafted from high-quality material. Wait a minute. Brother, regardless of whether it is pre-manufactured or post-manufactured, the price of this fabric is about the same, around 18 or 19 yuan per meter. A pair of jeans typically requires about a meter. Feng Dihai was waiting for this question, and he quickly replied, Brother Jiahao, you might not know, but I bought this fabric from that foreigner at the very beginning. I was tricked by this guy, but he never expected that I know you, Brother Jiahao, the king of denim. He immediately began to flatter, and Shun Jiahao was pleased. Indeed, but how much does it cost per meter? Well, to be honest, Brother Jiahao, I bought it for $15, which is approximately 135 yuan. If you want it, I can offer it to you at cost price. I'm not looking to make a profit, just need to recoup my expenses. As someone who deals in fabrics, he was naturally aware of what price point the other party could accept. Shun Jiahao nodded. How much do you have? 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. That's a bit scarce. Fine, I'll take it all. Arrange for it to be delivered to the factory in Longta suburb. I'll provide you with the address. It's a large sign for Jiahao Company. Once you arrive, you'll find it easily. However, since you're my brother, I can't let you run this errand for free. So, I'll give you 14 yuan per meter, totaling 140,000. Once the goods are delivered to the company, I'll have finance settle the payment with you. Really? Thank you, brother. Feng Dihai was overjoyed, never expecting to turn misfortune into fortune, earning 6,000 yuan directly. It was like a windfall. This time he truly hit the jackpot. There's no need for thanks. But there's one thing to consider. Have you thought about what will happen if this fabric becomes as popular as you say? What if I sell out this 10,000 meters? Shun Jiahao, being a seasoned businessman, thought critically and looked far ahead. Feng Dihai was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Noticing his silence, Shun Jiahao furrowed his brow. Dihai, do you know why I sometimes look down on you? Since childhood, you've relied on clever tricks, but never think 2 steps ahead. I admire our elder brother because he is different from you. He thinks long-term. Dihai, I'm pointing you towards a clear path. If you grasp it well, making money will be easy, and perhaps you will surpass me in the future. Feng Dihai was initially displeased by the earlier remarks, but he began to listen earnestly. Brother Jiahao, what clear path? You should go to Taizhou in Yuhang province. It is the largest manufacturing hub for machinery in our country. While the machinery there may not be as good as imported ones, it excels in price. Do you understand what I mean? Feng Dihai wasn't foolish. He merely had a limited perspective, and upon hearing this, a look of surprise dawned on his face. Brother Jiahao, are you suggesting that I produce fabric? Shun Jiahao revealed a faint smile. Indeed, if you succeed, you can become my supplier. With your brother's support. Do you fear a lack of market? I will introduce a few clients to you, and you, my friend, will surely prosper. Moreover, given your experience in distributing materials, you should be familiar with the intricacies of the trade. Jiahao, you are truly my benefactor. You have not only resolved my troubles, but have also illuminated a path to wealth for me. How can I express my gratitude? Come, let me treat you to a meal. Come now, you think I would let you treat me after you arrive at Longta? Let us go to the Grand Hotel. Don't return home tonight. I'll arrange for you to meet a couple of charming young ladies. They are all delightful girls. Li Zhi waited for 3 days. And on the morning of the 3rd day, he received a call from the Liaoxiang cargo station, informing him that a shipment had arrived from Mozhou in Hebei. Knowing that the goods had arrived, Li Zhi promptly went to collect them. As for Howard's mobile phone, it had been confiscated by Li Zhi under the pretense that he would not understand Chinese anyway, and the calls would be lost on him. Frustrated, Howard had been diligently studying the language during these days. A vehicle was hired in Liaoxiang to transport the denim thread to the village, accompanied by local specialties that Li Zhi had purchased in Mozhou. Family and friends each received a share, including a substantial portion sent to Zhu Shiguang's family. Nevertheless, 3 woven bags of goods remained. Li Zhi instructed them not to be disturbed, as these were for his clients. Once things settled down, he planned to visit Longwan to dine with several wholesalers and gather their feedback. What about my 6th uncle? Li Dai gestured toward the factory. He is still there. Li Zhi, what did you buy for him? He has been in the factory for several days, neglecting meals and sleep. Don't wear him out. After all, he was the youngest brother, close in age to Li Zhi's own son, and Li Dai felt a twinge of reproach towards Li Zhi. Just some equipment he likes, lathes, milling machines, and such. This set cost me nearly 20,000. Even so, they are second-hand machines. A new set would probably run 50 to 60,000. However, Li Zhi felt it was worth the investment, having witnessed his 6th uncle's remarkable skills firsthand. 6th uncle, what are you up to? The thread has arrived. Let us test the machines. Initially, the factory was designed to be quite spacious, as Li Zhi had anticipated future expansion. Thus, it was better to construct it larger from the outset. The east side housed the looms, while a section in the northwest corner was designated as a small workshop, laboratory, for Li Dekong. In recent days, Li Dekong had thoroughly familiarized himself with a complete set of machinery, dedicating himself to it with fervor, and his efforts were fruitful. I'm here, came the typically indifferent voice, to which Li Zhi was now accustomed. 6th uncle, let us give the machines a try. All right. Soon, members of the Li family, Howard, and Zhu Yunshan arrived, eager to witness this momentous occasion. With a hum, the power was activated as the denim thread was positioned, producing a buzzing sound. Chapter 58. The machine struggled to adapt. Li Dekong stood solemnly before the machinery, having set the coordinates. As the machine began to operate, everyone watched the output aperture, anticipating the emergence of fabric. Suddenly, a rapid clattering noise emanated from within the machine, followed by the slow emergence of fabric from the output, eliciting expressions of joy from the onlookers. However, Li Zhi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. A burnt odor wafted from the machine, prompting him to urgently shout to Li Dekong, "Stop the machine." Li Dekong reacted promptly, pressing the emergency stop button, despite the instructions being in English. Fortunately, with Li Zhi's prior translations, it was not a significant issue. The crowd was equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? I don't know. Wait, can you smell that? It seems something is burning. Indeed, it has a charred odor. Li Zhi, what is going on? By this time, the power had already been cut. A foreboding sensation gripped Li Zhi as black smoke began to emanate from the main weaving machine. He approached the machine, lifting the cover, only to be met with a more intense surge of black smoke. Sighing deeply, Li Zhi lamented the irony of having made extensive preparations only to overlook a critical detail. Truly, man's plans are often inferior to the whims of fate. Howard held his head in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what is happening? Boss, I assure you, when I took it, it was a complete and new device. I specifically worked at Levi's for 2 months for this equipment. What nonsense is the big guy spouting?" Zhu Yunshan rushed over, concerned about Li Zhi's distress. Li Zhi sighed again, acknowledging Howard's claim that it was new before its transport. Zhu Yunshan, bewildered, inquired, "Then what could be the issue? Was it improperly installed by Uncle Lu?" Before he could finish, a chilling glare from Li Dekong silenced him. "There was nothing wrong with my installation," he retorted coldly. Zhu Yunshan quickly amended his statement. "Right? Uncle Lu wouldn't make a mistake. But could it be that the machine is unsuitable for this environment?" Initially disheartened, Li Zhi chuckled at Zhu Yunshan's comment. "Do you think it's human? Machines can't be affected by their surroundings." Little did he know, Li Dekong's icy voice interjected, "He is correct. It is indeed a matter of environmental incompatibility." Li Zhi stared at Li Dekong, perplexed. "Uncle Lu, are you all right?" He assumed that Li Dekong was merely frightened into saying such things. "You are the one with issues. However, the responsibility lies with me. I was careless. Alas, my nephew, leave this matter to me. I promise to have it repaired within 3 days." Though he was only 3 years older than Li Zhi, his demeanor was remarkably mature. Li Zhi thought to himself that one might mistake him for a time traveler. "Uncle Lu, what on earth is happening? You've left me utterly confused." Li Zhi gazed anxiously at Li Dekong. Li Dekong cast a disdainful glance at him. Don't think that just because you're making money now, you understand everything. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained it. How do you know I don't understand? Do you grasp the issues of voltage and current? Li Zhi stood frozen, then smacked his forehead in realization. Oh, how foolish. In an instant, everything clicked into place. This predicament could not solely be blamed on Uncle Lu. He bore responsibility for not having considered this issue. The voltage in the country is 110V 60 Hz, while here it is 220V 50 Hz. With a voltage difference of double, increased voltage leads to diminished current, resulting in higher resistance. Increased resistance leads to elevated temperatures. No wonder it burned. It is no fault of yours, Uncle Lu. The oversight lies with me for not considering the voltage issue. The excessive voltage must have caused the internal resistance to overheat. However, I am not capable of the repairs myself. Please assess what materials are needed for the repairs, and I will arrange for someone to procure them. Additionally, to prevent a recurrence of this situation, I should acquire another transformer. Li Dekong's previously indifferent demeanor vanished, replaced by astonishment. He had underestimated his nephew. Recalling how this young man had once struggled academically, his intellect seemingly lacking, and his character rather timid. Yet, in recent days, he appeared transformed, as if he were a stranger. His command of English was remarkable, allowing him to converse seamlessly with foreigners. Now, he demonstrated an understanding of electronics, recognizing the relationship between voltage and excessive resistance, which earned Li Dekong's newfound respect. A transformer is indeed necessary. However, my dear nephew, you may not be able to procure one. I shall construct it myself. Allow me to disassemble the machine to ascertain what precisely has been damaged, and you may go purchase the necessary components afterward. You can make a transformer? This time, it was Li Zhi who was astonished. Uncle Lu truly seemed to possess an extraordinary knack for such tasks. What could be difficult about a transformer? Simply acquire 2 iron cores and 20 pounds of fine copper wire. Those are the essential materials. As he spoke, he began dismantling the loom. 3 80-ohm resistors, 10 meters of number 3 wire, and 3 of each type of diode will suffice. I can fabricate these with the lathe shortly. Oh, and I will require steel blocks and iron pieces, with sizes ranging from 1 to 20, at least 3 of each. Additionally, I need steel plates and steel pipes. At first, Li Zhi comprehended the request, but as it progressed, confusion set in. Uncle Lu, what do you need the steel blocks and plates for? Do not concern yourself with that. I have my reasons. Very well. Li Zhi promptly dispatched someone to gather the materials, assigning the task to Li Jian, whom he had discovered to possess a talent for intelligence gathering, a rather unique skill set. When Li Jian returned with the items, Li Dekong showcased his remarkable manual dexterity, skillfully hand-winding the transformer and altering the voltage through the magnetic field of the coils. While Li Zhi understood the principle, the prospect of constructing a transformer himself seemed daunting. Subsequently, the damaged components within the machine posed little challenge for Li Dekong. Within a mere 2 days, the machine was fully repaired, and soon, the continuous production of denim fabric commenced. Excellent. Howard, what do you think of the quality of these fabrics? Li Zhi inquired as he retrieved the freshly produced fabric from the outlet, comparing it to a previous batch. There was a slight color difference. Li Zhi had opted for a dyed cotton thread process using indigo, which was woven directly. This dyeing method was simpler than the traditional starch dyeing used for denim, eliminating numerous steps, though the texture leaned toward softness. Boss, this fabric is somewhat softer compared to the previous batch, but it should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhi turned to Li Dekong, asking, Uncle Lu, how many grams of cotton thread are used per meter now? Approximately 500 grams. Why do you ask? Li Dekong's perception of Li Zhi had shifted. While he maintained his cool demeanor, he now held a newfound admiration for his nephew. Would an increase of 20% affect the loom? That would amount to 600 grams. 600 grams? If we only increase by 20%, it should pose no problem. However, does this not escalate the costs? No matter, we are unperturbed by rising expenses. We shall cater to our customers' preferences. Thus, we will augment by 20%, keeping each meter at 600 grams. Many are perplexed as to why Li Zhi would take such a step, raising costs for no apparent reason. Yet, few dare to inquire further. Only Howard, unable to contain his curiosity, speaks up. Boss, although you are the owner, as a partner, could you at least enlighten me on the rationale behind this decision? Even the astute mind of Howard struggles to comprehend Li Zhi's reasoning. Howard, Li Zhi replies. Even if I explain, you may not grasp it fully. Let us attribute it to the peculiarities of our national context. Though the people of this era have been influenced by Western culture and possess a strong capacity for embracing new concepts, evident in the popularity of beggar-style clothing, their underlying expectations regarding the essence of goods remain unchanged. A sudden switch in fabric would undoubtedly raise questions among wholesalers, particularly when comparing the two materials, the original clearly superior. This would inevitably impact sales. But how can one circumvent this? The answer lies in providing tangible benefits to the counterpart. These benefits need not be genuine, but they must create a perception of value. Li Zhi's commercial acumen is informed by a 21st-century education. He recalls a case involving a buffet priced at 78 yuan per person. Due to its exquisite flavors, it thrived. However, waste became a significant issue. In a fit of frustration, the owner instituted a 10 yuan fine for wastefulness. Yet, business plummeted. An industry expert later advised a strategic pivot that revitalized the establishment, even surpassing its previous success. The expert's guidance was straightforward: raise the price to 88 yuan per patron. Yet reward those who waste nothing with a 10 yuan incentive. Li Zhi drew inspiration from this, aiming to offer customers the perceived value they desire. Even if that value is ultimately illusory, the increase of denim weight from 500 grams to 600 grams might not be advantageous for consumers. A thicker fabric may not guarantee comfort. Nevertheless, in an era of scarcity, consumers favor tangible comparisons when purchasing. The heftier feel of these jeans may lead them to deem the merchant as conscientious in providing quality at the same price point. Sixth uncle. It is settled then. 600 grams for production. By afternoon, the first batch of 80 meters is completed. Li Zhi delivers it to Zhao Shuyang for an initial evaluation. Brother Zhao, this batch features new fabric. Please arrange for immediate production. I expect to see the pants by tomorrow morning, at least 50 pairs. Are the supplementary materials sufficient? The supplementary materials are sufficient. However, when will you provide the tags and trademarks you mentioned last time? Li Zhi smacks his forehead, realizing how busy he has been and how completely he forgot about this. You can go ahead and have them produced for now. I shall deliver the tags by tomorrow at the latest, so the workers can prepare them before sealing the bags. Understood. I've got it all noted. Zhao Shuyang glances at the new fabric Li Zhi has brought. Oh, this material is excellent. Thick and impressive, even better than the original quality. Is this newly purchased? Haha. Brother Zhao, you seem confused. The factory has been completed, and this is what I have produced. Li Zhi's words left Zhao Shuyang speechless. He was among the first to recognize Li Zhi, and through various events, he deduced that Li Zhi had originally possessed nothing, no relative's factory. All of it was a fabrication. From having nothing to now being able to produce denim fabric is nothing short of a legend. It has only been a few months since the turn of the year. After a long pause, Zhao Shuyang extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. This fabric is quite impressive, far superior to Fengdi Hai's. Of course, this material will certainly sell better." Upon mentioning Fengdi Hai, Li Zhi felt a flicker of curiosity. He believed that Fengdi Hai would not be able to hold out much longer, and that he could profit handsomely by repurchasing the denim fabric at 4 yuan. Although the fabric he produced was good, the cost of transportation and production amounted to approximately 11 yuan. If he repurchased Fengdi Hai's fabric, the profits would be considerably higher. However, why had there been no news from Fengdi Hai? All right, Brother Feng, I shall take my leave now. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Good. Upon returning home, Li Zhi contemplated that currently, a weaving machine required 4 individuals for feeding materials, threading, operating the machine, and managing the output. Fortunately, he had enough manpower around him, so his mother and his aunts could manage those tasks. He decided to proceed this way for now and would consider hiring additional help later if necessary. To gain the support of the Li family, he had to provide them with tangible benefits. Howard, you still haven't retrieved your permanent residency certificate, have you? Howard rolled his eyes. If you need me to be your driver, just say so. No need to make excuses. I am merely considering your convenience. Let's go collect the residency certificate. And I need to print some trademarks and tags as well. Howard, do you think I cannot drive? Boss, you are capable of anything. But you still need to learn to drive, don't you think? Hand me the keys. Howard clutched his pocket. It's dangerous if you can't drive. Enough chatter. I am your boss, and you, my signed servant, don't wish to have your shares deducted, do you? Li Zhi snatched the keys from him. Howard hung his head in resignation. Fine, but don't expect me to ride in your car. All right, give me your documents. I am going to Liaoxiang. Howard thought Li Zhi was merely posturing and paid little attention, placing his documents in the glove compartment. Li Dai, observing from the side, frowned. Son, what are you doing? Although he couldn't understand Li Zhi's words, seeing Howard hand over the keys made him feel that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. I am going to Liaoxiang for business. Then why do you need the car keys? Are you planning to drive? No. Let Howard drive. You have never learned. Li Zhi looked at Li Dai helplessly. How could he explain? He couldn't very well mention that he had 10 years of driving experience. Could he? Dad, it's fine. I have watched Howard drive, and he has taught me. I plan to get a letter of introduction from the village in a few days to obtain a driver's license. In the 1980s, cars were not widespread, and the requirements for a driver's license were not stringent. With an introduction letter, he would just need to take a brief drive around the traffic bureau, and as long as he could start the car and bring it to a stop, he would be deemed qualified. Is that really feasible? Li Jin and Li Shui were surprisingly unafraid of adventure, eagerly insisting on accompanying him. Li Zhi, ruffling their hair, inquired, have you finished your homework? Yes, big brother. I've completed mine too. Li Zhi calculated the time, smiled, and said, all right, I shall take you both. School starts in a few days anyway. I'll take you for a stroll around Liaoxiang. Seeing Li Zhi genuinely intend to go, and with 2 minors in tow, Howard, wearing a pained expression, said, forget it. I'll drive. No need, Li Zhi replied, starting the car. Li Jin and Li Shui joyfully hopped in, their hearts brimming with uncontainable excitement, as it was their first time in such a luxurious vehicle. Off we go, Howard. Don't underestimate your boss, Li Zhi chuckled, rolling down the window with a smile. He accelerated, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Observing the familiar gear-shifting movements, the car glided smoothly without any sign of hesitation, completely unlike a novice driver. Howard stood there, dumbfounded. Goodness, can he do everything? After completing the necessary tasks for Howard's permanent residency, such as printing tags and trademarks, Li Zhi took Li Jin and Li Shui to the Liaoxiang department store. Inside the department store, a dazzling array of items overwhelmed Li Jin and Li Shui. They had never visited such a place before. The farthest they had traveled was to Shaolin Town, and they had never even been to Longwan. So this is a department store? So many things, so many people. It's much livelier than the market, Li Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of beautiful jewelry. Being a girl, she found it hard to resist the allure of adornments. Xiao Shui, do you like it? Li Zhi asked. She nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a lucky doll. I love it. Then let us buy some. Come on. The northwest area of the first floor specialized in selling accessories, including hairpins, headbands, and scarves. With the school year approaching, Li Zhi thought it wise to purchase some new items for them, like clothes, backpacks, and stationery. Now that he was earning, it was time to elevate the family's standard of living. This is beautiful. Brother, how do I look in this red headband? Li Shui asked, placing it atop her head. She was already quite pretty, resembling a younger version of Bai Suqin, and the headband suited her perfectly. Looks great. Excuse me, miss, how much is this? A saleswoman in a blue store uniform promptly replied, 80 cents. All right, I'll take it. Li Zhi handed over several bills, then smiled at Xiao Shui. I remember you like scarves, right? Let us go buy one. On Li Shui's bookshelf was a poster of a glamorous actress from the 1980s, whose name he couldn't recall, but she was stylishly dressed and wore a patterned scarf around her neck, likely made of silk. Li Zhi remembered how Xiao Shui often wrapped a floral handkerchief around her neck, indicating her fondness for such items. After searching around, he indeed found a selection of beautifully patterned scarves in the boutique accessories section, with various options of cotton and silk. At that moment, the saleswoman glanced up, sizing up Li Shui and Li Jin's attire, but then returned to her seeds, ignoring them completely. Li Zhi, however, had a keen eye and immediately spotted a white scarf adorned with blue and yellow flowers hanging in the central display. The material appeared exquisite, definitely silk. While Li Shui was still observing, Li Zhi pointed at a scarf and said, Xiao Shui, what do you think of that one? Wow, it's so beautiful. I love it. The vendor, however, remained silent, engrossed in munching on sunflower seeds. Li Zhi frowned and raised his voice slightly. Excuse me. Annoyed, the vendor stood up and shouted. What are you shouting about? I can hear you. Li Zhi suppressed his irritation and requested, please take down that scarf. I would like to try it on. Which one? She replied. The one with a white background and yellow and blue flowers. The vendor curled her lip disdainfully, glancing at the 3 of them. That one. Do you know how much it costs? It's genuine silk. 150. She scoffed. Can you afford it? Li Zhi and Li Shui wore clothes purchased from the market. Although the quality was decent, the styles fell short compared to those found in the city, appearing somewhat rustic. Li Zhi, clad in an elegant, all-cashmere Zhongshan suit worth several hundred, was often mistaken for an ordinary outfit by those unfamiliar with its true value. The vendor naturally assumed that Li Zhi's attire was of lesser quality and that such a silk scarf was beyond their means. Ah, that's so expensive. 150? I don't want it. Upon hearing the price, Li Shui immediately hesitated, her desire for the scarf clashing with her upbringing of frugality. She cast a longing glance at the scarf, tugging at Li Zhi's hand as they moved towards the exit. The Li family had once lived in poverty, instilling in them a habit of thriftiness, making a scarf priced at 150 a distant dream for Li Shui. Seeing the sensible young girl, Li Zhi felt a pang of sorrow. Their family had endured too much hardship, and at only 13, she was already so mature. In his previous life, a girl of that age would typically be rebellious and headstrong. The more composed Li Shui was, the more it pained Li Zhi. It's all right, Xiao Shui. If you like it, we should buy it, but you must try it on first. He stood up and coldly stated, whether we can afford it is none of your concern. Now, take it down for me to try. His gaze was icy as he regarded the vendor in her late 30s, having held a grievance against her from the start. As a service worker, one should understand that the customer is paramount. What kind of attitude is this? However, he also recognized that during the era of state-owned enterprises, many people exhibited such behavior, as their earnings were fixed salaries, indifferent to customer service. Oh, are you trying to be tough? If you can't afford it, why should I show it to you? This is genuine silk. What if you damage it? Who will compensate me? If you want a scarf, go over there. They're 3 yuan each. Take your pick. She pointed disdainfully to a distant stall. Chapter 60. Navigating the world with a look of contempt. She glanced at Li Shui and remarked, little girl, at least you know your worth. Unlike some people who have no idea who they are yet wish to buy a silk scarf. Do you think you deserve it? Just then, a fashionable woman strolled by, clad in a canary yellow wool coat with a fox fur collar. However, her face left much to be desired, characterized by a frog-like mouth, bulbous nose, and small eyes. Having witnessed the earlier scene, she approached with a smile and said to the vendor, please take down that scarf for me. She raised her hand, revealing a hefty gold bracelet adorning her arm, its weight unmistakable. The saleswoman, her demeanor shifting dramatically, smiled brightly, greeting her with, hello, comrade. That one. The kind that these country bumpkins cannot afford. Please wrap it up. No need for a fitting. It's merely a silk scarf. After speaking, she cast a condescending glance at Xiao Shui, sizing her up from head to toe before stifling a laugh behind her hand, exclaiming, what a rustic, unsophisticated outfit. Even my housemaid Wu Ti wears something so dreadful. Li Shui, a girl with a strong sense of pride, felt her cheeks flush in response to the woman's remarks. Her eyes brimming with tears. What I wear has nothing to do with you. And what of your attire? It's equally unappealing. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always despised being called unattractive. Thus, she toiled to earn and spend lavishly, seeking validation through material possessions, relishing compliments while shopping. Yet, Li Shui's words pierced through her insecurities. You little vixen, how dare you insult me? She shouted, raising her hand to strike Li Shui. However, she failed to consider that Li Zhi stood nearby, ready to prevent her from making contact. As her hand descended, it was intercepted by Li Zhi's arm. Accustomed to her own arrogance, she lunged at Li Zhi like a feral tigress. You country bumpkin. How dare you obstruct me? I'll scratch your face. Her long nails aimed menacingly at Li Zhi's visage. Li Zhi, who adhered to the principle of not striking women, unless provoked, did not take kindly to her aggression. Before her claws could reach him, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, producing a resounding thud. The disparity in strength between men and women was evident, especially as Li Zhi was trained in combat. Even with restraint, the force of his kick sent her sprawling back over a meter. Ouch! She cried out as she fell to the ground, howling like a banshee. This is outrageous. Help! A man striking a woman. Where is the justice in this? Come and witness this. Sitting on the floor, she continued her lament. The department store, bustling with patrons, soon became a scene of curiosity, as onlookers pointed at Li Zhi, murmuring disapprovingly, how could a man strike a woman? Indeed, what a disgrace. Others echoed, it's unacceptable to strike someone simply because she is unattractive. This remark reached the ears of the weeping woman, inciting her fury. Who dares call me ugly? I'll tear his face apart. The crowd, upon hearing her lowly retort, shook their heads in disapproval, deeming her deserving of the beating. You, just wait. The woman, finding no allies among the bystanders, rose in a fit of anger and stormed off. Li Zhi, feeling exasperated by the encounter, glanced at Li Shui, who clutched his clothing tightly. It's all right, Xiao Xue. Your elder brother is here. No one will bully you. Li Jin bit her lip, lost in thought. Just as Li Zhi was about to approach the saleswoman to purchase the scarf, two figures rushed towards them. It turned out that the woman had returned with reinforcements, and the crowd, initially dispersing, suddenly buzzed with excitement, anticipating a spectacle. The men she brought were remarkably tall, towering over 1.9 meters, creating a striking presence in this era. Hurry, they're just ahead. In a moment, you should give him a good beating. After all, we can afford the expenses, this woman said while tugging at the man's hand. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to worry for Li Zhi, primarily because the woman exuded an aura of menace. Even after she had been struck, she garnered no sympathy. A kind-hearted middle-aged man beside Li Zhi advised him, "Quickly leave, young one. That man is so tall. You surely cannot defeat him. Depart at once. There is no shame in retreating." Others echoed the sentiment, urging, "Yes, hurry along, child. Engaging in a brawl only leads to immediate losses. You must leave." Observing Li Zhi's youthful countenance, they perceived him as merely a child. Casting a glance towards the crowd, Li Zhi's gaze sharpened upon the towering figure before him. However, the onlookers assumed his hesitation stemmed from youthful pride, sighing in resignation, yet deciding that should a fight ensue, they would intervene to support him. As the two approached, the woman, brimming with arrogance, pointed at Li Zhi, exclaiming, "It is him. He struck me. You must beat him until he is searching for his teeth." She glared fiercely at Li Zhi, declaring, "Country bumpkin, prepare for your demise." Unbeknownst to her, the man beside her prodded her waist. Li Zhi paid her no mind, instead fixating on the towering man, who reciprocated the gaze, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. "Mr. Chung, I trust you are well," Li Zhi remarked. "Mr. Li, it is truly you. What brings you here?" Chung replied, "Just wandering about, accompanying my brother and sister for shopping, when this incident unfolded. I was purchasing items when she insulted us country folk. When my sister spoke up, she threatened to strike her, so I kicked her. Surely that is not excessive?" Li Zhi's tone was somewhat aloof. To his surprise, the newcomer was Chung Dakawei, the proprietor of Longwan Wholesale City. How fortuitous. Judging by the woman's demeanor, she was likely Chung Dakawei's wife. Sensing Li Zhi's coolness, Chung Dakawei felt a pang of apprehension. The last person he wished to offend was Li Zhi, his veritable benefactor. Though Li Zhi was a supplier, he alone possessed those coveted genes. Whoever could sell such genes would undoubtedly reap financial rewards. How could he afford to cross Li Zhi? The woman, puzzled yet perceptive, discerned the familiarity between Li Zhi and Chung Dakawei, whispering, "Who is this?" Chung Dakawei replied quietly, "The supplier of the genes." "What? Just a supplier? Not a customer? Damn it, you must strike him. He kicked me earlier." She assumed he was merely an ordinary jeans supplier, given that suppliers relied upon their patronage. Li Zhi chuckled coldly. "Mr. Chung, is she your wife? Your household discipline appears lacking. Does a man not deserve to speak without interruption from a woman?" Chung Dakawei shot a glare at his wife, stating, "Shut your mouth. How dare you, Chung Dakawei? You would reprimand me for the sake of a stranger. I shall not stand for this," she exclaimed, brandishing her hands menacingly at Chung Dakawei, having felt a tinge of embarrassment. Particularly after Li Zhi's remark about his lack of discipline, Chung Dakawei feared most that Li Zhi would become enraged and cease his supply. With a resounding slap, Chung Dakawei's large hand struck the woman's face. "Are you not finished yet?" The blow left her stunned, as she covered her face in disbelief. Staring incredulously at Chung Dakawei, Chung Dakawei cast a sharp glance at her, demanding, "What are you staring at? Hurry and apologize to Boss Li. Don't you realize that Boss Li is the owner of the very jeans we sell?" He discreetly conveyed his message. The woman paused momentarily. Then suddenly her face drained of color as she turned to Li Zhi, exclaiming, "You are Boss Li? My sincerest apologies, Boss Li. It is entirely my fault." She repeatedly bowed, each bow exceeding 90 degrees, as if attempting to fold herself in half. As she prepared to bow for the third time, Li Zhi gently intervened, saying, "It's quite all right. It was merely a trivial matter, and I too bear some responsibility." Let us consider this settled. Li Zhi preferred not to escalate the situation, and this resolution sufficed. Upon hearing Li Zhi's words, Cheng Dakuai exhaled in relief, fearing that Li Zhi might cease his supply. He exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, Wang Xiaoyan, who promptly understood and discreetly retrieved a silk scarf that had been prepared by the sales assistant, now elegantly placed in a wooden box, exuding an air of sophistication. Boss Li, I acknowledge my mistake earlier. I was indeed excessive. This must be your sister, correct? She is truly lovely. Please accept this gift for her as my apology. I am sincerely sorry. Wang Xiaoyan, adaptable in her demeanor, was willing to humble herself despite having lost face moments before. Most individuals navigate this world with a degree of humility, contingent upon their leverage. A single dollar might not elicit such deference, but what of 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million, 10 million? Wang Xiaoyan, apprehensive about inciting Li Zhi's ire, would willingly kneel if necessary. The onlookers, initially eager to intervene on Li Zhi's behalf, were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The scene unfolded in a manner that left everyone astonished. This young man's background is undoubtedly remarkable. One observer remarked. Is that not obvious? Just look at how terrified that woman is. Hey, did you hear what that tall fellow was called just now? Boss Li? Another chimed in. Is this young man really the boss? No way. He looks barely 18 or 19. And so what? History has shown that brilliance can emerge at any age. Remember Gan Luo, who became a minister at 12. Talents arise in every generation. Li Zhi offered a warm smile to the crowd. His handsome features and amiable demeanor enveloped them in a comforting aura. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. These are acquaintances, merely a misunderstanding. Let us disperse. And I beg your pardon. He wished to avoid being the center of attention, embodying the principle that there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Li Zhi accepted the box containing the silk scarf and remarked, since it was a misunderstanding, I shall graciously accept this. Thank you, sister. Wang Xiaoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her at his use of the term sister. Brother Cheng, how fortuitous to encounter you today, otherwise I would have sought you out tomorrow. Cheng Dakuai was taken aback. Boss Li, what is the matter? Please inform all the owners selling my jeans at Longwan Wholesale Market tomorrow that at 1 o'clock, we will gather at Chun's Hot Pot for lunch. I would like to treat everyone, and I hope you will all honor my invitation. Cheng Dakuai immediately assured him, rest assured, Boss Li. I will make sure everyone is informed. Very well, I shall take them for another stroll. Until tomorrow. By the way, sister-in-law, do join us if you have the time. Wang Xiaoyan promptly responded. Chapter 61. A new perspective after the sales clerk who had been selling scarves saw Li Zhi and his companions leave. She gave herself a hard slap, lamenting her earlier arrogance. How could she have judged someone so harshly? Since the incident, Li Zhi had not cast her a glance, embodying the wisdom of not stooping to engage with the petty. Each individual's station in life is destined to exist on divergent planes. Having taken the two children shopping, Li Zhi procured new clothes, a new backpack, and a new pencil case. After several hours of shopping, he calculated that it was time to retrieve the trademark from the printing factory, a design conceived by him. Howard greeted Li Zhi upon his return, though his gaze carried a newfound wariness. The brilliance of Li Zhi's intellect was astonishing, verging on omnipotence. Could such a person truly be deemed a backward individual from the East? The following morning, Zhao Shuliang delivered the first batch of new fabric trousers. After inspecting them, Li Zhi found them satisfactory. At least the denim was sufficiently thick, conveying a sense of value. The branding employed was entirely in English, featuring Li Zhi's elegant handwritten script, with two intertwined circles at the center, symbolizing the joint venture. The name Li Huada was appealing, ideal for a striking advertisement. Coming from a future time, Li Zhi understood the immense profits that could follow once a brand gained recognition. For instance, future brands would be marketed globally, while the trousers might not be inexpensive. The production costs were comparable across the board, yet they would yield significantly higher profits. Thus, establishing a brand was imperative. Howard, today I shall take you out for a meal to meet a few friends. Li Zhi's decision to include Howard was multifaceted. The identity of a foreigner could impress many. Even if Howard had a dubious past, who would know but him? Dining out? Sounds great. Howard's fascination with Chinese cuisine had rendered him quite enamored with the country, especially after enjoying the meals prepared by Bai Suqin. He had grown reluctant to return to the guest house, preferring to spend his days in Li Zhi's home, where he had recently learned a considerable amount of Chinese. His most earnest efforts had been directed toward complimenting by Suchin. Auntie, your cooking is exquisite. Auntie, you are truly beautiful. Auntie, your home is so beautifully arranged. His flattery left by Suchin beaming, and his presence was far from bothersome. Let us go, Howard. This time, Howard took the passenger seat as Li Zhi drove directly to Long Wan Chen's hot pot for a reservation, followed by a tour of the wholesale market. Li Zhi's arrival naturally attracted considerable attention. Many had discreetly noted him during his previous deliveries. Boss Li, what brings you to the wholesale market? A rotund man, his eyes gleaming upon spotting Li Zhi, warmly beckoned him. Who might you be? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Fugawei. These three are my stalls. I have a proposition for you. Could you possibly provide me with some of those trousers? I assure you, I will sell them abundantly, and even with a prepayment. Zhu Fugawei had long coveted the popularity of Zhao Baoshan's merchandise. The success of that trending item promised not only profits, but also clientele. Many retailers have heard that the well-selling goods have all been sourced from Zhao Baoshan and Cheng Daki. Retailers seldom procure only one type of product. As a result, the clientele of Zhao Baoshan has doubled compared to before. This is also why Cheng Daki observed Li Zhi with such caution. Oh, you wish to purchase my goods? No problem. Please leave your contact information, and I shall call you when the time is right. Oh, sure. Zhu Fugawei's tongue became tied, almost speechless with delight, as he stood in stunned silence. He had previously heard that this boss Li was rather difficult to approach, with many having been rebuffed in the past. What has changed this time? Zhu Fugawei was unaware of Li Zhi's strategy. Recently, Li Zhi was determined to cultivate competitiveness in the market. One could say that Zhao Baoshan and his associates were the fortunate ones, opening up the market while simultaneously inciting envy amongst their peers, followed by a large-scale promotional endeavor. Moreover, Li Zhi's vision has already transcended the confines of Longwan. Although the Longwan market is sizable, the current production capacity evidently exceeds demand. His new strategy is to expand into new markets, particularly after the majority of households in Beiwakan have switched to electric sewing machines. Productivity has significantly increased. Now, not only is Li Zhi's home overflowing with goods, but even Zhao Shuliang's home is brimming and nearing the point of bursting. Zhu Fugawei is now determined to invite Li Zhi to dinner at all costs. At 4 p.m, let us meet at Hao Yuan. And I won't take no for an answer. Upon saying this, Li Zhi unexpectedly revealed a peculiar smile after several months. It was surprising that Hao Yuan in Longwan was once again hosting new clients. I will certainly arrive early. Zhu Fugawei seemed to envision a flood of cash flowing toward him. Subsequently, news of Li Zhi's arrival at the Longwan wholesale market spread rapidly. Those merchants eager to meet him disregarded their own resting quarters, leaving their families or sales staff behind, and flocked around Li Zhi, offering cigarettes and tea. Boss Li, have a smoke. Get lost. What is wrong with you? Didn't you see Boss Li just tossed a cigarette aside? Smoking too much will only lead to a cough. Boss Li, have some tea. This tea is quite special. $30 a pound. Come by my place later, and I'll gift you a box. $30? You dare to show that off? I have fine tea as well. Top grade de Hongpo. Market price over 60. And this is something I prepared for Boss Li long ago. The group surrounding Li Zhi each displayed their unique charms, sharing Zhu Fugawei's sentiment that befriending this boss Li represented a substantial influx of wealth. While they thought this way, some became anxious, such as Zhao Baoshan, Zhou Zhaoan, and Cheng Daki. They were naturally aware of Li Zhi's visit to the mall, although the Longwan market is not insignificant. There are only over 60 wholesalers. Who doesn't he know whom? Their initial 7 merchants did not possess the highest or lowest strength. Yet Zhao Baoshan and his peers recognized the reason behind their clientele doubling in just 2 months, becoming first-rate merchants. It was Li Zhi who granted them this opportunity. However, now that Li Zhi had arrived, he was surrounded by those eager merchants, causing a sense of urgency. Zhao Baoshan complained to Cheng Daki. Didn't you say you encountered Boss Li yesterday? You were supposed to inform us to join for dinner. So why is he here in person? Others remarked, indeed, Cheng. Can't you be a bit more mindful? Is it so easy to achieve what we have today? Even if you treated Boss Li to dinner yesterday and he drank himself under the table, he shouldn't be arriving this early. Cheng Dakwai was equally displeased, responding. If he wishes to come, how can I stop him? His legs belong to Boss Li, and besides, can I possibly outdrink him? You all witnessed how he downed 2 bottles of liquor without so much as a change in complexion. The reason for Li Zhi's popularity can be attributed to another factor. The attention of many was not solely on him, but also on Howard, the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigner by his side. Such foreign presence is a rarity, particularly since Boss Li seldom frequents the Longwan market, yet that does not diminish Li Zhi's renown. A man named Chow inquired about Howard, asking, "Boss Li, who is this foreign gentleman?" To which another scoffed, "What foreign gentleman? He is a foreigner. Are you still living in feudal times?" "Right, a foreigner." Li Zhi smiled and replied, "This is my business partner. Together, we have established a joint stock limited liability company aimed at penetrating the market and enhancing design." He casually mentioned various technical terms, which, though incomprehensible to the listeners, made them marvel at how impressive Boss Li was to be collaborating with a foreigner. In truth, Zhao Baoshan and Zhou Zhaoan were aware that Boss Li had merely set up a factory in a small village beneath Xiaolan town, but they kept this information confidential, leaving the group even more astonished than when they first encountered Li Zhi, gazing at him in admiration. Li Zhi pulled some aside, announcing, "At 4 this afternoon, at Hao Yuan. Those interested may go directly." This statement sent a wave of excitement through everyone. Such an opportunity was irresistible. Who would choose to miss it? After dispersing the crowd, Li Zhi smiled as he observed Zhao Baoshan and the others from a distance, noting that it was nearly time. "Let us go, brothers, to Chen's hot pot." The expressions of the group were complex, yet no one declined. They exchanged glances, communicating silently, but in the end, none dared to speak, fearful of offending Li Zhi. As they descended the stairs, they witnessed Li Zhi entering a sleek black-blue bird, and to their astonishment, he was driving it himself. This revelation sparked a sense of incredulity. They felt they were beginning to understand Li Zhi, yet now they questioned how he could afford a car so soon. Although they were wholesalers and considered affluent in Longwan, owning a sedan was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet here was Boss Li, evidently capable of such luxury. Their astonishment was only matched by their admiration for him. How discreetly he concealed his capabilities. Upon arriving at the hot pot establishment, the number of guests matched their previous visit, albeit with Howard replacing Zhu Yinshan. However, the circumstances had changed drastically. Last time, they pulled less than 200 yuan, dressed in rented clothes, and arrived by bicycle. Whereas now, Li Zhi couldn't help but reflect on this transformation. This is progress, he mused, yet he was not satisfied. In such a prosperous era, now that he owned a car, how could he not aspire to own a private jet in 30 years? Would that not signify a decline in fortune? Chapter 62. Donning the Li Huada jeans. Embracing youthful chic, Li Zhi refrained from saying much more, urging his companions not to stand on ceremony, as they were all old acquaintances. "Let us eat first," he declared, as he dipped a slice of lamb into the hot pot. Secretly amused by the myriad expressions on the faces of the group, each of them wanting to voice their thoughts, yet hesitating to do so. While Li Zhi and Howard relished their meal, it did not imply that Zhao Baoshan and his companions could enjoy theirs as well, until the matter at hand was clarified. Even the most exquisite delicacies would taste like ashes in their mouths. Finally, with a determined grimace, Zhao Baoshan lifted his glass. "Mr. Li, allow me to toast to you." He downed the drink in one go, with Li Zhi accompanying him. Upon finishing his drink, Zhao Baoshan's face flushed slightly. "Mr. Li, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say." Li Zhi, placing a morsel of lamb in his mouth, encouraged, "Zhao de Gu, please sit down. If there is something on your mind, feel free to speak." "Very well, I shall be direct. Today, I observed that you, Mr. Li, engaged in pleasant conversation with several other merchants. Does this imply you intend to offer them the same jeans?" Li Zhi set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, smiling as he anticipated their queries. "Indeed, I wish for my products to be sold throughout the market." His words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the room. "What? Mr. Li, how can that be acceptable?" One exclaimed. "Exactly. This would undermine our competitive edge." Another added, "Please, do voice your concerns. Do you believe the price is too low? If so, I am open to reasonable price adjustments." "Yes, a slight increase would suffice. We are willing to forego profit." These individuals were astute, fully aware of the implications of a bestseller. Such a phenomenon not only generated sales growth, but also attracted new clientele, thereby boosting the sales of other styles and products. Even if this particular item did not yield profits, they were willing to sell it, even at a loss, as long as the losses could be compensated by the profits from other items. Li Zhi shook his head and stood with a serious demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not rush. Allow me to finish." The Li Zhi company is now established, and our strategy is underway. This matter is non-negotiable. However, trust me when I say that even if your competitors sell this item, it will not adversely affect your clientele. That said, there may be a gap of 1 or 2 months during which you might experience some losses. Nevertheless, I assure you, during this period, the price for you, my 7 esteemed clients, will be reduced by 2 yuan. While it may not seem significant, it is a token of my appreciation. Li Zhi's words brooked no dissent. Even if they felt reluctant, they did not dare voice their discontent. The prospect of a 2 yuan concession lightened their spirits, for the item was currently generating substantial daily revenue, and the concession would translate to at least an additional 100 yuan in their pockets each day. However, there was one stipulation. All of your sales spaces must prominently display my advertising banner as long as you sell my merchandise. Advertising banner? What kind of banner? Without waiting for their questions, Li Zhi returned to his vehicle and retrieved several colorful banners from the trunk. This banner must be displayed above your stalls and cannot be removed. You are to monitor one another. Should anyone take it down, they will no longer be able to procure my goods. Li Zhi's tone was notably grave, underscoring the significance of the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished that a simple banner could carry such weight. Moreover, the notion of mutual supervision, they seized the banner, which bore a rather straightforward message, where Li Zhi jeans, be a fashionable youth. The typography was flamboyantly cursive, with Li Zhi's name prominently displayed in the upper left corner. Beneath the Chinese characters was a line in English, essentially a translation of the slogan, where Li Zhi jeans, be a fashionable youth. This catchy phrase resonated well with the cultural zeitgeist of the era. Li Zhi had pondered over this phrase for quite some time, meticulously refining it until he set aside the advanced brainwashing advertisements of the 21st century. After all, in 1987, one ought to reflect the essence of that year. While transcending the times is commendable, presenting something anachronistic may not always be appropriate. Shall we just hang this in the stall? He mused. To his surprise, it looked quite appealing. I'm certainly not taking it down. Cheng Dakuai was the first to voice his support, with the others quickly following suit, declaring that as long as the stall stood, the advertisement would remain. Li Zhi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was the first step in their promotional endeavor. The meal did not last long, and by 3 o'clock, they dispersed, Howard's belly round from indulgence. Boss, are we heading home? Home? What are you thinking? There are many important tasks yet to be accomplished. The next event is about to commence. The next venue was Hao Yuan, a Chinese restaurant. Upon entering, Li Zhi instructed the waitress to remove the screens separating the 3 private rooms, allowing them to merge into one. He ordered an exquisite banquet spread across 3 tables, accompanied by a generous selection of wine. Boss, are we still eating? I can't manage another bite. Li Zhi rolled his eyes at this. Are you daft? If you can't eat, then don't. Just consider yourself as a mere accessory. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Howard sank into his seat. Li Zhi's intention in bringing Howard was indeed to use him as a backdrop. Having a foreigner present would undoubtedly prompt deeper contemplation among the group. As the clock edged towards 4, Li Zhi stood at the entrance of Hao Yuan, awaiting the arrival of wholesalers making their way from the wholesale market. A young waitress observed Li Zhi conversing animatedly with the group, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Young and handsome, Li Zhi exuded an air of sophistication that set him apart from the wealthier patrons who arrived on motorcycles. 3 or 4 waitresses within the restaurant discreetly glanced at him, occasionally whispering to one another before breaking into shy smiles. Li Zhi was well aware of their lingering gazes, although the girls were indeed somewhat attractive and exuded confidence. He held high standards and naturally found them lacking. Mr. Chow, please come in. The large private room over there is all yours. You must be familiar with everyone. Chao Jingji was somewhat taken aback to hear his name called by Li Zhi, surprised that the boss remembered him. It seemed Li Zhi had high hopes for him. He resolved to perform admirably, determined not to let Li Zhi foot the bill. He planned to discreetly settle the account himself. Little did he know, Li Zhi had an exceptional memory, not only recalling Chao Jingji's name, but also remembering the names of everyone he had greeted at the wholesale market that day. It wasn't that Li Zhi was exceptionally clever. He simply possessed a slight edge over others, having trained his memory through a specialized technique. Thank you all for gathering here today. I trust you are aware of the occasion. To cut to the chase, you will soon be able to purchase my jeans. The crowd was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. Truly, how splendid. Thank you, Boss Li. Boss Li is incredibly generous. They had anticipated further remarks, yet were pleasantly surprised by Boss Li's straightforwardness, which was quite agreeable. The elation among them was palpable. This was their second visit to the How Garden, catering once more to the wholesale city crowd, yet it felt entirely different. Previously, they had to bring their own drinks, putting on a facade of affluence. But now they were basking in newfound wealth. With Li Zhi present, the atmosphere was delightful, and the crowd gained a deeper understanding of this Boss Li. As the drinks flowed, Li Zhi rose to speak. "All right, everyone, let us call it a night. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises." The crowd, attuned to the moment, understood well. It was essential to possess such awareness to thrive as a business owner in this era. "Goodbye, Boss Li. Do visit us often." When Li Zhi went to settle the bill, he was astonished to discover someone had already taken care of it. It turned out to be Chao Jingji and another individual named Qi Xiaoyang. Li Zhi silently noted these two. They were indeed talents. Not merely for their act of paying, but also because their shrewdness warranted special attention. He got into his car, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Yet it did not impair his ability to drive. "Take care, boss," he called out. "All right, everyone, head home and rest early." However, Li Zhi did not return home. Instead, he meandered through Longwan, cruising around People's South Park and Youth Park. As night deepened, the park's open spaces were filled with a group of young people clad in fashionable attire, their eccentric styles on display, blasting music from a boombox. Beneath a streetlight, a young girl was weeping, her origins unknown. The sorrowful cries of the girl tugged at the heartstrings. One could only wonder who had abandoned her and where she might go. "Dear little sister, please do not cry. Boss, these young folks are quite trendy," Howard remarked with a hint of sarcasm while observing them dance. Li Zhi felt a flush of embarrassment. There was little he could do. This was the essence of contemporary culture. However, he couldn't help but think their dancing was rather inadequate. Even if Li Zhi lacked knowledge in dance, he could discern their lack of foundational skills. "Oh, this is what we call the culture of the new era, which will inevitably blend with local characteristics. You wouldn't understand. Howard, the nation we belong to possesses the remarkable ability to absorb and assimilate other cultures. It is said that aside from us, no other ethnic group shares such a talent for cultural assimilation." By the end of his statement, Li Zhi felt a swell of pride. All right, you are correct, boss. But did you bring me here merely to watch them dance?" Howard, aware of Li Zhi's patriotic fervor and strong national pride, did not wish to clash with him over this issue. "Howard, you have known me for quite some time. Have I ever engaged in meaningless endeavors?" Li Zhi's gaze pierced through the crowd, surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Howard paused, realizing it was indeed true. This boss was remarkably pragmatic. A doer who never wasted time on trivial pursuits. At times, his methods might appear chaotic, yet the ultimate objectives and outcomes were invariably astonishing. Chapter 63. Poster promotion. What is it that you intend to accomplish? Although Howard was familiar with Li Zhi's nature, he could not fathom what this enigmatic boss was truly planning. "Let us wait a moment and continue our stroll," Li Zhi remarked as he drove, marking all the parks and small squares where disco dancing took place. However, even as the clock approached 10 o'clock at night, this group of young individuals, aged between 15 and 25, showed no signs of departing. Instead, their enthusiasm only intensified, much to the chagrin of the elderly nearby who were unable to sleep, expressing their discontent with loud reprimands. Li Zhi mused that while they were youthful now, in 2 or 3 decades, they would still be the same vibrant crowd, though equipped with towering speakers that would amplify their revelry. As the crowd began to disperse around 11, Li Zhi and Howard, under the cover of darkness, retrieved some items from the trunk, stealthily making their way into the open spaces of a small park, searching for a telephone pole. "Boss, this is not an appropriate behavior," Howard protested vehemently upon realizing Li Zhi's intentions. "Are you no longer interested in making money?" Li Zhi shot him a glare. "Isn't this damaging the urban environment?" Howard countered. "On the contrary, I am enhancing the environment, bringing a fresh aesthetic to the city," Li Zhi declared, then motioned to Howard. "What are you waiting for? Get to work." "All right, I understand," Howard replied, taking the glue bucket and a small brush to apply glue to the pole, while Li Zhi affixed a poster that read, "Wear Levi's and be a fashionable youth." The advertisement, now in portrait format, featured a stylish Caucasian girl clad in Levi's jeans, her branding modified to suit their needs. With flashlights illuminating their work, the city lay shrouded in darkness. This was not the 21st century with illuminated streets. After 11, it was almost entirely black, with few residences lit. In such an environment, Li Zhi and Howard labored diligently to inject new colors and vitality into the city. After approximately 5 hours of toil, they were utterly exhausted. They had managed to place posters in 5 parks and 8 small squares, saturating every prominent location with their advertisements. "I'm so hungry that I lack the energy for our grand feast tonight. Perhaps we should have eaten more," Howard complained. Li Zhi, equally fatigued, had to remain vigilant to avoid the watchful eyes of elderly patrol members, who, despite their age, had taken to the streets at night, seeking social validation in their twilight years, forming an impromptu neighborhood watch. It was likely that even without a meager monthly stipend of 3 yuan, they would still patrol. Li Zhi sincerely admired the elderly who roamed the night like spirits, yet acknowledged their annoyance. As they approached the last small square, the season still not quite reaching summer, darkness enveloped the area at 4 or 5 o'clock. Li Zhi and Howard crouched low, cautiously making their way into the square, intermittently switching their flashlights on and off. After surveying the surroundings, Li Zhi discovered only 3 suitable spots for posters. "Howard, apply the glue." Li Zhi issued a command, and Howard swiftly completed the task with a few strokes of the brush, now quite adept at it, his efficiency having multiplied immensely. Li Zhi affixed the posters with steady hands. The second one was soon finished, and with a sigh of relief, he thought that once the last one was up, his labors would be at an end. Exhausted, he contemplated visiting a nearby breakfast stall for a couple of fried dough sticks, a few buns, and a warm bowl of soy milk to warm himself, as the night air was quite chilly. Just as Howard finished applying the glue and Li Zhi was about to place the poster, a beam of flashlight suddenly illuminated his face, plunging his vision into darkness. "Who goes there?" came a voice, not belonging to the youthful. "Run." Li Zhi kicked Howard, urging him to flee. Without needing to look, he knew it must be the restless elderly patrols on their nightly rounds. Both young men moved swiftly, their fatigue from the night's work not enough to hinder them against the pursuit of the older folks. Li Zhi smirked. It was of little consequence now. He could forego the last poster if need be. Howard, however, understood that his boss's outward calm belied his true feelings. Li Zhi held not only high expectations for others, but was also exceedingly demanding of himself. Failing to complete the last poster would surely be a source of frustration for him. Howard's assumptions proved accurate. Li Zhi was on the brink of exasperation. He was so close. Why could he not finish? His obsessive tendencies were severe. The elderly man wielding the flashlight began his chase, but despite his age and frailty, he was undeterred, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You little rascal, don't you dare run. Lao Lu, Lao Hu, Lao Zhang." Block their path. In the stillness of the night, his voice carried far, and Li Zhi thought to himself, "This is bad." Sure enough, several beams of flashlight began to converge ahead. A fierce look crossed Howard's face. "Boss, let me handle this." Li Zhi retorted sharply, "Come back. What do you think you're going to accomplish?" Howard's prowess was undeniable. Subduing a few elderly men would be simple, but some matters could not be resolved through violence. At that moment, the lights drew closer, and Li Zhi raised his hands, calling out, "We're not running. Please, gentlemen, don't shine that in our eyes." The elderly men lowered their flashlights slightly, and soon the original old man caught up, panting heavily. "Keep running. You little brat, you're not slow on your feet." However, upon closer inspection, he paused. The 2 young men were well dressed, their expressions not those of petty thieves, especially Howard, a foreigner, causing the patrol to hesitate. The purpose of their nightly rounds was to deter miscreants and thieves. "Speak. Who are you? What are you doing out at this hour?" Despite their suspicion, they pressed with a stern tone. Li Zhi glanced at the men in black tunics adorned with red armbands, thinking how unfortunate it was to encounter them. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and smiled. "Ah, good sir, you've misunderstood. I am from the Urban Construction Bureau. We're here to beautify the environment, to enhance the city's vibrancy. Look." He then produced the unfinished poster to show the elderly men. The group was momentarily taken aback. Urban Construction Bureau? It appears that this unit exists. But does it belong to the Owls? Working late at night, and why are there foreigners present? A few individuals whispered among themselves. When the elder who first noticed Li Zhi spoke up, "Nonsense. What City Construction Bureau? How can there be foreigners in the City Construction Bureau? Do you think we are unaware?" Li Zhi realized he had been careless, forgetting Howard's foreign identity. However, who is Li Zhi? He possesses an extraordinary talent for fabricating stories and arguing persuasively. He quickly devised a response. "Oh, dear sir, he is not. I am the one from the City Construction Bureau. However, he is the donor of the materials for this project, as he intends to donate certain items to our unit. But it requires some advertising on his part, which I have no choice but to accommodate. The elders looked at Li Zhi with skepticism. That doesn't add up. If you are from the City Construction Bureau, you should be responsible for urban development. Shouldn't such matters fall under the sanitation department? Furthermore, why must this be done at night? It seems rather suspicious. You don't appear to be a good person. Old Zhang chimed in. You should go find the police. Li Zhi quickly interjected. Please, dear sir, do not trouble the police. I truly am from the City Construction Bureau. This gentleman is an investor. Why do you not believe me? It is inconvenient during the day. Come, let me show you. We have posted notices at the Youth Park and Labor Park. You can see for yourselves. Labor Park? That is quite far. Who would go there with you? The elder scoffed. Labor Park is over 10 miles away. Oh, but we have a car. Come, let us take you to see. As the elders observed, Li Zhi did not appear to be a petty thief. So they decided to follow him. When they saw the sleek black car, they were astonished. Who in this era owns a car? They must either be wealthy or of high status. Their wariness towards Li Zhi diminished significantly. Young man, is this your car? I wish. It belongs to this foreign businessman, Li Zhi replied. Come aboard, gentlemen. Let us go for a ride. At this point, the elders had already begun to trust Li Zhi's identity. However, the opportunity to ride in a car was rare for them, and they were eager to experience it. Thus, they willingly boarded the vehicle. This car is quite comfortable, one of them exclaimed. Indeed. Old Zhang, when will your son buy a car? Never. My son will never afford such a luxury. Whether or not there were posters at Labor Park or Youth Park became irrelevant. What mattered was that this group of elders had boarded the automobile, and Li Zhi faced no further difficulties. Li Zhi took a sip of warm soy milk. Feeling a comforting warmth envelop him, Howard stuffed a large meat bun into his mouth, declaring it delicious, though not as exquisite as his aunt's cooking. Li Zhi understood he was referring to his own mother. Of course, my mother's culinary skills are unmatched. Li Zhi also enjoyed 2 buns. Reassured by the authenticity of the ingredients in this era, knowing he could eat without concern. Boss, are we returning soon? One elder inquired. Li Zhi shook his head. Not yet. Let's see how today's matters progress. It might take until evening. What else is there? Chapter 64. The Enchantress Su Qingli. Why did Li Zhi choose the small square in the park? He understood that the target demographic resided in those areas, with young people being the primary consumers of distressed denim. If the promotional efforts in these locations were substantial enough, they could stimulate purchases among the youth throughout the county. Additionally, Li Zhi had also set his sights on the rural market, noting that the economic disparity between townships and cities had diminished significantly. In fact, some rural areas were faring even better than urban centers. There were 2 matters at hand. One was to approach the manager of the wholesale market to discuss erecting an advertising billboard outside, if possible. He aimed to negotiate an exclusive deal. The second was to place advertisements in the surrounding townships. Howard grasped Li Zhi's intent. The concept of advertising had long been established in foreign lands, yet it remained relatively nascent in this country. His curiosity piqued. How could this businessman, who had neither studied abroad nor traveled internationally, possess such advanced ideas? His fascination with Li Zhi deepened, compelling him to linger. The binding nature of the contract played a role, but chiefly, it was his intrigue about Li Zhi that kept him from departing. He was eager to witness what such a person could accomplish, for his presence was driven by a singular purpose. After their meal, the pair proceeded directly to Longwan Wholesale Market. Li Zhi had intentionally summoned Chao Jingji to assess his capabilities. The second batch of about 30 individuals had yet to receive their goods, and upon learning of Li Zhi's intent to supply them, the group was thrilled, hardly sleeping that night as they discussed their bright futures with their families. Boss Li, what brings you to the wholesale market manager? Chao Jingji inquired as he escorted Li Zhi to the top floor. Just a discussion. If we can finalize this, it will greatly benefit your sales. Li Zhi replied with a smile, though he refrained from elaborating further. I see. Here we are. This is the office. Normally, Director Chang oversees the affairs of the wholesale market. He is somewhat related to me, my wife's cousin's little uncle. Li Zhi chuckled inwardly at the convoluted connection. Well then, having an acquaintance makes things easier. Chao Jingji grinned. Of course. Familiarity is key. He knocked on the door, and a man's voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering, they found a man in a black suit, sipping tea and reading a newspaper. Chao Jingji greeted him. Director Chang. Director Chang glanced at Chao Jingji. Hello, hello. May I ask who you are? Li Zhi feigned ignorance, casting his gaze elsewhere. Chao Jingji felt a flush of embarrassment, having boasted moments ago. He now found himself at a loss for words. He chuckled awkwardly. Director Chang, you must have a lot on your mind. We dined together not long ago. I am Chao Jingji, and Zhao Qi is somewhat akin to my little uncle. Zhao Qi was indeed the cousin of Chao Jingji's wife. Oh, hello. Please, take a seat. Recognizing Zhao Qi's name, Director Chang understood that Li Zhi was not an outsider. Chao Jingji promptly introduced them, and upon noticing Howard beside Li Zhi, Director Chang regarded Li Zhi with newfound respect. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Director Chang inquired, offering tea before speaking further. You are responsible for the exterior of the building, correct? Is there currently anyone leasing it? Chang Gui was taken aback. Mr. Li, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Li Zhi had long been attentive to the structure of Longwan Wholesale City. At that moment, the exterior of the building was adorned with orderly windows, and only a few large characters graced the rooftop, devoid of any extravagant advertisements. To put it simply, I wish to lease the outer wall of the building. The outer wall. What purpose does that serve? Chang Gui was puzzled. He could comprehend the idea of leasing a shop, but what did leasing an outer wall entail? That's not for you to worry about. I have no interest in what's inside the building. I solely require the outer wall. To be frank, I want to provide benefits for the clients of Longwan Wholesale City and assist in promoting their interests, Li Zhi explained. At this moment, Chao Zhengji interjected, Indeed, Mr. Li is a major supplier for our wholesale city. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Chang Gui to be cautious and not to offend this individual. Chang Gui was taken aback, realizing Li Zhi's significant connections. After some contemplation, he replied, I must consult with my superiors regarding this matter. I understand the pricing for shop rentals, whether it's 1,000 or several thousand. But how does one lease an outer wall? Li Zhi pondered for a moment and suggested. Director Chang can negotiate this. Just state that I wish to lease the outer wall. There's no need for elaborate details. You can quote a price of 500 a year for a 10-year lease. Furthermore, if you successfully facilitate this matter, I shall provide you with an additional 500 as a token of appreciation. Chang Gui was not an official, and thus Li Zhi straightforwardly communicated the benefits. Unfamiliar with Li Zhi's directness due to their lack of prior dealings, Chang Gui hesitated. However, Chao Jingji, who had interacted with Li Zhi the previous evening, was well aware of his temperament. He promptly advised, Director Chang, you should proceed as Mr. Li suggests. Trust me, he is a man of his word. Seeing that Chao Jingji endorsed the plan, Chang Gui immediately agreed. All right, I will consult with my superiors at once. Chao Jingji accompanied Li Zhi in casual conversation while they awaited Chang Gui's return. After a while, Chang Gui re-entered with a smile, exclaiming, I have fulfilled my duty. Oh, Director Chang is indeed efficient. In that case, let us draft a contract, Li Zhi responded. Not so fast. The wholesale city is a joint venture between the state and private entities. This time, it is a private owner coming to sign the contract. They are quite pleased to hear that the outer wall can be leased, and the second owner is on their way, just 10 minutes away. Li Zhi nodded, then retrieved 500 yuan in cash from his bag. This is your token of appreciation, Director Chang. You have earned it. Chang Gui received the money with excitement, realizing that he might not even save 500 in a year of hard work. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of clicking high heels echoed in the corridor. Chang Gui seemed familiar with the sound and whispered to Li Zhi, It seems she has arrived. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a graceful figure. Li Zhi was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the so-called second owner would be a woman. Miss Su. Chang Gui promptly stood up, then turned his gaze towards Li Zhi. The woman's eyes shifted to Li Zhi, silently studying him with keen interest. Likewise, Li Zhi scrutinized the woman before him. His first impression was that she was strikingly beautiful, likely in her mid-20s, standing around 162 centimeters tall, and clad in a fitted red trench coat. She sported a head of magnificent waves, her makeup exquisitely done, adorned with a gold earring the size of an egg, her lips painted a vivid red, and the corners of her mouth slightly pursed, as if she were on the verge of a smile. The two exchanged glances for a few moments, and the woman's gaze lingered on Howard for a brief moment before sweeping over to Chao Jingji. Lao Chang, please make the introductions, she prompted. Chang Gui quickly interjected. Yes, Ms. Su. This is Mr. Li Zhi, who wishes to lease the wall space. He gestured toward Li. Mr. Li, this is Ms. Su Qingli. the second largest owner in our wholesale market, after the state-owned enterprises. At that moment, Su Qingli extended her slender, fair hand. Internally, she felt a twinge of disdain. As Li Zhi appeared exceedingly young, so much so that it cast doubt on the authenticity of his intentions. She underestimated him. "Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Li," she said. Li Zhi gently grasped the tips of her fingers, then released her hand. "Hello, Miss Su." Su Qingli was taken aback, despite her youth. She had long since immersed herself in the social scene, leveraging her beauty and social skills to thrive in Longwan over the past 2 years. People referred to her as Little Dodgy because she bore a striking resemblance to a certain actress from Hong Kong who had portrayed Dodgy. And Su Qingli was confident that few men could resist her charms. She had presumed Li Zhi to be a mere boy, likely to be captivated by her beauty. But his handshake delivered a significant blow to her expectations. Most men, upon shaking her hand, seemed to cling to it as if coated in glue, unwilling to let go. Yet this young man possessed a pure gaze, imbued with a profound depth akin to a clear night sky. A depth so absorbing it felt as though it could draw in one's very soul. She chuckled softly, concealing her mouth, fully aware of her allure. But soon found herself disappointed, as Li Zhi's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. "Mr. Li, you can't be more than 20, right?" "Truly. Heroes emerge in youth," Su Qingli remarked, her flirtation fading as her demeanor took on a more dignified air, effortlessly transitioning her essence. Li Zhi's gaze sharpened slightly, impressed by the formidable woman before him. Had he not possessed a perspective far exceeding that of his contemporaries, he might have faltered today. She was indeed extraordinary. "Ms. Su can't be that old either, perhaps even a smidge younger than I am. I am 19. Her laughter rang out at this remark. For no woman is indifferent to age. Li Zhi's light-hearted compliment brought her joy. "Little brother, your words are sweet as honey. I'm already 25. How do you feel about that?" Li Zhi smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, little brother? But this brother is no child." His words held a double meaning, momentarily stunning Su Qingli, who then shot him a flirtatious glance. "Who knows? Meeting in person is far more enlightening. I should get to know you better, little brother." "Ah, I am free today," he replied. Su Qingli mused, "Is this lad truly 19? She had regarded him as a mere boy, thinking that their previous candid exchanges would leave him blushing. But he remained unfazed, turning the tables on her instead. "Let us discuss the contract," Su Qingli suggested, feeling slightly overwhelmed. This young man was indeed a little devil. "Very well," Li Zhi agreed, appropriately pausing the conversation. "You mentioned a 10-year lease for the wall at 500 each year?" "Indeed. The payment is to be made in a lump sum for the entire decade, accompanied by a signed contract." Su Qingli, with her long legs elegantly crossed, occupied the spot previously held by Chang Gui, her pant cuffs slightly lifted to reveal a delicate calf, as white and tender as lotus root, while Chang Gui stood behind her. "Very well, I have no objections. However, I must inquire, why lease a wall that serves no apparent purpose? It seems rather useless, does it not?" Li Zhi's mind raced, realizing that Su Qingli's question likely stemmed from Chang Gui's failure to convey the intended purpose of the wall rental. "To be candid, it doesn't hold much utility. Alas, it is what it is. Your wholesale market has fallen into disrepair, has it not? As a supplier, I provide 90% of the denim sold in your market, yet the Dragon Bay wholesale market is dilapidated and uninviting. How can one attract customers in such a rundown place? If it were a bright, new building or an opulent wholesale market, clientele would flock to it." After much contemplation, I decided to lease the wall for a renovation, perhaps to adorn it with some artwork. Chang Gui struggled to suppress his laughter, thinking to himself how this Li Zhi could charm even the most skeptical with his words, spinning fabrications so convincing that even those in the know could be led astray. Su Qingli was taken aback by Li Zhi's audacity, first criticizing their market and then attempting to position himself as the benefactor. Clearly, his motivations were self-serving, focused on his own clientele. Yet, Su Qingli was no pushover. She smiled lightly, acknowledging, "Ah, it appears we have erred. Mr. Li, as a major supplier to our market, you are indeed concerned for our welfare. How embarrassing for us. However, such matters should not burden you. It is merely an exterior renovation of the building. Allow me to handle it. You needn't trouble yourself. I assure you it will be resolved within 3 days." She fixed her gaze on Li Zhi's face, thinking, "Let us see you pretend now." Li Zhi paid little heed to her words, knowing she wouldn't follow through if she intended to renovate. She would have done so long ago. Moreover, A building renovation was no minor expense, typically ranging in the hundreds of thousands, and he doubted Su Qingli would act impulsively. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to extend an olive branch. Sister, have I upset you? It is entirely my fault for speaking out of turn. I shall take my own reprimand. He lightly touched his cheek. Please, let me take care of this matter. I understand your capabilities and your focus on the market's well-being. It is merely a lack of time that hinders this project. May I have the opportunity? Su Qingli smiled subtly, finding Li Zhi to her liking. He was adaptable and astute, aware of what was appropriate to say. Very well, I forgive you. How shall we proceed with the contract? Li Zhi smiled. I have already prepared it. With that, he produced the contract he had printed downstairs prior to their meeting, leaving Chang Gue astonished. Truly, this Mr. Li possessed admirable character. Previously, he had thought Li Zhi's mention of 500 to be mere casual banter, but now he felt as though he had been outmatched in intellect. Su Qingli casually glanced at the contract she received, not paying it much mind, as it was merely a wall surface, nothing of significant importance. All right, I shall sign it, she declared, proceeding to inscribe her name and affix her seal. Meanwhile, Li Zhi took the contract and produced 5,000 yuan, exclaiming, a delightful collaboration. A smile crept across his face. Acquiring a 10-year lease on a wholesale city wall for such a modest sum was indeed a remarkable bargain. Su Qingli, however, was indifferent to the 5,000 yuan. It was inconsequential to her. Her curiosity was piqued regarding Li Zhi's intentions. She firmly dismissed his claims of renovating the wall, believing such deceit might fool others, but not her little dodgy. Dream on. Is my dear brother free? Shall we dine together? I am eager to witness just how remarkable you truly are. With a playful glance, she directed her gaze toward the center of Li Zhi's trousers. Hee. We shall discuss this another time. I have matters to attend to today. Let us exchange contact information. Su Qingli found Li Zhi intriguing. Yet his rejection left her at a loss. With a slight arch of her brow, she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Very well, we shall revisit this later. Li Zhi felt a rush of blood to his face, his body leaning slightly forward, unbidden, as he inadvertently brushed against Su Qingli's hand with the center of his trousers, causing her delicate hand to be tapped thrice by a certain variable organ. His face flushed crimson. What an embarrassing predicament. This woman was more alluring than Zhao Shuyang's wife. While Li Chui possessed an innate charm, her demeanor remained relatively pure and upright. Su Qingli, however, exuded a wild allure that was utterly irresistible. Su Qingli's cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she muttered, "Little lecher," before hastily departing, leaving behind a teasing remark. Have you employed the same methods as Sun Wukong in learning his craft? Such a statement left Li Zhi feeling utterly mortified. Good heavens! The methods of the Bodhi patriarch? What did he do after tapping the monkey on the head? Ah yes, in the dead of night, he ventured to the Bodhi's quarters. This insinuation resonated with Li Zhi, prompting an internal shout. If you have the audacity, come to my bed at midnight, and I shall demonstrate the 72 transformations. Inside the room, Li Zhi stood blushing. Lost in thought, Howard appeared bewildered. Chang Gue seemed contemplative, while Chao Jingji stared at the ground, suppressing laughter as he examined his shoes. Ahem, enough of this, Director Chang. Thank you for your assistance today. We must take our leave. Until next time. He understood that today's success was largely due to Chang Gue's pivotal role. Misguided guidance had facilitated this outcome. Very well, Boss Li, do visit us again when you have the chance. Although Chang Gue lacked sharp wits, his steady approach was valued by those above him. Li Zhi and Chao Zhengji sat on his bed for a while before departing with Howard. Boss, did we just secure an outdoor advertising space for 10 years at 5,500 yuan? Howard still struggled to believe the smoothness of the transaction. 5,500 yuan for a decade. He was at a loss for words. Li Zhi frowned and cautioned, do not celebrate too soon. This is merely a preliminary investment. There is little chance of recouping costs in the next year or two. However, today's events have served as a reminder. Let us proceed. A light bulb went off in Howard's mind. Continue the leasing? Clever. Chapter 66. Steady development. Li Zhi visited various locations including department stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, and residential areas. This time, however, his selections were more discerning. He secured a department store for 400 yuan, while the 6 supply and marketing cooperatives collectively cost only 200. Moreover, the lease term was extended to 5 years, and several residential areas were acquired with just a few cigarettes and bottles of liquor. There was a small train station in Longwan. But Li Zhi had little interest in it. The station was too small, and the dominant industries in Longwan remained unclear, leaving him without a target clientele. With the resources he currently possessed, Li Zhi aimed to establish Longwan's garment wholesale market as the premier destination for wholesale trade in the surrounding area. The efficacy of outdoor media resources, known only to Li Zhi from future knowledge, promised remarkable results. That evening, the two returned to Gaohua village. Although Li Zhi still had unfinished business, the second batch of clients for the garment wholesale market awaited their goods. Li Zhi, why didn't you return last night? What were you up to? Your eyes are so red. Did you not sleep? As soon as Li Zhi entered, Bai Suqing noticed something was amiss. Both Li Zhi and Howard had slightly red eyes, and dark circles were evident beneath them. It's nothing, Mom. We really didn't sleep last night. We were handling some matters. Is there food? Yes. I saved some for you. Bai Suqing quickly prepared a meal for her son. While Howard had intentionally refrained from dining in Longwan, expressing a longing for his aunt's cooking, stating he felt uncomfortable after a day without her food. Take your time. Leave some for me. What about your Western etiquette? Li Zhi nearly lost his temper at Howard's voracious appetite. Recently, Howard had become increasingly adept with chopsticks and was eating at an alarming speed. What Western etiquette? Howard retorted, placing a piece of rib into his bowl. Now, the two conversed in Chinese, and Li Zhi gained a new appreciation for Howard's intellect. It was no surprise that he had managed to steal an entire machine along with 30,000 meters of fabric from a tightly secured factory in Texas. He was exceptionally clever. After dinner, Li Zhi inspected the workshop. The machines were operating 24 hours a day, and such high-load operation posed significant risks. However, with Lu Shu's expertise, Li Zhi felt reassured. He provided a concept, and Li Dekong promptly created a water-cooling machine to regulate the temperature of the machines, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of malfunctions. Zhu Shanhai sent fabric in batches of 500 kilograms every 5 days, which he found quite unsatisfactory. Boss Zhu, this is excessive. We agreed on a minimum of 500 kilograms per day, and now it's only 500 kilograms every 5 days? Had I known, I would have partnered with that southern boss instead. What kind of arrangement is this? Li Zhi felt a pang of guilt regarding this situation. After all, he had initially promised a minimum of 500 kilograms daily. Even 1,000 kilograms would have been feasible. However, due to the limited capacity of the weaving machines, they could only produce 200 meters a day, necessitating the use of 100 kilograms of cotton thread. While Li Zhi reflected on his own shortcomings, he was unwilling to entertain the complaints of a defeated rival. Without uttering a word, he abruptly ended the call with Zhu Shanhai. He then remotely contacted Wu Zhirong, who awaited Zhu Shanhai at the entrance of Factory 807 that very evening. Director Zhu, how have you been lately? Zhu Shanhai was uncertain about the conversation that transpired between Li Zhi and Wu Zhirong, yet it appeared that the latter had undergone a transformation. Previously, he had felt a mixture of fear and resentment towards him, but now, there was no trace of trepidation. Hastily pushing his bicycle, Zhu Shanhai pulled Wu Zhirong aside. What brings you here? Didn't we agree last time that you wouldn't disturb me anymore? Wu Zhirong sneered. Did I say that? I must have forgotten. To be honest, I had no desire to meet you, but Boss Li asked me to convey a message. Upon uttering this, Wu Zhirong cast a chilling gaze at Zhu Shanhai, who felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In truth, he regretted the weight of his words after Li Zhi abruptly hung up the phone, but when he attempted to call back, his efforts were in vain. What did Boss Li say? Zhu Shanhai inquired. Wu Zhirong circled him before leaning in coldly to whisper, Boss Li wants to remind you not to forget your position. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, he would not hesitate to have you lose your job and find someone else to collaborate with. Zhu Shanhai felt the sweat dripping onto the ground, completely unaware of when Wu Zhirong had departed. He had believed that Li Zhi's distance would render him untouchable, but it seemed that was not the case. The following morning, groups of people from the clothing wholesale market rode their motorcycles from Longwan to meet with Li Zhi, who received them with warmth. After all, they were clients, and every transaction meant profit for him. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, you won't need to rush like this. I plan to rent a warehouse near the wholesale market, so when stock runs low, you can replenish directly from there. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. Thank you, Boss Li. Indeed, Boss Li is kind-hearted and considerate of us. Of course, collaborating with Boss Li is a stroke of good fortune. Li Zhi cheerfully handed out the orders, exchanging goods for payment. At that moment, a clean-cut young man approached him. Upon recognizing Qi Xiaoyang, Li Zhi inquired. Mr. Qi, what can I do for you? As others began to leave, only Chao Jingji and Qi Xiaoyang lingered. Qi Xiaoyang smiled. I do have a matter to discuss, Boss Li. I wanted to ask if you have any other styles aside from this one. No, I don't. Li Zhi replied honestly. He hadn't considered what other styles to create. Qi Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. Would you be interested in adding some styles? As a fashion design student, I was quite impressed with these jeans. However, a clothing company cannot thrive on a single style, can it? Oh. Li Zhi was surprised to learn that Qi Xiaoyang was a fashion designer. Recently, he had been troubled by this very issue, as he was not a professional in the field. Even if Qi Xiaoyang hadn't brought it up, he would have had to devise a strategy, knowing that relying solely on one style wouldn't sustain the business for long. Do share your thoughts. What ideas do you have? I believe this style of jeans could benefit from some modifications, such as the length, patterns, and embroidery, all of which could be adjusted. That makes sense. Don't leave just yet. Let us discuss this further. Li Zhi invited both Qi Xiaoyang and Chao Jingji to stay, even offering them lunch, and engaged in extensive conversation with Qi Xiaoyang. Over the course of more than 20 days, Li Zhi's Lihua de clothing company has introduced over 10 new styles, expanding beyond merely distressed jeans to include the currently fashionable flared trousers. The advantages of Li Zhi are becoming increasingly apparent. While the standard denim fabric in the market weighs 500 grams, his denim pants are crafted from a sturdier 600 grams, offering a significantly more substantial feel. Furthermore, he has initiated production starting from cotton thread, thereby elongating the industrial chain and substantially reducing costs. This not only results in higher profits, but also allows him to price his products lower than competitors. Given such advantages, it would be difficult not to turn a profit. During this period, Zhao Shuiyang has also prospered remarkably. Thanks to the introduction of electric sewing machines, production capacity has more than doubled, with daily deliveries of 300 to 400 pairs of jeans. However, in recent days, Li Zhi has noticed a decline in the number of jeans delivered, with only slightly over 100 arriving yesterday. When Zhao Shuiyang came to deliver goods, Li Zhi called him into the room. Brother Zhao, how many families in your village are currently working for me? Currently, about 80 households. I would love to have them all sewing for you, as the earnings are significantly better. However, this particular style is quite challenging to produce. To be honest, I've been receiving complaints from them lately, saying that their electric machines have burned out and they've reverted to pedal-operated sewing machines, causing a slowdown in production. There's not much I can do about it. Burned out? Didn't they just start using them a month ago? How could the quality be so poor? Indeed, those machines are not cheap, costing around 200 yuan each. Now they are all clamoring about it, claiming it's not worth it. They haven't made much profit and are losing a machine. Zhao Shuiyang scratched his head in distress. Dealing with rural women can be far more challenging than engaging in direct confrontations with others. What is the situation? How many households in the village have faulty machines? Li Zhi frowned. The issue of the machines was indeed significant. He understood that these machines were not true electric sewing machines, but rather small electrical devices, about the size of 2 fists, that could be mounted on pedal-operated sewing machines as an adaptation, especially since a genuine electric sewing machine is quite expensive nowadays. I've heard that over 20 machines have malfunctioned. The issue is that these women are too scared to use them now. They are even approaching the sellers demanding refunds. Zhao Shuiyang wore a distressed expression. Li Zhi had recently raised his price to 8 cents, still on a monthly settlement. But this meant a profit of 8 cents per pair of jeans. Previously, with the electric machines, their daily income was dozens of yuan, surpassing what an average worker earns in a month. Now, their earnings have dwindled to just over a dozen yuan, and he is quite anxious. Oh, in that case, bring me a few of the broken machines, and also bring one that is still functioning so I can investigate the issue. Zhao Shuiyang was momentarily taken aback. Brother, do you know how to repair these things? Just bring them over. No need to worry about that, Li Zhi replied tersely. All right, I'll be right back. In less than half an hour, Zhao Shuiyang returned with a bag containing several machines. Good, you may head back now. If the shipments are slow for a few days, that's all right. Things can be managed, and there is still stock in the warehouse. Li Zhi now hires a vehicle every 3 days to travel to Longwan City, where he has rented a warehouse in a community adjacent to the wholesale market. This arrangement has significantly facilitated the collection of goods for the people at Longwan Wholesale Market. Currently, Zhu Yunsan is stationed there, and after such extensive training, he has become quite adept at his duties, handling interpersonal interactions with ease. All right, I shall take my leave. Zhao Shuliang just departed when Li Zhi entered the workshop. Since the arrival of his machine tools, Uncle Lu has hardly returned home, opting instead to sleep in the workshop at night. Even when Li Dei invited him inside, he declined. His meals are consistently delivered by Suqin to the workshop. Li Zhi does not object. If one's passion becomes their vocation, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Uncle Lu is a truly fortunate man. Upon encountering the area where Li Dekong was stationed, Li Zhi was taken aback. What were all these peculiar items? A collection of strange components, gears, bearings, and countless wires and circuit boards. Were these things ever present before? What is this? Did you purchase these yourself, Uncle Lu? Li Zhi inquired with curiosity. Holding a circular component adorned with gears and wire connection points, exquisitely crafted. Unfazed, Li Dekong remained engrossed in the schematics laid out before him on the testing platform, filled with incomprehensible data and diagrams to Li Zhi, who had never received formal education. Li Dekong, having taught himself, even displayed some text in Russian, though its meaning remained a mystery, known only to Uncle Lu. You made this yourself? Uncle Lu, you are remarkable. But what is its purpose? Li Zhi asked, examining the item with intrigue, aware of his limited understanding of machinery. Last time the machine was out of operation for a night, I took the liberty of disassembling the loom's interior. This is a replicated component. The spindle, Li Dekong replied coolly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Replicated? Li Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Lu's manual dexterity was nothing short of extraordinary. To replicate such an advanced loom from the country with such ease? It could hardly be described as genius. It was nothing short of prodigious. Yes, do you have business? Li Dekong asked, rolling up the schematics and lighting a cigarette while regarding Li Zhi. It was then that Li Zhi recalled his purpose. Uncle Lu, these machines are malfunctioning. Could you see if they can be repaired? He handed over a small motor, indicating which ones were inoperative and which were functional. After inspecting the items, Li Dekong retrieved a small screwdriver and began to disassemble them. Where did you acquire so many broken items? He queried. They belong to someone else. Can you see if they can be fixed? Li Zhi replied. After a thorough examination, Li Dekong frowned and said, the copper wire inside is burned out. It can be repaired, but it requires new copper wire to be rewound. Additionally, the small wires within are scorched. It will be quite tedious. Each repair will take a full day. A day for each repair? Isn't that rather slow? Is there no better solution? Li Zhi mused, feeling that this pace was inefficient. Slow? Only I, your Uncle Lu, can manage these repairs. Otherwise, try taking them to the repair shop. They would likely refuse to assist you. They would insist on replacing them with new ones, an ungrateful task indeed. Li Zhi frowned. This was not a sustainable approach. It was implausible to directly provide the villagers of Beiwakan with electric sewing machines. Who would bear the costs? Now, even good sewing machines are imported, their prices rivaling that of a small television. Common sewing machines often raise concerns about their quality. Uncle Lu, what issues do these machines have? Are they all plagued by the same problems? Li Zhi pondered whether these motors have inherent flaws or if it is a brand-related issue. It seems that high load usage and poor internal heat dissipation, coupled with design flaws, are common shortcomings of such carbon brush motors. Is there a remedy for this? Li Dekong shook his head, indicating that there are no effective solutions, as the shortcomings of carbon brushes are well known. His words left Li Zhi in deep thought, and suddenly he recalled a news story from his past, something from his childhood. Later in life, he learned about an extraordinary individual, a truly remarkable figure. He had initially been sentenced to death, but due to his exceptional achievements, he was spared and ultimately gained widespread recognition. This individual invented the brushless motor. Li Zhi closed his eyes, reflecting on all the information he had about brushless motors. After a long while, he shook his head slightly. There was still too little information available. He could only remember that brushless motors utilize direct current, consisting of a motor body and a driver, making it a quintessential electromechanical product. Their performance surpasses that of traditional carbon brush motors in terms of longevity, but they demand greater precision and are relatively more challenging to maintain. Being no expert, he could not conjure specific materials after much contemplation, yet he shared what he knew with Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, given the numerous drawbacks of carbon steel motors, could these issues stem from the carbon brushes themselves? I'm not well versed in this, but I wonder, why can't we develop a brushless motor? Li Zhi could not explicitly state his knowledge of brushless motors. Instead, he aimed to guide Li Dekong. What? A brushless motor? I haven't heard of it, and it's not mentioned in any books. However, let me tell you, Carbon steel motors operate with coils and commutators rotating, while the magnetic steel and carbon brushes remain stationary. The alternating current direction in the coil is managed by the commutator and brushes as the motor turns, distinguishing between high-speed and low-speed brushed motors. Brush motors? Brushless motors? Does that mean brushless motors lack brushes? But how can we achieve alternating current rotation without brushes? Li Zhi, a genius in this field, quickly grasped the crux of the brushless motor concept. Li Zhi's eyes lit up. If Uncle Lu truly managed to develop a brushless motor and secure the patent. Uncle, perhaps you're onto something. Why don't we experiment with permanent magnets instead of carbon steel? And since alternating current is not feasible, what about trying direct current? That could be a possibility, right? Li Zhi was so excited that his voice trembled. It is no wonder he felt this way. A brushless motor holds significant importance in modern technology. After listening to Li Zhi, Li Zhi contemplated deeply for a prolonged moment before seizing a pen and beginning to sketch and jot down calculations on paper. Li Zhi gradually stepped back, eagerly anticipating a surprise from Uncle Lu. Chapter 68. Producing Soy Products. Li Zhi. Eldest son, are you awake? Li Zhi usually seldom takes a nap, but he had been feeling quite fatigued lately. His days were filled with relentless activity, his mind continuously racing, and his body was struggling to keep up. Bai Suqin urged him to take a short nap at noon. In early March, both Li Shui and Li Jin returned to school, leaving only the youngest, Li Zhi, at home. Consequently, Li Zhi and his wife directed their attention more towards him. Despite the age-old adage that parents naturally favor the youngest, the absence of the younger children rendered the older ones the focus of their concern. Li Zhi, still drowsy, opened his eyes and mumbled, "Dad? What is going on?" A glance at the clock revealed it was already 3 in the afternoon. Having slept for nearly 3 hours, he felt a sudden rush of alertness, realizing he had indeed been quite fatigued lately. "Look, what is this? Come and taste its delightful aroma." Li Zhi proudly presented a large coarse porcelain bowl from behind him, which contained a piece of tofu as white as jade, steaming and exuding a rich, savory fragrance that tantalized the taste buds. Tofu. Yes, it's made with pure brine. It's absolutely delicious. And there's more. Li Zhi moved a small Kong table closer, placed the steaming tofu upon it, and brought forth a small bowl of yellow soybean paste along with a dish of chopped green onions. Where did this come from? Which household made this? It smells divine. Li Zhi's prior experiences with tofu had been limited to dishes like mapo tofu or fried varieties. This freshly prepared tofu was a novel experience for him. The vibrant green onions contrasted beautifully with the white tofu, and when mixed with the homemade soybean paste, it created an exquisite culinary delight. What household? I made it, Li Zhi declared with a sense of pride. Recently, inspired by Li Zhi's enthusiasm, he felt compelled to prove he was not yet past his prime. After Li Zhi had mentioned the idea of tofu products, he had sought tutelage from old Wu at the village's edge, and now he could create them with considerable skill. "Father, you truly made this? Then I must savor it." Li Zhi picked up a piece with his chopsticks and took a bite. The rich bean flavor, tender texture, and perfectly balanced brine were delightful. Delicious. This tofu is extraordinary. He then eagerly devoured it, noting how the flavor of freshly made tofu differed significantly from what he had previously tasted. "By the way, let us have Howard and the others try this. We'll eat this for dinner." "Absolutely. I'll have your mother prepare fried and stewed tofu tonight." Presently, there were quite a few people dining at Li Zhi's home, including Howard, Uncle Lu, Aunt Air, and Aunt San. Sometimes, Li Jian and Li Yong would also join them for a meal. Having polished off the small bowl of tofu, Li Zhi asked, "Is there more?" "I made a whole board of tofu." No, that's enough. I can't eat anymore." "Father, what prompted you to make tofu all of a sudden?" The small bowl of tofu had alleviated his hunger upon waking, and Li Zhi paused. "Didn't you ask me to make tofu?" Li Zhi suddenly recalled having mentioned such a thing some time ago. "Right, I've been so busy lately." "Father, the tofu factory can produce it, but you didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. However, tofu is tofu. I was referring to tofu products, which are two distinct concepts." This statement left Li Zhi puzzled. Li Zhi, tofu products? Aren't they made from beans? Indeed, tofu is included among tofu products. But the items I intend to sell are not solely made from soybeans. Having traversed through various industries in his previous life, Li Zhi had encountered tofu products. Yet what lingered in his memory was the realization that spicy strips were not classified as tofu products at all. They were, in fact, wheat-based. Yet, Why was the symbol of tofu products affixed to them? The answer lay in consumer psychology. Soybeans and protein evoke a sense of psychological security among consumers. Thus, the mere addition of a small quantity of soybean products to spicy strips can entirely justify their promotion as such. While spicy chips and spicy strips are commonly compared, they are fundamentally different substances. Spicy chips are derived from soybean products, specifically the oil film that forms atop boiled and ground soy milk, whereas spicy strips are a product of puffed flour. At present, a comparative experiment between spicy tofu and spicy chips seems prudent. However, Li Zhi must attend to three critical matters: food safety, flavor, and promotion. Food safety, being paramount, commands Li Zhi's utmost attention. In a domain as sensitive as food, he cannot afford to be negligent. Even if the venture fails, he would never jeopardize consumer health, as that would be a grave transgression, both legally and morally. Father, prior to embarking on this endeavor, a market survey is essential, he stated. Yet, there is no need for concern, as I conducted one recently. The market is relatively untapped. As long as we proceed, success is within reach. Our current challenge lies in ensuring food safety. Li Zhi listened with a sense of bewilderment, for these considerations had not crossed his mind. With a sigh, Li Zhi continued, Father, running a food factory is not akin to selling a couple of tofu blocks daily at Bai Wu's place. We are dealing with packaged food that must remain stable for several months. It could potentially be consumed by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. If anything goes awry, even a mere case of diarrhea could lead to legal repercussions. Under current laws, severe violations could result in the death penalty. As Li Zhi emphasized this point, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He understood that food processing and the manufacture of denim jeans are entirely distinct enterprises. Li Zhi, a straightforward rural man, felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing the gravity of Li Zhi's words. Is it really that serious? Perhaps we should reconsider this venture? Reconsider? That is not an option. The market is promising, Li Zhi reassured. However, do not fret. As long as we maintain stringent hygiene standards, everything will be fine. Despite Li Zhi's optimism, Li Zhi remained apprehensive. But can we truly manage it? We shall test our capabilities first, Li Zhi replied. As for the processing of spicy strips, he had contemplated it. The machinery involved was straightforward and could likely be entrusted to Uncle Lu. Father, how do you currently grind the soy milk? In the old courtyard, there is a stone mill, an ancient relic from my great-grandfather's time, Li Zhi answered. Li Zhi recollected. But that requires livestock to operate, doesn't it? Where would we procure such animals? Borrow them. Li Zhi shot Li Zhi a disapproving glance, exclaiming, No livestock. Your father does the work. Li Zhi, taken aback, retorted. You ought to clarify that. Besides, how could an elderly man handle a stone mill weighing several hundred pounds? Is there still soy milk available? Li Zhi inquired. Yes. Li Zhi confirmed. We shall head to the old courtyard shortly, and I will instruct you. However, Li Zhi walked towards the factory without glancing at the weaving machine, heading directly to the small workshop partitioned off by Uncle Lu. At that moment, Li Ditsung sat at the workbench with a furrowed brow, a pencil tucked behind his ear, and before him lay a sheet of rough paper adorned with design sketches. Li Zhi quietly approached from behind, observing the sketches in front of him. The data and diagrams suggested a preliminary concept for a brushless motor, though Li Zhi remained uncertain of its accuracy. Li Dekong was completely unaware of Li Zhi's arrival. Sixth uncle, Li Zhi spoke softly, yet it startled Li Dekong. He turned around, visibly annoyed. What is it? Is this the design for the brushless motor? How is it? Any good ideas? No, it's quite complex, Li Dekong replied with a hint of frustration. Li Zhi, are you sure the brushless motor is feasible? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. It should be feasible. However, sixth uncle, researching this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. I need your help to create a device. What kind of device? Li Dekong asked succinctly. A puffing machine, with a simple principle. Let me explain. Li Dekong nodded as he listened to Li Zhi. Sixth uncle, the principle of this process involves spiral extrusion to puff the dough. A spiraled metal rod rotates at high speed, compressing the dough into a confined space, generating heat through friction and creating a high-temperature, high-pressure environment. When the dough is extruded through minuscule openings into a space of normal temperature and pressure, the moisture inside expands rapidly, transforming into porous, noodle-like structures. At the end of his explanation, Li Zhi anxiously inquired, Do you understand? Li Dekong scoffed. What is so difficult about that? Anyone with hands can make it. Li Zhi forced a smile. For you, it's as simple as that. I, however, cannot do it. In truth, what Li Zhi described was merely a simple spicy strip machine. The porous noodles produced under high pressure were the essence of spicy strips, which, when mixed with chili oil, salt, sugar, cumin, monosodium glutamate, and potassium sorbate, transformed into delectable spicy snacks. What do you need? That depends on the size of the equipment. I have steel blocks and pipes here. I can fabricate a compressor without issue, but I will need a motor. Li Zhi contemplated for a moment. Since they were still in the experimental stage, there was no need for large equipment. A small model would suffice to save costs. One capable of processing about 20 pounds of dough per day. That is simple then. You go by the motor, and I can fabricate it by this afternoon. Great. Thank you, sixth uncle. But please, be careful while you work. Don't injure yourself. Li Dekong felt touched by his nephew's concern, though he quickly masked it. Don't worry. This equipment will be more obedient in my hands than a grandson. Subsequently, Li Zhi sent Li Jian to purchase a 350 motor. Currently, Li Jian's tasks were more about running errands, but it was also a form of training. While Li Zhi felt affection for his family, he had his own plans for how to utilize them. What are you having your sixth uncle do? Li Dai had been waiting at the door for quite some time before finally seeing Li Zhi emerge. Dad, we must diversify our soybean products. This way, we can avoid wasting materials. After grinding the soybeans for soy milk, we can cook up soy skins, and then use the remaining soy milk to make tofu. If the tofu doesn't sell, we can turn it into spicy tofu jerky. The equipment I asked sixth uncle to make is for producing spicy strips. All right then. Since you have a plan, I'll trust your judgment, Li Dai acknowledged, knowing his eldest son had his own methods. The two arrived at the old courtyard and placed the soybean milk in the large pot to boil. Before long, the delightful aroma of the soybean milk wafted through the air. Li Zhi could not resist scooping a bowl and sweetening it with some sugar. This was not the genetically modified soybeans of the future, but rather genuine, all-natural goodness, delicious and healthy. Father, do you see this layer of soybean oil skin on the surface? Just lift it off and let it dry. In the course of an afternoon, the father and son finished boiling the entire pot of soybean milk. Li Dai was rather curious about how much could be produced from this. He had not anticipated that one pot of soybean milk could yield 20 layers of soybean oil skin, with no materials wasted. Soybeans have a long-standing history in our country. Father, there are myriad ways to prepare them. As Li Zhi gazed at the soybean oil skins drying on the cloth in the courtyard, he felt a surge of emotion. These items could one day be sold worldwide, and he was certain of his success. Son, it looks like they are almost dry. What comes next? Next, I will head to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some seasonings. Upon reaching the entrance of the cooperative, Li Zhi suddenly had an idea, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 69. Ambitious aspirations. He meandered into the cooperative, casting a glance inside. The dark counter still displayed items characteristic of this era, with simple and unadorned packaging. However, there was already a hint of reform and opening up. At least some items bore the influence of Western culture. The counter featured a balanced scale, alongside essential commodities such as white sugar, salt, and aluminum thermoses. Beside the counter were two large jars, containing soy sauce and rice vinegar, covered with lids that had ladles resting on top. The floor was lined with various oils, rice, flour, and some prepared foods. Yet, there was an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. The absence of a plethora of snacks with vibrant packaging left Li Zhi feeling somewhat out of place. Yet he knew that these items would soon make an appearance, and he would be the pioneer in this industry. If the experiment with spicy strips and chips proved successful, Li Zhi was confident he could swiftly penetrate the market and expand rapidly. He envisioned reaching Longwan, Liaoxiang, the provincial capital, and even further afield across Tianliao. Once the World Trade Organization united, he would have the means to sell these snacks globally. If the West could infiltrate the domestic market with fast food, then he would become the innovator who would challenge the top 500 fast food chains with his snacks. Before Li Zhi could utter a word, a captivating voice emanated from behind the counter. Ah, what a rare guest. Li Zhi, what brings you here today? Oh my, it seems you've become much more spirited since I last saw you a few months ago. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Li Zhi, working at the cooperative. She was well informed and knew that the Li family had produced a remarkable individual, once the timid son of Li Dai, now transformed. During his last visit, Bai Yan had sensed a change. This young man exuded an air of confidence that was rare among people. Aunt, please pack me some seasonings. Do you have Sichuan chili powder? Also, some cumin from Xinjiang, MSG, and 3 bags of Sichuan debanjiang. Li Zhi felt a bit evasive in front of Bai Yin. This woman was no ordinary challenge, akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster. If she clung to him, it would surely strip him of at least a layer of skin. Several men in the village who were on friendly terms with her were currently facing chaotic situations at home. Bai Yin noticed Li Zhi's serious demeanor and felt a twinge of irritation, silently cursing him for his lack of appreciation. She had heard that this young man was still unmarried. Did he not desire a partner? The supply and marketing cooperative had a wide array of goods, and Li Zhi found everything he needed there. However, adhering to the principle of rich flavors, he purchased not only the essential seasonings, but also a variety of other spices. Yet, there was one item he had yet to find: the flavor enhancer, a type of food additive that could double the aroma. After completing his purchases, Li Zhi headed outside, while Bai Yin gazed at his retreating figure with longing, sighing, "If only I were 10 years younger, you would never escape my grasp." She took out a small mirror to inspect her face, still youthful and beautiful, pondering why she couldn't win over this young man. Li Zhi observed the array of items Li Zhi had brought back with curiosity, questioning the contents of the large bag. Li Zhi chuckled. "This is the key to our spicy strips, Dad. We're making this today. We'll have a feast tonight." "Oh, I'll go check with Sixth Uncle to see if the machine is ready. With the tofu, it will be a splendid evening. I also bought 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor." Chapter 70. Spicy strips. Upon returning to the workshop, Sixth Uncle was still poring over the blueprints. But a small device had appeared on the floor. It was a meter-long, fist-sized cylindrical apparatus connected to a motor, featuring a spiral rod inside with metal strips wound around it, coupled with a belt to the motor. "Sixth Uncle, what is this? Is it finished?" Li Zhi inquired. "Yes," came the reply. Li Zhi continued to study the plans, increasingly fascinated by the radio motor, while also grappling with various challenges. However, the equipment here was somewhat outdated, making research cumbersome, and numerous problems continued to perplex him. Li Zhi watched with keen interest as Sixth Uncle spent several hours assembling the device. But he felt a twinge of skepticism. "Have you tested it? Is it functional?" "It works well," Sixth Uncle replied, unfazed by Li Zhi's doubts, his tone remaining calm. "Let me give it a try." Li Zhi found some white flour and kneaded it into small dough balls before placing them into the new machine, which he decided to name the Spicy Strip Machine. As the machine whirred to life, the motor drove the mechanism, causing the enclosed cylinder to continuously compress the dough. The porous white noodles extruded from the sieve below. Due to the high temperature and pressure they had already endured, the noodles were fully cooked and required no frying, only needing to be cut into segments. Li Zhi sampled the porous noodles, finding them chewy and satisfying, but lamented the lack of seasoning. "I should have added some spices." Li Zhi's culinary skills were quite adept, having endured many hardships in his past life. Cooking was merely a minor skill. He seasoned the mixture with salt, sugar, cumin, and chili oil, adjusting it to his familiar taste. After a gentle heating, he poured it over the cut tofu skin and the chopped spicy strips. "Wow, what an aroma! How is it so fragrant?" Li Zhi observed quietly from the side, as a medley of fragrant spices wafted through the air, enveloping the entire courtyard of the old residence in a rich aroma. Li Zhi chuckled to himself, thinking this was merely the beginning. Once he procured the flavor enhancer, the taste would be utterly sublime. "Father, do sample this later. We'll consider it done. It will taste even better once it cools down." The father and son duo prepared a generous bowl of spicy strips to take home, as Howard emerged with Li Jin and Li Shui from within. Li Zhi had assigned Howard a task, to teach Li Jin and Li Shui English. With Howard, a native speaker, guiding them, their proficiency improved, but more importantly, they thrived in the linguistic environment, enhancing their spoken skills. "Oh boss, what is that delightful aroma? What is it so red?" Howard maintained a reverent attitude towards the cuisine of this country. He believed that although it may lag in other areas, in terms of culinary excellence, it surpassed most nations, including the developed ones. "Just say you want to eat it. Also, keep your distance from my bowl. Watch your saliva." Li Zhi turned with the bowl, wary of Howard's imposing presence, reminiscent of a great bear, fearing he might devour it raw. All right, it's time to eat. Xiao Jin, call your second aunt to join us." Bai Suqin, upon seeing Li Zhi return, smiled contentedly at her son. Inside, a crowd gathered for the meal. However, the sisters-in-law of the Li family, being considerate, chose to dine in the outer kitchen, aware of their guest, Howard. They held large bowls filled with rice at the bottom and dishes on top, or a ladle of soup, casually finding spots to sit or stand while eating. Only Li Zhi, and Howard were permitted at the table. When Li Jian and the others arrived, they too could join at the table. Li Zhi held no firm opinion on such matters. It was simply the cultural norm of the times. He recalled how, in his previous life, when returning to the countryside as a child, he was unable to dine at the table, while women and children ate elsewhere. Li Dai had already brought in a bottle of Shifeng liquor, inviting Howard to sit beside him. "Everyone, give this a try. It's my creation. Let me know how it tastes." Li Zhi proudly showcased his spicy strips, his gaze filled with hope. The others were uncertain of what Li Zhi had prepared, a layer of vibrant chili oil topped with cumin seeds. Li Zhi's second aunt smiled. "Well, I must taste this. After all, it's crafted by my dear nephew, who excels at making money, though I wonder how well he cooks." Li Shui chimed in cheerfully, "Second aunt, my brother's dishes are truly delicious. I had a taste of the braised pork last time," and she exaggeratedly slurped, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Howard could no longer contain himself. Having been informed by Li Zhi that it would taste better when cooled, he had been holding back. Now that it had cooled sufficiently, he quickly picked up a spicy strip with his chopsticks. The texture was crisp and spicy, the flavor savory and rich, the aromatic essence tantalizing his palate and olfactory senses. The Sichuan pepper was robustly spicy yet not overwhelming, providing a delightful experience. After just one bite, Howard found himself unable to stop, exclaiming with delight, "Delicious. Absolutely exquisite." However, due to the spiciness, Howard's eyes reddened as he gasped for air, making hissing sounds. Li Zhi looked at Howard with a mischievous grin. "Howard, this pairs better with white wine. Give it a try?" Howard cast a doubtful glance at Li Zhi, aware that his boss's smile was not benevolent, yet he couldn't resist. As he took a sip of white wine, Howard felt as if the top of his head had been opened. The combination of chili and liquor ignited an intense heat in his mouth and stomach, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Ah, spicy. Hey, don't drink cold water, or you'll end up with an upset stomach." Li Zhi nearly burst into laughter. Howard truly had a brave spirit. "Boss, you are going too far. I want a cola with ice." "There's no cola, so you'll have to endure," Li Zhi replied as he scooped a large bowl of rice topped with a layer of fried tofu, alongside stewed tofu and a generous serving of spicy snacks, and brought it to the workshop. Uncle Lu had always preferred to eat in the workshop rather than inside. "Uncle Lu, how does it taste?" Li Zhi rested his elbows on the workbench, watching Uncle Lu eat. "Pretty good. Can't you say something more?" Upon returning indoors, Li Zhi sat down to eat, while Li Dai nibbled on peanuts and spicy snacks, sipping his drink. "Boss, are you saying you want to produce this food?" Howard, upon learning of Li Zhi's intention, became quite excited, anticipating that such delicious food would be available daily. "Yes, but we still need to experiment. Dad, I'm entrusting this task to you. The specific experimental location will be our Gaohua Village Primary School." At that moment, the rural primary school was thriving, with many children attending, including those from Beiwa Village. Each grade had 2 classes, totaling around 300 to 400 elementary students. Li Zhi clearly remembered that in the future, rural areas would decline, birth rates would plummet, and those who could would leave for the city with their parents. A once thriving village would host fewer than 50 children across 6 grades, leading to all of them attending school in the town instead. However, that was not the case at this time. There were plenty of children, and the primary school even had a row of 2-story buildings, reportedly built a few years earlier due to the overwhelming number of students, prompting the Education Bureau to reconstruct the school. "How will we experiment?" "No, Dad. I'll go with you tomorrow. We should set up a booth selling our product at the school entrance." "How much should we charge?" Li Zhi's mind raced. Children in 1987 had pocket money, especially rural kids whose families had limited grain coupons, varying financial conditions leading to different amounts of pocket money, but at least 5 cents, with some even having 50 or 60 cents. A pound of flour mixed with water yields about 1 pound 4 ounces of dough, approximately 700 grams, packaged in small bags of 50 grams each. The cost of flour was about 23 cents per pound, and the simple plastic bags cost around 1 cent for 500 bags. The material, machinery, and labor costs for processing 1 bag were roughly 2 cents. Even if it incurs some losses, selling at 10 cents seems reasonable. Ultimately, Li Zhi concluded that selling each bag for 10 cents was quite acceptable, and those unable to afford it could crowdfund. With this thought, Li Zhi revealed a faint smile, and Howard, familiar with him, sensed that the boss had conceived yet another idea. Li Zhi, are you coming with me too? No, no, you cannot go. You are the boss now. How can you engage in such work? It is quite embarrassing. Li Dai immediately opposed, embodying the traditional mindset of the older generation, deeply concerned about face. In the past, he would not have thought much of it if it were his eldest son, but now things are different. Being a boss, yet resorting to selling goods in such an undignified manner? Li Zhi, however, smiled nonchalantly. Father, there is no disgraceful work in this world. Only those who rely on fortune to fall from the sky are truly shameful. We earn our living through hard work. What is there to be embarrassed about? The social dividends are abundant now. As long as one is willing to think and strive, success is within reach. Where else can one find such an opportunity? Li Zhi spoke from the heart. This era is the most promising, where diligence leads to success. In contrast, the future will be much more challenging. Class divisions will solidify, and the difficulty of rising from one's circumstances will far exceed what we face today. The exploitation of capital and the extraction of surplus value make it exceedingly difficult to turn one's fortunes around. If not for his tenacious character, how could Li Zhi have succeeded in his previous life? Even those who aspire to succeed through education face slim chances. Li Zhi recalled a saying from a wealthy second or third generation from his past life. What right do the efforts of my family across 3 generations have to compare with your decade of hard study? If one wishes for a better future for the next generation, it must begin in this beautiful era. Ambitious, Li Zhi harbored a bold idea he had never dared to consider before. He aimed to establish an enduring family legacy. Indeed, my eldest son is always right. Li Dai chuckled, revealing his slightly yellowed teeth, exuding a sense of simplicity. His smile brimmed with pride and satisfaction. Yet, it quickly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he stated firmly, however, my son, those spicy snacks you mentioned will surely be difficult to sell. Li Zhi was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Father, on what basis do you say that? A flicker of irritation stirred within him. He could not comprehend why his father did not believe in the products he created, though he maintained a respectful tone. Chapter 71. The spicy snacks at the school gate. Li Dai sensed Li Zhi's discomfort and chuckled. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? No, I simply do not understand why you think that way, Li Zhi replied. He suddenly realized that his father was not one to speak lightly. He had lived an honest life and rarely joked with his children at home. There must be a reason behind his words. Haha, you young rascal, you are still naive. Just look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua referred to Howard, and despite Li Zhi's attempts to correct his father, Li Dai stubbornly called him Xiaohua, a name Howard eventually accepted. Howard was delighting in the spicy snacks, thoroughly enjoying their taste, which was simply irresistible. Li Zhi was puzzled. Everything seemed fine. Howard was enjoying himself so much. If a foreigner loved them, it surely indicated the snacks were genuinely good. What's the matter? Li Dai handed Howard a towel, saying, Xiaohua, slow down, wipe off your sweat. Howard could now understand most of the Chinese language, though speaking it remained somewhat challenging. Thank you, uncle, he said, dabbing the sweat from his forehead. Li Dai continued, Xiaohua is an adult and quite robust. If he sweats from the spice, how can children manage it? In a moment of realization, Li Zhi smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, how could I forget? Father, you are absolutely right. This level of spiciness is simply intolerable for children. Li Dai chuckled heartily, reassuring him, It's quite all right. You have so many responsibilities to juggle. I'm here to assist you with whatever you need. After finishing his meal, Li Zhi hurriedly returned to activate the machine for producing spicy strips. There was still some soybean milk remaining, and later in the evening, he would dehydrate part of it to create spicy chips. During the process of stir-frying the seasoning, Li Zhi experimented multiple times, with Li Jin and Li Shui joining in to taste. Ultimately, the family agreed on a flavor profile that was both palatable for children and sufficiently stimulating. All right, let us proceed with packaging. Li Zhi utilized transparent plastic bags for this purpose. Although these small bags could not be sealed, their convenience was undeniable. He managed to prepare fewer than 300 bags. The following morning, he pushed an old tricycle from his uncle's house, attracting Howard's puzzled gaze. Howard, an astute individual, had been contemplating Li Zhi's financial growth. Though he was unaware of the precise figures, he knew Li Zhi possessed a savings of over 100,000. In Howard's view, while this amount was not exorbitant, it was sufficient for a comfortable lifestyle in this country and categorized Li Zhi as affluent. Yet, He wondered why Li Zhi continued to exert such effort. Selling spicy strips and chips seemed to him merely a trivial venture. Boss, I thought you were joking yesterday. Are you truly intent on pursuing this? How much can you actually earn from it? Howard regarded Li Zhi's spicy strips with skepticism, acknowledging their taste but doubting their profitability. Li Zhi, with a glint of determination in his eyes, retorted, I can assure you, the profits will be substantial. Do you believe me? Howard, unimpressed by Li Zhi's confidence, remained doubtful. I do not believe it. How about a wager, Howard? If my profits do not reach 300%, I shall concede and pay you $3,000. Conversely, if I succeed, you owe me only $1,000. What do you say? $3,000 is no small sum. Are you willing to take the bet? Howard, feeling a slight sting to his pride from Li Zhi's dismissive demeanor, was skeptical that this young Eastern individual could truly manifest such a miracle. 300% profit seemed impossible. Although denim jeans were profitable, their margins hovered just above 100%. Let us wager. Agreed, $3,000. He gritted his teeth, contemplating the mischievous grin on Li Zhi's face, wishing he could land a punch on it. Now, let us calculate the costs. Li Zhi then pulled out a small notebook, detailing the expenditures for various materials and labor, ultimately concluding that the cost per bag was 2 cents. Howard frowned. Your calculations seem flawed. This method undervalues labor costs significantly. Not at all. In a developing nation, labor is abundant, and you must consider these factors, Li Zhi replied confidently. Howard furrowed his brow, pondering. If we were to increase the labor cost by 50%, how would that affect the equation? That is acceptable, Howard. Even with a 50% increase in labor costs, I can still achieve a 300% profit. A spark of realization lit up Howard's eyes. Are you certain? Boss, are you attempting to hand me $3,000? He remained skeptical about the potential profits from this venture. Li Zhi chuckled, eager to see what would unfold. Come along, my foreign friend. Today I shall introduce you to the allure of campus snack stalls. Accompanied by Li Zhi and Howard, Li Zhi pushed a donkey cart, known as the backward donkey, towards the elementary school, which lay approximately 2 kilometers away on the northern side of the village. Along the way, many villagers greeted him. Li Zhi had become somewhat of a local celebrity, known for his impressive endeavors, including establishing a factory at home. However, curiosity mingled with a tinge of schadenfreude. Was it possible that the factory was incurring losses? Hey, Li Zhi, what's with the donkey cart? Is the factory no longer viable? Teased a young man lounging on a stone mill, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Li Zhi remained silent, while Li Zhi interjected, Get lost. What are you even doing here? Go find somewhere else to loiter. Otherwise, I'll tell your father to give you a good thrashing. The young man, known as Li Zhi, smirked and retorted, Uncle Li, what's wrong? Can't I say anything? Just the other day, Li Zhi was busy with deliveries. And now he is parading around with a donkey cart? Why don't you give him a beating instead? Li Zhi merely smiled, choosing not to stoop to Li Zhi's level. Though they were of similar age, Li Zhi was idle and gluttonous, contributing little to society. When Li Zhi attempted to reply, Li Zhi interjected, Dad, let us ignore him. Holding back his irritation, Li Zhi huffed in response. Upon reaching the school gates, they found the students engrossed in their lessons, the sound of their enthusiastic reading echoing from behind the large iron gates. Hearing this, Li Zhi smiled, for it was truly the most delightful sound in the world. With 40-minute classes, students rushed to the playground once the bell rang, while the trio stood outside the iron fence. In the midst of Li Zhi and Howard's astonished gazes, Li Zhi leaned against the railing and called out, Delicious snacks. Spicy strips, spicy chips, come and taste. Tasty spicy strips and chips. Come try them, they're free. Howard's eyes widened in disbelief. Free? Has the owner conceded? Is he being generous? He is giving away $3,000. Overwhelmed with emotion, Howard felt tears welling up. The once merciless businessman displayed a rare moment of kindness. What do children know? Upon hearing free, they flocked to him, some even recognizing Li Zhi. Li Zhi go, hey, come try this, see if it's good. Li Zhi produced 2 small plates filled with bite-sized pieces of spicy strips and chips, offering a skewer to the children beyond the fence. Here, try a piece. It's on me, but only 1 small piece each. It's really delicious. The children had never encountered such a treat. Their curiosity piqued. They took the skewers and, through the bars, sampled the delectable spicy strips or chips. Wow, so delicious. A bit spicy. Haha, Xiao Qiu can't handle spicy food. Silly Xiao Qiu. After savoring the salty, savory, and spicy flavors, the children were utterly captivated. The added umami from the seasoning heightened their taste buds, compared to their home-cooked meals. This was a culinary delight. In the morning, there were 4 classes. After the first class, Li Zhi called out for quite some time. But only around 20 to 30 students from various grades gathered around him. However, the situation changed dramatically during the second class, with at least 3 times as many students, around 50 or 60, showing up. Some of the little ones were so eager to partake that they began to cry out of frustration when they were unable to get any. Howard noticed that Li Zhi had not mentioned selling any of these items during the 2 consecutive classes. Intrigued by Li Zhi's behavior, he asked, "Boss, aren't we supposed to be selling spicy strips? Why has it turned into a giveaway?" Li Zhi smiled mysteriously and replied, "Mind your own business. What's wrong with giving things away? I'm just doing good deeds for the village without seeking recognition." Howard found that hard to believe. The third class proceeded in much the same manner, but this time, even more children crowded around, forming a large group by the fence. Li Zhi instructed Howard and Li Dai to carry small plates to the fence and have the children line up outside the fence. The 3 of them were busy for over 10 minutes, especially Howard, who, being a foreigner, attracted the most curiosity from the children. Throughout the morning, several individuals lingered outside the primary school, idling away their time except during breaks. However, Lu Laotai, who ran the small shop at the school gate, had some grievances. In the past, the primary school students would often visit her shop after classes, but now, with Li Zhi and his friends around, the children no longer frequented her stall. "Li Dai, what mischief are you up to? Are you just standing around doing nothing? You're disrupting my business." Lu Laotai, in her 60s yet still quite spry, wore a dark blue coarse cloth dress and stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Li Dai. "What do you mean by that, Aunt Lu? How am I disrupting your business?" Li Dai retorted, not having a high opinion of Lu Laotai, who he viewed as a shrew. A few years back, she had even driven her husband to his grave, and since Lu Laotai was a distant relative of Li Dai's, he held her in disdain. "Let me tell you, selling things here is interfering with my trade. Get lost." Li Dai was about to respond, but Li Zhi intervened. "Dad, let me handle it." With a friendly smile, Li Zhi approached, "Grandma Lu, I'd like to buy something." Lu Laotai, seeing his approach, refrained from further complaints, recognizing that it was not wise to offend customers in business. After spending a moment inside, when Li Zhi emerged, Lu Laotai cheerfully handed him some items, saying, "Good kids. Here, take these bottles of soda." She presented 3 glass bottles of the old-fashioned Bawang Temple soda. Li Zhi expressed his gratitude and passed the bottles to Li Dai and Howard. Then, using his teeth to pop off the caps, he revealed the fruit-flavored soda, a local beverage made with solid ingredients, though it ultimately failed to expand beyond its local market, which left Li Zhi with a sense of regret. Curious, Li Dai inquired, "What did you say to her? Why is that old hag so pleasant today?" Li Zhi chuckled, "She simply gives what she lacks. Dad, problems that can be solved with money are trivial. The real issues are those that money cannot resolve." Li Dai scoffed, "The problem is, we don't have any money." Chapter 72, 20 yuan a bag. The bright voices of primary school students reciting their lessons echoed from within the school walls. Li Zhi calculated the time and estimated it was nearly time. Indeed, at that moment, the whistle sounded, signaling the end of the 4th period and the commencement of the lunch break. The elementary school students rushed out, their minds still lingering on the spicy morsels they had sampled earlier in the day. "Big brother, we want to eat that. I want more." Li Zhi smiled at them and replied, "No, this morning was just a taste. I have to buy this, and a whole bag costs only a dime. Now, off you go, return home for your meal." "Huh, Li Zhi, what is going on?" Li Dai asked, perplexed as to why the children were being sent away. Li Zhi took out a spicy snack and began to eat, causing the surrounding children to salivate with longing. Their eyes glued to him, as some were on the verge of tears from envy. Li Zhi whispered to Li Dai, "Dad, they have no money and need to ask their families for it." Li Dai suddenly understood. Indeed, children typically receive a dime or 2 at noon for snacks. And if they hadn't returned home yet, where would they get money? As Li Zhi denied the children any treats, they left with disappointment. However, upon returning home, they quickly finished their meals and asked their families for money, at least a dime, although some from less fortunate households were given only 5 cents. "Give me a bag. I want one too. Give me 2 bags." The children returned with their pockets full, their voices now filled with confidence. Li Zhi and Li Dai found themselves quite busy, unaware of several young figures nearby who were intently observing the scene. What on earth is he selling? Li Zhi remarked. Didn't you say that this Li family kid has fallen on hard times? He seems to be doing well. Selling something that children are clamoring to buy. Changgu, I'm not sure. This morning, I saw the two of them pushing a cart to school. I thought you'd want to see the commotion, but Li Zhi looked puzzled. Li Zhi, go see what he's selling and bring one back. All right. Xiao Chong. The eldest son of the village secretary Xiao Guangyi was 2 years older than Li Zhi. He worked as a small contractor at a construction site in Fengjing and seldom returned home, thus lacking knowledge of Li Zhi's situation. However, from Li Zhi's words, he gathered that the once flourishing Li family had now fallen on hard times. Being a bit of a ne'er-do-well himself, he had previously bullied Li Zhi for amusement. Relying on his family's wealth to mingle in the city, although he claimed to be a contractor making money, he was actually losing it. Having spent all his father's money during his time in the city, he returned to the village to lay low for a few days, as he owed quite a bit from gambling. Today, with nothing to do, he sought out Li Zhi for entertainment. Hearing about Li Da's misfortunes piqued his interest. After all, he was idle and thought it would be amusing to bully Li Da a bit. Li Zhi swaggered over to Li Zhi and his father. Eyeing Li Zhi as he asked, Li Da, what are you selling? While his mouth inquired, his hands were already reaching for the spicy snacks. Li Zhi's gaze sharpened slightly. Li Da? How many in the village dared to call him that now? Was this Li Zhi courting trouble? He glanced at the figures in the distance, understanding the situation clearly. 10 yuan a bag, Li Zhi. This is food. And you must buy it when you encounter it, he replied in a calm voice. As Li Zhi's hand was about to touch the spicy strips, he recoiled as if struck by an electric shock upon hearing those words. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? 10 yuan? What is this, made of gold? Can't afford it? Then don't touch it. Fine, I can't afford it. With that, he slinked away in defeat. Li Dai cast a glance at the group of young men nearby. Furrowing his brow. Isn't that the kid from the Xiao family? Xiao Chong, right? Why is he back? Naturally, Li Dai harbored some resentment toward Xiao Chong. This lad had often bullied Li Zhi in the past, especially during a time when Li Zhi was exceedingly timid, too afraid to speak up even when mistreated. Li Zhi should have some recollection of Xiao Chong, tinged with a sense of fear. He took a moment to steady his racing heart. While Xiao Chong may have seemed formidable to the timid Li Dai, he posed no real threat to him. De Zhi, don't be afraid, Dad is here. Li Dai assumed Li Zhi was still intimidated by Xiao Chong. Li Zhi merely smiled, saying nothing. What happened? Didn't you buy anything? Xiao Chong, noticing Li Zhi returning empty-handed, immediately grew displeased. A scar marked his forehead, a remnant from previous brawls, and in his anger, it seemed to pulse ominously. What are you stuttering about? Speak up. Li Zhi's eyes darted around. Oh, Changgu, don't you remember? You used to bully this kid. When I mentioned you wanted to buy something, he actually said the price went up. I saw they were selling the kids for a dime each, but for us, it's 10 yuan. How could I possibly have 10 yuan? Li Zhi, not the most honorable character himself, seized the opportunity to speak ill of Xiao Chong, hoping to curry favor. Sure enough, Xiao Chong was incensed. This coward still dares to talk back? He seeks his own demise. Come, let me show him how it's done. He was followed by a few local ruffians, all of whom shared a similar and scrupulous nature. Li Zhi hastily added, Changgu, there's a foreigner with us. He looks rather tall and strong. We might not stand a chance. Earlier, Li Zhi had refrained from speaking out against Xiao Chong due to Howard's imposing presence. At over 6 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds, Howard was indeed intimidating. Fight. What for? After all this time in the city, do you think I still rely on brute force? Let me show you how to make them so frightened they apologize and even give me money. With that, he strode up to Li Zhi, his expression stern. Li Dai, do you still recognize me? Li Zhi glanced up. Who are you? I. Xiao Chong was taken aback by Li Zhi's feigned ignorance, feeling utterly disrespected. It seemed Li Zhi was indeed correct. This kid had grown quite audacious during the time he had not been reprimanded. Hurry up and buy your things or get lost. Li Zhi, unyielding in the face of such troublemakers, offered no deference. Almost choked by Li Zhi's indifference, Xiao Chong's scar turned red, his face contorting into a more menacing expression. Fine. You think you're so tough? I'll buy it. How much? He pulled out 10 yuan, cursing internally. Just endure this for now. I'll make sure you regret it later. 20. What? The 10 yuan in Xiao Chong's hand trembled as he held it aloft. The youthful ears have met their demise. Are they deaf? 20. Li Zhi's voice suddenly escalated, nearly erupting into a shout, causing a buzzing in Xiao Chang's ears. Fine, I'll buy it. He rummaged through his pockets, but ultimately retrieved only 6 yuan, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Turning to his 2 lackeys behind him, he commanded, "Give me 4 yuan." Chapter 73. Threats and extortion. Though the 2 lackeys were reluctant, they did not refuse, as they still relied on Xiao Chang at present. Here you go. Xiao Chang shot a cold glance at Li Zhi, awaiting him to take the money. Huh, quite wealthy, aren't we? Li Zhi, never one to be polite, promptly accepted the 20 yuan. He then cast a glance at Howard, whose face turned pale as he glared fiercely at Xiao Chang and muttered after a long pause, "Boss, this can't count, right?" "Well, fine, it won't count." They conversed in a language only the 2 could comprehend. However, Xiao Chang sneered, 20 yuan, is it? Li Zhi shot him a sidelong glance. What? Do you find it insufficient? You can increase the price. Xiao Chang paid no heed to Li Zhi's attitude, instead erupting into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, you're finished. Li Dazhuang, just wait to be imprisoned. This is fraud. 20 yuan for this item? Just you wait. Li Dai's expression darkened. Xiao Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? My son hasn't committed any crime. How could he go to prison? If anyone is going, it's you. I'm going to report you to the Price Control Bureau in town, and then I'll have the police take you away. This group of children, along with them, are all witnesses. He concluded with a threatening gaze directed at Li Zhi. At that moment, Li Zhi understood why Xiao Chang had opted to buy the spicy strips for 20 yuan. It was a premeditated scheme. He frowned slightly. During the 1980s, aside from state-run enterprises, the Price Control Bureau had indeed maintained strict oversight over private enterprises for a time. The consequences of being found guilty were quite severe, referred to as economic crimes. However, while this posed a significant danger to others, it was inconsequential for Li Zhi. Yet, Xiao Chang's intent was undoubtedly not to see him imprisoned. Otherwise, he would have simply turned and walked away. Both Xiao Chang and Li Zhi had raised their voices, drawing the attention of numerous elementary students who were observing. Even the school bell went unheard. The students lingering outside caught the eye of someone emerging from within the school, a tall, slender figure clad in a faded Zhongshan suit, with neatly combed hair and round, black-rimmed glasses adorning his face, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "Everyone, get to class. What are you gawking at?" He stepped out with a stern expression directed at the students, who, upon seeing him, stuck out their tongues in fright, saluted, and promptly returned to school. Lu Yuda furrowed his brow, observing Li Zhi and Xiao Chang's group at the entrance. "Hey, what is going on? Are you about to fight? This is the school entrance. If you must fight, do it further away." Li Zhi and Xiao Chang turned to look, realizing it was Lu Yuda, the principal of the elementary school. Xiao Chang quickly forced a smile. "Principal Lu. Heh, no fighting, no fighting. Are you free?" He had often found himself at the receiving end of Lu Yuda's wrath in his youth, as he had never been particularly studious. What on earth is happening? Li Dai hastily spoke. "Principal Lu, here's the situation." He recounted the events, and upon listening, Lu Yuda furrowed his brow. He was well regarded in the village, respected for his education and virtuous character. He was certainly aware of the recent changes in the eldest son of the Li family, and while Li Zhi had not previously stood out, his name had been circulating frequently of late. Turning to Li Zhi, Lu inquired, "Brother Dai, is this your family's eldest son?" Li Zhi observed Lu Yuda, noting his scholarly demeanor and the distinctive character etched upon his brow. Understanding that Lu was a man of integrity, Li Zhi smiled gently and replied, "Greetings, Principal Lu. I am running a modest business at the school gate that will not disturb the children. During breaks, our Gaohua village primary school is bustling with young ones. All thanks to your dedication over the years. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed." Recognizing the sincerity in Li Zhi's words, Lu Yuda's impression of him soared. Such eloquence was not typically expressed by the average individual. It bore the hallmark of someone well-educated. "Indeed, young man, you too are an alumnus of this primary school. It is commendable for the youth to engage in meaningful endeavors, provided it does not hinder the students." Lu Yuda responded with a satisfied smile. With Lu Yuda's endorsement, Li Zhi's activities at the school entrance were deemed both reasonable and legitimate, especially in this era where many rules were newly established. After a brief exchange of flattery, Lu Yuda found himself increasingly fond of Li Zhi. However, Lu turned to Xiao Chang, saying, "Now, what was that earlier? Xiao Chang, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to act responsibly." Do not think you can act recklessly simply because your father is the village secretary. Xiao Chong, seething with frustration, particularly at the contrasting treatment Lu Yuda afforded Li Zhi, felt a surge of anger. Lu Yuda, who do you think you are? I am only addressing you as principal out of respect. Do you truly believe your position is secure? My father could easily have you removed from this role. He pointed accusingly at Lu Yuda, unleashing a tirade. Lu Yuda, caught off guard by Xiao Chong's outburst, found himself at a loss for words. As a traditional scholar, he was ill-equipped to respond with vulgarity, and he inhaled deeply in exasperation, trembling as he pointed back at Xiao Chong. You insolent young man. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? I am your elder, and as the principal, I deserve your respect. Very well. I shall see how your father can possibly prevent my position as principal. I am under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau, and a mere village secretary cannot dictate my fate. Li Zhi interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Chong, look at how you are upsetting the principal. Do you wish to drive him to his wit's end? You are family. There is no enmity between you two, so why the harshness? He gently assisted Lu Yuda into a seat. Xiao Chong, still simmering with rage, retorted, Li, you coward. Do not get too arrogant. I will give you one of two choices. Either you hand over 1,000 yuan, or I will report you to the Price Bureau. My brother-in-law is at the police station, and I can have you arrested for economic crimes. Just wait. Li Zhi was well aware of Xiao Chong's true intentions. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to speak. Given Zhao's past behavior, he would typically resort to violence first. However, it seemed he had made some progress, resorting to the tactic of threatening to report to the price control authorities. Yet, while threatening and extorting may appear similar, the latter constitutes a crime. Principal Lu, look at this person. He intends to extort me. It isn't easy for me to sell a few items at the school gate. He feigned fear, casting a glance at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, how despicable you are. Seeing that Li Zhi was intimidated, Xiao Chong burst into laughter. What's the matter? Are you scared? Hurry up and hand over the money. I don't have any money. Xiao Chong's gaze turned icy. No money? Then prepare to go to jail. Furious at Li Zhi's refusal to pay, he turned on his heel and headed to the village committee office with his entourage. Dad, where's my dad? He shouted for Sang Ming upon arriving at the office. Inside, Xiao Guangyi was attending a meeting. Hearing his son's voice, he frowned and stepped out. What are you shouting about? I'm making a call. Xiao Chong, spoiled since childhood, caused Xiao Guangyi to breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking his son hadn't gotten into trouble again. Go ahead and call. Had Xiao Guangyi known that Xiao Chong was targeting Li Zhi, he would have intervened, but unfortunately, he was unaware and thus did not foresee the ensuing troubles. Chapter 74. I want to invest. After Xiao Chong's departure, Li Zhi conversed with Lu Yuda for a while. This boy is no good. You must be cautious, Lu Yuda advised solemnly. It's all right, Principal Lu. What can he do to me? However, I do need your assistance with something. Could you kindly say a few words for me later? Speak on your behalf? Yes, Principal Lu. You heard Xiao Chong's extortion earlier. He actually demanded 1,000 yuan from me. His actions are clearly criminal extortion. Although I have money, I cannot condone such misconduct. Funds should be used wisely. I noticed many of our school's desks and chairs are damaged, and as a young entrepreneur from the village, I would like to donate 20 sets of desks and chairs. Lu Yuda was taken aback with joy, grasping Li Zhi's hand. What? You're donating 20 sets? Wonderful. Good lad. This is a great deed. I've been troubled recently, for many of the school's furniture is broken, and the higher-ups have cited financial difficulties. Your donation would be a tremendous help. Li Zhi smiled. Education is the foundation of our nation. It is my duty to contribute. After all, I am the young entrepreneur from our village. His repeated mention of his identity was to ensure Lu Yuda remembered it. Moreover, Li Zhi genuinely wished to perform this act of kindness, believing that one should never skimp on education, as it is a long-term investment in the future. At that moment, Xiao Chong returned with his group, and his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Previously somewhat restrained, he now radiated a sinister and ruthless aura. Li Zhi thought to himself that this person was beyond redemption, inherently wicked. Li, you pitiful coward, hurry home and pack your bags, you economic criminal. Soon the police will come and arrest you. You worthless fool. Ha ha ha. Do you not know who my brother-in-law is? Gao Jianfeng. He laughed maliciously, his gaze sharp and venomous as it bore down on Li Zhi. I haven't committed a crime, but you seem to have an unfavorable countenance. Your fate does not look promising. Li Dai blinked and asked, De Zhi, When will you read fortunes again? Li Zhi chuckled and said to Xiao Chang, if I were you, I would hastily return home and get a good night's sleep. Otherwise, today may bring you misfortune. I foresee you entangled in dire straits. What? Ling Yu? A pop star? Xiao Chang was bewildered by Li Zhi's words. However, Lu Yuda couldn't help but laugh. Only he could comprehend Li Zhi's idioms. Lu Yuda remarked to Xiao Chang, you haven't improved at all. You didn't study diligently in school, and now you can't even understand what Li Zhi is saying. How lamentable. Ling Yu implies imprisonment, so it seems your safety is in jeopardy today. Xiao Chang glared at Lu Yuda, saying, you should mind your own business. The two ruffians behind him also cast menacing glances at Lu Yuda, cracking their knuckles threateningly, though they dared not act further. For they trembled at the occasional glance from Howard. At that moment, the two ruffians fell silent, feigning indifference. They were not like Xiao Chang, nor like his subordinates. Their fathers lacked Xiao Chang's influence. Moreover, they resided in the same village, where they would inevitably encounter Lu Yuda again, fearing he might report them to their families. Useless fool. How dare you speak to me? Xiao Chang only grasped that Li Zhi was referring to him after Lu Yuda's explanation. The consequences of ignorance can be quite severe. Li Zhi shook his head. He found it amusing to toy with someone as uneducated as Xiao Chang. Stop pretending, you coward. Just wait, you'll see. He squatted down and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, distributing them to his subordinates and the two ruffians. Li Zhi was merely indulging in a bit of fun and had no intention of leaving just yet. The spicy strips had nearly sold out. So he idly counted today's earnings. Excluding Xiao Chang's 20 yuan, the total was 27 yuan and 30 cents. A portion of this was 5 cents, as some children lacked enough to make a full 10 cents. But Li Zhi had suggested they buy one bag, and he would offer a small bag for them to share. After counting the money, Li Zhi smiled at Howard. Howard, as per your suggestion, I've increased the labor cost by 50%. Each bag costs 2.5 cents to produce, and I sell it for 10 cents, yielding a profit of 400%. Oh, my dear Howard, bring forth $1,000. Howard turned pale. Boss, earning this $1,000 seems too easy. He hadn't anticipated such a sensation, but he recognized that the boss had indeed achieved a 300% profit. After rummaging through his pockets, Howard finally produced $1,000. Just as Li Zhi was about to take the money, Howard pulled it back, grinning broadly. My dear, great, and intelligent boss. His obsequious demeanor sent shivers down Li Zhi's spine. I wish to invest. Howard pulled Li Zhi aside and whispered. He was astute, recognizing the potential of this industry. Although daily sales amounted to merely 27 yuan, it was merely a beginning. This was an untapped market, and the prospects for expansion were staggering. Invest? With what? Money? I am not in need. The complete set of equipment requires minimal investment. What about manpower? Do you have the capability to run the business or any connections? Li Zhi observed Howard with keen interest, his every action, including the wager, aimed at dragging Howard into his schemes. Howard pondered for a considerable time, but could not articulate a response. Indeed, Li Zhi lacked for nothing. He had sufficient funds for equipment purchases, and his command of Chinese was rather poor. How could he possibly conduct business? Connections? He had none to speak of. Oh, my dear Howard, what a predicament. Considering we are such good friends. How about this? You invest $100,000, and I shall grant you 10% equity, while also allowing you to be the legal representative of the company. What say you? $100,000? 10% equity? You bloodsucker. Howard nearly erupted with frustration at Li Zhi's audacity. Moreover, he lacked the sum. I might as well forfeit. He fumed. Noticing Howard's agitation, Li Zhi's eyes gleamed with mischief. Come now, my old friend, I was merely jesting. Let us adjust that to $10,000 instead, with an additional 10% equity. Having observed Howard's expression, Li Zhi surmised that he indeed did not possess $100,000. He still intended to leverage Howard's foreign investor status, believing it more prudent to utilize another's funds for business ventures. Howard's demeanor softened. In his earlier fury, he had overlooked the fact that Li Zhi was offering him the role of legal representative, which entailed risk. With $10,000, he would hold 20% equity while also bearing all associated risks. Are you certain? Absolutely. The initial mention of $100,000 followed by a reduction to $10,000 would create a psychological contrast, making it easier for Howard to accept the proposal. Very well, it's settled. Li Zhi grinned at Howard, whose expression suggested he felt as though he had been sold while counting the seller's money. However, It was clear that backing out was no longer an option. At that moment, the sound of motorcycles approached. Li Zhi turned his gaze to the source of the noise and saw two sidecar motorcycles. The first bore several individuals clad in green police uniforms, followed closely by another motorcycle, which, while not a police vehicle, featured individuals in caps and uniforms. Li Zhi's mind raced. Here they were. Chapter 75. Economic Offenders at this juncture. Xiao Chong also stood up, a cold smirk appearing on his lips upon seeing the newcomers. "You're finished, kid," he taunted. As he spoke, the two motorcycles drew near. A tall man in his 30s emerged from the sidecar, surveying the scene before ultimately fixing his gaze on Xiao Chong. "Chong, what is going on?" Gao Jianfeng inquired in a low tone. "Brother-in-law, you arrived just in time. Here's the issue. There's an economic offender in our village, this very lad. See here." He demanded $20 for this small bag of snacks. Isn't that a clear case of economic fraud? He brandished the bag of spicy strips, raising it in demonstration. Gao Jianfeng took the bag, his brow furrowing. $20? The classification of this matter as economic fraud is yet to be determined. However, after hearing your account, I consulted with colleagues from the pricing department, and I brought them along. The individuals from the second motorcycle dismounted, ready to investigate. The pricing department, a branch under the Price Bureau, was responsible for regulating commodity prices. If prices significantly exceeded market rates, it could indeed indicate economic fraud. At the forefront of the pricing issue stood a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, with a short and sharp hairstyle, exuding an air of competence. The deputy director inquired about the matter at hand. "Director Chun, my relative has reported a case, claiming this item is being sold for 20 yuan. Could you assess whether this exceeds the market price and qualifies as economic fraud?" Upon receiving the spicy strips, the woman examined them closely, noting their unfamiliarity. "Is this consumable? It smells quite appetizing. I should perhaps question the involved party directly." Li Zhi observed the group intently. He had not encountered Gao Jianfeng before, likely due to his recent absence from the police station. However, one of the individuals accompanying Gao seemed somewhat familiar. As long as there was a known face, he felt reassured. Xiao Chong pointed at Li Zhi and said to Chen Yufang, "That's him. That little rascal." Chen nodded and approached Li Zhi, her tone stern. "Did you produce this? Is it a food item? Why is there no trademark?" Li Zhi nonchalantly replied, "This is a bulk product from the village, not packaged. Even the tofu from the village lacks a trademark, yet it sells just fine." Chen Yufang paused, realizing the validity of his statement. As tofu production indeed does not require a trademark. But why are you selling it for such an exorbitant price? 20 yuan? What ingredients justify that cost? Ingredients? Flour, soybeans, chili, and the like, Li Zhi replied leisurely. Xiao Chong's eyes lit up, and he quickly interjected, "Comrade, did you hear that? This individual is indeed an economic criminal. He expects me to pay 20 yuan for this worthless item. Can soybeans and flour be worth that much? I could buy 100 jin of flour for 20 yuan. Chen Yufang frowned, as this reasoning did indicate a price exceeding the reasonable market value. Yet, the young man before her exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. He observed Li Zhi closely, noting his calm demeanor and confident posture that conveyed an inexplicable sense of superiority. Chen Yufang disliked this feeling. Usually, she was the one above others. Why did it feel reversed today? She coldly stated, "Comrade, if what you claim is true, you will accompany the officers to the station today. We can immediately determine that this constitutes price fraud." Gao Jianfeng approached as well, naturally inclined to support Xiao Chong, who was his brother-in-law. Why show leniency towards a suspect? "Director Chun, can we make a determination?" Gao Jianfeng had not exchanged more than a few words with Li Zhi, having resolved beforehand that as long as the pricing department confirmed their assessment, he would take the individual into custody. "Absolutely," Gao Jianfeng replied, his expression shifting to one of cold scrutiny directed at Li Zhi. He began to walk away, but one of the officers behind him suddenly tugged at his arm. Gao Jianfeng, already in a foul mood, shook off the grip. "What is it? I'll address it later." After finishing his words, he approached Li Zhi's group, crouched down, and commanded, "Hands on your head. Are you all accomplices?" Suddenly, he froze, having not previously looked in this direction. Now he noticed two older individuals, which seemed inconsequential. But the presence of a tall and imposing Howard nearby was a different matter altogether. The foreign capital holds a rather unique position within the domestic landscape at this juncture. Following the reforms and opening up policies, significant leniency was extended to attract foreign investment. This is precisely why Li Zhi has consistently chosen Howard as the legal representative. Joint ventures offer numerous advantages. Gao Jianfeng, when faced with Li Zhi, Li Dai, and Lu Yuda, exhibits no fear. However, Howard is an entirely different matter. As a foreigner, his presence commands a certain gravity, and should he be a foreign investor, it elevates the situation further. Their vehicles bear black license plates, and traffic police do not dare to stop them. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Gao Jianfeng inquired, after a prolonged silence. Howard ignored him entirely and continued to flatter. "Boss, the omnipotent boss, do I truly possess a 20% stake?" "It is Howard. If you pose that question again, I shall have no qualms about retracting my promise," Li Zhi retorted, his patience wearing thin. Howard had already asked this question at least 10 times. Gao Jianfeng's complexion darkened. He felt utterly disregarded by this foreigner, and Li Zhi's arrogance was equally infuriating. How dare he treat him with such disdain? He resolved to make Li Zhi suffer for his insolence. "You get down," he commanded, pointing at Li Zhi while retrieving handcuffs from behind him. Li Zhi was perplexed by Gao Jianfeng's fierce animosity towards him. He intended to protest, but Li Dai pulled him back, urging, "De Zhi, quickly get down. Don't cause trouble." Reluctantly complying to alleviate Li Dai's concerns, Li Zhi squatted down. Gao Jianfeng sneered, "At least you know your place," before proceeding to cuff Li Zhi. Standing with his hands restrained behind his back, Li Zhi inquired, "What is your name?" "Gao Jianfeng, Deputy Director of the Xiaolan Town Police Station. I hope you do not come to regret this. Less chatter. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it right now." The officer who had initially summoned Gao Jianfeng was now at a loss for words, astonished that the situation had escalated to such heights. He thought to himself that he was indeed unfortunate. It seemed they would all be implicated in this affair. Cuff them all. "Wait, let us not cuff this foreign gentleman just yet. We'll take him for questioning as well." Li Dai was flustered, unable to fathom that someone would actually take him to the police station. Lu Yuda, a mere scholar, appeared even more pale than Li Dai, trembling and rendered speechless. "Boss, should we eliminate them?" Howard inquired confidently. "I can handle it in under a minute." "Howard, are you my superior? Do you think the .54 caliber pistol at their waist is a toy?" As Li Zhi was led away, Xiao Chong smirked and called out, "Confess for leniency. Resist for severity. Reform well, and strive to come out early. Ha ha ha." Li Zhi shot him a cold glance, causing Xiao Chong to shiver inexplicably, sensing an ominous premonition. Subsequently, Li Zhi and his companions were taken to the town police station and unceremoniously thrown into a small cell. This so-called small cell was, in fact, a mere 1 square meter cage, with dimensions of 1 meter in length, width, and height, allowing only for a squatting position. It represented a rather inhumane method of detention, albeit characteristic of its era. Chapter 76. The philanthropist Li Zhi, Li Dai, and Lu Yuda were all confined within the small cell, while Howard was placed in a separate room. Though it contained only a single chair, it was a far superior arrangement compared to that of Li Zhi and the others. After more than 2 hours of squatting, Li Zhi's legs were sore. He did not wish to sit, but the filth on the ground was unimaginable. He could endure, yet he feared for his father and principal Lu's comfort. Inside the interrogation room, Gao Jianfeng instructed his subordinates, "Bring in the one surnamed Li." Shortly thereafter, Li Zhi was escorted in, his hands shackled. Gao Jianfeng ordered everyone to leave, fixing his gaze on Li Zhi without uttering a word. This silence was a tactic of interrogation, applying invisible pressure on the suspect to elicit a confession. However, Gao Jianfeng misjudged Li Zhi. He was not a criminal and had nothing to confess. Even if he were guilty, his psychological fortitude rendered the pressure nearly ineffective. Their eyes locked, and Gao Jianfeng discerned a hint of maturity and sophistication in Li Zhi's calm demeanor, incongruent with his age. After a prolonged silence, Gao Jianfeng recognized the futility of his approach. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, the sound reverberating in the quiet room, causing a sharp pain in Li Zhi's eardrums. "Name: Li Zhi. Gender: can't you tell? Less chatter. Age: 19. Speak. Why did you commit a crime?" "Let me tell you, this is an economic offense, quite serious. Be honest." Li Zhi, sitting before Gao Jianfeng, replied coolly, "I don't know how you conduct your investigations. Do you not conduct any inquiries? Just because you label me an economic criminal, I am one." Gao Jianfeng frowned. "Do you wish to deny it? The evidence is irrefutable. You sold a bag of junk to Xiao Chong for 20 yuan. What more do you have to say, since you refuse to admit it?" It seems you have not reflected on your actions. Back to the holding cell for you. I have seen many criminals like you. A day or two in confinement will make you confess. Xiao Wu, take him to the holding cell for reflection. Xiao Wu, who had been waiting outside, sighed upon hearing Gao Jianfeng's voice. This situation had escalated. At that moment, a sidecar motorcycle pulled up outside the police station. Spotting the person on the motorcycle, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Gao Jianfeng, waiting impatiently for Xiao Wu's return, grew increasingly agitated at the lack of diligence among his subordinates. Xiao Wu, where have you been? Bring this person to me. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man with a stern expression entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gao Jianfeng quickly rose. Director Feng, you're back? Was everything handled smoothly? Feng Deshan did not acknowledge Gao Jianfeng, instead hastening to Li Zhi. Comrade, how did you end up here? What is going on? Although Xiao Wu had provided a brief overview, he had not grasped the details. Li Zhi jingled the handcuffs on his wrist. This comrade surnamed Gao has cuffed me. I am unaware of the circumstances, and he claims I am an economic criminal. Director Feng, is this how you conduct investigations here? No inquiries whatsoever? Feng Dishan's expression darkened as he turned to Gao Jianfeng. Xiao Gao, what is the meaning of this? Gao Jianfeng stood frozen, realizing that Li Zhi was not an ordinary individual, and Feng Dishan's demeanor spoke volumes. What is truly happening? Gao Jianfeng hesitated for a moment, yet resolutely chose to uphold his stance. Director Feng, I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with him, but this individual is implicated in economic fraud, and I cannot act unjustly. His declaration was delivered with righteous fervor, as if he were defending an acquaintance. Me? Act unjustly? Feng Deshan pointed at Gao Jianfeng, rendered speechless by indignation. Through the matter involving Feng Dihai, Feng Deshan had discerned that Li Zhi was undoubtedly not a person who repays virtue with virtue. Rather, he harbored a vengeful spirit. Gao Jianfeng must have erred, and now he found himself powerless to assist him. Xiao Gao, heed my advice, apologize to Mr. Li, and I shall mediate. This matter can be resolved. Otherwise, do not say I, old Feng, did not forewarn you. The more Feng Deshan insisted, the more Gao Jianfeng felt that there was some connection between Li Zhi and Feng Deshan. Could it be that they were in collusion? Humph, Director Feng. What are you implying? How could I apologize to a criminal suspect? Feng Deshan was left speechless. He retorted angrily, Xiao Gao, you are being obstinate. Should trouble arise, do not seek my assistance. I shall wash my hands of this. With that, Feng Deshan stormed off in a huff. Flames of anger ignited in Gao Jianfeng's eyes. He was inherently a man of justice and believed Li Zhi was certainly culpable. He turned sharply to Li Zhi and demanded, confess swiftly. Confess to what? Very well. Let me inquire. On what grounds do you label me a criminal suspect? Gao Jianfeng shot back coldly, still quibbling? Today, the comrades from the price control department have already established your guilt. Li Zhi let out a derisive laugh. Is that so? That woman named Chun? Let me inform you. She cannot evade responsibility in this matter either. You are merely listening to Xiao Chang's one-sided account. Have you conducted an investigation? Just because he claims he bought it for 20 yuan, does that make it true? Gao Jianfeng was taken aback. Should I disregard his testimony and listen to yours? He is a witness. A witness? Huh. Today at the primary school gate, I sold several hundred bags. I have hundreds of witnesses. Suddenly, Gao Jianfeng had a realization. It appeared he had overlooked something due to his subjective bias. Moreover, the two individuals you have detained, one is my father, and the other is Lu Yuda, the principal of Gaohua Village Primary School. I was operating legally at the gate with Principal Lu's permission, selling an entire bag of snacks for merely a dime. Is that exorbitant? The entire student body can testify for me. You have hastily branded me with charges without due diligence. I would like to ask what your intention is, Deputy Director Gao? Cold sweat broke out on Gao Jianfeng's forehead as he finally comprehended why Director Feng had made such statements. He could not help but inwardly lament, Xiao Chang, you have led me to ruin. Furthermore, I did accept 20 yuan from Xiao Chang, but he did not inquire about the specifics, at a dime per bag. I ought to have provided him with 200 bags, yet he only took one. He even threatened me, saying that if I did not give him 1,000 yuan, he would accuse me of economic crimes. To my astonishment, he even called the police station. Does this not constitute extortion? And collusion and extortion? I trust Deputy Director Gao is aware of this matter, correct? I have no knowledge of this, Mr. Li. I truly do not know about this. I will investigate immediately. Gao Jianfeng exclaimed in a panic as he hurried out. He was eager to release Li Dai and Lu Yuda, but his attitude had completely flipped. Principal Lu, may I inquire about a few matters with you? This matter may involve some misunderstandings. Gao Jianfeng was anxious, fearing he might wrongfully accuse an innocent person and concerned about his own future. Lu Yuda, who had just been terrified, still appeared pale. Yet Gao Jianfeng's demeanor had somewhat eased his tension. You say I must speak candidly, Gao Jianfeng, in a state of increasing panic, interjected, No. It is possible that we have not conducted a thorough investigation. I will ask you questions, and you need only answer them. All right, is Li Zhi from your village? Yes. He is a young entrepreneur from our village and also engages in charitable activities, donating desks and chairs to our school. Gao Jianfeng felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could hardly believe that this individual was a young philanthropist. Are you certain? But why do some claim to have purchased his goods for 20 yuan? At this moment, Gao Jianfeng felt a loss of confidence. He genuinely wished to strike Xiaochang down. 20 yuan? I am unaware of that, but Xiaochang did demand 1,000 yuan from Li Zhi, threatening to report him to the price control office, and mentioned something about his brother-in-law being at the police station. Alas, I cannot provoke him. He even threatened to have his father remove me, the principal of this small school. Gao Jianfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiaochang would act in such a manner. Was he truly so foolish as to drag himself down with such actions? His esteemed reputation was on the brink of being tarnished. Lu Yuda, a man of letters, could not withstand such intimidation. And Gao Jianfeng recognized the veracity of Lu Yuda's words. He now felt utterly uncertain. He had never acted against his conscience. But this time he had fallen prey to Xiaochang's slander. He offered a formal salute to Lu Yuda. Please, do not say more. I understand. I am indeed his relative, yet I was unaware of his transgressions. As a police officer, I must uphold the people's interests. He merely exploits my name to engage in wrongdoing. Principal Lu, do not fear. I shall ensure justice is served. As for Uncle Li, never mind. I am now aware of the situation. I will apprehend Xiaochang immediately. He is committing extortion. With that, he hastily led Li Dei and Lu Yuda to a nearby room and prepared them tea to calm their nerves. He cast a glance at another interrogation room, feeling somewhat helpless before stepping inside. Comrade Li Zhi looked up at Gao Jianfeng, noticing he entered like a defeated rooster, his head drooping. Director Gao, what guidance do you seek? I dare not ask for guidance. I have erred in bringing you here without a proper investigation, causing you distress. I do not seek forgiveness, and I will accept responsibility for my mistakes, Gao Jianfeng stated earnestly. Li Zhi was taken aback, not expecting Gao Jianfeng to take such accountability. However, he remained silent, curious to see what Gao Jianfeng intended to do next. Yet, I am willing to forfeit my position. This is a failure in my duties, and I will accept any punishment from my superiors. However, before any disciplinary action is taken, I will not allow scoundrels like Xiaochang to roam free. Principal Lu can testify that Xiaochang has engaged in extortion. Gao Jianfeng personally removed the handcuffs from Li Zhi. Comrade Li Zhi, please go to that room and stay with your father and Principal Lu for a while. I will proceed to apprehend Xiaochang. With that, Gao Jianfeng escorted Li Zhi to another room, and he, along with 2 officers, headed straight for Gaohua village. Changgu, I raise a toast to you. Li Zhi gazed at Xiaochang with immense admiration as he downed a small cup of liquor in one gulp. Xiaochang, with a triumphant smile, asked, How about that, Li Zhi? This trick works wonders, doesn't it? Li Da Wenyang will be locked up for several years before he gets out. Heh. Let me tell you, if things go awry, even Li Da, he might find himself behind bars. Li Zhi was genuinely impressed. Brother Chang, how are you so formidable? How did you come up with such a brilliant plan? Of course. Do you think Brother Chang has been idling away his time in the city for the past 2 years? Come, let us drink. He called over a few other rascals to join in the revelry. The group had a decent tolerance for alcohol, but as they drank more, their conversation became increasingly boisterous. Life in the village was so dull, it was stifling. The others chuckled knowingly. Haha, Brother Chang seems to have awakened some romantic feelings. Is Brother Chang having thoughts? Li Zhi suddenly chimed in. Brother Chang, there are plenty of beautiful girls in our village, but they are hard to approach. However, Wei Yin from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is quite easy to handle. She has been quite promiscuous lately. Xiaochang's eyes lit up at the mention of Wei Yin. Indeed, she is quite something. However, his expression quickly turned to one of defeat. But that's a no-go. That woman is too flirtatious. I feel like my father might have some history with her. Although I have no proof, I believe I overheard my mother mention something during a quarrel one day. Something about him climbing into Wei Yan's bed. Li Zhi's eyes widened in shock. Brother Chong must truly be intoxicated to speak so recklessly. Suddenly, Xiao Chong became animated, slurring his words. But haha, don't laugh at me. I have other interests as well. If we're talking about excitement, it has to be Li Zi's wife. Although she is a bit older, I find her quite appealing. She is so lively. I saw her when she came out to fetch water the other day. Emboldened by the alcohol, he revealed his calculated scheme against Li Zhi and Li Zhi, a plan he had been devising for several days. Haha, now that Li Zhi and Li Wenyang have been arrested, all that is left at their home are a couple of women and a young boy. Let us go pay a visit to Bai Suqin. The small rascals Xiao Chong had brought along were exhilarated by this new plan and clamored to join in the fun. Li Zhi, however, felt a shiver of apprehension. He understood the Li family better than Xiao Chong did. Even if Li Zhi and Li Zhi were incarcerated, the Li family had a multitude of brothers. Would they dare to harass the women of that household? They might end up being severely punished. Besides, Bai Suqin was their elder. Li Zhi felt he could not partake in such disgraceful actions. Suddenly clutching his stomach, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. A poor stomach like mine can't handle good food. This pig's head meat is making me uneasy. I must head home, Brother Chong. I can't stay with you today." With that, Li Zhi dashed away. Xiao Chong, in a daze, watched him leave without concern and turned to his two companions, saying, "See, this is what happens when someone hasn't seen the world. Coward." And so, they stumbled out with smug expressions, relishing the events of the day, feeling increasingly pleased as they reflected on their long-planned scheme to have Li Zhi and his associates apprehended. It is advantageous to extract money, and if one fails to do so, it matters not. The present situation outweighs all else. Upon stepping outside, I encountered Xiao Guangyi, who had just returned home. Sensing the stench of alcohol emanating from them, he furrowed his brow. "What business do you have drinking during the day? Where are you off to?" Xiao Chong, with a foolish grin, replied, "You know, whatever you and Bai Yin do, just keep doing that." Xiao Guangyi's eyes widened in disbelief, his beard bristling in indignation. "Nonsense. What are you babbling about? What have Bai Yin and I done?" Seeing his anger, one of Xiao Chong's companions hastily interjected, "No, uncle, he's just drunk. We merely went for a stroll around Li's place." Xiao Guangyi snorted, casting a stern glance at Xiao Chong. "Fine, go and observe. Li Zhi has become quite the figure lately. Just the other day, he mentioned he intends to secure some benefits for the village. You should learn from him. You're 2 years his senior. Look at how he is developing. And don't refer to him as Li the useless." At that moment, Xiao Chong, inebriated, paid no heed to Xiao Guangyi's words and began to wander off, leaving Xiao Guangyi to believe that he was merely expressing his interests. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chong was about to embroil him in a calamitous disaster. Chapter 78. Beastly Conduct. Xiao Chong led his two subordinates straight to Li's residence, their drunkenness rendering their steps unsteady. Yet Xiao Chong's eyes glimmered with anticipation and wicked desire. At that moment, Bai Suqin remained unaware that Li Zhi and his companions had been taken away, assuming they would not return until the evening. While she busied herself preparing dinner, 3 figures staggered into view at the entrance. "Ah, so this is Li Zi's home? My, what a grand workshop. I wonder if my aunt is home." Xiao Chong wore a lewd grin as he swayed into the courtyard. The sound of the loom was quite loud, and neither of Li's aunts noticed the arrival of Xiao Chong and his companions. Bai Suqin was engrossed in her tasks when she suddenly heard commotion behind her. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Xiao Chong and his companions, the scent of alcohol reeking from them. She frowned. "Xiao Chong, what do you want?" "What do I want?" "Haha." Xiao Chong did not answer, but instead peered into the room, noticing it was empty save for Bai Suqin. His heart leapt with delight. "Aunt, how is it that you are so beautiful?" His gaze fixated on her figure, which, though not as slender as that of youth, still stirred his base desires. "Xiao Chong, are you drunk? You need to leave immediately." Bai Suqin's face flushed crimson. Having led an honest life, she had never encountered such a situation, and a surge of anger welled within her. "What if I refuse to leave?" As he spoke, Xiao Chong attempted to force his way into the room. Reaching out to grasp her shoulder, Bai Suqin's expression darkened. She was shocked that Xiao Chong dared to lay hands on her. "Get out. If you continue this way, I will inform your father. Do you not realize you are behaving like a rogue?" Xiao Chong, inebriated, stumbled as Bai Suqin shoved him, causing him to fall to the ground. Enraged, he shouted, You dare push me? You wretched woman, you are asking for it. He raised his hand and struck her face with tremendous force. The impact sent her reeling, and she unexpectedly collided with the doorframe, blood gushing forth as she lost consciousness. The two subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Brother Chong, you won't kill her, will you? Xiao Chong, with bleary eyes, glanced at the unconscious Bai Suqin on the ground. What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, I shall bear it. Oh, my head is spinning. I need to sit for a moment and truly relish this. Just then, outside, Li Jin and Li Shui returned with new backpacks that they had bought for Li Zhi. The siblings were chattering cheerfully, both excelling in their studies. Particularly Li Jin, who was preparing for the upcoming high school entrance examination. The school held high hopes for him, wishing for his admission into the prestigious Shi High School, as no student from Xiaolin Town had succeeded in years. Mom, we're back. Li Jin and Li Shui entered the house in quick succession. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the sight of Bai Suqin sprawled on the floor, bloodied and unconscious. Mom, Li Shui screamed, rushing over. Mom, Li Jin was equally alarmed. However, they were unaware that 3 demons lurked within the house. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiao Chong peered out, spotting Li Jin and Li Shui, and broke into a foolish grin. Oh, look, it's the little ones from the Li family. Get lost. I have grand plans with your mother. Li Shui, known for her fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate Xiao Chong's actions. Xiao Chong, what do you think you're doing? Leave immediately, or I'll call the police. Xiao Chong cursed under his breath. You little brat, think you can call the police? I'll make sure you regret it. As he advanced toward Li Shui, raising his hand to strike her, she cleverly dodged, and due to his intoxication, his slap missed, inciting his rage. You dare to evade me? When I catch you, I'll make sure you pay. Meanwhile, Li Jin was being mercilessly beaten to the ground, his cries of anguish filling the air. Xiao Chong pursued him, while Li Shui ran, tears streaming down her face. Despite being down, Li Jin's eyes burned with fury. You beast! Don't chase her! He struggled to rise, but just as he managed to stand, he was kicked down again. Impressive. Even after such a beating, he can still get up. One of the assailants viciously stomped on Li Jin's head, causing him to scream, yet he continued to crawl towards Xiao Chong, determined to rescue his mother and sister. Blood obscured his vision, and despite his desire to save them, he felt a deep-seated hatred for his own helplessness. Another brutal kick to his head sent him spiraling into unconsciousness. Noticing Li Jin's stillness, the 2 thugs sneered down at him, disdainfully spitting on his face before exchanging lewd grins, having seen that Chong had seemingly entered the house. Xiao Chong, having failed to catch Li Shui, stumbled back inside and found Bai Suqin on the floor. Auntie, there you are. I've been looking for you. When Li Jin awakened, he groggily opened his eyes to a pristine ceiling above, with 2 fluorescent tubes hanging down. His mind was a jumble, and he frowned slightly before suddenly sitting up. You beast, Xiao Chong. In his haste, he inadvertently yanked at the foredrip, causing blood to flow from his hand. Stay still, just lie down properly. A familiar voice resonated, and Li Jin was promptly pushed onto the bed. Gradually regaining consciousness, he beheld his elder brother beside him, firmly pressing him down. Brother. Li Jin attempted to utter something, but Li Zhi shook his head, reassuring him, Do not worry. I am here. Nurse, his forehead has been dislodged. Could you please assist? A young female nurse, upon hearing Li Zhi's words, hurried over, glanced at Li Jin's hand, and immediately began the disinfection process. Family members, could you please ensure he remains still? How could you allow the patient to move around? Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Yet, Li Zhi furrowed his brow. Remaining silent, he lacked the spirit to apologize at that moment. Brother, where are Xiao Xue and mother? How are they? Tears welled in Li Jin's eyes as he recalled the harrowing scene before his unconsciousness. His mother covered in blood and Xiao Xue, fleeing for her life. They are safe. Do not fret, Li Zhi replied, his gaze chillingly resolute. Hearing this, Li Jin exhaled in relief, but a wave of weakness washed over him once more. That's good, brother. I feel so helpless. Do not blame yourself. Xiao Jin, you did remarkably well. Leave the rest to me. A flicker of menace crossed Li Zhi's eyes, causing the nearby nurse to feel a chill run down her spine. Terrified, she cast a fearful glance at Li Zhi before hastily retreating. This man is truly terrifying. Yes. Brother, we cannot let Xiao Chong escape. Li Jin grasped the bed's railing, his eyes filled with profound hatred. I know, Li Zhi affirmed. Brother, what happened to mother and the others? How did they manage to escape? Li Zhi frowned and began recounting the findings of Gao Jianfeng's investigation. Chapter 79. Li Zhi's wrath. Xiao Chong, inebriated, attempted to assault Li Shui, but his steps failed to match her speed. After several fruitless attempts to catch her, he abandoned the chase and retreated indoors, while Li Shui had already reached the factory. Inside, the noise of machinery masked the chaos outside. But upon seeing Li Shui in tears, the workers immediately became vigilant. Li Dekong swiftly halted the machines. A throng of people rushed outside, and the Li family, alerted by the commotion, all hurried to the scene. Had it not been for Gao Jianfeng's timely arrival, the situation could have escalated tragically. Even so, Xiao Chong and his accomplices emerged with bruised faces. Gao Jianfeng quickly apprehended them, and after a few inquiries, grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly transporting Xiao Chong, Bai Suqin, Li Jin, and others to the hospital. Simultaneously, an investigation was initiated, as the 1980s marked a period of stringent crackdowns on criminal behavior, with any discovery likely to be classified as a major case. As Li Jin listened to the unfolding events, fury ignited within him. "Brother, we cannot let them go unpunished." Li Zhi nodded, patting Li Jin's shoulder. "I am well aware. Focus on your recovery. Do not let these matters interfere with your studies. Concentrate on your learning. I will handle everything here." With that, Li Zhi rose. His expression darkened as he exited to another ward. Bai Suqin had received treatment for her head injury and was in stable condition, though the hospital reported mild anemia, advising her to rest well. Li Dei tended to Bai Suqin. Li Zhi descended to the first floor, where numerous police officers surrounded Howard, engaged in conversation. "I will file a complaint at the consulate." "Madam, it is because of you that I am injured." Howard, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the surrounding police officers. During his time with the Li family, he had developed a profound affection for them. He cherished the Li household. Li Jin and Li Shui were both sensible and endearing, while Uncle had a penchant for drinking, and Auntie's culinary skills were exceptional. Upon hearing the news, he stormed into Xiao Chong's hospital room, ready to inflict harm. Were it not for the police restraining him, Howard would have surely snapped Xiao Chong's neck. "Calm down, Mr. Howard. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter." Feng Deshan wiped the sweat from his brow, having spent the entire night attending to this case. "A satisfactory explanation? What does that even mean?" Li Zhi's voice was as cold as ice. Feng Deshan turned to glance at Li Zhi, startled. He had previously encountered Li Zhi, who typically maintained a composed demeanor, exuding elegance. However, at this moment, though still composed, an aura of terror emanated from him, with a murderous intent that was palpable, like a venomous serpent poised to strike its prey. "Comrade Li Zhi, it is as follows. Gao Jianfeng has already gone to interrogate Xiao Chong, and the case is still unfolding," Feng Deshan hurriedly clarified. Having served as a police officer for over 40 years, he had witnessed many storms, but he had never encountered a young man as fearsome as Li Zhi. Li Zhi fixed his gaze on Feng Deshan's eyes for a full 5 seconds before speaking. "Gao Jianfeng, if my memory serves me right, he is related to Xiao Chong and should recuse himself from this case. Does Director Feng need me to remind him of this?" Cold sweat broke out on Feng Deshan's forehead. He was indeed aware of this matter. However, Gao Jianfeng insisted on being involved, claiming full responsibility as he felt remorse for the Li family and vowed to ensure a thorough investigation. "Comrade, allow me to explain. Gao, the deputy director, should not have participated. However, he feels a sense of obligation to your family and is determined to see this case through to a fair conclusion," Feng Deshan stated. Li Zhi cast a frosty glance at Feng Deshan, discerning that he was not lying. Though he had only met Gao Jianfeng once, he recognized him as a diligent officer. Nevertheless, the turmoil had arisen due to Gao Jianfeng's oversight, and while Li Zhi could understand, he could not forgive. "No need for that. I have reviewed the relevant case files, and Xiao Chong's culpability exceeds the jurisdiction of your precinct. The personnel from Longwan City Bureau will arrive shortly." After speaking, Li Zhi walked directly to the hospital entrance and lit a cigarette. Upon entering this world, he had vowed to ensure a good life for this family. However, due to his own misfortune, his mother was injured, his brother harmed, and his sister frightened. Guilt consumed him, and he could not forgive himself. He sought vengeance, and, after conferring with Howard, Li Zhi resolved to leverage all his connections in this realm, the 5-degree and 6-degree laws of separation continually drawing lines in his mind. The sound of police sirens blared. 2 jeeps arrived at the hospital entrance, from which 7 or 8 officers emerged. At the forefront was a square-faced man, standing at approximately 175 meters tall, dressed in police uniform, who walked directly into the hospital. Seeing the arrival, Li Zhi immediately inquired, "Director Chung?" Chung Yi's gaze swept across the scene. "And you are?" "I am Li Zhi." Chung Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Zhi was so young, seemingly not yet 20. "Greetings, Comrade Li Zhi. I am Chung Yi. Chairman Su Wanyan has briefed me on your situation. But could you elucidate it in greater detail for us?" "Certainly. Let us discuss it inside. I am a family member of the victim. The victims are currently in the hospital, and the suspects are also there. Moreover, the local police station has shockingly allowed the relatives of the suspects to conduct interrogations, failing to adhere to legal protocols." Chung Yi's expression darkened. "What? Such an occurrence exists?" The two proceeded inside, where Feng Deshan, upon seeing Chung Yi alongside Li Zhi, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly approached to greet him. "Director Chung, what brings you here? What has caused such a stir?" Chung Yi glanced at Feng Deshan. "And you are?" "I am Feng Deshan, the head of the Xiaolan Town Police Station." "Director Feng, I have come regarding a grave incident. I have received reports of a severe intentional injury case in Xiaolan Town, which also involves charges of hooliganism and extortion. Why has such a significant case not been reported?" As he concluded, Chung Yi's voice escalated, transforming into an interrogation. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Deshan's forehead. He realized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, noticing Li Zhi beside Chung Yi, he comprehended everything. He had indeed underestimated Li Zhi. "What is the current status of the victims?" Feng Deshan inquired, casting a glance at Li Zhi, who subtly signaled him. Weighing his thoughts, Feng Deshan promptly replied, "The situation is not favorable, although both injured parties have regained consciousness. The duration of their hospital stay remains uncertain. Furthermore, one of the youngest victims is a girl, and she appears traumatized, constantly weeping. The doctor has indicated potential psychological issues that could affect her for a lifetime." Li Zhi mused internally that Feng Deshan was quite astute, grasping his implications so swiftly. Nevertheless, he had not exaggerated. He merely articulated the most severe consequences as described by the doctor. Particularly with one victim being a young girl, Chung Yi became increasingly concerned. If this matter were mishandled, he would bear significant responsibility. "What? Is it that serious? Where is the suspect now?" Feng Deshan quickly responded, "He is unharmed, merely suffering from superficial injuries inflicted by enraged villagers. He deserves it." "What? He has incited public outrage?" Chung Yi's countenance reflected his anger. "Indeed, and through our inquiries, we have learned that he is nothing more than a good-for-nothing ruffian." His responses were remarkably adept, satisfying both Li Zhi and Chung Yi. Li Zhi was pleased that the severity of the situation could lead to the harshest penalties for Xiaochang, while Chung Yi appreciated that solving such a case would greatly embellish his political record. Such audacity! In light of the state's stringent crackdowns, how dare he act in such a manner? "Director Feng, this incident will have considerable repercussions for you. We must transfer the suspect to Longwan City Bureau and establish a special task force. You may also participate in this matter." The initial remarks left Feng Deshan dejected. Yet the final statement sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes, as he regarded Chung Yi with admiration. An impressive blend of firmness and flexibility, a masterful approach to leadership. "Yes, I assure you of my utmost cooperation with the special task force." He saluted Chung Yi, envisioning a promising future in his career. At this moment, Chung Yi turned to Li Zhi and said, "Comrade, allow me to take charge of this matter. I assure you that it will be addressed appropriately for your family." Li Zhi nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Chung. I truly appreciate your willingness to come here personally." Chung Yi smiled. "There's no need for such formality. It is my duty. Moreover, Chairman Su specifically emphasized the significance of this issue. How could I possibly treat it lightly? Indeed, it is thanks to Chairman Su that I find myself in this situation. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to proceed. May I inquire, what is your relationship with Chairman Su?" Although Chung Yi had exchanged only a few words with Li Zhi, he could sense that this young man was rather extraordinary. His demeanor and actions bore none of the naivety typical of youth. Instead, he exhibited a seasoned grace in handling matters. "Well, we are partners in business," Li Zhi modestly responded, having yet to actually meet Su Wanyan in person. Nonetheless, he felt indebted to two individuals, Chao Jingji for providing the connection to Su Qingli, and Su Qingli herself for facilitating the introduction to Su Wanyan. which prompted Cheng Yi to make the journey from Longwan. It turned out that Su Wanyin was Su Qingli's cousin, a prominent figure in the Longwan wholesale market. However, Su Qingli's ascent to the position of second-in-command was solely due to her own merit, independent of her cousin's influence. Otherwise, Su Wanyin would be overwhelmed with the demands of his numerous cousins. Comrade Li Zhi is also in business? Cheng Yi noted Li Zhi's modest attire, which seemed somewhat shabby, and could not have guessed his involvement in commerce. However, it was understandable. Li Zhi had presumed that selling goods near the school did not necessitate a polished appearance, opting instead for old clothes. What fine garments could the Li family have ever owned? It's merely a small enterprise, not comparable to Chairman Su's stature, he added humbly. Just as he finished speaking, a peculiar voice interrupted. A small enterprise? Boss, your business is quite substantial. How many merchants in Longwan do not sell our products? Howard approached with a loud voice, visibly irate with the police, yet unaware of Cheng Yi's identity, mistaking him for one of Feng Dihai's subordinates. Cheng Yi was somewhat taken aback by Howard's presence, as foreigners were still a rarity in this era. And who might this international friend be? He wondered, even more astonished by Howard's address of Li Zhi as boss. He couldn't help but scrutinize Li Zhi again, noting that his attire hardly suggested affluence. He is my employee, my business partner, and moreover, my friend, Li Zhi replied. He then added in English to Howard, this is the head of the Longwan Police Department. Do tread carefully in your words, but do also offer your own caution. Howard nodded, turning to Cheng Yi. Hello, I am Howard. As a member of this family and a victim's relative, I intend to report this matter to the consulate in full honesty. It is utterly unacceptable. The consulate? No, Mr. Howard, please refrain from taking such action. We will handle this matter appropriately, and it need not escalate to an international level. Cheng Yi interjected, surprised by Li Zhi's fluent English. Though he did not comprehend the words, he recognized their eloquence. Howard remained silent, instead focusing his gaze on Li Zhi. Li Zhixin remarked that Howard was indeed astute. Merely mentioning the consulate exerted pressure on Cheng Yi, while simultaneously granting him decision-making authority. Li Zhi fell into contemplation. Cheng Yi quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that Howard was indeed Li Zhi's subordinate, and was seeking his opinion. Comrade Li Zhi, I assure you that we will thoroughly investigate this significant case. He emphasized the final two words with great weight. Only then did Li Zhi nod, conceding, very well, I trust that Director Cheng will handle this matter appropriately. I represent the victims' families and shall await your findings. After Cheng Yi reassured him multiple times, he prepared to leave, while Xiao Chong and his associates were brought out. At that moment, they were all bandaged, as the fury of the Li family had become uncontrollable, leading to a rather harsh response. Xiao Chong had lost 4 of his front teeth, and 2 of his subordinates had multiple broken ribs. However, who would concern themselves with their plight? Cheng Yi's expression darkened as he regarded Xiao Chong and his companions. Are these suspects? Indeed. Feng Deshan promptly replied, moving to take them away. Well, take them away. At that moment, Li Zhi suddenly addressed Feng Deshan. Wait. Both Feng Deshan and Cheng Yi were taken aback, uncertain of Li Zhi's next move. Li Zhi cast a glance at Feng Deshan, a flicker of animosity gleaming in his eyes. Gao Jianfeng. Feng Deshan's heart sank. He had initially thought Li Zhi would let the matter rest, but to his surprise, he had brought it up again. He had believed that since Gao Jianfeng was a colleague and they had worked together for many years, it was only fitting to offer assistance, to downplay the situation. Moreover, he understood Gao Jianfeng's character, upright and courageous, a commendable officer of the people. Yet this time, his actions were hasty and ill-considered, leading to unintended consequences. Who is Gao Jianfeng? Cheng Yi interjected, furrowing his brow. He is the deputy in our department, and he is related to Xiao Chong. Cheng Yi frowned. How is his work performance? Feng Deshan replied candidly, he is diligent, reliable, and just, though somewhat impulsive in his approach. Have him come here. Understood. Cheng Yi recognized that the situation was complicated. Feng Dihai's willingness to speak positively of Gao Jianfeng in front of Li Zhi indicated that the individual was indeed commendable. However, he glanced at Howard beside Li Zhi, realizing the difficulty of the situation. As Gao Jianfeng descended the stairs, he noticed a group of over a dozen police officers gathered below. Their precinct did not typically boast such numbers. As he approached, he recognized Cheng Yi. Although Cheng Yi was unfamiliar with Feng Deshan and the others, they were well aware of who Cheng Yi was. You are Gao Jianfeng? Yes, Chief. Breaking the law? Acting impulsively? failing to discern right from wrong. We do not require individuals of your nature in our ranks. You will receive a severe internal reprimand and be suspended. Further actions will be communicated later. Cheng Yi refrained from unnecessary dialogue and directly suspended Gao Jianfeng. Gao Jianfeng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Yes, I will abide by the organization's arrangements. At that moment, a throng of people burst in from outside, comprising men, women, and children, led by Xiao Guangyi, who was perspiring profusely. Upon seeing Gao Jianfeng, he rushed over. Jianfeng, you must help your cousin. He cannot be arrested. Chapter 81. Strategy and Retribution. A middle-aged woman clutched Gao Jianfeng's arm, weeping uncontrollably. Gao Jianfeng shook her off, exclaiming, "What can I do for him? He has broken the law. Aunt, are you out of your mind?" Upon spotting Xiao Guangyi and his entourage, an uncontainable fury surged within him. He felt utterly wronged. If it weren't for Xiao Chong seeking him out, he would never have faced suspension or a reprimand. Help him out, Jianfeng, I implore you. Here are 20,000 yuan. You must save your cousin. Li Zhi scoffed at the money the woman offered. Bribing a public official? The woman erupted in a torrent of insults. What business is it of yours? Do you believe I won't have Jianfeng arrest you? Gao Jianfeng shot a glance at Li Zhi and quickly interjected, Aunt, what are you trying to do? You realize this is illegal, right? Xiao Chong's situation is serious, and I cannot resolve it. Furthermore, I am also suspended. With that, he wrenched his arm free and departed, leaving the woman and Xiao Guangyi's family in a state of shock. Li Zhi glanced at Xiao Guangyi, contemplating the matter. Now, the two families were sworn enemies. Li Zhi resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. If this issue was not handled properly, the Li family would remain in peril, and he would not spare any adversary posing a risk. Mom, Dad, save me. I don't want to be arrested. Xiao Chong wailed, finally succumbing to despair. At that moment, he recognized the true terror of Li Zhi. Descending the stairs, he noticed that Li Zhi had not cast a single glance in his direction. According to the current stringent laws regarding organized crime, the harshest penalty could be death. Yet, the gravity of Xiao Chong's transgressions was debatable. Would Li Zhi show him mercy? 20,000 yuan. Quite a sum indeed. I am curious. Your family is merely an ordinary farming household with no other means of income. Where did you procure 20,000 yuan? After a pause, Li Zhi's voice turned sharp. Xiao Guangyi, how dare you? Have you been embezzling the hard-earned money of the villagers? He continued, I know this matter does not fall under your jurisdiction, but will you report it truthfully to the authorities in Xiaolan town? Feng Deshan thought to himself. Here it comes. This young comrade Li indeed seeks vengeance. No wonder Di Hai cannot compete with him. It is a pity that Di Hai has had a falling out with this young comrade Li. Very well. I shall inform the relevant authorities. This matter will not be overlooked. Xiao Guangyi was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that the eldest son of the Li family wielded such influence, even commanding the police with such authority. Regret washed over Xiao Guangyi. Yesterday afternoon, when he saw his son drunkenly attempting to leave, he never imagined it would lead to such dire consequences. Had he known, he would have done everything in his power to prevent Xiao Chong from stepping out that door. Li Zhi, my dear nephew, could you not let this slide for the sake of our village? He is young and foolish, Xiao Guangyi pleaded, fully aware of his predicament. However, he could not bear to watch his son being apprehended. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong's cries echoed mournfully, shattering his father's heart. He had but one son and hoped Xiao Chong would carry on the family lineage. Li Zhi fixed his gaze on Xiao Guangyi. Let him go? For the sake of the village? Did you consider mercy when you harmed my mother, my brother, and sister? With that, Li Zhi turned on his heel and declared, Howard, drive. Yes, boss. Howard hastily followed suit, acutely aware that their esteemed leader had further plans in store. Cheng Yi gazed in astonishment as Li Zhi entered the sole luxurious vehicle stationed at the hospital's entrance, realizing that Li Zhi's earlier claims of modest business endeavors were, in truth, an understatement. Cheng Yi turned to Feng Deshan and remarked, Since Comrade Li Zhi has indicated so, please attend to his matters promptly. You have one day to resolve everything. Report to the Special Task Force at the City Bureau tomorrow morning. Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed. Feng Dihai recognized that Cheng Yi referred to the situation concerning Xiao Guangyi. Xiao Chong was escorted to the car by two individuals, his legs betraying him. The Xiao family attempted to rush forward, but were intercepted by surrounding police officers, while the Longwan police withdrew. Feng Deshan, gazing at the Xiao family with a sense of unease, contemplated the situation. After a moment's thought, He assigned 3 armed officers to safeguard the Li family, fearing that Xiao Guangyi and his kin might resort to irrevocable actions. "Boss, shall we depart?" Howard queried, still oblivious to Li Zhi's intentions. "Let us first return home to change attire, then proceed to Longwan." Very well. Howard understood that his employer's actions, while often enigmatic, were invariably purposeful. Upon their return to Gaohua village, the Li family was present and eagerly inquired about the circumstances upon seeing Li Zhi. He waved his hand reassuringly. "It's nothing to worry about, sixth uncle. Production in the workshop should continue without interruption. Additionally, I require a high-capacity machine for the spicy strips. Though we need to upgrade the equipment this time." "How shall we upgrade?" Sixth uncle asked. "Once the noodles emerge from the funnel, they are in whole strips. We must cut them further, which is quite cumbersome. Moreover, manual cutting introduces potential contamination. An automatic cutting mechanism would vastly improve the process." "Automatic cutting? That's not difficult. We can craft a cutting blade alongside and set a limiter, perhaps cutting every second to achieve the desired length." "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance, sixth uncle. However, this equipment must be larger, ideally with a capacity exceeding 500 gene. Let us construct 1 unit for now. Once the market opens up, we can produce more. You focus on the main body while I procure a motor from the department store in the city. By the way, has there been any breakthrough with the brushless motor?" Li Dekong shook his head with a sigh. "No, it's quite challenging, and gathering information is also inconvenient. Let's leave it at that for now, sixth uncle. I'll discuss it with you upon my return." Li Zhi mentally noted this matter, aware that while Li Dekong was exceptionally intelligent, he still lacked a breadth of knowledge. Nevertheless, his self-taught achievements thus far were commendable. As Howard drove, Li Zhi sat in the back seat, feigning slumber, while his mind raced with thoughts. "Miss Su, I wish to meet your elder brother to express my gratitude in person," Li Zhi said, dialing Su Qingli on his mobile phone. "That may be difficult. My brother is currently engaged in discussions regarding the redevelopment of Longwan City Center and is negotiating the purchase of a vacant plot," she replied. Li Zhi's heart stirred at the mention of relocation. The era of real estate was upon them, and it appeared prudent for him to prepare in advance. "Very well. If Chairman Su finds time, I shall visit personally to convey my thanks." "Ah, dear brother, Chairman Su may be unavailable, but General Manager Su is free." "What of it? Little brother, do you not wish to thank your sister? How disheartening it is for your sister to feel so overlooked." Su Qingli chuckled playfully, her tone evoking in Li Zhi a peculiar sensation, as though she harbored intentions beyond mere sibling affection. In recent days, Li Zhi has taken the time to conduct a preliminary understanding of the intriguing Xiao Daji, Su Qingli. After learning about her remarkable rise to success, he realized that this woman is indeed extraordinary. "Sister, are you joking? How could I possibly not come to see you?" Initially, Li Zhi had no intentions of visiting, but he suddenly changed his mind, believing that Su Qingli might be able to assist him in this matter. "All right, I'll be waiting for you at Xiaobai. Just head straight to the 5th-floor manager's office." After hanging up, Li Zhi instructed Howard to find a suitable venue. He had purchased some exquisite gifts, for it was essential to express his gratitude to Su Qingli, who had been of great help in this endeavor. Xiaobai, while relatively smaller than the Longwan department store, operates under private ownership, unlike the state-run department store. However, its business far surpasses that of the latter, as private enterprises tend to have their own interests and aim for a larger clientele. The sales staff are often stall owners themselves, motivated by profit, which results in superior service and affordable prices, drawing many patrons to Xiaobai. Chapter 82. The weapon of public opinion. You finally arrived, dear brother. I've been waiting for you. Su Qingli greeted with her characteristic charm, radiating an allure that made her appear eternally enchanting, akin to the mythical Daji. "If I hadn't come, wouldn't sister be upset with me?" Li Zhi chuckled, placing his gifts aside as Su Qingli glanced at the items he had brought. "How polite of you. These must not be inexpensive, right? By the way, I waited for you the last time at midnight, and you never showed up. Didn't you give me a hint?" She cast a flirtatious glance, causing Li Zhi's cheeks to flush. Indeed, he had made a fool of himself on that occasion. But he could not blame her, for Su Qingli's charm was truly overwhelming. Noticing his embarrassment, Su Qingli thought to herself that he was quite childlike. Despite his apparent maturity in his work, it was merely a fade. "All right, enough teasing. Let us get to the point. What brings you here?" With her demeanor shifting back to one of poise and grace, Li Zhi admired her ability to effortlessly manage her emotions. "It's nothing much. I specifically came to see you." Ah, spare me the flattery and speak plainly. Su Qingli felt a genuine closeness to Li Zhi, though she was uncertain of its origins. Even though Li Zhi was quite handsome and capable, she had encountered many suitors over the years in the business world, none of whom had stirred her heart. What made this young man worthy of her attention? Her willingness to assist him so readily stemmed from both contemplation and a hint of personal interest. Sister Su, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I truly have a matter to discuss. Do you know anyone at the local newspaper? Sister Su? Oh dear. You make me sound ancient. Why not just call me Sister Li Zhi? I don't have a younger brother, after all. Of course, if you feel I'm too lofty for you, then so be it. A hint of melancholy graced her features as she spoke. Li Zhi quickly responded, Sister, are you scolding me? How could I ever find you unworthy? Having such a beautiful sister is undoubtedly a privilege for me. I'm the eldest at home, and I've always wished for an older sister to care for me. He sensed the sincerity in Su Qingli's previous words. Beyond the potential advantages of fostering a good relationship with her, he genuinely appreciated her character. Her sweet words were truly charming, so adept at comforting others. Yet, where is your sister-in-law? From now on, let us refer to each other as siblings, but you must promise to be obedient. She stretched her slender fingers across Li Zhi's face. Li Zhi chuckled. Engrossed in his career, he had no thoughts of romance. He noticed that his sister's fingers felt somewhat cool, perhaps a sign of her frail constitution. Don't forget to consume the ginseng and bird's nest I bought for you. As he spoke, a fleeting image of someone crossed his mind, and he wondered how she was faring. Ah, I know the newspaper you mentioned. It's the Longwan Daily. A small local publication, yet it wields considerable influence in Longwan. I have collaborated with its editor-in-chief on several occasions. What do you intend to do? Li Zhi's expression darkened slightly as he recounted the incident involving Xiao Chong to Su Qingli. She was somewhat aware of the situation, but not in such detail. Her brow furrowed in concern. How audacious that person was. But what connection did it have with the newspaper? I wish to have the newspaper publish an article that brings Xiao Chong's actions to light, thereby intensifying societal pressure for a harsher sentence. Li Zhi, hailing from a future era, understood the significance of public opinion. The power of the masses is paramount, a true weapon of public sentiment. An article? I have experience with that for promotional purposes, but how do you envision it? I will write an article accompanied by a photograph, and I desire a full-page spread. At least a quarter of the newspaper. Money is not an issue. It must run for 7 consecutive days. A hint of ruthlessness flickered across Li Zhi's face. He would not allow Xiao Chong to escape unscathed. Very well, I will arrange a meeting with editor Lu shortly to discuss this matter. And we might as well have a meal together. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingli agreed. She had faith in Li Zhi and saw great potential in his future. Although he might not seem superior to her at present, she had a premonition that if she did not cultivate a good relationship with him now, in 3 to 5 years, she would find herself looking up to him. Little did Su Qingli know, she would not need to wait 3 to 5 years. Within a year, she would be in awe of her own decision and foresight. Howard drove while Li Zhi and Su Qingli sat in the back, heading towards the Longwan Daily. The 3-story building was not particularly large, yet it exuded a sense of grandeur. Li Zhi surmised it must be a profitable establishment. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such an impressive facade, unlike many others that resembled dilapidated ruins. Little brother, please wait for me here while I look for Lu Yu. Su Qingli ascended the stairs and soon returned, beaming. However, she was accompanied by a balding middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with wide black-rimmed glasses that he adjusted occasionally. Li Zhi exited the vehicle, and Su Qingli smiled. This is Uncle Lu, the editor-in-chief of Longwan Daily, and my brother, Li Zhi. Li Zhi smiled and stepped forward to shake hands, having long heard of Lu Yu's esteemed reputation, but never having met him until today. I am Li Zhi. It is indeed a privilege to finally meet you. Hello. Too kind of you. I am Lu Yu. I did not expect Mr. Li to be so young. What a remarkable talent. Lu Yu regarded Li Zhi with newfound admiration. Lu Yu was a seasoned scholar. He could discern a person's education and cultural background with just a glance. He has known Su Qingli for quite some time. Although Su Qingli is remarkable and talented, their conversations often lack a certain spark. In contrast, Li Zhi, despite speaking only a few words, exudes an unmistakable air of culture. Editor Lu, isn't it almost noon? Shall we have a meal together? A modest feast, I hope you don't mind. After exchanging pleasantries, they headed straight to Hao Yuan, which has a good reputation in Longwan for its reasonable prices and delightful flavors. Although Li Zhi had only visited twice, The waitstaff already recognized him. Upon seeing him, their eyes sparkled. A handsome and wealthy man, he would be admired in any era. Su Qingli, observing the excessive attentiveness of the waitstaff, felt an unexplainable anger rise within her. It wasn't her first time at Haoyuan, and she had never witnessed such fervor from the young women before. There were 5 staff members in the room, all bustling around Li Zhi. All right, you all step outside and close the door to the private room. Having spent considerable time in positions of authority, her commanding presence was unmistakable. Her stern expression startled the waitstaff, who dared not linger any longer. They cast reluctant glances at Li Zhi before exiting. Little brother, you truly are popular. 2 of those young ladies are quite lovely. What do you think? Are any of them catching your eye? Would you like me to introduce you? Su Qingli said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. No, that's not necessary. I'm not in the mood for that right now. What's wrong with you, sister? Li Zhi, somewhat naive in matters of the heart, failed to perceive Su Qingli's discontent. Su Qingli cursed him for being dense, yet strangely, hearing him say he wasn't interested in the waitstaff improved her mood. Let's eat. Li Zhi had but one philosophy regarding discussions, at least for now. It would not change. Good food and drink should precede serious conversations. After several rounds of drinks, Li Zhi sweet-talked Lu Yu into a state of euphoria. Lu Yu, with a modest tolerance for alcohol, was no match for Li Zhi. His face flushed. He patted Li Zhi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brotherly, this is a splendid time. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. We are both cultured individuals, engaged in literature." He let out a drunken belch. Li Zhi smiled slightly, thinking it was about time to express his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Cough, cough. Su Qingli shot him a glare. "Do you really dare to call him that? Hee, look at Uncle Lu. I actually have something that requires your assistance. Speak. Don't hesitate." After Li Zhi articulated his request, Lu Yu nodded. "Not a problem. Who will write the article?" "I need a photo for printing. I will write the article myself." Lu Yu adjusted his glasses. "Oh, I must read Brother Li's writing." No, it should be Uncle Lu guiding me. Let us leave it at that for today. I will come by again tomorrow at noon." Li Zhi escorted Lu Yu back, and Su Qingli, seated beside him, had also indulged in her share of drinks. Her cheeks flushed and alluring. "Little brother, would you like to come to my place for a visit?" She whispered softly in his ear. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Qingli appeared even more enchanting, her eyes seemingly conversing, glistening with a hint of drunkenness that made her irresistibly charming. She propped her chin on one hand, gazing at Li Zhi, her eyes growing more enchanting with the car's movement. Her alluring visage and entranced expression seemed to lure one into an abyss. Li Zhi was no saint, nor was he the virtuous Lu Xiaohui. He felt the heat of her gaze, his heart racing. Suddenly, he turned, only to find Su Qingli was also about to speak. Their lips met unexpectedly, and the soft, cool sensation sent Li Zhi's soul into a euphoric explosion. His mind went blank, while Su Qingli was momentarily stunned, instinctively drawing her lips in. The faint sound of their contact was audible only to the 2 of them. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just so soft and fragrant," Li Zhi stammered, his face burning with embarrassment, oblivious to the ambiguity of his words. Su Qingli's cheeks flushed crimson. Though she had navigated the world for many years, this was her first close encounter with a man. However, she was not an ordinary woman. The brief awkwardness gradually dissipated. Despite her previous days, she regained her composure, wondering what charm this young man possessed. She shot Li Zhi a glance. "All right. No need to apologize. I'm not upset with you." "Oh, not upset? Then shall we do it again?" "Huh." Su Qingli was taken aback. Li Zhi chuckled. "Just kidding. Sister, by the way, I won't be visiting today. I'll come by another time to properly thank your brother." "All right then, just be careful on your way back. It's dark outside." "Got it." Until Su Qingli exited the car, neither spoke further, both seemingly lost in thought as they gazed out the window. Once Su Qingli left, Howard inquired in confusion, "Boss, shall we head back?" He refrained from mentioning Su Qingli, but he sensed that this woman might embark on a peculiar emotional journey with his boss. "Let us return, but first, a trip to the wholesale market." "The wholesale market? Isn't it closing now?" Howard glanced at his watch, noting it was already 8 in the evening. "Let us check on Yunshan." 500 meters from Longwan Wholesale Market stood a warehouse, formerly a waste disposal area. The Urban Construction Bureau found it unsightly to have a waste zone in the city center, so it was relocated, leaving behind a large warehouse now rented by Li Zhi as a denim storage facility. At the entrance of the warehouse was a small makeshift house where Zhu Yunshan resided, fully equipped with water and electricity. As the car parked at the warehouse entrance, Howard turned off the engine and stepped out with Li Zhi. The moment Li Zhi exited, a blinding light flashed into his eyes. "Hey, what are you doing? This is a private warehouse. Unauthorized personnel keep out," came Zhu Yunshan's gruff voice. "Yunshan, it's me." He smiled, acknowledging Yunshan's vigilance. "Brother Zhi." A hint of surprise colored Zhu Yunshan's tone as he hurried over with a flashlight. Li Zhi took a couple of steps forward and patted Zhu Yunshan on the shoulder. "You've worked hard during this time." Zhu Yunshan had many responsibilities, from managing inventory to collecting payments and keeping records, and Li Zhi noticed he had lost quite a bit of weight in the month since they last met. "Not too hard, I'm managing." "Brother Zhi, what brings you here? Do you know about it?" Li Zhi was taken aback, pondering what had transpired. When Zhu Yunshan noticed Li Zhi's inquiry, he too was momentarily stunned. "Brother Zhi, you are unaware? Aren't we here concerning the sales?" He had been in Longwan and was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in Gaohua village. Li Zhi furrowed his brow and spoke within the confines of the room. The three entered, finding the space rather tidy, though a roll of toilet paper lay on the bed, and the wastebasket was filled with discarded paper. "Yunshan, moderation is key. Such habits are detrimental to one's health." After delivering this remark with a hint of a smile, Zhu Yunshan's face flushed crimson. "What are you insinuating? I merely caught a cold a few days ago." Howard, whose command of the Chinese language had significantly improved, still found this statement perplexing. "Boss, what does 5 to 1 mean?" "Howard, you can't possibly be unaware. It refers to a blend of vivid imagination and physical activity." Li Zhi raised an eyebrow, skeptical that the open-minded Westerners would be oblivious to such a concept. "Oh, I see. Huh. It turns out it's about Yunshan. The boss is right. One should not indulge excessively in such activities. Perhaps finding a girlfriend would be a more prudent choice." Li Zhi nodded in agreement. The two bantered back and forth, leaving Zhu Yunshan thoroughly embarrassed. "You both have me all wrong. I merely have a cold." "A cold?" Zhu Yunshan finally exclaimed, exasperated. After a spell of merriment, they settled down, and Li Zhi addressed Zhu Yunshan. "What has transpired?" Zhu Yunshan accepted the cigarette that Li Zhi offered, but did not light it. "Brother Zhi, over the past week, the quantity of goods they are procuring has dwindled significantly, particularly today, where the total across the entire mall barely reached 70 pieces. "What? 70 pieces?" Li Zhi's gaze sharpened, exuding an intimidating presence, causing Zhu Yunshan and Howard to fall silent. "Have you investigated?" "I have. Someone is disrupting the market, offering lower prices. But I do not know who it is. I intended to return tomorrow afternoon to discuss this matter with you, but I did not anticipate your arrival tonight." Li Zhi knitted his brow. "What did your investigation reveal? Who are they? Are they a local brand or a southern brand? What is the quality like?" Since most individuals have been taking fewer items, I did not alert them and conducted a discreet investigation. I purchased one of their jeans, and the quality is quite good, though I am unaware of the brand. Their wholesale prices remain unchanged, but I suspect their procurement cost is certainly below 20 yuan. As Zhu Yunshan spoke, he produced a pair of jeans from beneath the quilt. The style was indistinguishable from typical distressed jeans, save for the differing label. "Jeans. How unrefined." Li Zhi glanced at the label and uttered a curse. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that these jeans were not his own. The color of the stitching, the seams, and the craftsmanship all differed, revealing a meticulous construction. Chapter 84. Temporary countermeasures. This seemed to be a product of assembly line sewing, as there were 3 distinct types of thread, indicating at least 3 sewing machines in use. Li Zhi contemplated this. If it were an assembly line, it could suggest the involvement of a professional garment company, yet the design was nearly identical. He had considered the possibility of counterfeits, but the imitation surpassed the original in quality, leaving Li Zhi somewhat taken aback. Furthermore, the fabric immediately reminded him of someone, Feng Dihai. Li Zhi cannot claim that he is the sole provider of such fabric in the country, but it seems that Feng Dihai is the only one nearby Liaoxiang who possesses it. He had previously taken advantage of Feng Dihai, assuming that he would sell him jeans at a loss, but it appears that Feng Dihai has found a buyer. Li Zhi never considered that Feng Dihai might venture into garment production. If it were merely a standard method for jeans, Li Zhi would harbor doubts. However, the jeans procured from Yunshan exhibit smooth lines and a precise fit, clearly indicating the work of a professional company. "I understand," Zhu Yunshan said anxiously. "Brother Zhi, our sales have plummeted by 80%. What shall we do? Should we lower the prices? Lower prices? Li Zhi mused. Let me contemplate that. If we reduce prices, it will become a market competition, yet he is reluctant to succumb to such a cycle, knowing that it would ultimately harm himself while remaining unaware of the opponent's true capabilities. What is the current price? Because you mentioned a change previously. Part of the stock was 22 yuan for the second batch of clients like Chao Jingji, while the first batch was 20 yuan for Cheng Dakuai and his associates. The highest loss is among the second batch of clients. Has Chao Jingji reduced his orders? Zhu Yunshan handed Li Zhi the ledger. No. Both Chao Jingji and Qi Xiaoyang have not reduced their orders. However, others. He did not elaborate. But the truth was that the losses among others had reached as high as 90%. The remaining 10% of orders were merely to maintain goodwill, as Li Zhi had left a favorable impression on them. Yet, driven by profit, they would still opt for cheaper options. Li Zhi perused the figures and formed a clear understanding. As long as no one abruptly ceased all orders, it would be acceptable to standardize the price for everyone at 20 yuan, regardless of the batch. Zhu Yunshan was perplexed, as 20 yuan did not seem particularly advantageous. Li Zhi refrained from further explanation, knowing it would be futile. Yunshan, just follow my lead. I have matters to attend to these next few days. Once I have the time, I will address them. Disrupting a person's financial path is akin to killing their parents. We have established this enmity. So let them have their few days of respite. He chose not to divulge his family matters to Zhu Yunshan, understanding that his temperament would only exacerbate his anxiety. Yunshan, let us return without elaborating too much. Just inform them when they come to collect their goods. All right, Brother Zhi, please stay safe. On their journey back to Xiaolan town, Li Zhi and Howard deliberated along the way, ultimately agreeing to pursue a path of healthy development. Xiaojin, how are you feeling? Li Zhi patted his brother's shoulder, his heart aching for him, knowing that Xiaojin had suffered the most severe injuries. I'm fine, brother, just a bit of pain here on my face. Li Zhi nodded and stepped out to consult with the doctor, who assured him that there was nothing serious, just superficial injuries. In the adjacent ward were Bai Suqin and Li Shui. Upon entering, Li Zhi noticed a plethora of family members gathered, bringing various items such as noodles and eggs. By Suqin's bedside sat a nurse, and the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Li Zhi smiled and said, Xiao Min, are you working overtime today? Wu Min turned to see Li Zhi and immediately stood up, respectfully addressing him in a hushed tone, elder brother. She has always held great respect for Li Zhi. Although he appears youthful, he exudes an air of authority akin to that of an elder in the family. Please, have a seat. I have no pressing matters, I said. Yongzi, when do you and Xiaoman plan to finalize your engagement? It has been quite some time since the Li family celebrated a joyous occasion. Perhaps you two should hasten your plans so we can revel in the festivities. Upon hearing Li Zhi's words, both Li Yong and Wu Min blushed. In the younger generation of the Li family, Li Zhi has become the focal point. Indeed, he is regarded as the pride of the family. Li Zhi, in turn, takes pleasure in this, nurturing the ambition to establish the Li family as a prominent clan, one that he once admired from afar. Laughter erupted among those present, who playfully teased Li Yong, though they refrained from saying much to Wu Min, being mindful of her delicate disposition. Nevertheless, Wu Min, despite her bashfulness, hurriedly fled the scene. Li Zhi playfully kicked Li Yong, urging him, what are you waiting for? Go on. Blushing, Li Yong dashed after her. Bai Suqin nodded in agreement. Remarking to the third aunt of the Li family, Xiaoman is a fine girl. She is well suited for Yongzi, a person with whom to build a life. Pleased by her words, the third aunt replied, with your endorsement, I am reassured. In a few days, we shall engage a matchmaker to propose. At that moment, Li Zhi cast a glance at Li Jian. Second brother, what about you? The third has found a partner. What of you? Li Jian sighed. How can I compare to the third? He is tall and handsome, while I, among the younger generation. It is indeed Li Yong who possesses the most striking looks, a fact Li Zhi cannot deny. However, Li Jian falls short in comparison. He is not particularly tall and has a slender frame, making him seem less like a member of the Li family when juxtaposed with the towering figures of Li Yong and Li Zhi. Well, do not fret. In due time, I shall introduce you to someone. By the way, second brother, I am quite busy at the moment, so you shall assist me henceforth. I will pay you 300 a month, and at year's end, I will provide a bonus. During this period, Li Zhi has been attentively observing the character of the Li brothers, and he now believes that both Li Jian and Li Yong are capable. 300? That is a considerable sum. A laborer might not even save 300 in a year, yet you offer this amount monthly, Li Zhi exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, 300. While it is a generous sum, it also entails hard work. I know you have many friends and enjoy exploring, so in a few days, I will assign you a task that will surely suit you. Li Zhi possesses a natural talent for gathering information and dislikes being confined to an office. Always yearning to venture outside, Li Zhi quickly conceived a fitting task for him. Excellent. Brother, rest assured, I will excel in this. As a mere 18 or 19-year-old, Li Zhi felt elated at the prospect of being entrusted with significant responsibility, akin to a soldier assigned a prestigious mission. Furthermore, the idea of earning 300 yuan a month was exhilarating. I have faith in your ability to accomplish it. Nearby, on a hospital bed, was Li Shui. Though she was uninjured, she had been startled, her little face pale, which tugged at Li Zhi's heartstrings. Xiao Xue, is there anything you would like to eat? I will go and fetch it for you. He approached her, affectionately ruffling her hair. There is nothing in particular I desire to eat, my dear brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Zhi gently patted her small hand, advising her not to inquire further about such matters. The wicked shall undoubtedly face their due punishment. By the way, would it please you if I arrange for someone to take your photograph tomorrow? Chapter 85. Heed your brother's words. Let the tears flow. Li Shui, being still quite young, found it relatively easier to emerge from psychological shadows. A photograph? Is that truly the case? Wonderful. I wish to have a family portrait. In the 1980s, a time when salaries barely reached a few dozen yuan, and one had to borrow money to make ends meet, photography was considered a luxury. It was primarily reserved for official documents, and even family portraits were rare, with personal photographs being exceedingly scarce. After all, the cheapest film cost several dozen yuan, and regardless of the quality of the picture, one had to spend money. As a girl, Li Shui naturally felt both curiosity and anticipation towards photography. Yet, she was sensible. During the times of poverty, she never made any demands, and even after learning of her brother's newfound wealth, she refrained from asking for anything. Thus, when her brother took the initiative to mention it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, brother, I will make arrangements for this tomorrow. Li Zhi chose not to remain in the hospital, as there were many people there who did not require his care. Li Jian had been assigned work by Li Zhi. An aunt heir of the Li family was overjoyed, both out of affection and obligation, to stay and care for her sister-in-law. Upon seeing that aunt heir had decided to stay, Aunt San of the Li family felt she could not leave either. However, matters at the factory were more complicated. As Li Dekong and Aunt Si were preoccupied with machinery and fabric, their hands busy beyond measure. Aunt Si, Uncle Lu, if you too are overwhelmed, do not hesitate to take a moment. By the way, Uncle Lu, the electric motors will be delivered tomorrow morning. Is the equipment ready? It is ready. And what of your sister-in-law and the others? Li Zhi smiled, noting Uncle Lu's newfound concern for others, a sign of his progress. Do not worry, Uncle Lu. I will ensure they are discharged at an opportune moment. That evening, Li Zhi toiled diligently, crafting a manuscript of approximately 2,000 words. After countless revisions, he paused his pen as dawn broke. With sleep now an impossibility, he stretched and was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps outside. Upon stepping out, he discovered Aunt Si of the Li family. Aunt Si, concerned that sister-in-law might not be home and that no one would care for Li Zhi and the others, had come early to prepare breakfast for them. Having been educated and possessing a gentle demeanor, she called out, "De Zhi, it is time for you all to eat." Understood. Aunt Si, will you not join us? Li Zhi noticed Aunt Si removing her apron as she prepared to leave. No. There is still cooking to be done at home. Your fifth brother and the others need to get to school. Li Zhi felt helpless. Then let them come over for a meal. Do not worry, De Zhi. I shall return home now. Very well. By the way, Aunt Si, today you may take a rest. After they had eaten, it was not long before a tricycle, belching black smoke, rattled its way over. The driver inquired at several houses before finally locating Li Zhi's residence. Is this the home of Li Dei? Indeed. You are here to deliver the electric motors, correct? Last night, while at the Longwan department store, Li Zhi had found the equipment somewhat overwhelming. He had not anticipated that the high-powered motors would be quite so large. The trunk of a small car could not accommodate them. However, as the Longwan department store offered delivery, Li Zhi, after a moment's consideration, decided to purchase 2 units directly. Uncle Lu, the motor has arrived. Please assemble 1 unit first. Howard and I still need to go out today, and you must keep an eye on the house. All right. Is it the Utah State Photo Studio? Li Zhi stood before the photo studio, his lips twitching slightly. The display window showcased samples, black and white photographs that appeared to be wedding portraits, with the man clad in a suit and the woman in a wedding gown, adorned with a veil and holding a bouquet of flowers. However, their expressions were quite uniform. The man looked solemn while the woman smiled. Indeed, a man's marriage often heralds a tragic existence, while a woman finds joy. Wow, cool. Howard mimicked a pose from one of the photographs. Li Zhi ignored him. What sort of behavior was this for a grown man? Is anyone here? Upon entering, Li Zhi discovered that to the left was the photography studio. Its walls painted a dark blue, illuminated by 4 or 5 tungsten light sources. An antiquated camera loomed, towering over a person and measuring more than a shoulder's width. Its black wooden frame mounted on wheels. Li Zhi was genuinely astonished, for he had only seen such a camera in films. Did they still exist from the 1980s? A middle-aged man emerged from within. He was of modest height with slicked-back hair and a smiling visage. Hello, young comrade. How may I assist you? Hello, comrade. I wish to take a photograph. What kind of camera is this? Li Zhi inquired, pointing curiously at the enormous camera. This was indeed his first encounter with such a floor-standing device. Ah, young comrade, I see you haven't encountered one of these before, haha. You are still young and perhaps unaware. This is a pneumatic manual camera. The middle-aged man enthusiastically explained, revealing that the handle on one side was used to adjust the focus height and angle. Li Zhi gazed with keen interest at the camera. Its lens box was as large as a basin, and the rear of the body was always covered with a fabric that was black on one side and red on the other. As for the origin of this camera, the man could not specify. Old comrade, are you a photographer? Yes, young comrade. You wish to take a photo, correct? Li Zhi nodded but wondered aloud. But it can't be taken outside, can it? Such a large object would be inconvenient to carry. The middle-aged man paused, then realized Li Zhi had misunderstood. Haha, young comrade. You are mistaken. I have more than just this camera. With that, he retrieved a peculiar black rectangular camera from behind the counter, smaller than a palm. Its design was unique, lacking the protruding lens typical of the single-lens reflex cameras Li Zhi had seen. Instead, it sported 2 round lenses embedded within, with the word seagull inscribed in elegant white calligraphy at the top. Nowadays, we primarily use new devices for photography. This old equipment is used only occasionally, as some people have a fondness for it. I see. All right, I would like to take a few photos. Please follow me. Sure. But let us agree on the price. 1 photo costs 2 yuan, including 1 negative, and developing costs 6 yuan. Agreed. Can I pick them up the same day? I'm afraid that may not be possible, as I have quite a few to process already. Same-day retrieval might be challenging. 1 photo plus an additional 3 yuan, making it 5 yuan per photo. Can I pick them up the same day? The photographer hesitated, then joyfully replied, yes. Certainly. Li Zhi then led the photographer to the hospital, whereby Suqin and the others were already awake. Li Dai had brought porridge and steamed buns from the hospital cafeteria. Elder brother. Li Jin felt a surge of joy upon seeing Li Zhi arrive. Did you sleep well yesterday? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, really. I feel like I could be discharged right now. All right, I'll ask the doctor shortly. Subsequently, Li Zhi went to another room to check on their mother, who was also doing relatively well, though by Suqin, being older, was not recovering as swiftly as Li Jin. Big brother, who is this? Li Shui inquired, noticing the middle-aged man beside Li Zhi, especially since he was holding a wooden box marked with the words State-Owned Photography Studio. This is Master Chu, here to take your photograph. Master Chu, shall we begin? Master Chu nodded and glanced at Li Shui, saying, what a pretty young lady. Now, would you prefer to sit or stand? Do you wish to change into a different outfit? Li Shui, donned in a striped hospital gown, felt a bit embarrassed. After all, who would want to be photographed in such attire? Li Zhi quickly interjected, No, let's just take the photo in this outfit. Xiao Shui, sit on the bed, drape the blanket over yourself, and show off your hospital gown. Li Shui pouted, what are you doing? I have new clothes. I want to wear a dress for the photo. Ignoring her, Li Zhi nodded at Master Chu, signaling him to prepare for the shot. When I say so, just take the picture. Understood, comrade, Master Chu replied, sensing that although the young man before him was not very old, there was an unusual maturity about him. Come on, Xiao Shui, listen to your brother, cry for me. Huh, what? A wave of astonishment swept through the hospital room as Li Shui, Bai Suqin, Li Dai, and others looked at Li Zhi in confusion. Cry? Yes, cry? Li Zhi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed at Li Shui. She wore a puzzled expression. Big brother, what is wrong with you? Come on, I want you to cry. Li Zhi insisted, pinching her cheek. Li Shui stared at him with wide eyes for a moment before bursting into laughter. I can't cry. You're making me laugh too much. Your eyes are about to pop out. Li Zhi's expression stiffened. You silly child, just cry. Lida shot Li Zhi a glare. Don't bully your sister. Why on earth would you make her cry? Yes, Li Zhi, why would you want Xiao Shui to cry? Li Zhi sighed, realizing they wouldn't understand. Suddenly, he spoke coldly. Enough of this, Xiao Shui. Why are you being so unreasonable? I want you to cry for a reason. You're old enough now. Why can't you help out at home? The daughter of the Wang family in the front yard is your age, not in school, but helping at home and earning money. Look at you. Just a few days off school to help out at home, and in a few years, I'll find you a suitable match. Li Zhi's abrupt shift in tone stunned everyone in the room. His cold words and critical tone struck a nerve with the prideful young girl, and she burst into tears. Sobbing uncontrollably, Li Zhi gestured to Master Chu. Quick, take the photo now, capture this moment. Moments later, he turned to Li Shui and said sternly, shut your mouth. Hold it in. Startled by his raised voice, Li Shui ceased her cries, and just then, the click of the shutter resonated as Master Chu captured the moment. Continue. 5 more. The incessant clicking of the camera shutter echoed, and Li Zhi chuckled. All right, that's enough. Xiao Shui, stop your tears, be good. The sudden shift in his demeanor caught everyone off guard, leaving them puzzled about Li Zhi's motivations. Yet, while he could effortlessly change his emotions, Li Shui could not. She continued to sob. Li Zhi, feeling helpless, exclaimed, Oh, what is the matter with our little princess? I was just joking with you. Don't cry, be good. After a considerable amount of coaxing, he finally managed to console her. In a few days, he planned to send Master Chu to Gaohua village to take a family portrait, ensuring that everyone had individual photos as well. After all, these would become cherished memories of the future. Master Chu, let us go? I'll be waiting for you at your studio. We need to develop these photos right away. I'm in a hurry to use them. Master Chu promptly agreed, knowing that developing a single photo cost more than usual. Half an hour later, Master Chu emerged from the darkroom, holding several slightly damp photographs that were black and white. Although color photographs existed, they required a trip to the big city. All 5 photos captured Li Shui in tears. Howard looked at the photographs in Li Zhi's hand and asked with annoyance, Boss, what exactly are you planning? Why make Xiao Shui cry? What do you know? I have grand plans. Come, tell me which one looks the most tragic? The first image showed Xiao Shui at the onset of her tears, mouth agape, with tears streaming down her face. The second depicted her after a while, complete with a mix of snot and tears. The subsequent 2 were similar, but the 5th one stood out. Li Zhi had wiped her nose during the photo. And at that moment, Xiao Shui was pouting, caught between the urge to cry and the restraint not to, her eyes swollen, tears glistening in her gaze, radiating an overwhelming sense of injustice and vulnerability. This one is brilliant, Li Zhi exclaimed, taking the last photograph. It's so poignant that even those with hearts of stone would be moved by it. Let us go, Howard, we're headed to Longwan. Seeing the mischievous grin on Li Zhi's face, Howard understood that he was undoubtedly concocting another devious scheme. They headed straight to the Longwan Daily to find Lu Yu. Lu Yu had indulged heavily the previous day and was in high spirits, especially after Li Zhi had slipped a 1,000 yuan red envelope into his pocket before departing, which made Lu Yu regard him even more favorably. He was knowledgeable, cultured, and most importantly, considerate. Who wouldn't tea like a person like that? Uncle Lu. Li Zhi called out, Please, have a seat. Xiao Wang will brew some tea. After Xiao Wang brought in 2 cups of tea and closed the door, only Li Zhi, Howard, and Lu Yu remained in the room. Uncle Lu, do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? Of course. The manuscript, right? Li Zhi retrieved the draft he had painstakingly written late into the night from his leather briefcase and handed it over. Lu Yu took it and began to read. Howard, having nothing to do, observed Lu Yu. He could speak some Chinese now, but his understanding of Chinese characters was still at a rudimentary stage. So he had no idea what Li Zhi had written. Suddenly, Howard noticed Lu Yu's fists clenching, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air. Lu Yu's face turned pale, veins bulging from his neck. Bang! Lu Yu slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, This person is simply a beast. His actions are utterly reprehensible. Howard was startled, wondering if Lu Yu was about to resort to violence. He remained vigilant, while Lu Yu's face flushed with anger. Li Zhi, is this true? Li Zhi retrieved a photograph of Li Shui from his briefcase, printing my article on a quarter of the page alongside the image. This is my sister. Lu Yu removed his glasses, his eyes reddened, seemingly brimming with tears for the poor girl. Howard, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Boss, what exactly did you write?" Lu Yu glanced at Howard, lamenting, "Alas, it is tragic. This Xiaochang is truly a beast, devoid of humanity, a creature without compassion. My foreign friend. Allow me to read to you," he continued, passionately reciting Li Zhi's manuscript, composed in a 21st century literary style, adept at evoking emotions swiftly. "Greetings to the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters reading this newspaper. I am Li Shui, a 13-year-old girl in the first year of junior high, residing in Gaohua Village, Xiaolan Town. I once led a peaceful life, but on April 25th, that tranquility was shattered by a man named Xiaochang. Like a demon, he extended his wicked hand towards my mother. He even attempted to pursue me. Currently, my mother, brother, and I lie in the hospital, tormented daily by pain." Hearing this, Howard was taken aback, turning to Li Zhi, "But boss, didn't Ti Shui eat 4 buns this morning? Wasn't she supposed to go home to change clothes for a photo?" Li Zhi shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yu, upon hearing Howard's words, immediately asked, "Is this matter true, Li Zhi?" "It is true. I assure you, it is authentic. If you do not believe me, you may investigate. Xiao Chang is still detained at the city bureau. I merely engaged in artistic embellishment. As long as it is genuine, it is fine. We can print it tomorrow. A new issue every 2 days for half a month, which means every other day for the next month. What? Such a lengthy duration is not appropriate. Li Zhi, I understand your desire to bring this matter to light, but a month is excessive. Trust my judgment. 8 editions, published every other day for half a month. This will facilitate dissemination. Otherwise, prolonged exposure may lead to reader fatigue and diminish impact. All right, you are the expert. I entrust this matter to you." Li Zhi believed that once the people of Longwan became aware of this incident, public opinion would surely arise, leading to a different outcome for Xiao Chang's trial. Yet, he overlooked the simplicity of the era, failing to grasp the potential consequences of an emotionally charged article.